Dragon God Supreme Chapter 2521 to Chapter 2603. Patriarch, immediately give the order for all clansmen to escape. The old man's voice was almost a crazy roar. The old man would never doubt Feng Wuchen's words. He could tell from Feng Wuchen's sincere eyes. Feng Wuchen would really exterminate the undead spirit race. Great Elder, what happened? The patriarch of the undead spirit race could hear the Great Elder's roar filled with fear and asked. The dragon gods have come to find us. This person's strength is extremely terrifying. He is even stronger than the dragon soul killer. The blood soul pool has been destroyed. There is no time to explain. Let the clansmen escape. The Great Elder roared. What? Stronger than the dragon soul killer? The patriarch of the undead spirit race's face changed greatly. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Patriarch, quickly give the order. Hurry up and run. The Great Elder anxiously transmitted his voice. But what the Great Elder didn't know was that with Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, the undead spirit race couldn't escape no matter where they went. Feng Wuchen descended into the huge pit of the blood soul pool. Feng Wuchen coldly said, the blood soul pool is just a place for you to cultivate. The undead spirit race isn't here. Am I right? The old man's body trembled. His face was filled with panic. He could only hope that the undead spirit race could escape as soon as possible. Under the huge pit, which was the interior of the mountain, was a huge natural cave. I Ching Yun, Hualing Tian, and Feng Xiao Tian were all trapped in the cave. Because of the blood soul pool and the barrier, they were completely cut off from the outside world. So, no one knew that they were trapped here. Swish swish swish. After the barrier was broken, I Ching Yun, Hualing Tian, and the others flew out. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, they were extremely excited. It was as if they had returned to heaven from hell. They originally thought that they were dead for sure. After all, the undead spirit race's strength was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could contend against. Greetings, Lord Supreme. I Ching Yun and the other elders knelt down excitedly and respectfully. Greetings, Master. Hualing Tian, Xiao Wutian, and the other Saint Emperors knelt down respectfully. Feng Wuchen's expression was very ugly because there were fewer people. Although Feng Wuchen had never managed the existence of the dragon soul, he had learned from Hualing Tian that it had grown much stronger and that they were all Saint Kings and Saint Emperors. Where are the others? Feng Wuchen asked expressionlessly as he looked at Hualing Tian. Hualing Tian was silent for a moment. He could clearly feel the anger in Hualing Tian's heart. Then, he said respectfully, he died in battle. Why? Feng Wuchen asked. The Heavenly Star Sacred Mansion is their lackey. When we destroyed the Heavenly Star Sacred Mansion to avenge Xiao Wutian, they appeared, Hualing Tian said respectfully. Why didn't you kill them? Feng Wuchen asked the Great Elder of the undead spirit race. Hearing this, the Great Elder replied, although the undead spirit race is strong, and even if they are not afraid of the dragon gods, with them as hostages, they can restrain Lord Jizun. Have you ever thought about your fate today? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. An invisible and extremely terrifying aura enveloped the Great Elder of the undead spirit race. No. The Great Elder lowered his head and answered, his heart becoming more and more panicked. The Great Elder of the undead spirit race had never seen such a terrifying aura before. Heaven-defying reincarnation. Feng Wuchen urged his soul power and shouted. Then, under the extremely shocked gazes of the Great Elder of the undead spirit race, I Ching Yun, and the others, soul bodies condensed one after another. They were the dead dragon's soul experts. How shocking was this scene! This was even more heaven-defying than heaven-defying. Seeing this scene, the Great Elder of the undead spirit race was completely stunned. Making an enemy out of such a person was simply courting death. Even though the Divine Shadow Guard commander and the Divine Shadow Guards had seen this kind of terrifying divine ability before, they were still stunned when they saw so many experts condensing their soul bodies one after another. They've all been resurrected. I Ching Yun's eyes widened. He was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He never knew that Feng Wuchen had such a terrifying divine ability. Master can even condense soul bodies. In the blink of an eye, he's resurrected more than 20 people. Xiao Wutian was extremely shocked. His entire body was trembling. However, what made Xiao Wutian even more terrified was that the great elder of the undead spirit race's physical body had been destroyed, and his soul body was extremely weak. Xiao Wutian had already seen how terrifying the great elder of the undead spirit race was. He was definitely not someone who the divine Shadow Guard commander and the others could deal with. This could only mean that it was Feng Wuchen who did it. But wasn't Feng Wuchen in the Saint King realm? How could he fight against a Saint Venerable expert? Xiao Wutian could not figure it out. This was the first time Feng Wuchen had resurrected more than 20 people at the same time. The consumption of his soul power was huge. He had almost exhausted all of his soul power. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had seen the people of the Dragon Soul and remembered their aura. Otherwise, even if he had the divine ability to defy reincarnation, he would not be able to bring them back to life. As for the people who had died in the Heaven Battle Sacred Hall, Feng Wuchen could do nothing about it. They've all been resurrected. They've all been resurrected. Seeing the familiar faces, Hualing Tian and the other 7 Dragon Soul experts were filled with excitement and ecstasy. Hualing Tian immediately activated his soul power to help the resurrected people nourish their soul bodies. Soon, they woke up. Knowing that it was Feng Wuchen who had saved them, more than 20 people knelt respectfully. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. "Where's the undead spirit race?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. The great elder of the undead spirit race trembled. Feng Wuchen had indeed spoken. But the great elder of the undead spirit race kept his mouth shut. "Do you think I won't know if you don't speak? The undead spirit race is also in the northern region, not far from here. I can sense that the people of the undead spirit race are scattering and fleeing. This should be the news you sent back, right? But do you think they can escape from me?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. Hearing this, the great elder trembled and knelt down in fear. He begged for mercy. "I beg Lord Supreme to let the undead spirit race live. The undead spirit race is willing to bear everything that the undead spirit race has done. The undead spirit race is willing to submit to Lord Supreme, even if we have to become slaves. Do you think I need to? The undead spirit race is not qualified. How many people did the undead spirit race kill to condense the blood soul pool? Your existence will cause more innocent people to die tragically. Everyone in the undead spirit race must die." Feng Wuchen said coldly. The great elder of the undead spirit race was in complete despair. There was no use in regretting. Everything was too late. The fresh blood of the blood soul pool did not appear out of thin air. In order to cultivate, the undead spirit race killed countless people to create the blood soul pool. Therefore, the undead spirit race must be eradicated. After saying this, Feng Wuchen activated his spacetime divine power and waved his hand. The fleeing undead spirit race clansmen, no matter who they were, disappeared one after another, including the powerful patriarch. When they reappeared, they were all above the blood soul pool. There were more than 1,000 of them. At this moment, the patriarch of the undead spirit race and the other elders were aghast and shocked. This was the moment of despair for the undead spirit race. All of them were teleported here in an instant, and they could not resist at all. This showed how terrifying the person who had teleported them here was. Patriarch. Seeing everyone from the undead spirit clan being teleported here in an instant, the great elder was in complete despair. Great elder. The undead spirit clan patriarch and his clansmen were all stunned when they saw the great elder's weak soul. They could not believe their eyes. The 8-star holy venerable great elder had become a weak soul. Was this still the undead spirit clan's great elder? Great leader, have you not seen them before? Shan Tong asked softly. The great leader shook his head and said, I have not seen any of them. The aura on their bodies is very strange, giving people a very uneasy feeling. I have never heard of the undead spirit clan, let alone know that this clan is so terrifying. The patriarch's aura is on par with our great primogenitor. Although the undead spirit clan only had about 1,000 clansmen, most of them had powerful cultivations. The patriarch was even at the peak of 9-star holy venerable. Other than the great elder, the other 2 elders were holy venerable experts, and there were more than a dozen holy venerable experts. Their strength was absolutely terrifying. Other than that, the undead spirit clan had many holy emperors. They were strong enough to challenge the dragon gods. Peak 9-star Holy Venerable, your strength is indeed not simple. You can go against the great primogenitor of the dragon gods. No wonder you dare to touch my people. Feng Wuchen glanced at the undead spirit clan patriarch and said coldly. The clan elder of the dead spirit clan had an incomparably gloomy face. His ferocious gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen as he gloomily said, Feng Wuchen, I never thought that you would have such powerful strength. It's no wonder that Longsher Shun would confer you the title of sovereign. Are these your last words? Feng Wuchen said coldly. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the undead spirit clan was already destroyed. Since you want to destroy the undead spirit clan, I have no choice but to personally experience your strength. The undead spirit clan patriarch said viciously. An unparalleled terrifying aura erupted, shocking one's soul. Since Feng Wuchen did not plan to let the undead spirit clan go, how could the undead spirit clan patriarch sit and wait for death? Clan leader. The grand elder wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words before they left his mouth. You are not enough. All the sacred masters can come together, Feng Wuchen sneered. Then, he waved his hand and set up a terrifying dragon god barrier. It sealed off the entire sacred mountain range. Get behind me. Feng Wuchen signaled single-eyed and the others to step back. Gloomy and cold murderous aura spread out. The dead spirit race was in a life-and-death situation, so they had to kill the enemy with all their might. Even though they knew that the enemy's strength was terrifying, they were not afraid at all. The patriarch of the dead spirit race stared at Feng Wuchen with ferocious eyes like a venomous snake. He activated the power of a peak 9-star Holy Venerable. He took out his powerful sacred artifact battle armor, sacred artifacts, and sacred weapons. The other two elders and 10-odd holy venerates also brought out their full strength, taking out all sorts of powerful magic treasures. This was the holy power of the undead spirit clan. This was a power that was above Saint Qi, just like the source power of the dragon gods. Buzz. Waves of terrifying power burst out one after another, shaking the dragon god barrier with monstrous power. Facing the 10-odd holy venerates of the dead spirit race, Feng Wuchen was as steady as Mount Tai, without any change in his expression. It was as if in Feng Wuchen's eyes, the 10-odd holy venerates were like ants. However, it was different for the great commander and the others. Their faces were filled with fear and panic. Even though they knew that Feng Wuchen's strength was far above the dead spirit race, the terrifying power of a powerhouse still gave them a strong impact. Brother Hua, what's going on with Master's cultivation? Can he deal with 16 holy venerates? Xiao Wutian asked in a low voice, his face full of fear. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Hua Lingtian frowned. Xiao Wutian immediately shut his mouth. The combat power of the 16 holy venerates was at its peak. Let's fight. Feng Wuchen grinned. The 16 holy venerates roared and shot out like dark purple lightning at the same time. Their attacks were extremely terrifying. Especially the patriarch, who gave people a feeling of invincibility. Humph. The patriarch of the dead spirit race was the first to arrive. He coldly snorted and threw a punch at Feng Wuchen. The moment he threw the punch, the space within the dragon god enchantment instantly collapsed. Boom. Feng Wuchen's expression was grave. He bent his right hand and clawed at the patriarch. With a deafening explosion, he easily blocked the power of a 9-star holy venerate. Moreover, no energy ripples spread out. He's really strong. The holy venerate of the dead spirit race didn't have the slightest corrosive effect. The patriarch of the dead spirit race frowned and thought. He felt like a stone sinking into the sea. It was just a punch, but the patriarch of the dead spirit race felt endless fear. How is this possible? Xiao Wutian's eyes widened. He was scared out of his wits. Such a terrifying punch was blocked by Feng Wuchen? Lord Supreme's strength is actually so terrifying. It's simply unimaginable. Yi Qingyan's whole body trembled. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he was hallucinating. The first elder of the dead spirit race was helpless. Clearly, he had already guessed the result. The dead spirit race's members were all stupefied. At the same time, the attacks of the dead spirit race's elder and the other holy venerates came one after another. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up slightly as he released his hand. Boom. Boom, boom. Feng Wuchen fought against 16 holy venerates alone. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly. However, all their ferocious attacks were blocked by Feng Wuchen. Similarly, no energy ripples spread out. Shan Tong and the others behind Feng Wuchen did not feel any energy ripples at all. It was as if all the power of the attacks had been absorbed. How terrifying were the attacks of 16 holy venerates, however, Feng Wuchen was as steady as a mountain. He blocked all the ferocious attacks. It's too terrifying. Even when the patriarch and the elders worked together, the 16 holy venerates could not deal with him. All the attacks were blocked. The patriarch's strength is already at the peak of the sacred world. How can he not be able to deal with the prime of the dragon gods? Are the prime of the dragon gods so terrifying? Didn't the rumors in the sacred world say that Feng Wuchen just descended from the deity world? How can he have such strength? At this moment, the dead spirit race's members were all filled with fear and despair. Their faces were extremely pale. Even 16 holy venerates could not deal with Feng Wuchen. How were they supposed to fight? Is this all you've got? Who gave you the courage to attack my people? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Use your techniques, the dead spirit race's patriarch shouted. The 16 holy venerates immediately scattered around Feng Wuchen and used their strongest sacred worlds at the same time. Holy technique. Dead spirit annihilation palm. Holy technique. 9 skies dead spirit energy. Holy technique. Holy undead spirit seal. The 16 holy venerates shouted one after another. Streaks of extremely destructive holy technique energy shot out toward Feng Wuchen. Buzz. 16 terrifying forces shook the dragon god boundary. Without the dragon god boundary, these 16 destructive forces were enough to shake the whole holy world and make countless practitioners feel intense fear. Shan Tong and the divine shadow guards held their breaths at this moment as they stared at the 16 terrifying forces with terrified eyes. They might not be able to see such an extremely shocking scene in their lifetime. Looking at the clansmen of the Dead Spirit clan, they clenched their fists tightly and looked extremely nervous. They were all hoping that the 16 Saint Venerables could seriously injure Feng Wuchen. It was an expectant look with the desire to survive. Facing the 16 terrifying forces, Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. He was expressionless as if he didn't see them. Master, don't you plan to dodge? Why don't you make a move? Xiao Wutian said in a panic. Young Master Di Tong. I Qingyan looked at Shan Tong in panic. It's okay. Don't worry. Shan Tong wasn't worried about Feng Wuchen's comfort at all. Boom. Boom. Boom, 16 terrifying saint techniques bombarded Feng Wuchen's body one after another. The deafening explosion mercilessly assaulted Shan Tong and the others' eardrums. Everyone covered their ears as pain surfaced on their faces. He didn't dodge or resist. Even that old bastard Long Shihun didn't dare to be so arrogant. The patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan frowned and looked extremely solemn. Was Feng Wuchen so confident? This brat actually looked down on us. It's too late to regret now. An elder shouted angrily. Obviously, he was very unhappy that Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. How dare you ignore our forces? You're courting death. A Saint Venerable shouted angrily. The clansmen of the Dead Spirit clan became excited. In their opinion, the 16 Saint Venerables could definitely seriously injure Feng Wuchen even if they couldn't kill Feng Wuchen. 16 Saint Venerable experts were definitely not to be trifled with. Something's wrong. The patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan frowned. He had already sensed that something was wrong. 16 terrifying forces bombarded Feng Wuchen's body. It was reasonable to say that the explosive forces should have spread wildly in all directions, but there was no energy ripple spreading out. How is that possible? Our powers are being controlled. One of the elders also sensed this and his expression changed greatly. This is impossible. It's impossible for anyone in the saints' world to be able to do that. Another elder said in horror. He didn't dare believe it at all. Under the bombardment of the 16 saint arts, the energy ripples did not spread. They were like stones sinking into the sea. A gust of wind suddenly swept out, and the terrifying energy ripples instantly disappeared. Feng Wuchen appeared in front of everyone, completely unscathed. He even revealed a faint smile. Hiss, the moment they saw Feng Wuchen, all the members of the dead spirit race sucked in a breath of cold air in fright. They were all stunned, as if they had been petrified. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. Yi Qingyun, Xiao Wutian, and the divine shadow guards were all extremely shocked. The shock of a lifetime added up would not be as intense as today's. Completely unscathed. The dead spirit clan's patriarch was incomparably sluggish, as if he was in a vegetative state. He's actually unharmed? The first elder was extremely shocked. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, it was impossible for him to be unscathed from the attacks of 16 Saint Venerables, right? The Saint Venerables were stupefied. They trembled as if they had seen a demon. Intense fear was written all over their faces. F***CK. Is he still human? He's even more terrifying than a demon. 16 Saint Venerables had used their full strength, their basic treasures, and their strongest saint arts. In the end, they were unable to injure Feng Wuchen at all. How could they still fight? They might as well just stick out their necks and let him chop them off. Intense despair struck the hearts of every member of the dead spirit race. They had completely lost their fighting spirit and confidence. Such an invincible existence was not someone they could contend against. At this moment, the dead spirit race patriarch felt a sense of helplessness that he had never felt before. He originally thought that he was already at the peak of the saints' world. He never expected that there would be an even more terrifying existence. Are you done fighting? It's my turn. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of the dead spirit race patriarch in a flash. He was so fast that no one noticed him. Feng Wuchen's appearance actually made the dead spirit race patriarch take a few steps back in fear. His old face was incomparably pale. He wanted to say something, but he realized that he could not. This kind of fear made his soul tremble. Remember my words. You can touch my people, but you have to bear my wrath. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the dead spirit race patriarch. At this moment, time seemed to stop. The space was deathly silent. The hearts of the dead spirit race's clansmen beat wildly. They all held their breaths. Die. Boom, Feng Wuchen spat out the word die. The deathly silent space suddenly exploded. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the dead spirit race patriarch exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. At the moment before he died, the dead spirit race patriarch could clearly feel that unimaginably terrifying power. Unfortunately, he was instantly killed. A 9-star Saint Venerable expert was killed by Feng Wuchen just like that. Patriarch. The Great Elder and the dozen Saint Venerables' expressions changed drastically. They cried out in horror and grief. They simply could not believe that Feng Wuchen could kill a 9-star Saint Venerable expert with just a finger. It was not that the dead spirit race patriarch was too weak, but that Feng Wuchen was too strong. This kind of terrifying power had already exceeded their scope of understanding. The patriarch was killed. He actually killed the patriarch in one move. What kind of power is this? What is his cultivation level exactly? The patriarch is dead. The patriarch is dead. The dead spirit race's clansmen were filled with endless fear and grief. Everyone regretted provoking Feng Wuchen. Stinking brat. I'll fight it out with you. An elder roared in grief and indignation. His murderous aura soared to the sky as he charged madly at Feng Wuchen. With just this little bit of power, do you think you're worthy of fighting with me? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. Even if I die, I'll still make you lose a layer of skin. Another elder roared in anger. Avenge the patriarch. The Saint Venerable experts were all enraged. They were so angry that they lost their minds and charged out madly. That elder arrived in the blink of an eye. His ferocious fist carried a destructive force as it blasted towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen pointed out with a finger. The Ice Soul ancestor erupted. The moment his index finger touched the elder's fist, the elder's body directly turned into an ice sculpture. A 7-star Saint Venerable elder had fallen. This is the ice attribute power that killed Wu Qi. Shan Tong was greatly shocked. Feng Wuchen immediately waved his hand. The tyrannical power of the ice soul ancestor swept out. In just the blink of an eye, the dozen Saint Venerable experts who had charged over were all turned into ice sculptures. The terrifying ice attribute power spread out rapidly. Everywhere it passed, the dead spirit race's clansmen turned into ice sculptures. Every ice sculpture revealed an intense expression of fear and despair. From today onwards, the dead spirit race will no longer exist in the holy world. Feng Wuchen passed his judgment domineeringly. End of chapter. The space was dead silent. Shan Tong, the great commander, and the divine shadow guards all looked at the void in extreme horror. Above the blood soul pool, the auras of the undead race's holy venerables and holy emperors all disappeared. In just an instant, the domineering and terrifying ice-type power reaped the lives of thousands of undead race members. What kind of terrifying ice-type power was this? No one could imagine it. The undead race's great elder looked at all this in a daze. He was completely petrified. His mind was blank. The undead race that could challenge any major force in the holy world a second ago was all dead in the next second. All this because they did not cherish the opportunity Feng Wuchen gave them. All this because they were arrogant enough to touch Feng Wuchen's people. All this because they offended Feng Wuchen. The undead race was destroyed. The undead race is destroyed. The undead race member swallowed by the black fire could not accept this fact. Do you see it? This is the result of your arrogance that you missed the opportunity bestowed by Lord Supreme. It's also because of you that the entire undead race was destroyed. Zhou Hu glanced at the man swallowed by the black fire and said coldly, "Of course, you undead race deserve to die. You don't deserve to be pitted." "This is retribution," the great commander said coldly. Feng Wuchen killed everyone in the undead race except for the Great Elder and the undead race members who were being tortured by the black fire. The undead race killed countless innocent lives. They deserve to die. Feng Wuchen looked coldly at the undead race's Great Elder and said coldly, "The reason why I didn't kill you is simple. I want you to live with endless regret and fear. This is the result of touching my people." The Great Elder was speechless. His heart was filled with endless regret and pain. Feng Wuchen only wanted to kill the culprit who washed the Heaven Battle Sacred Hall with blood. Because of the Great Elder's confidence in the undead race was destroyed. Hualing Tian, bring them back. Let them recover their bodies as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen looked at Hualing Tian and ordered. "Yes, master." "Master." Hualing Tian said respectfully and immediately left with the Dragon Soul expert. I Ching Yun, from today onwards, you are a member of Single-Eyed Dragon Divine Palace. You will take over all the cultivation resources of the dead spirit race, establish the sovereign spirit race, and occupy the northern region. Bury all the people who died in the Heaven Battle Sacred Hall, Feng Wuchen ordered. The sovereign spirit clan? Shan Tong was shocked. He stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. "Yes, Lord Supreme." I Ching Yun accepted the order excitedly. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and all of the ice sculptures of the undead spirit race collapsed, turning into countless ice shards that fell to the ground. As for the storage rings of all the clansmen, as well as the various powerful sacred and divine artifacts, they all flew towards I Ching Yun. "Shan Tong, it's time for the sovereign spirit clan to be revived," Feng Wuchen said, looking at Shan Tong. Shan Tong clenched his fists and nodded heavily. He said gratefully, "Brother Feng, thank you. Commander, bestow the incantation to all of the divine shadow guards." Feng Wuchen ordered. "Yes, Lord Supreme." The commander accepted the order respectfully. "Old man, I didn't kill you because I'm giving you a chance to take revenge on me, Feng." Wuchen glanced at the Grand Elder of the dead spirit race and said before flying away. Shan Tong, the commander, and the others all left. In the silent Blood Soul Lake, the Grand Elder of the dead spirit race knelt down in the void and said regretfully, "It was Old Man who harmed the dead spirit race. The Old Man is the sinner of the dead spirit race." Boom. Buzz. An earth-shattering explosion came from the Blood Soul Lake, and the Grand Elder of the dead spirit race's aura disappeared. He had exploded and died. Grand Elder. The dead spirit race clansmen who were engulfed by the black fire were suffering endless pain. Lord Supreme, that old man exploded and died, the commander said. Another storage ring. I Qingyun, I'll leave it to you. Feng Wuchen grinned without any sympathy. Yes. Lord Supreme. I Qingyun immediately flew away. It's impossible that no one in the holy world knows about the existence of the dead spirit race. Gu Xuanzuan and the others must know. The three great ancestors might also know about their existence, but it doesn't matter. Someone already noticed when I used the dragon god barrier just now. The holy world is not as simple as I thought. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen, Shan Tong, the commander, and the others returned to the dragon god temple together. After knowing that Long Shihun and the others had come out of seclusion, Feng Wuchen immediately went to find the three great ancestors. In the main hall, Long Shihun and the others were smiling happily. They were full of confidence after mastering the essence of the technique. Looking at the three great ancestors' happy faces, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "It seems that the three great ancestors have mastered the essence of the technique." Haha. Feng Wuchen, the power of this technique is really terrifying. It's many times stronger than the holy technique we cultivate. I dare to say that I can injure that old bastard Gu Xuanzuan with one palm. Long Shitian laughed happily. Three great ancestors, you guys can't have cultivated the other three techniques, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Is there a need to say? Such a terrifying technique, wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't cultivate it? Long Shitian said excitedly. If the three great ancestors knew that the fire attribute technique that Feng Wuchen gave them was only the trashiest of all the fire attribute techniques that Huangyan Emperor had, they would probably vomit blood from anger. Three great ancestors, I have something to talk to you about. It's about the ancient era. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Ancient era? Long Shiyun looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Long Shihun nodded and said, "What do you want to know?" "I'll tell you. The three great ancestors should be very familiar with the ancient era. But what about before the ancient era? That is, before the division of the realms, do the three great ancestors know?" Feng Wuchen asked. The three of them looked at each other, and Long Shihun said solemnly, "We don't know about the existence of Huangyan Emperor, but we do know that there are even more terrifying existences above us, even before we know about the existence of Huangyan Emperor. The three great ancestors really do know that there are even stronger existences above the sacred world." Feng Wuchen nodded. Yes, their existence is somewhat related to the experts of the different realms. We don't know much about them, they don't belong to the different realms, maybe they are from other realms that we don't know about, but I do know that their techniques are called spells, there are changes and other mysterious techniques, they are somewhat different from the battle techniques that we cultivate, but they are also somewhat similar. It should be said that they are a combination of techniques and spells. Long Shihun said solemnly. Spell? Feng Wuchen frowned. Long Shiyun continued, "The powerful technique that you gave us to cultivate should be considered a spell. A battle spell, its power is extremely terrifying." Long Shihun said solemnly, "With our cultivation, it's impossible for us to come into contact with it. Before the division of the realms, the experts who were much older than us all disappeared for no reason. As expected, the realms were already divided before." Feng Wuchen said with certainty. End of chapter. It was divided before the realms were divided? Feng Wuchen's words shocked the three primogenitors. To put it bluntly, it was abandoned just like the Forgotten Land. The existence of the desolate Flame Emperor explained everything. Feng Wuchen shrugged. He was just guessing before, but now he was sure. Long Shihun and the other two nodded in agreement. "But I really want to know what the real magic is like." Feng Wuchen continued. Long Hun shook his head and said, "We don't know what a real spell is like. The technique you gave us to cultivate can be considered a combination of a spell and a technique. The real spell should be even stronger, but it has already exceeded our imagination." Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled, "You'll know in the future." "Okay, I'm leaving." After confirming his guess, Feng Wuchen couldn't be bothered to think too much. He would know when his cultivation broke through the limit of the holy world. Or maybe the expert who unsealed the reincarnation pagoda would give Feng Wuchen an answer. The technique that the desolate Flame Emperor and the others cultivated should be more terrifying than magic. Feng Wuchen thought. Even though he had never seen magic before, Feng Wuchen was very sure. Master, do you really want to know about magic? Just as Feng Wuchen walked out of the hall, the voice of the Heaven and Earth Order emissary came. You're spying on me? Why? Are you and the controller planning to betray me? Feng Wuchen asked in a daze. Master, you've misunderstood. This subordinate never had such thoughts. This subordinate also didn't spy on Master. This subordinate was patrolling the realms and happened to pass by the holy world. I wanted to see Master's situation, so I heard Master's conversation. The emissary said respectfully with a hint of panic in his voice. How much do you know about magic? Feng Wuchen asked. Reporting to Master, magic is called a mortal technique. It evolved from techniques and is more exquisite. It's a technique unique to the ancient immortal world. It's stronger than holy techniques. The emissary said respectfully. Ancient world of immortals? Feng Wuchen was taken aback. He asked curiously, the ancient world of immortals is above the saints' world? The emissary replied respectfully, Master is right. The ancient immortal world is much more powerful than the saints' world. Those are true immortals. They have all sorts of immortal arts that have reached perfection. They also have mystical transformation techniques and so on. They are much more powerful than saint arts. The immortals of the ancient immortal world have the power to destroy the saints' world with a flick of their fingers. What is the ancient immortal plane like? Feng Wuchen asked. The ancient immortal realm is a mystical world. Humans, celestials, gods, saints, and other realms are just mortals in front of the ancient immortal realm. The world Master is in is actually a defeated world. It is one of the many defeated worlds. It is not qualified to stay in the ancient immortal realm. In other words, before Master's world was divided, it was kicked out of the ancient immortal realm. The reason why the experts disappeared was because they were wiped out by the experts of the ancient immortal world. Because the defeated worlds were not qualified to cultivate the immortal arts of the ancient immortal world. After a long time, the ancient cultivators of Master's world became experts through continuous cultivation. Later on, they were divided into humans, celestials, saints, and other realms. However, they did not know about the existence of the ancient immortal world. Because the ancient immortal world has weakened the spiritual qi, even the strongest experts of the saints' world will find it hard to increase their cultivation after reaching a certain level. They will never be able to enter the ancient immortal world. The defeated worlds are not qualified to enter the ancient immortal world. The gate to the ancient immortal world has been sealed. No matter how hard the experts of the saints' world try, it is useless. The order of the ancient immortal world is not under my control. I have no authority to open it. The emissary replied respectfully. Defeated worlds? What does that mean? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Only those who can defeat the experts of the ancient immortal world have the right to stay in the ancient immortal world. Those who lose will be kicked out of the ancient immortal world. The emissary replied. So that's the case. In the end, it's strength. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Compared to the immortal arts, which one is stronger? Feng Wuchen asked again. Of course it's the immortal arts that's stronger. The immortal arts are nothing compared to it. The emissary replied in fear. Thinking about the immortal arts, the emissary was filled with fear. However, the emissary had never seen the immortal arts used by the immortal arts, nor did he know who the immortal arts were. He only knew that the immortal arts were terrifyingly strong. He had no idea whether the immortal arts or the immortal arts were stronger. Hence, he could only give a perfunctory reply. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked, You said that you have no authority to control the order of the ancient immortal world. You're not from the ancient immortal world? Sir, the ancient immortal world is controlled by an ancient immortal being. Even though your subordinate is above the ancient immortal world, I'm just an ant in front of that ancient immortal being. The emissary replied with a bitter smile. Ancient immortal being? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. The ancient immortal being is terrifyingly strong. Even the controller is no match for him. The emissary replied. Then which world are you and the controller from? Feng Wuchen asked. Being above the ancient immortal world but having no authority to control the order of the ancient immortal world, this made Feng Wuchen feel very strange. Your subordinate is from the Pengu world. The Pengu world is stronger than the ancient immortal world. However, the ancient immortal world has the backing of an ancient immortal being. The Pengu world doesn't dare to touch the ancient immortal world. The emissary replied. Above the sacred world is the ancient immortal world. Above the ancient immortal world is the Pengu realm. Above the Pengu realm is the ancient immortal world. Above the ancient immortal world is the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen nodded. Got it. You can go back. Feng Wuchen replied. At this moment, he had already arrived at the treasure pavilion. Welcome, Lord Supreme. Yang Qingkue greeted respectfully. Where's your grandfather? Feng Wuchen looked around and asked. Seeing Feng Wuchen's appearance, Yang Qingkue smiled awkwardly and said, Lord Supreme, grandfather is still in seclusion. That's good. Your grandfather, that old bastard, is very annoying. Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief and said. Yang Qingkue was embarrassed and helpless. He didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to enter the treasure pavilion, Feng Wuchen said, Yang Qingkue, you are now my man. You don't have to keep the treasure pavilion in the future. Do what you need to do. I will look for you if I need anything. Yes. Lord Supreme. Yang Qingkue said respectfully and disappeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen directly went to the 7th floor of the treasure pavilion. Feng Wuchen searched through the treasures on the 7th floor but didn't find what he wanted. Regenerated holy Xian jade is really rare. Even the Dragon God Temple doesn't have it. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Pale Spirit Tower to get it. Feng Wuchen was secretly disappointed and then took away the Holy Spirit Stone. Regenerated holy Xian jade was very rare and precious. It was a kind of top-grade refining material. Moreover, it was a material used to refine spatial treasures. If he used regenerated holy Xian jade to refine a spatial ring, Feng Wuchen would be able to refine a spatial ring with 5 times the space. At that time, he wouldn't need to inject Time God Force. End of chapter. After leaving the treasury, Feng Wuchen arrived at Dragon God Temple's Alchemy Pavilion. Greetings, Lord Supreme. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear, Li Moyang, Zhao Wuya, and Gafeng, the 3 genius alchemists, jumped up in excitement. Why is it only the 3 of you? Where did the others go? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. Only the 3 of them were in such a big alchemy pavilion. Lord Supreme Being, they are following the Great Elder to collect medicinal ingredients. The Great Elder wants us to become Saint Emperor alchemists within 3 years, so we don't need to do anything. We just need to focus on cultivation. Zhao Wuya said excitedly. He raised his head proudly. Feng Wuchen was stunned. Collecting herbs requires so many people? While collecting medicinal herbs, I'm guiding them, Zhao Wuya shrugged and said with a smile. Lord Supreme, you don't know, our Dragon God Temple won first place in the Alchemist Assembly, making all the alchemists of the major forces jealous to death. We are now famous genius alchemists in the holy world. Gufeng laughed excitedly. Will it kill you to not show off? Looking at the 3's arrogant appearance, Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. Hee hee. Li Moyang chuckled and quickly changed the topic. Lord Supreme, how come you have time to come to the Alchemy Pavilion today? I want to ask if the Great Elder has regenerated Saint Xian Jades. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Regenerated Saint Xian Jades? The 3 were shocked at the same time. Zhao Wuya quickly said, Lord Supreme, this is a top-grade material for refining spatial artifacts. It is very rare and precious. Even if there is one, no one will sell it. Our Dragon God Temple doesn't have this kind of treasure. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who doesn't know how rare and precious it is? I want to ask where I can get this treasure. Feng Wuchen said in annoyance. Hee hee, I don't know. Zhao Wuya awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Lord Supreme, why are you in such a hurry to regenerate Saint Xian Jades? Are you refining spatial rings? We heard from the Great Elder, Lord Supreme, do you have any more spatial rings? Can you give us a few as well? It'll help us break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Li Moyang asked excitedly. With a flip of his hand, 3 5-fold space rings appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen explained, these are five-fold space rings, but they will lose their effectiveness once their power is exhausted, so I plan to find regenerated Saint Profound Jade to refine them. This way, I can refine true five-fold space rings. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Li Moyang and the other two expressed their gratitude excitedly. Seems like I can only go to the Pill Spirit Tower. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. He then turned and left the alchemy pavilion. Lord Sovereign. Zhao Wuya hurriedly chased after him and said, the artifact spirit sect of our Dragon God Realm's Zhan province should have regenerated Saint Profound Jade. Even though they are not a subordinate force of our Dragon God Temple, their relationship with our Dragon God Temple is pretty good. Zhan Prefecture's weapon spirit sect? Feng Wuchen had never heard of it. The everlasting snow mountain is in Zhan province. Didn't Sir go there before? The artifact spirit sect is in the south of the everlasting snow mountain. You can ask anyone in Sky Snow City. Li Moyang continued. I'm leaving. You guys cultivate well. Feng Wuchen nodded, then turned and left. Lord Supreme, do you have any more soul crystals? Li Moyang and the other two asked at the same time. Scram. Feng Wuchen's angry scolding came. Take care, Lord Supreme. Come visit us when you have time. The three were scared and immediately bowed respectfully with a face full of smiles. Anyone who saw that cheap face would want to beat them up. The second half of the sentence sounded strange. After leaving the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen rushed to the everlasting snow mountain in Zhan province. It was a good time to give the Saint King Realm Heaven-defying Divine Pearl to Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. In half a month, their devilish cultivation would be over. One day later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the everlasting snow mountain's cloud peak. Greetings, Lord Supreme. As soon as Feng Wuchen's feet touched the ground, Yang Zilan appeared in front of him and respectfully knelt down to greet him. Protector Yang, no need to be so polite. Get up, you don't have to be so polite anymore. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Yang Zilan thanked him. 7-star Saint Emperor, just as I guessed, you have broken through. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. He could tell that Yang Zilan was a 7-star Saint Emperor at a glance. It's all thanks to Lord Supreme's cultivation method and space ring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Yang Zilan smiled gratefully. Feng Wuchen took out some Saint King Realm Heaven-defying divine pearls and gave them to Yang Zilan. These are Saint King Realm Heaven-defying divine pearls. Give them to Xiaoxiao and the others on the last day to cultivate. Yes. Lord Supreme. Yang Zilan respectfully put them away. Where are Xiaoxiao and the others? Are they cultivating in seclusion? Feng Wuchen asked. Madam Supreme went to Sky Snow City. It's too tiring to cultivate for so long, so I let them go out for a walk. Yang Zilan said respectfully. I see. I happen to have something to do at the spirit sect. I'll go to Sky Snow City to find them. I'll go first. Feng Wuchen smiled. After Feng Wuchen flew away, Yang Zilan immediately gave an order. All the forces under the Dragon God Temple, Lord Supreme is about to arrive at Sky Snow City. Anyone who dares to offend Lord Supreme will be killed. Yes, Protector Yang. The leaders of the forces under the Dragon God Temple in Zhan province replied respectfully. Although Yang Zilan hadn't broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, he wasn't someone the Saint Emperors under the Dragon God Temple could disobey. After the order was given, the leaders of the forces under the Dragon God Temple in Zhan province were all frightened. Of course, those who opposed Feng Wuchen didn't pay any attention to him. After half an hour, Feng Wuchen arrived at Sky Snow City. Excuse me, where is the spirit sect? Feng Wuchen stopped a passerby and asked politely. The spirit sect is to the north of Sky Snow City. You'll be there soon. The passerby replied politely. Thank you. Feng Wuchen said politely and walked into the city. Just as Feng Wuchen entered Sky Snow City, he found the Xiaoxia on the streets were running towards the center of the city. Many people had heard the news and left. He didn't know what had happened. After a while, there was a commotion. Feng Wuchen saw a group of people coming from the end of the street. To be precise, it was 3 young masters with a large group of bootlickers following behind them. They kept on flattering him. Everyone, be serious. Lord Supreme Being will be here in a moment. The young man in the lead said coldly and arrogantly. His face was glowing. Brother Fu, don't worry. My grandfather told us to be on good terms with Lord Supreme. We can't make any mistakes. Another man said with a smile. It's rare for Lord Supreme to come to Zhang province. If we can be on good terms with him, it'll be good for us. Another man said happily. Obviously, the forces behind them were all under the Dragon God Temple. They had come to welcome Feng Wuchen. Lock the gate. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The leader shouted. End of chapter. Scram. Scram. Don't block the way. Those who want to enter the city, hurry up. Those who want to leave the city, hurry up. Immediately seal the city gates. All of you scram. Beat up anyone who dares to block the way. Why are you still not scramming? Are you courting death? Some small faction's lackeys all stepped forward and shouted angrily. Some people even directly attacked, punching and kicking. They did not even let off the women and children, they did not have the slightest bit of mercy. Many cultivators were scared and fled one after another. This is simply like a devil entering a village. Seeing this scene, Feng Wuchen's expression became extremely unsightly. And Feng Wuchen, who had just entered the city, undoubtedly became the target of their expulsion. Seeing these deranged and inhumane villains bullying people, and using the banner of Lord Supreme, Feng Wuchen's expression became extremely gloomy, his anger soared to the heavens, his heart was filled with disappointment. This is the behavior of the large faction under Dragon God Temple. This is simply smearing the reputation of Dragon God Temple. Dragon God Temple's reputation will be ruined by them sooner or later. Stinking brat, what are you still standing there for? Why are you still not scramming? Seeing Feng Wuchen not moving, a lackey stepped forward and shouted angrily, wanting to push Feng Wuchen to the side. But Feng Wuchen's deep and serene eyes burst forth with an ice-cold light, scaring the lackey out of his wits. He repeatedly retreated a few steps and directly fell on the ground. Brat, what is the meaning of this? Are you courting death? The leader of the group coldly swept his gaze over and fiercely asked. This man is Zhang Province's Fu family's young master, Fu Hongyun. He is a second-star holy emperor, his strength is extremely strong. Stinking bitch, quickly take your bastard and scram. Otherwise, I will kill you tonight. A large man angrily shouted at a woman, scaring the baby in the woman's embrace and causing it to wail loudly. Scram. The large man angrily shouted and kicked. The woman holding the baby flew several meters and rolled several times on the street. Fortunately, the baby was tightly held in the woman's embrace and was not injured. The woman also only suffered some light injuries. However, this cold-blooded, heartless, and insane scene was seen by Feng Wuchen. Seeing this scene, Feng Wuchen finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and his monstrous rage erupted. Feng Wuchen could not stand the fact that these villains had violently chased them away, but they had attacked the woman who was holding the baby. Bang! Feng Wuchen suddenly stomped on the ground, and with a bang, his body turned into a black lightning bolt and shot out. His fist condensed a domineering power, and his attack was incomparably fierce. Oh? What amazing speed! Fu Hongyun was slightly surprised. Boom! Ah! Feng Wuchen fiercely punched the burly man's back. With a loud bang, the burly man let out a blood-curdling scream. His body flew out and crashed into a building on the side of the street. Feng Wuchen's punch killed the 3-star Holy King on the spot. The death of such a villain was not to be regretted. Feng Wuchen's attack startled the other lackeys. Stinking brat, are you tired of living? Do you know whose path you are blocking? A lackey shouted angrily at Feng Wuchen. How dare you kill in front of young Master Fu? Do you know what kind of big shot young Master Fu is welcoming? Young Master Fu and the others are welcoming the Lord Paragon of Dragon God Temple. If you delay the important matter, you and everyone you know will die. Another lackey shouted angrily. However, Feng Wuchen did not care at all. Instead, he came to the woman's side and helped her up. Are you all right? Feng Wuchen asked with a hint of apology. The woman was bullied because of him. Thank you, I'm fine. You should leave quickly. They can't be offended, the woman hurriedly said, her face filled with fear. You go first. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and pinched the baby's pink little face. After the woman thanked him again, she ran away. Brat, you have guts. You dare to kill in front of this young master. Although he is not one of this young master's people, at least he is helping this young master. You killed him. This is disrespectful to this young master. Do you know the consequences? Fu Hongyun asked coldly, his eyes burning with anger. I don't want to know. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Feng Wuchen's cold attitude immediately angered Fu Hongyun. The latter immediately shot out and punched towards Feng Wuchen. He could kill a saint king like Feng Wuchen with one punch. Feng Wuchen did not dare to take it head-on. He immediately covered his face with his hands. Boom! The ferocious punch blasted out. With a loud explosion, Feng Wuchen's body slid along the street for dozens of meters. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Master, are you all right? Dragon Godsword asked. I'm fine. Fortunately, my physical body is strong. Otherwise, I would not have been able to block his punch. Feng Wuchen replied. His hands were already numb. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen's physical body was, he still felt a piercing pain in his hands. One punch could injure Feng Wuchen. One could see how terrifying a 2-star Saint Emperor's strength was. Oh? You can actually block 30% of this young master's strength. Not simple. Fu Hongyun said coldly. The fierceness in his eyes grew stronger. Clenching his fists, Fu Hongyun said fiercely, this young master wants to see how long you can last. You dare to kill in front of this young master? Pay with your life. Big brother Fu, wait. Just as Fu Hongyun was about to attack again, a man hurriedly stopped him. Sir Supreme should be arriving soon. Don't delay the important matter. Otherwise, none of us can bear the consequences. Hearing this, Fu Hongyun was shocked. He almost lost his head in anger. Brat, consider yourself lucky today. Humph. Fu Hongyun immediately withdrew his hand and glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. However, what Fu Hongyun did not know was that he did not make a move and could be considered to have saved his life. Since they wanted to welcome Sir Supreme, Feng Wuchen could not be bothered with them either. Immediately, he walked into the city and let them slowly welcome him. Activating the Oblivion art, Feng Wuchen's injuries recovered very quickly. Xiaoxiao's aura is over there. Under the detection of his divine sense, Feng Wuchen sensed the auras of Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest. He immediately dashed towards the left side of the city. But when Feng Wuchen rushed over, he discovered that it was a restaurant. And there were even people blocking outside, not allowing anyone to enter. Brat, quickly scram if you don't want to die. Seeing Feng Wuchen stop, a person shouted angrily, his face fierce. I want to go in and look for her. Please move aside. Feng Wuchen said coldly, his eyes flickering with a fierce look. How could Feng Wuchen not see through it? Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were imprisoned by someone. A man shouted coldly, there's no one you're looking for. If you still don't scram, be careful that I kill you. Emissary. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. His icy voice frightened the emissary until his entire body trembled violently. Controlling the emissary's power, Feng Wuchen directly rushed in. The two men guarding flew into the restaurant. Who is it? You actually dare to barge in? Are you courting death? A Saint Lord Realm burly man shouted angrily. A ferocious attack already blasted over. End of this chapter, boom. PFFF. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the attacking burly man was suddenly struck by a horrifying force. There was a loud explosion as the burly man vomited a mouthful of blood and flew out of the restaurant. The Saint Realm burly man died on the spot. At the same time, the other 3 Saint Realm experts' attacks arrived one after another. The attacks were vicious and merciless. Boom. Boom. PFFF. PFFF. Feng Wuchen quickly punched out. It seemed like he only released a single punch, but it sent 2 Saint Realm experts flying. They vomited blood and were crippled even if they didn't die. Feng Wuchen's expression was incomparably cold. The horrifying force frightened the others so much that they didn't dare to make a move. Quick! Quickly go and report to the young lord, one of them said in horror. Immediately, two of them ran out. Feng Wuchen didn't stop them. He directly walked up to the second floor and came to the room where Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were in. Feng Wuchen kicked the door open and entered. Big brother Feng. Big brother Feng. Lord Feng. Seeing that it was Feng Wuchen who came in, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were overjoyed. They finally waited for someone to come and rescue them. Xiaoxiao, Qingqing, are you guys alright? Feng Wuchen asked worriedly. But just as his voice fell, a monstrous fury erupted again. Furthermore, it was a fury that he had never felt before. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were injured. They were injured, and their clothes were torn quite a bit. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lan Yu's faces even had fiery red palm prints. This scene thoroughly infuriated Feng Wuchen. There was actually someone who dared to do such a thing to his beloved wife. This had already strongly touched Feng Wuchen's reverse scale. Monstrous killing intent erupted crazily. Feng Wuchen suppressed his anger and tried his best to control his emotions. He asked, Xiaoxiao, who did it? Big brother Feng, it's Fu Hongyun and the others from the Fu family. We came to Sky Snow City to play today, and just as we were about to return, we met them. They touched us and even injured us. After that, we don't know what happened, so they hurriedly left and even locked us up here. Ling Xiaoxiao said with tears in her beautiful eyes and a trace of fear. Big brother Feng, they even stole the dragon soul token. They went too far. Miao Qingqing added. Feng Wuchen's face turned sinister, and he clenched his fists. His rationality was swallowed up by his monstrous rage. His beloved wife had actually suffered such humiliation in the Dragon God realm. If Feng Wuchen didn't have something to do in Zhangzhou, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of humiliation Ling Xiaoxiao and the others would have suffered. Anger. Monstrous anger made Feng Wuchen lose control. I definitely won't forgive them. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes were scarlet red, he was about to go berserk. The cultivators on the street outside the restaurant were all scared out of their wits by Feng Wuchen's terrifying killing intent. They felt as if they had fallen into an endless dark abyss. That was the feeling of death, at the same time, at the city gate of Sky Snow City. Young master. Not good. Something happened. Two guards ran over in fear. Fu Hongyun frowned and angrily reprimanded, panicking, what are you doing? Making a joke out of yourself? What happened? Young master, someone broke into the restaurant and killed our people. One of them reported in fear. What? Fu Hongyun's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, who is so bold? Who dares to kill my Fu family's people? This subordinate also doesn't know. His strength is very terrifying. Another guard said in fear. Big brother Fu, we can't let him take them away. One of the young masters said anxiously. Such beauties, we can't let this person take them away. Fu Hongyun said fiercely in his heart. But he still has to receive Dragon God Temple's Lord Sovereign. Didn't Protector Yang send an order saying that Lord Sovereign will arrive soon? We have waited for so long but we still haven't seen half a shadow. Fu Hongyun said anxiously. Big brother Fu, Protector Yang did not say that we must receive Lord Sovereign. Another man reminded. Another person also promptly said, Big brother Fu, Lord Sovereign has not arrived yet. We should end this quickly. Even if we receive him late, Lord Sovereign will not blame us. Fu Hongyun nodded and promptly said, you two stay here. If there is any news about Lord Sovereign, immediately report to me. After speaking, Fu Hongyun and the other two immediately rushed towards the restaurant at full speed. Humph. This young master wants to see which blind thing dares to kill my Fu family's people and openly make an enemy out of this young master. Fu Hongyun said gloomily and angrily. His cold killing intent is especially frightening. No matter who he is, no matter who is behind him, he must die today. Another young master gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. 5 great beauties, it was not easy to meet, how could they miss this opportunity? The three of them arrived at the restaurant very quickly and rushed in. Where are they? Fu Hongyun asked angrily. Young master, they are still upstairs. The heavily injured guard quickly said. Hearing the guard's words, the three of them completely relaxed. The beauties are still there. Fu Hongyun's killing intent soared to the sky as he shouted angrily, "Who is it that dares to kill my Fu family's people? Why haven't you come out yet?" Another young master shouted angrily. "Big brother Feng, they are here." Miao Qingqing gritted her teeth and said angrily. While Feng Wuchen was in a rage, Fu Hongyun and the others arrived. Feng Wuchen walked out of the room with a ferocious expression. Ling Xiaoxiao and the other four followed him out. With Feng Wuchen around, they were not afraid at all. Feng Wuchen's scarlet eyes swept over, scaring Fu Hongyun and the other two so much that their hearts trembled. What kind of terrifying gaze was that? Big brother Fu, it's that stinking brat. They seem to know each other. A young master immediately recognized Feng Wuchen. Stinking brat, it's you again. I spared your life just now, but you still dare to court death. Fu Hongyun shouted angrily, his cold killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others walked down, staring fiercely at Fu Hongyun and the other two. Stinking brat, watch me dominate you. A young master shouted angrily and rushed out. His speed and strength were extremely terrifying, his attacks were fierce and merciless. The man arrived in the blink of an eye, his fist shining with blue light smashed towards Feng Wuchen's head. Looking at his posture, if he was hit, Feng Wuchen's head would definitely explode. Brother Feng, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly reminded him. Boom. Pfft. Feng Wuchen clenched his fist tightly, and with an even more terrifying speed, with an explosive sound, it struck the man's chest, and the terrifying force caused the man to vomit blood. His body flew backwards, smashing through the restaurant's door, and flying out of the street. How is this possible? How could he have such power? Fu Hongyun's eyes widened, his face filled with shock and disbelief. After all, he had injured Feng Wuchen with a single punch. How could Feng Wuchen injure a Saint Emperor realm expert with a single punch? Ling Xiaoxiao and the other four were also shocked, their expressions extremely stiff. When did Feng Wuchen possess such terrifying power? Shang Tong. Pass down the order. Zhan State's Fu family. Limitless Temple. Fire Cloud Temple. Everyone from the three great powers, come to Sky Snow City to see me. Immediately. Feng Wuchen roared crazily, the anger in his heart completely erupting. End of chapter. Hearing Feng Wuchen's angry roar, Shan Tong was shocked. Not good. Something has happened. Shan Tong's expression changed drastically as a strong sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. I've never seen Brother Feng so angry. Even when sister-in-law died in battle, Brother Feng wasn't so angry. What happened? Shan Tong broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare to imagine. Shan Tong didn't dare to delay and immediately sent a message to the commander. The commander immediately sent 300 divine shadow guards to Sky Snow City in Zhan Province. Protector Yang. Something has happened. Brother Feng is very angry. Go to Sky Snow City immediately. Shan Tong sent a message to Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan, who was cultivating, immediately guessed that something had happened to Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. She was so scared that she immediately rushed over. Great Protector Xiaoyang, something big has happened. Brother Feng is very angry now. I don't know what happened, but this matter involves Everlasting Temple. I've never seen Brother Feng so angry and out of control. Shan Tong immediately sent a message to Long Xiaoyang before leaving for Sky Snow City in Zhan Province. Out of control? What happened? Long Xiaoyang was scared out of his wits when he heard this. He immediately used teleportation to rush over. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already brought Ling Xiaoxiao and the others to the sky above Sky Snow City. Stinking brat. You can't run. None of you can run. Fu Hongyun roared and immediately chased out. You're quite bold to dare injure the young master of Everlasting Temple. Do you know what the consequences will be? Another young master shouted angrily. The young master of Everlasting Temple gritted his teeth and said angrily, Stinking brat. I guarantee that you won't live past today. Feng Wuchen ignored him. His face was incomparably ferocious as he tried his best to restrain his monstrous anger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the commander of the Divine Shadow Guards had already appeared in the sky above Sky Snow City with hundreds of Divine Shadow Guards. Waves of extremely terrifying aura swept out. The sudden appearance of so many terrifying experts scared Fu Hongyun and the other two silly. These were all experts of the Saint Emperor realm. There were more than 300 people, a terrifying lineup. Everyone in Sky Snow City looked at the sky at the first moment. Their eyes were filled with fear. The appearance of the Divine Shadow Guards made Ling Xiaoxiao and the others feel completely at ease. Seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying appearance, the Great Commander and the Divine Shadow Guards were all scared out of their wits. No one dared to say a word. Feng Wuchen's appearance was too terrifying. When the domain chief saw the state of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others, he finally understood why Feng Wuchen was so furious. Swish, Yang Zilan appeared next. He saw Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao's condition. Yang Zilan's face turned cold. Guardian Yang. Fu Hongyun and the other two were stunned again. Swish. Swish, then, Long Xiaoyang and Shan Tong appeared. Great Guardian. Young Lord Di Tong. Fu Hongyun and the others were scared out of their wits. Just as Long Xiaoyang was about to ask, the lieutenant stopped him and shook his head slightly. Madame Jizun has been bullied. The lieutenant transmitted his voice. Long Xiaoyang and Shan Tong also saw the injuries on Ling Xiaoxiao and the others, as well as the fiery red palm prints and torn clothes. This was the real reason why Feng Wuchen was so angry. How could Feng Wuchen not be angry when his wife was humiliated in his own territory? Fu Hongyun and the two young lords were so scared that they could not speak. They seemed to have realized something. Endless fear and uneasiness surged into their hearts. They saw that Long Xiaoyang and the others had a respectful and frightened expression at this moment. What did this mean? Could he be? Fu Hongyun and the other two's faces showed unprecedented fear. The appearance of these terrifying powerhouses instantly plunged the entire Sky Snow City into a terrifying silence. Everyone was aware that something terrible had happened. At the same time, Fu Clan, a Divine Shadow Guard, appeared in a flash. An extremely terrifying aura swept out wildly. He ordered coldly, Lord Jizun has ordered. Everyone from the Fu Clan is to head to Sky Snow City immediately. Yes, Lord Jizun. Fu Clan had respectfully accepted the order. His old face was very solemn. He had a feeling that something had happened. Everyone from the Fu Clan heading to Sky Snow City was not a good thing. Lord Divine Shadow Guard, can you tell me why Lord Jizun has summoned us? Fu Clan had respectfully asked. The Divine Shadow Guard did not answer and disappeared in a flash. Fu Clan head and the upper echelons began to panic. What exactly had happened? In the sky above Fire Cloud Sacred Hall, a Divine Shadow Guard appeared in a flash. His aura was majestic and awe-inspiring. Lord Jizun has ordered. Everyone from Fire Cloud Sacred Hall is to head to Sky Snow City immediately. The Divine Shadow Guard ordered coldly. Everyone? Fire Cloud Sacred Hall Master was stunned. What was going on? Lord Jizun wanted to meet everyone from Fire Cloud Sacred Hall. Was this a joke? Was the most trashy disciple from Fire Cloud Sacred Hall qualified? Absolutely not. Fire Cloud Sacred Hall Master and the upper echelons realized that something was wrong. In short, something big had happened. The Divine Shadow Guard did not explain and disappeared in a flash. In the sky above Everlasting Temple, another Divine Shadow Guard appeared. Furthermore, it was the Divine Shadow Guard's Grand Commander. So it's the Divine Shadow Guard's Grand Commander. An old chuckle came from Everlasting Temple. The Grand Commander frowned slightly and ordered, Lord Jizun has ordered. Everyone from Everlasting Temple is to head to Sky Snow City immediately. Everyone? Sky Snow City? There are so many people from Everlasting Temple. Are they all going? The upper echelons of Everlasting Temple and many disciples were shocked. Everyone. The Grand Commander said. Grand Commander, what happened? Everlasting Temple Master asked anxiously. He had never heard of such an order. I don't know either. I'm just following orders. After saying that, the Grand Commander disappeared in a flash. After receiving the order, everyone from the three major factions headed to Sky Snow City. No one knew what had happened. However, the more they did not know, the more they panicked when they heard this strange order. After an unknown period of time, everyone from the three major factions arrived at Sky Snow City one after another. There were nearly 10,000 people in the sky above Sky Snow City. When the upper echelons of the three major factions saw Feng Wuchen, their expressions changed drastically. Their hearts thumped as endless fear surged into their hearts. "Greetings, Lord Jizun." The upper echelons of the three major factions knelt down respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Jizun." Everyone from the three major factions knelt down as well. Boom! Seeing everyone from the three major factions kneel down in the air, the entire Sky Snow City was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's ears. He really is Lord Jizun. Fu Hongyun knelt down in fear, his whole body trembling. "It's over. We're dead for sure." The other two young masters were in despair. The person they had offended was actually the Dragon God Temple sovereign that they were welcoming. This was simply courting death. End of chapter. In the sky above Sky Snow City, tens of thousands of people knelt down. Fu Hongyun and the other two knelt down in fear and despair. The expressions of Patriarch Fu, the Everlasting Temple Master, and the Fire Cloud Temple Master changed drastically. Their hearts instantly fell into an endless abyss. Everyone from the three forces was scared out of their wits when they saw Fu Hongyun and the other two kneeling down. The Divine Shadow Guard had personally given the order and even asked everyone to head to Sky Snow City. This had already made them feel uneasy. Now it seemed that they had really caused a disaster. "Lord Sovereign." The Everlasting Temple Master was about to speak. Feng Wuchen's terrifying scarlet eyes suddenly swept over. Pfft. With just a glance, an invisible and terrifying aura directly shook the Everlasting Temple Master to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Long Xiaoyang didn't even speak. How could the Everlasting Temple Master speak? The sudden turn of events scared everyone to the core. The Everlasting Temple Master was a 3-star Holy Venerable. His strength was extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen could injure a 3-star Holy Venerable with just a glance. What kind of terrifying cultivation was this? Lord Sovereign actually has such strength. The Everlasting Temple Master was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it at all. How long had it been since Feng Wuchen ascended to the Holy World? What's with Brother Feng's strength? Ling Xiaoxiao and the other four also had huge waves in their hearts. It was one thing for Feng Wuchen to heavily injure a Saint Emperor with a single punch, but now with a cold snort, he could injure a 3-star Holy Venerable with just his aura. How terrifying was his cultivation to be able to do this? "Big Brother Xiaoyang, kill whoever dares to speak," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Long Xiaoyang nodded slightly. The Everlasting Temple Master didn't dare to speak anymore. "Protector Yang, did you order them to welcome me?" Feng Wuchen looked at Yang Zilan and asked. His cold voice didn't have the slightest bit of human emotion. Protector Yang immediately knelt down respectfully and said, "Lord Sovereign, this subordinate only ordered the major forces of Zhang Province not to offend you. I never ordered anyone to welcome you." "Brother Feng." Ling Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed Feng Wuchen's arm. She was worried that Feng Wuchen would punish Yang Zilan. "Get up. This has nothing to do with you," Feng Wuchen said. His scarlet and terrifying gaze swept towards Fu Hongyun, causing the latter to be extremely frightened. Lord Supreme, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I beg Lord Supreme to spare my life." Fu Hongyun cowed out and begged for mercy and fear. "Hell's Gate!" Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. In the sky above the Sky Snow City, a huge black skeletal gate appeared. As the gate opened, a bloody light burst out, and an extremely horrifying blood chi spread out, causing people to feel extremely uneasy and terrified. What a terrifying death chi! Long Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and was extremely shocked. "It looks like an ordinary magic art, but when used by Lord Utmost Exalted, it's actually so terrifying," said the great leader in alarm. His body couldn't help but tremble. This death chi makes one feel terrified. Judging from its aura, it should be a deity technique, but it gives off a terrifying pressure. What kind of magic art is this? The death chi that is spreading out seems to be able to devour everything. The spiritual chi in the Sky Snow City has all disappeared. The experts of the three major forces were also extremely frightened and uneasy. They had never seen such a strange and terrifying magic art. No one knew what Feng Wuchen wanted to do by condensing the Hell's Gate, but they all knew that it was definitely not something good. Who gave you the guts to use my name to bully others? Do you know the consequences of damaging the reputation of the Dragon God Temple? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Lord Supreme, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Fu Hongyun and the other two kowtowed and begged for mercy in fear. Why did you bully my wife? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His voice was filled with endless cold-killing intent. What? My wife? Fu Hongyun and the other two were completely stunned. They actually dared to bully Lord Supreme's wife. Everyone from the three major forces was stunned. Everyone in the Sky Snow City was stunned. What kind of crime was it to bully Lord Supreme's wife? No one dared to imagine. At first, they wanted to plead for mercy, but now that they heard Feng Wuchen's words, the higher-ups of the three major forces had already given up. Lord Supreme. I didn't know it was Lord Supreme's wife. We really didn't know. Fu Hongyun was so frightened that he was incoherent and did not know what to say. Answer me, why did you bully my wife? If you can't answer, everyone will die. Feng Wuchen asked coldly and waved his hand. Above the void, from the huge Hell's Gate, terrifying bloody hands shot out. The bloody hands were aimed at the people of the three major forces. Each bloody hand grabbed one person and threw them directly into the Hell's Gate. Temple Master, save me. Save me. I don't want to die yet. Lord Supreme, please spare us. This has nothing to do with us. No. Lord Supreme, please spare us. We don't know anything. Young Master, answer quickly. Fu Hongyun. You bastard. You've caused our deaths. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. A large number of cultivators who were thrown into the Hell's Gate begged for mercy in panic. They were unable to resist the terrifying power at all. Lord Supreme, it's all my fault. I had improper thoughts about Lord Supreme's wife, that's why I attacked her. Fu Hongyun replied in fear. Fu Hongyun's reply did not stop the bloody hands from the Hell's Gate. They continued to grab people and throw them in. My wife took out the Dragon Soul token. Why did you take it away? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. What? The Dragon Soul token? The expressions of the higher-ups of the three major forces changed again. No one dared to believe that Fu Hongyun and the rest dared to do such a disgraceful thing. Preposterous. How dare you insult the Supreme Dragon Soul token of the Dragon God Temple? Long Xiaoyang gritted his teeth in anger. A terrifying murderous aura erupted. He wished he could kill Fu Hongyun and the rest with one palm. Lord Supreme, we only suspect that it's a fake Dragon Soul token. We thought that they were just scaring us. A young master immediately replied in fear. Desperate pleas for mercy came from the void. In a few minutes, thousands of people were swallowed by the Hell's Gate. Lord Supreme, this is the Dragon Soul token. Fu Hongyun took out the Dragon Soul token in fear. How dare you? Who in the entire holy world dares to fake the Dragon Soul token? The great leader shouted in anger. Who slapped my wife and Qingqing? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. It's me. Fu Hongyun replied in fear. His face was pale and filled with despair. Divine Shadow Guards, kill 500 people from the Fu clan. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. What? Patriarch Fu and the rest were shocked. They were scared out of their wits. Yes, Lord Supreme. The 300 Divine Shadow Guards attacked without mercy. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, 500 people from the Fu clan were killed mercilessly. They were all turned into blood mist and turned into ashes. There's still me. The severely injured young master said in fear. He could no longer bear the fear in his heart. End of chapter. Divine Shadow Guards, kill 500 people from Fire Cloud Sacred Hall. Feng Wuchen's cold order frightened them. Everyone from Fire Cloud Sacred Hall was dumbfounded. Yes, Lord Supreme. The 300 divine shadow guards attacked again, ruthless and merciless. Boom. 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 Ah. Before Fire Cloud Sacred Hall could plead for mercy, 500 people were mercilessly slaughtered. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone's pale faces were filled with fear, intense fear. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 people were killed. In addition, Blood Hand was constantly throwing people from the 3 major factions into Hell's Gate. In less than 5 minutes, thousands of people had died. Hell's Gate's Blood Hand was still slaughtering. Lord Supreme, we didn't know anything about this. If you want to punish someone, you should punish them. Why do you want us to bear the consequences? A Saint Venerable Elder couldn't take it anymore and asked. Swish, Long Xiaoyang immediately flashed out. He bent his hand into a claw and grabbed the elder's throat. Grand Guardian. That elder was extremely terrified. Fool. Long Xiaotian said coldly and broke the elder's neck mercilessly. Feng Wuchen had already given the order to kill whoever dared to speak. It's not up to you to interfere in how Lord Supreme wants to punish. Long Xiaoyang said coldly. Not to mention Feng Wuchen, even Long Xiaoyang wanted to personally kill everyone from the 3 major factions. Long Xiaoyang's fierce attack scared everyone from the 3 major factions so much that they were trembling in fear. They felt like they were about to suffocate. Who else wants to try? Long Xiaoyang asked gloomily. His fierce gaze made everyone from the 3 major factions tremble in fear. Everyone from the 3 major factions fell silent. Other than fear, there was only fear. Who tore my wife's clothes? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Every question was terrifying. Before the question was asked, Hell's Gate's Blood Hand would definitely not stop. Everyone from the 3 major factions could be caught by Blood Hand and thrown into Hell's Gate. With Feng Wuchen's words, Fu Hongyun and the other 2 were dumbfounded again. Their souls had already flown out of their bodies. They even had thoughts of dying. Fu Hongyun and the other 2 didn't know how to answer. Not answering, Blood Hands continued to slaughter. If he answered, Feng Wuchen would also order the divine shadow guards to kill him. This was simply torture for them. The 3 of them regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. They just had to offend such a terrifying demon. Young lord. Hurry up and answer. Hurry up. Everyone from the 3 major powers was terrified, afraid that they would be the next to be caught by Blood Hand and thrown into the gates of hell. Feng Wuchen didn't rush them. He just looked at the 3 of them coldly. Ah. Screams of despair could be heard coming from Hell's Gate. Fu Hongyun was the first to speak. And me, the other 2 continued to speak. All 3 of them had a share. Seeing that Fu Hongyun and the other 2 had spoken, the people from the 3 major forces gave up. They all had expressions of resignation. Kill 1,000 for each force. Feng Wuchen coldly ordered, and Blood Hands simultaneously stopped their slaughter. Kill 1,000. The fear in the hearts of the upper echelons of the 3 forces had already exceeded the limits of what they could bear. Many of the people from the 3 major forces fainted from fright. Yes, Lord Supreme. The divine shadow guards respectfully accepted the order. Swish. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, the 300 divine shadow guards attacked in cold blood. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly. In less than a minute, 1,000 people from Fire Cloud Sacred Temple and Everlasting Temple were slaughtered. There were less than 300 survivors from the 2 major forces. As for the Fu family, including the patriarch and elders, they were all slaughtered. Feng Wuchen's figure turned into a series of afterimages as he flew out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fu Hongyun and the other 2. Which hand did you use to hit my wife? Feng Wuchen stared coldly at Fu Hongyun as he asked coldly. The Dragon God sword had already appeared in his hand. Lord Supreme, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Fu Hongyun cried as he begged for mercy. The fear in his heart had been completely covered by darkness. Which hand? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. A terrifying aura suppressed Fu Hongyun. Fu Hongyun raised his right hand in despair. Swish. Ah. Feng Wuchen slashed down and chopped off Fu Hongyun's right arm. Blood gushed out as the latter screamed. What about you? Feng Wuchen looked at the other young master who was in despair. The young master also raised his right arm. Swish. Ah. The dragon god sword slashed down again, and an arm flew out. Blood gushed out as the young master screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The fire cloud sacred temple master's face was filled with fear, but he didn't dare to speak. Give me your hand. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at the third young master. Gulp. The young master of Everlasting Temple swallowed his saliva in fear. Then, he reluctantly extended his right hand. Swish. Ah. Feng Wuchen slashed down again. The young master of Everlasting Temple screamed. Due to his heavy injuries, he fainted and fell to the ground. Do you think you'll be fine just because you fainted? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Boom. Pfft. In the next second, Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash and punched Everlasting Temple's young master's abdomen. The tyrannical power forcefully destroyed Everlasting Temple's young master's body and forcefully pulled out his soul. Bang. Ah. With a thought, the black fire was activated and wrapped around the soul of the young master of Everlasting Temple. The burning of the black fire caused the unconscious soul to scream. Spare me, my lord. Spare me, my lord. The young master seemed to be enduring endless pain as he desperately begged for mercy. Feng Wuchen's methods were extremely ruthless, causing one's hair to stand on end. Gulp, seeing the tragic end of Everlasting Temple's young master, everyone's faces turned pale. They swallowed their saliva in fear and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. It was impossible to describe their fear. Boom. Boom, in the next second, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared in a flash. Fu Hongyun and the other two were hit by Feng Wuchen's fist. Their physical bodies were destroyed, and their souls were pulled out at the same time. Ah. The black fire instantly enveloped the two soul bodies. The terrifying divine fire burned, and the two's painful screams resounded throughout Sky Snow City. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the three soul bodies that were engulfed by the black fire flew to the sky above Sky Snow City's gate. This is the result of bullying my wife. I should have killed you directly, but it would be too easy for you. Endure the endless pain and fear and regret. Whoever dares to save the three of them will be my enemy. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word he said was extremely terrifying. Sweeping his cold gaze across the survivors of the three great forces, Feng Wuchen said, from today onwards, Fire Cloud Temple and Everlasting Temple will be expelled from the Dragon God Temple. Within 3 days, whoever remains in the Dragon God realm will be killed without mercy. You can join the Martial Spirit Temple or the Heavenly Devil Clan. You can come back to take revenge at any time. I, Feng Wuchen, will be waiting for you in the Dragon God realm. Supreme Dragon God's latest chapter address, Supreme Dragon God's full text reading address, /27019 Supreme Dragon God TXT download address, Supreme Dragon God's mobile reading address, /27019 for the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the collect button below to record this time. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Supreme Dragon God, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. No one from the three major forces dared to speak. Everyone present was clear that Fu Hongyun and the others had brought this upon themselves. They couldn't blame anyone else. Humiliating Lord Jizun's wife, insulting the Dragon Soul Token, these were all crimes punishable by death. The survivors of Everlasting Temple and Fire Cloud Sacred Hall all left with endless fear. It was already fortunate that they were able to survive. No one dared to care about the life and death of Fu Hongyun and the others. At the same time, the cultivators in Sky Snow City were all petrified. Their pale faces were filled with fear. The entire city was shrouded in an aura of fear. No one sympathized with the tragic fate of Fu Hongyun and the others. On the contrary, many cultivators felt that their hatred had been vented. Because they had brought this upon themselves. Wife, keep the Dragon Soul Token. Feng Wuchen returned the Dragon Soul Token to Ling Xiaoxiao. After all, it was given to Ling Xiaoxiao by Long Shihun. Feng Wuchen had already recovered. The terrifying appearance from before had already disappeared. Lord Jizun, this subordinate has been negligent. Yang Zilan blamed himself. It has nothing to do with you. Protector Yang, take Xiaoxiao and the others back to Cultivate. Half a month later, bring them to the Temple of Rakshasa in the profound Saint World. I still have other matters to attend to. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes. Yang Zilan replied respectfully. Brother Feng, where are you going? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. I'm going to the Tool Spirit sect to see if there are any precious refining materials like the Saint Xian jade. This kind of precious material is not easy to find. Feng Wuchen smiled gently. Then we'll go back to Cultivate. Half a month later, we'll meet at the Temple of Rakshasa. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and left with Yang Zilan. Big brother Xiaoyang, great commander, you guys should go back too. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Xiaotian and the others. Brother Feng, they insulted sister-in-law and the Dragon Soul token. Why didn't you kill them all? Long Xiaoyang asked in confusion. Because they used to be a force under the Dragon God Temple. I gave them a chance because of the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and then flew towards the spirit sect. Great Guardian, let's go. Shan Tong smiled and disappeared in a flash. Let's go. With the great lieutenant's command, the hundreds of divine shadow guards disappeared into thin air. That power just now was not the power of Desolate Flame Emperor. Long Xiaoyang shook his head and left in a flash. The Sky Snow City was dead silent. No one would dare to say a word about what happened today. Spirit Sect. By this time, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the Spirit Tool Sect. The Spirit Sect is a sect that specializes in refining magic treasures. They have quite a few alchemists, and they even have a Saint Emperor alchemist. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen had already sensed many powerful soul powers from the Spirit Tool Sect. The Spirit Tool Sect, as its name suggested, was a sect that specialized in refining magic treasures and divine weapons. It was the only sect in the entire Dragon God realm. The alchemists in the sect mainly focused on refining magic treasures. Almost all the magic treasures of the various forces in the eastern region, as well as countless cultivators, came from the Spirit Tool Sect. A disciple came forward and asked politely, "Is there anything I can help you with?" I am Feng Wuchen from the Dragon God Temple. I have something to discuss with the sect master of the Spirit Tool Sect. Feng Wuchen said politely. So you are an esteemed guest of the Dragon God Temple. If you have a request, I will go and inform the sect master. A disciple greeted Feng Wuchen politely. Feng Wuchen's appearance attracted the attention of many disciples of the Spirit Tool Sect. Soon, the disciple who received Feng Wuchen led Feng Wuchen into the main hall. There were several old men in the main hall. In the main seat was the sect master of the Spirit Tool Sect, Gongsun Wuqing. Feng Wuchen greets the sect master and elders of the Spirit Tool Sect. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and bowed politely. Lord Supreme, please don't. Please don't. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was about to bow, the sect master of the Spirit Tool Sect, Gongsun Wuqing, rushed forward to stop him. Sect Master Wuqing, you know my identity? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Gongsun Wuqing smiled faintly. How could old man not know since he is in the Dragon God realm? Gongsun Wuqing had never met Feng Wuchen before, so he didn't know Feng Wuchen's identity. In fact, it was Yang Xilan who had sent him the message. The great elder beside him smiled and asked, Lord Supreme, may I ask why you have come to the Spirit Tool Sect? Then I'll get straight to the point. I'm here to ask if the Spirit Tool Sect has any Saint Xian jades. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Saint Xian jades? Gongsun Wuqing and the others were stunned and looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. The first thing that came to their minds was that Feng Wuchen knew how to refine spatial treasures. Seeing the surprised looks of the elders, Feng Wuchen was a little disappointed. Even the Spirit Tool Sect doesn't have any? Gongsun Wuqing hurriedly said, No, the Spirit Tool Sect does have such treasures, but not many, only 13 of them. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He quickly smiled and said, Sect Master Wuqing, can you sell me 5 pieces of Saint Xian jades? You can name the price. Feng Wuchen only needed 5 pieces of Saint Xian jades to refine more than a dozen spatial rings with 5 times the capacity. With the Saint Xian jades, Feng Wuchen could refine a true spatial ring with 5 times the capacity, and it would be a saint artifact. A saint artifact spatial ring with 5 times the capacity was definitely a supreme treasure. The elders looked at each other, and Gongsun Wuqing asked tentatively, "Lord Supreme, you know how to refine spatial treasures?" "Of course, I'm looking for Saint Xian jades to refine spatial treasures," Feng Wuchen said straightforwardly, not hiding anything. As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, Gongsun Wuqing and the other elders became excited. "Lord Supreme, if you can refine spatial treasures for us and give us pointers, we'll give you 13 pieces of Saint Xian jades," Gongsun Wuqing said excitedly. "You can't?" Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. "Lord Supreme, how can spatial treasures be so easy to refine?" "It's easy to refine ordinary spatial treasures, but we can't refine spatial rings with 2 or 3 times the capacity. Even the Tower Master of the Pill Spirit Tower can barely refine them. If Old Man can refine them, he'll be qualified to be an elder of the Pill Spirit Tower," Gongsun Wuqing said with a helpless smile. "Tian Xianzi can refine spatial treasures with 2 times the capacity? That old thing doesn't have time divine power, but he can refine spatial treasures?" Feng Wuchen frowned and thought, if that's the case, there must be some powerful material in the holy world that can replace time divine power. The Dragon God Temple probably doesn't have any records. It seems like I have to go to the Pill Spirit Tower to learn more. Sect Master Wuqing, other than Saint Xian jades, are there any other materials that can be used to refine spatial treasures? Feng Wuchen asked. Yes, of course, they're all in the refining pavilion. Gongsun Wuqing nodded excitedly. Take me there. Feng Wuchen smiled. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of material could replace time divine power. Lord Supreme, this way please. Gongsun Wuqing became even more excited. Gongsun Wuqing and a few elders brought Feng Wuchen to the artifact forging pavilion. Inside the artifact forging pavilion, there were many talented artifact forging disciples of the spirit sect. Gongsun Wuqing and a few elders were extremely respectful, which made the spirit sect's disciples curious and shocked. Gongsun Wuqing was a Saint Emperor Realm artifact forging master, a terrifying 2-star Saint Venerable expert. He had a transcendent status in the Dragon God realm. There was no need for them to be so respectful to a junior, right? Who is that brat? The sect master and the elders are actually so respectful. I've never seen him before, but he must have a great background. I can't see the depth of his cultivation, nor can I sense any soul power. He doesn't seem like much. In the artifact forging pavilion, many disciples were discussing in low voices as they sized up Feng Wuchen. Sect Master Wuqing, why didn't the artifact forging sect's disciples participate in the alchemist conference? Feng Wuchen asked. He could see that the disciples were all Saint Emperor Realm artifact forging masters, and they definitely had the qualifications to participate in the alchemist conference. There's no point in participating. It's just a waste of time. Fortunately, the Dragon God Temple won first place this time. This matter can be said to have shaken the entire holy world. Gongsun Wuqing smiled faintly. He clearly knew that the alchemist conference was controlled by Nangong Xian. Feng Wuchen nodded. Gongsun Wuqing and a few elders brought Feng Wuchen to the 3rd floor of the artifact forging pavilion, and then took out the precious materials needed to forge spatial artifacts. Lord Supreme, these are precious materials for forging spatial artifacts. Even the spirit sect doesn't have many of them. This is the Saint Profound Jade. Gongsun Wuqing smiled. Feng Wuchen glanced at it. It was a dark brown jade stone that emitted a powerful spiritual aura. Among the precious materials, there were some that Feng Wuchen had never seen before. Sect Master Wuqing, what material is this? Feng Wuchen picked up a green crystal and asked. He could feel that this crystal was very special. Feng Wuchen was sure that this green crystal was a precious material that could replace the divine power of time. Gongsun Wuqing smiled and said, this is an important material for making spatial magic treasures. It's called Flowing Light Spirit Stone. It has the effect of speeding up the flow of time in spatial magic treasures. As expected, Feng Wuchen said to himself. The Great Elder then added, the flowing light spirit stone can be used to refine a spatial magic treasure that is twice the size. Moreover, according to the age of the flowing light spirit stone and the strength of the spiritual chi, it can be used to refine a spatial magic treasure that is 3 times the size. At the same time, it also depends on the refiner's realm. There shouldn't be many treasures as precious as that in the saint's world, Feng Wuchen smiled. Gongsun Wuqing shook his head and sighed. The spirit tool sect only has one of these. It's very precious and rare. No matter what, the spirit tool sect was a major force that specialized in refining artifacts. Yet, they only had one flowing light spirit stone, which showed how rare and precious it was. What? Just one? Feng Wuchen was confused. He couldn't believe that the spirit tool sect only had one flowing light spirit stone. Seeing Feng Wuchen's expression, one of the elders smiled awkwardly and said, Lord Venerable, the rarity of this flowing light spirit stone is beyond Lord Venerable's imagination. Otherwise, spatial magic treasures would be everywhere in the holy world. Lord Venerable, even the Pill Soul Tower doesn't have many of these treasures. Gongsun Wuqing smiled helplessly. The more precious a treasure was, the rarer it was. With such a rare treasure, Feng Wuchen was inwardly glad that he had the time element God Force. Otherwise, where would he find so many flowing light spirit stones? Feng Wuchen sighed softly and smiled, Sect Master Wuqing, I'll refine a spatial ring for you, and the flowing light spirit stones will belong to me. Good. Gongsun Wuqing said excitedly. Pung, with a thought, the world purification exotic soul fire appeared, and a purple flame ignited in Feng Wuchen's palm. With a wave of his left hand, holy spirit stones, flowing light 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 spirit stones, and more than a dozen other precious refining materials flew over to him. Ancient flame. Gongsun Wuqing and the other elders were shocked when they saw the purple flame and the ancient aura it exuded. The excitement in their hearts exploded to the extreme. The power of flowing light spirit stones is somewhat similar to the time element God Force. Within a certain space, flowing light spirit stones have the power to accelerate the flow of time. It's very special. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. It would be much easier to refine. Sect Master Wuqing, for elders, look carefully. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently and then urged his soul force. However, in the next moment, the excited Gongsun Wuqing and the others instantly felt as if they had fallen into hell. A Saint King Realm alchemist? When Gongsun Wuqing and the others felt Feng Wuchen's domineering soul force, they were instantly dumbfounded. A Saint King Realm alchemist refining a spatial artifact? And a saint artifact, what kind of joke was this? A Saint King Realm alchemist could refine it. Who was he kidding? These were all very precious refining materials. If he failed, they would all be destroyed. Gongsun Wuqing and the 4 elders were burning with anxiety, but due to Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity, they did not dare to say anything. If they had known that Feng Wuchen was only a Saint King Realm alchemist, they would never have taken out such precious materials. At this moment, Gongsun Wuqing and the others' hearts were bleeding. However, just as they were about to despair, a miracle appeared. Feng Wuchen slowed down the refining process and explained the refining method and its essence as he refined. After a few minutes, the dozen precious materials on Feng Wuchen's palm melted and the spirit chi and soul force of the materials completely merged. Then, under Feng Wuchen's control, a prototype storage ring condensed. Finally, an extremely powerful aura spread out. Saint Artifact Space Ring. It went smoothly. Feng Wuchen smiled. There was no pressure or nervousness during the whole process. It was like he was just playing. Did he refine it just like that? Gongsun Wuqing and the 4 elders were dumbfounded and dumbfounded. A Saint King Realm alchemist could refine a Saint Artifact Space Ring so easily. He explained the refining method and refined it at the same time. In less than 10 minutes, he succeeded. This was simply monstrous. How is this possible? He really refined it. It's a Saint Artifact. A top-grade Saint Artifact. Gongsun Wuqing was extremely shocked and his face was filled with disbelief. A Saint King Realm alchemist can actually refine a Saint Artifact Space Ring with thought. The Great Elder was dumbfounded. Those old things in the Pill Spirit Tower couldn't do it, right? Lord Supreme actually managed to refine it so easily. An elder exclaimed in surprise. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it was true even if they were beaten to death. Sect Master Wuching, if I'm not wrong, this should be a triple space ring. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. What? What did you say? Triple space ring? Gongsun Wuching and the others exclaimed in unison. Their old eyes widened to the extreme and their hearts shook again and again. They felt like they were about to suffocate. The age of the flowing light crystal is too young. Otherwise, it should be able to increase it to 4 times. Feng Wuchen smiled. This sentence almost scared Gongsun Wuching and the others into a vegetative state. 4 times. Gongsun Wuching and the 4 elders were dumbfounded. They couldn't have been more shocked. They didn't even dare to imagine. Being able to refine a treasure with 2 times the space would definitely make a name for himself in the holy world. Even if the alchemist's realm wasn't high, he would be on par with the higher-ups of the Pill Soul Tower. A treasure with 3 times the space was a legendary existence. Only Tian Xianxia could refine it in the Pill Soul Tower. Furthermore, he had only succeeded once. After that, he had never succeeded again. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to refine a treasure with 3 times the space. Needless to say, a treasure with 4 times the space was impossible to refine. The fact that Feng Wuchen could casually refine a spatial ring with 3 times the space was already shocking enough. If he could refine a spatial ring with 4 times the space, Gongsun Wuching and the others would probably be in a vegetative state. The Saint Artifact spatial ring is yours. The regenerated Holy Xian Jades are mine. This is what we agreed on before. Feng Wuchen smiled. He put down the Saint Artifact spatial ring and took the regenerated Holy Xian Jades. It was as if a top-grade spatial ring was worthless in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Lord Supreme, please wait. Gongsun Wuching hurriedly said. What? Sect Master Wuching, are you going back on your word? Feng Wuchen asked unhappily. Back on my word? Gongsun Wuching didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly said, Lord Supreme, old man is afraid that you will regret it. This top-grade Saint Artifact spatial ring is priceless. It's not worth exchanging it for a dozen regenerated Holy Xian Jades. Not to mention the spatial ring, even those old bastards in the Pill Soul Tower can't refine a top-grade Saint Artifact. Lord Supreme, no one in the holy world can refine a spatial ring with 3 times the space. Don't you want to consider it? The one who will lose out is Lord Supreme. Gongsun Wuching continued. If it was a spatial ring with 2 times the space, he might have dared to accept it. But this was 3 times the space. It wasn't something a spatial ring with 2 times the space could compare to. How could Gongsun Wuching accept it? Lord Supreme, if the primogenitor and the others know about this, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The great elder hurriedly said. Evidently, they didn't want to go back on their word, but they were worried that Longsher Hun and the others would mistakenly think that Feng Wuchen had been cheated. Don't worry, it's just a 3-fold space ring, it's nothing, Feng Wuchen said nonchalantly. 5 times was nothing to him, let alone 3 times. Only? Gongsun Wuching and the others were completely dumbfounded. It was only now that Gongsun Wuching and the others realized that Feng Wuchen didn't care about some top-grade sacred artifact storage ring at all. For Feng Wuchen, a triple space ring was nothing. It was just an ordinary saint artifact. Heartless Sect Master, if you have more Saint Mysterious Jades in the future, you must leave them for me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Then, he turned around and left. Lord Supreme Being, you haven't given us any pointers on how to refine spatial magic treasures. Didn't we agree on that earlier? Gongsun Wuching hurriedly stopped him. Didn't I just give him some pointers? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He had clearly given him some pointers. Pointers? Gongsun Wuching and the 4 elders were stunned. They looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. No pointers? Feng Wuchen looked at Gongsun Wuching and the others in shock. This? Gongsun Wuching and the others were stunned. When did Feng Wuchen give them pointers? They had refined a saint space ring in the blink of an eye, but they didn't see Feng Wuchen giving them any pointers. I didn't give them any pointers? I clearly gave them pointers just now, but why didn't they know anything? Did I really not give them any pointers? That's not right, I remember giving them pointers. Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. He was also a little confused. I didn't give them any pointers? I didn't give them any pointers? Feng Wuchen muttered to himself as he left. Gongsun Wuqing. Gongsun Wuqing and the others only came back to their senses after Feng Wuchen had left for a long time. Now that I think about it, Lord Supreme really did give us pointers just now, an elder said in a daze. Another elder nodded and said, okay, it seems like there is such a thing. I remember Lord Jizun said that the power of the flowing light crystal and the void spirit stone exist together, and, yes, and the regenerating Saint Mystic Jade can stabilize the flowing light crystal's power. What did he say after that? Maybe we didn't listen to Lord Supreme's pointers when we were doubting him just now. The great elder guessed. There were some vague memories in his mind. Think carefully. This is a priceless treasure. Think quickly. Think quickly. Gongsun Wuqing said anxiously. Feng Wuchen's pointers, and it was about the refining method and essence of a space magic treasure. The Pill Soul Tower didn't have such a precious thing. They actually doubted Feng Wuchen when he gave them pointers. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Lord Supreme, please wait. Gongsun Wuqing chased after him. The four elders also rushed out. How could they miss such an important thing? What? Lord Supreme? Hearing Gongsun Wuqing's anxious roar, the spirit sect's disciples were all startled. The Dragon God Temple's Lord Supreme was actually a junior. Sect Master Wuqing, do you really want to join the Pill Soul Tower? Feng Wuchen asked. Gongsun Wuqing quickly said, that's right. So, please give us some pointers. I can help you join the Pill Soul Tower and become an elder of the Pill Soul Tower, but I have a condition. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. What condition? Please tell me, Lord Supreme. Gongsun Wuqing said excitedly. Several days later, in the Dragon God Temple's Supreme Pavilion. The 5-time space ring is finally complete. 12 regenerating Saint Mystic Jades to refine 18 5-time space rings. The harvest is really good. Feng Wuchen said with a satisfied smile. But 18 isn't enough. We need more regenerating Saint Mystic Jades. The Dragon God Temple doesn't have this treasure, and the Spirit Sect doesn't have it. We can only go to the Pill Soul Tower to ask for it. Feng Wuchen said with a grin. Master, regenerating Saint Mystic Jades is so precious. It's not easy to obtain a large amount. Even if the Pill Soul Tower has it, they won't give it to Master without a certain benefit. Moreover, Nangong Xian is Master's enemy. Dragon Xinjian said respectfully. Nangong Xian is really a headache. Feng Wuchen nodded, then sneered, however, I have a way to deal with those old bastards. As long as I can get a treasure that can move their hearts, I'm not afraid of not getting the regenerating Saint Mystic Jades. My wife and Qingyang are about to finish their cultivation. I have to go to the Pill Soul Tower before they finish their cultivation. But before that, I have to go to the Saint Elixir Pavilion first. The Heavenly Void Soul Stone has been used up, and I'm just a step away from becoming a Saint Lord Alchemist. Feng Wuchen thought. It's a pity that it will delay a lot of cultivation time. I'm afraid that their cultivation has surpassed mine. My Yuan Spirit Avatar is now cultivating. I can only hope to break through to the 5-star Saint King realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. After leaving the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen immediately rushed to the Saint Elixir Pavilion. End of chapter. Spirit Sect. A storage ring floated above Gongsun Wuqing's palm, exuding a powerful aura. However, it was not the top-grade Saint Artifact space ring that Feng Wuchen had refined before, but a divine artifact space ring. The refining method and essence of spatial magic treasures is really mysterious. In 9 days, I was only able to comprehend some of it, but it was enough to refine a spatial magic treasure that was twice as big. Moreover, the improvement of my state of mind has actually caused my soul power to undergo an earth-shaking change. I'm not far from a breakthrough. Lord Supreme only used half a flowing light spirit stone to refine a space ring 3 times as large. Fortunately, this sect master has used the remaining half of the flowing light spirit stone to refine a space ring 2 times as large. Sir Supreme is too terrifying. Although he is only a Saint King realm alchemist, Sir Supreme's state of mind has already reached an unimaginable level. Compared to those old bastards from the Pill Spirit Tower, Sir Supreme is many times stronger. Alchemists aren't powerful just because they have a high cultivation level. What matters most is the state of mind of the alchemist. Lord Supreme Being, I will definitely remember your words. Since you have helped me, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. I will never forget this kindness. Gongsun Wuqing was very excited as he looked at the space ring 2 times as large. However, it was all because of Feng Wuchen's guidance. Without Feng Wuchen's guidance, Gongsun Wuqing would not have been able to refine a space magic treasure in his lifetime. With a thought, Gongsun Wuqing withdrew from the space ring 3 times as large. Only 3 days had passed in the outside world. The 4 great elders had been waiting in the hall for 3 days. Sect Master, how was it? Seeing Gongsun Wuqing, the great elder hurriedly asked, his old face full of excitement and ecstasy. Sect Master, did you succeed? Another elder asked anxiously. Gongsun Wuqing nodded, then opened his palm and showed them the space ring 2 times as large. Seeing the divine artifact storage ring, the 4 great elders were overjoyed. Although this sect master is still unable to refine a space magic treasure with single thought, I did not disgrace Lord Supreme and successfully refined a space ring 2 times as large. Gongsun Wuqing smiled happily. Great! Our spirit sect will definitely shake the holy world. Sect Master will definitely become an elder of the Pill Spirit Pagoda. The 4 elders were extremely excited. Gongsun Wuqing was already able to refine space rings twice the number of space rings. Once he became an elder of Pill Spirit Tower, his status would be on par with Nangongxian and the others, perhaps even surpassing them. For elders, follow me to the Pill Spirit Pagoda immediately. I'd like to see who else dares to look down on our spirit tool sect. Gongsun Wuqing said proudly, full of confidence. Sect Master, that old bastard Nangongxian might not agree to let you become an elder of the Pill Spirit Tower. The great elder frowned. Gongsun Wuqing grinned coldly and said, now that I can refine a magic treasure with twice the space, whether or not I become an elder is no longer important to me. Moreover, they will beg me to join. I can't wait to see their shocked expressions. After Feng Wuchen's guidance, Gongsun Wuqing deeply realized that the Pill Spirit Pagoda was just an ant in front of Feng Wuchen. At the same time, he was also shocked by Feng Wuchen's frightening mental state as an alchemist. Gongsun Wuqing's goal was no longer the Pill Spirit Pagoda, but Feng Wuchen. Only Feng Wuchen could bring him a greater improvement. Sacred Pill Pavilion. Under Shui Yuner's management, the Sacred Pill Pavilion had become the largest shop in the 9 states. It had far surpassed the Sacred Pill Pavilion that Huang Fukong managed. Shui Yuner also became famous because of this. But because of this, it attracted the dissatisfaction of even more major forces because the existence of the Sacred Pill Pavilion had gradually affected their interests. However, the major forces of the 9 states did not dare to make a move, but they did play a lot of small tricks. After all, even the immortal Kuei Great Emperor had suffered in the Sacred Pill Pavilion. How could they dare to mess around inside the Sacred Pill Pavilion? Pavilion Master, recently, the major forces of the 9 states have been suppressing us very much. Moreover, they are pushing their luck. Many cultivators who came to the Sacred Pill Pavilion to buy treasures or sold treasures to us had their hands and feet broken inexplicably. Some even lost their lives. This has already made many people fearful. An elder said in a deep voice, his old face extremely ugly. Not only that, many people and some forces are pointing their spears at us. There is also a group of people who deliberately spread rumors, saying that eating our pills will cause their cultivation to regress, that there will be a backlash, that the spiritual liquid has no effect, that the healing pills will cause their injuries to worsen, that their treasures are damaged, that their runes cannot be activated, and so on. This has already damaged the reputation of our Sacred Pill Pavilion. Another elder said in a deep voice. Shui Yuner frowned slightly. She was naturally aware of these things, but she had not made a move. Pavilion Master, after our secret investigation, we found out that it was a few major forces of the 9 states who were secretly playing tricks. Since they dared to make a move, it means that they have a major force behind them. Although they are only using some despicable methods now, the impact on our sacred pill pavilion is not small. Huang Fukong said solemnly. Shui Yuner nodded and said, I also guessed it. That's why I haven't made a move. I want to know who is supporting them from behind. We haven't found out yet. They are very well hidden. Knowing that we have the heavenly shrine behind us, they still dared to make a move. It can be seen that their strength must be very terrifying. Huang Fukong shook his head and said. They might be afraid of Lord Sovereign's identity. Before they find out Lord Sovereign's identity, they won't easily expose themselves. We can't panic or be anxious. We have to wait for the best opportunity. Shui Yuner said solemnly. But if this continues, it will cause great damage to our sacred pill pavilion. If we can't deliver the goods that many forces of the 9 states, Central State, Zhan State, and other small and large forces want in time, we will have to pay for it. If we exhaust Lord Sovereign's gold coins, how will we explain it? We can't afford such a torment. Great Elder's face is full of worry. At this moment, there are still many people cursing outside the sacred pill pavilion. There are even people smashing things and slandering the sacred pill pavilion. It seems that the sacred pill pavilion has been in a lot of trouble recently. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's faint laughter sounded as he walked into the main hall. Greetings, Lord Sovereign. Shui Yuner, Huang Fukong, and the others immediately greeted him respectfully. Lord Sovereign, this matter is my. Shui Yuner said with a face full of self-blame. This has nothing to do with you. I already know about the matter. There are many people cursing outside. Feng Wuchen interrupted without the slightest worry. Lord Sovereign, what should we do now? Huang Fukong asked. Feng Wuchen looked at Shui Yuner and asked with a smile, Yuner, what do you think? It's just a small matter. Our sacred pill pavilion can handle it. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. We must find out who is supporting them. Shui Yuner said solemnly. The error-free chapters of Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme's bar updates the fastest. Which forces are messing with us now? Feng Wuchen asked. Reporting to Lord Supreme, it's the Purple Profound Holy Palace, Fire Dark Sacred Palace, Ninine Profound Sect, and Fierce Sun Pavilion. They are even stronger than the 7 major forces back then. It is said that the Purple Profound Holy Palace's Palace Master has already advanced to the level of a 1-star Saint Emperor. The other 3 forces also have 8-star or 9-star Saint Emperors. Their strength is far above ours. Huang Fukong said respectfully. Lord Supreme, since these 4 forces dare to make a move, the people behind them are probably not weaker than the Heavenly Law Great Emperor. Shui Yuner guessed. Feng Wuchen nodded and said casually, since they want to court death, we can only fulfill their wish. However, they must not break the rules of our sacred pill pavilion. Otherwise, we will compensate them 100 times. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Shui Yuner, Huang Fukong, and the others couldn't help but think of the 7 major forces. At that time, they were simply overjoyed. Lord Supreme, how should we deal with them? An elder asked. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and said with a smile, that's too simple. Just wear them down. Wear them down? Shui Yuner, Huang Fukong, and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Feng Wuchen prepared a storage ring and handed it to Shui Yuner. He said with a smile, it doesn't matter how much we lose. Since someone wants to deal with the sacred pill pavilion, let them see the solid foundation of our sacred pill pavilion. Lord Supreme, this is? Shui Yuner looked at the storage ring in puzzlement. 100 billion gold coins. Feng Wuchen grinned. As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, Shui Yuner, Huang Fukong, and the others were so frightened that they almost lost their balance. Their faces were petrified, and their souls were scared out of their wits. 100 billion gold coins, what kind of terrifying number is that? 10 billion is already shocking to Shui Yuner and the others, let alone 100 billion, this is completely beyond their imagination. 100 billion. Huang Fukong's old eyes almost fell out. Supreme Sovereign, you're not joking, right? Shui Yuner asked in shock, her jade-like hand holding the storage ring trembling uncontrollably. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled, I'm not joking. If they want to play, then I'll play with them. Your mission this time is to destroy them. Even if you lose 100 billion gold coins, I'll give you 200 billion gold coins. In any case, you just have to kill them. What? Pay? It doesn't matter even if we pay? 200 billion? Shui Yuner, Huang Fu, and the others were once again dumbfounded. That was 100 billion gold coins. Did Feng Wuchen not care at all? It's not wrong to capture the leader first, but this is too easy for them. When dealing with the enemy, you must be ruthless. Once the four major forces are destroyed, the people behind them will naturally appear. It's simple and violent. There's no need to waste time investigating. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and smiled. Of course, if they use force, then there's no room for negotiation. We'll just destroy them. Feng Wuchen continued with a smile. Feng Wuchen has never been afraid of anyone when it comes to gold coins, let alone when it comes to force. Hearing Feng Wuchen's domineering words, Shui Yuner and Huang Fukong's hearts trembled. Lord Supreme Martial Artist was indeed extraordinary. Yuner, with this 100 billion gold coins, how do you plan to deal with them? Feng Wuchen looked at Shui Yuner and asked. Hearing this, Shui Yuner pondered for a moment and frowned. Supreme Sovereign, with this 100 billion gold coins, it won't be difficult to destroy the four major forces. Moreover, it will only take a month for them to completely collapse. Let's hear it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Some time ago, when they used despicable methods, they took the opportunity to purchase a large number of treasures at a low price. Our sacred pill pavilion lowered the price of various goods and dealt with them by losing money. At the same time, we raised the price by 3 times to purchase all kinds of heavenly treasures. Once the news spread out, not only the cultivators of the 9 provinces, but also the Zhan province, the Central province, and other regions will choose our sacred pill pavilion. In this way, their goods can only be sold at a low price. They can't buy them at 3 times the price like us. As time passes, their own consumption will be enough to give them a headache. They definitely won't be able to hold on for a month. At that time, we will send people to buy their shops at a high price. In short, we won't let them earn a single gold coin. We will make them slowly lose money. Shui Yuner's words were powerful, and each of them carried a ruthless force. Haha. Not bad, not bad. After listening, Feng Wuchen laughed with satisfaction. Lord Supreme, if that's the case, we will lose a lot of money. Shui Yuner said. Feng Wuchen said with an indifferent smile, just destroy them. It doesn't matter if we lose money, we will earn it back in the future. The purpose of doing this is to let those restless forces see our ability. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, to be honest, I bought the sacred pill pavilion not to make money, but to purchase all kinds of precious and rare treasures. You will know in the future. So, I don't care if we lose money or not. Besides, we will earn it back in the future. Feng Wuchen said with a confident smile. Shui Yuner, Huang Fu, and the others were stunned again, not knowing what to say. Okay, let's start immediately. Let them see the power of our sacred pill pavilion. Just treat it as a loss of 100 billion gold coins. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Shui Yuner, Huang Fu, and the others were speechless. Also, spread the news that we are buying flowing light crystals and regeneration Saint Profound Jades. Whoever wants to sell them must bring a condition. Feng Wuchen continued. Flowing light crystals and regeneration Saint Profound Jades? Shui Yuner, Huang Fu, and the others were petrified on the spot, dumbfounded. Lord Sovereign, these 2 materials are extremely precious. This old man has been in the sacred Dan Pavilion for many years, but I have only been lucky enough to see the reborn Holy Profound Jade. I have never seen the flowing light crystal before. Huang Fukong said in shock, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. I know, just spread the news. The Dragon God realm is so big, there must be people who have them. If not, spread it to other regions. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen then took the heavenly void soul stone and some heavenly treasures and left. As soon as Feng Wuchen left, Shui Yuner immediately passed down the order. The latest news. All the treasures of the sacred pill pavilion, including the blood lotus seed and other low-grade treasures, are to be bought at 3 times the price. Moreover, all the treasures of the sacred pill pavilion will be sold at 3 times the price. I also heard that the news came from the sacred pill pavilion. Pavilion Master Shui Yuner personally gave the order. Buying at 3 times the price and selling at 3 times the price? Has Pavilion Master Shui Yuner's head been kicked by a donkey? This is a losing business. Selling at 3 times the price? Could it be that the previous rumors are true? There's something wrong with the pills and spirit liquids of the sacred pill pavilion. Who cares if it's true or not? Everyone, quickly sell the treasures to the sacred pill pavilion. Buy whatever you need. In less than 4 hours, the news spread throughout the 9 prefectures, causing the various forces and countless cultivators to be shocked. As soon as the news spread out, the sacred dam pavilion exploded, a large number of cultivators poured into the city, and the streets of the city were filled with people. All kinds of treasures were thrown to the sacred dam pavilion, and a large number of cultivators bought them crazily. There were even people who bought the treasures of the sacred dam pavilion and sold them to the sacred dam pavilion. Although their methods were despicable, the sacred dam pavilion did not care as long as they did not go overboard. Rich people were so willful. Of course, with so many people lining up, it was difficult for such a small trick to be realized. As for the previous rumors, they were directly ignored. The news also spread to the Purple Profound Holy Palace. The upper echelons of the Ninine Profound Sect and the other major forces all gathered at the Purple Profound Holy Palace. The news from the Sacred Dam Pavilion shocked and puzzled them. What is that little girl Shui Yuner trying to do? Raising the price by 3 times and selling it at 3 times the price, this kind of loss-making business is definitely the style of the Sacred Dam Pavilion. The Ninine Sect Master said doubtfully. Don't underestimate that little girl. That girl is very smart. It seems to be a loss-making business, but she dares to try it. By doing this, she is undoubtedly declaring war on us. The Purple Profound Holy Palace's Palace Master said coldly with a proud expression. The Pavilion Master of the Fierce Sun Pavilion said solemnly, this little girl is indeed very smart. The Sacred Dam Pavilion also knows that we have bought a lot of goods and bought them at 3 times the price. All the business has been snatched away by her, so who will buy our goods? If we raise the price by 3 times, who will be willing to sell it to us? She is planning to fight a war of attrition with us. A small Sacred Dam Pavilion dares to fight a war of attrition with us? Reckless, that little girl is still too inexperienced. That old thing Huang Fu Kong doesn't have the guts to fight a war of attrition. The Fire Dark Holy Palace's Palace Master sneered disdainfully. The 4 major forces had deep foundations, and they were not inferior to the Sacred Dam Pavilion. Fighting a war of attrition was undoubtedly courting death. The Sacred Dam Pavilion has indeed grown a lot during this period of time, but isn't that little girl underestimating us too much? If we don't make a move, the Sacred Dam Pavilion will collapse. An elder sneered. Purple Profound Palace Master, what do you think? The 9th Shade Palace Master asked. The Purple Profound Palace Master's old face turned serious as he said in a deep voice, that little girl is not simple. She should be very clear about the situation of our 4 great forces. The Sacred Pill Pavilion alone is definitely not a match for us. With our understanding of Shui Yuner, she is definitely not a reckless and stupid person. But she still dares to take this step. That is confidence, not arrogance. Confident? Everyone frowned. Fire Nether Hall Master shook his head and said doubtfully, this Hall Master can't think of where this little girl's confidence comes from. The Temple of Heavenly Law? We don't care about it now. It has only just begun. We are not in a hurry. Let's see how long the Sacred Dam Pavilion can last. An elder said coldly. The Purple Shan Palace Master nodded and said, let's wait and see. After a few days, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion was still like this. The city was so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. As for how much they lost, Shui Yuner and the others don't care. The 4 great forces are quite calm. They haven't made a move yet. Huang Fukong sneered. He was looking forward to the regretful expressions of the four great forces. The great elder sneered, the four great forces still don't know who they have offended. They will regret it later. Shui Yuner smiled and said, the four great forces have deep foundations and are very confident in their own strength. Of course they can remain calm. It has only just begun, they can still afford to wait. After half a month, they will definitely not be able to sit still. We will do as Lord Sovereign says, and it is also the best way. With 100 billion gold coins, even if the Sacred Dam Pavilion loses 100 million gold coins a day, they can still support it for a long time. There is no need to worry at all. Reporting to Pavilion Master, that person is here again. A guard entered the hall to report. Hearing this, Shui Yuner's face instantly turned pale and powerless. Yuner! Quickly come out and see me. An arrogant and unbridled voice was heard. Huang Fukong glanced at Shui Yuner and said, Pavilion Master, we can't go on like this. Although we don't know your relationship with him, nor do we know what happened between the two of you, this person is too much. He comes to make trouble every few days. Just drive him away. Useless trash. The great elder shouted angrily. Forget it, give him some more gold coins and let him go. Shui Yuner said weakly. Pavilion Master, what exactly happened? Tell us, we can help you solve it. It's not a good idea to drag it on. Huang Fukong asked. Don't interfere, Shui Yuner said weakly. But before she could finish speaking, a young man barged in. Pavilion Master, we don't dare to stop him. A guard said helplessly. Stinking brat. You've got guts. How dare you barge in? Do you believe that old man won't cripple you? Huang Fukong shouted angrily. His old face was gloomy and he wished he could slap this person to death. Old thing, don't scare me. I don't believe you dare to cripple me. The man sneered arrogantly, not taking Huang Fukong seriously at all. Huang Fukong was furious and a terrifying murderous aura burst out. He raised his hand, wanting to teach the man a lesson. Senior Huang Fu, don't. Shui Yuner hurriedly stopped him. Pavilion Master, this stinking brat is trash. Why are you protecting him? Huang Fukong said gloomily, finally lowering his raised hand. Senior Huang Fu, I'm sorry. Shui Yuner blamed herself. What? You're the Pavilion Master of the Sacred Pill Pavilion now, aren't you? You don't even put your big brother in your eyes? The young man said arrogantly. Big brother? Huang Fukong and the three elders couldn't help but be taken aback. No wonder Shui Yuner always spoke humbly to this man and didn't dare to order him to teach him a lesson. No wonder Shui Yuner didn't let others interfere. It turns out that this man is Shui Yuner's big brother. Shui Yuner didn't say anything because she didn't want to air her family's dirty linen. No wonder this man dared to barge in unscrupulously and didn't put Huang Fukong and the others in his eyes. Shui Qingshan, what do you want now? Shui Yuner asked angrily, tears flickering in her beautiful eyes. She hated and feared this big brother of hers, but there was nothing she could do. Shui Qingshan sneered arrogantly and said as if it was a matter of course, I don't want anything. Big brother has no money and little sister is the Pavilion Master of the Sacred Pill Pavilion, so I came to take some and also some pills for cultivation. I just gave you 100,000 gold coins a few days ago, and now you're asking again? Do you still want face? You're so old yet you still rely on your little sister? Do you know what shame is? You're a useless piece of trash. The great elder shouted angrily, so angry that his old face twitched. Old bastard, I'm asking my little sister for it. What does it have to do with you? Who cares about you? Who do you think you are? Shui Qingshan cursed. Shui Qingshan. I'm warning you, don't be rude to the great elder and the others. Shui Yuner shouted angrily. Yo! Shui Yuner, your wings have hardened. You dare to talk to me like this? Shui Qingshan's face darkened. Preposterous. You arrogant bastard, you're simply lawless. I must teach you a lesson today, you useless trash. The first elder was incomparably furious. He could no longer bear it. Old thing, try me if you dare. Shui Qingshan sneered arrogantly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking very confident. Xianxia's cultivation wasn't high. He was only a 3-star Saint King. With the first elder's Saint Emperor strength, teaching Xianxia a lesson was as easy as flipping his hand. First elder, don't. Xianxia hurriedly stepped forward to stop the first elder. Pavilion master, don't stop, old man. If we don't teach this arrogant bastard a lesson, he won't know how to restrain himself. The first elder shouted angrily. Huang Fukong and the others were furious. If Xianxia hadn't stopped them, Xianxia would have died countless times. Xianxia, what do you want? Xianxia asked angrily. Xianxia sat down arrogantly and crossed his legs. Originally, I just wanted to take some gold coins and leave. After all, the Sacred Pill Pavilion is so lively now. I didn't want to delay anything. But this old thing insisted on teaching me a lesson, so I changed my mind. Xianxia, you're now the pavilion master of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. It shouldn't be difficult for you to arrange a job for me. Why don't you give me the title of elder? I'm your brother after all. I can't be a guard, right? Xianxia grinned. Hearing this, Xianxia almost went mad with anger. A useless trash like Xianxia wants to be a manager of the Sacred Pill Pavilion and an elder. Xianxia didn't even think about it and shouted angrily, Xianxia, don't even think about it. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins now. You'd better leave immediately. Xianxia shrugged and said shamelessly, then I'll stay in the Sacred Pill Pavilion. That's not up to you. Huang Fukong shouted angrily. He immediately grabbed at the air and a powerful force trapped Xianxia. Old thing, you dare. Xianxia shouted angrily. Senior Huangfu, don't kill him. Xianxia turned pale with fright and panicked. Huang Fukong snorted angrily and threw Xianxia out of the hall. Old thing, I'm the elder brother of your pavilion master. How dare you disrespect me? I will definitely make you regret this. Xianxia roared in exasperation. Throw him out. Huangfu ordered. Immediately, a guard rushed over. Xianxia, you dare to treat me like this, I will definitely make you regret it. Don't think that I don't dare. Xianxia shouted angrily again, and was finally thrown out of the Sacred Dam Pavilion by the guards. Xianxia's pretty face is incomparably pale, flustered, and worried. Pavilion master, what happened? Seeing Xianxia's panicked appearance, Huang Fukong asked as an elder. Pavilion master, this isn't the first time this has happened. That brat wants a yard after taking an inch. He will definitely be even more arrogant in the future. Seeing the pavilion master being bullied and humiliated, we don't feel good either. Don't hesitate anymore. Hurry up and tell me. The great elder asked anxiously. Senior Huangfu, great elder, I'm sorry for humiliating you. Xianxia blamed herself. Xianxia was silent for a long time and then said, Xianxia was picked up and raised by my parents. He is older than me, so he can be considered my elder brother. When he grew up, he never listened to discipline. After cultivating, he often attacked my parents. My parents regretted it very much, but they couldn't get rid of him. They tried to escape several times, but he still found them. Later, he captured my parents and threatened me, and even wanted to rape me. My parents threatened him with their lives, so he didn't dare to touch me. Because of this, my parents were imprisoned by him. I could still see them before, but I haven't seen them for a long time. At the end, Xianxia was already sobbing. Her heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Bastard! You're worse than a bastard. Huang Fukong flew into a rage. His killing intent soared to the sky, and his lungs were about to explode. He's simply inhumane and deranged. We shouldn't have let him go. The 3 great elders cursed. Xianxia hurriedly said, we can't kill him. If we kill him, my parents will also die. Force him to tell us where your parents are, and then kill him. The second elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. It's useless. He cast a terrifying spell on my father and mother. Also, his blood essence has already fused into my father and mother's bodies. Once he dies, my father and mother won't be able to live either. I don't even know where my father and mother are imprisoned. Shui Yuner panicked. Preposterous. How could there be such a despicable and shameless bastard? Huang Fukong gritted his teeth and said angrily. With our cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to break the spell, but we still can't force Shui Qingshan's blood essence out. Without a strong enough cultivation, there's nothing we can do. We must report this matter to Lord Sovereign. The third elder said quickly. Huang Fukong nodded and said, Lord Sovereign must have a way. Even if Lord Sovereign can't do it, Ancestor Long and the others must be able to. I also thought of asking Lord Sovereign for help, but Lord Sovereign has already helped me too much. I can't repay him in this life. I don't want Lord Sovereign to see my cowardly side. I don't want to disappoint Lord Sovereign. Shui Yuner said sadly. If you don't say anything, you'll disappoint Lord Sovereign. Since Lord Sovereign trusts you so much, I can't disappoint Lord Sovereign. If something happens to you, I'll be letting Lord Sovereign down. You still have to deal with the four great forces. You can't disappoint Lord Sovereign. The great elder sighed. Shui Yuner still wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Pavilion Lord, don't worry. Pavilion Master, don't worry. Shui Qingshan won't kill your parents so easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live either. This old man will immediately send someone to the Luosha temple. It has been hard on you all these years. You are very strong. Lord Jizun has chosen you, so he can't be wrong. Everything will be fine. Thank you, Senior Huangfu. Shui Yuner nodded. After pouring out her heart, she felt much better and saw hope. Profound Sage Territory, Temple of Rakshasa. Have Qi Xiao and the others returned? As soon as he arrived at the temple, Feng Wuchen sensed the auras of Qi Xiao and the others. Has the heavenly demon race been monitoring the Temple of Rakshasa? They probed last time, so I'm afraid they're going to make a move this time. Feng Wuchen thought, not taking it to heart. Big brother Feng, you're finally back. Qi Xiao and the others came out. What's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked. Qi Xiao solemnly said, a few days ago, the Martial Spirit Temple sent someone over, saying that since Big Brother Feng is the Dragon God Temple's sovereign, they're giving us time to evacuate from the Profound Sage Territory. Without the Martial Spirit Temple's consent, no one from the Dragon God Temple is allowed to set foot in the Profound Sage Territory. Otherwise, they'll be killed without mercy. Then let them kill us. Feng Wuchen shrugged, looking indifferent. Qi Xiao, come with me to the Pill Spirit Pagoda. The others stay behind to guard the palace. Feng Wuchen continued. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others soon arrived. Big brother Feng, why are we going to the Pill Spirit Pagoda? Qi Xiao asked. To get treasures. Feng Wuchen indifferently replied. End of chapter. Big brother Feng, are you really okay? That's the Martial Spirit Temple. Xiao Yun asked worriedly when he saw that Feng Wuchen was so calm that he didn't even put the Martial Spirit Temple in his eyes. The Martial Spirit Temple's strength was definitely not below the Dragon God Temple. Their forces were spread across the four major regions of the Southwest, North, and Black Sea. Moreover, they had colluded with the Sky Devil clan. With such terrifying strength, the Martial Spirit Temple wouldn't joke around. If a war really broke out, the Martial Spirit Temple wouldn't be afraid at all. Su Qingfeng frowned and said worriedly, Big brother Feng, this happened a few days ago. If the Martial Spirit Temple comes at this time, we won't be able to protect the Temple of Rakshasa. They didn't come, did they? If you don't want to cultivate, help me inquire about the Saint Xian Jade. Feng Wuchen said casually and flew away. Big brother Feng isn't worried, why are you so worried? Qi Xiao said and immediately chased after him. Xiang Chongjue curled his lips and said, maybe we're thinking too much. Big brother Feng is the supreme of the Dragon God Temple. He's not even afraid of swaggering in the Profound Saint territory. Let's not worry blindly. Let's go inquire about the Saint Xian Jade. Wait, the Saint Xian Jade? It's a top-grade material for refining spatial magic treasures. Xiang Chongjue immediately reacted and was dumbfounded on the spot. It's not easy to find the Saint Xian Jade. Big brother Feng wants to refine spatial magic treasures. Su Qingfeng and the others were shocked and excited at the same time. Not long after Feng Wuchen and Qi Xiao left, the Sky Devil clan members who were secretly monitoring also chased after them. They're monitoring the Temple of Rakshasa. It seems that they're waiting for me to appear. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly as he sensed that the Sky Devil clan members had caught up. Along the way, the Sky Devil clan members didn't make a move and kept a certain distance. This made Feng Wuchen feel a little strange. My lord, we've waited for so many days. Why didn't you make a move? Feng Wuchen wants to go to the Pill Spirit Pagoda. We can make our move now. A Heaven Devil asked. Many of our clansmen have already died in his hands. If we act rashly, we will only alert him. Since Feng Wuchen dares to step into the profound saint world so unscrupulously, he must have a trump card. Moreover, our mission is not to deal with Feng Wuchen, the leading man from the Heavenly Devil clan said solemnly. Great Elder Nangong Xian, Feng Wuchen is on his way to the Pill Spirit Tower. The leading Heavenly Fiend clan expert immediately sent a message to Nangong Xian. Inside the Pill Spirit Tower, Nangong Xian's face turned dark after receiving the news. It seems that this elder's guess is right. Feng Wuchen, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you really think that the Martial Spirit Temple doesn't dare to touch you? You're courting death. Long Shuling won't be able to protect you. Nangong Xian said viciously. Nangong Xian was certain that Feng Wuchen wouldn't withdraw the Temple of Rakshasa from the profound saint world, so he specially sent someone to inform him. Xia Yuqing, immediately bring people to kill Feng Wuchen. He's on his way here. Leave his corpse intact. Nangong Xian directly gave the order. Kill Feng Wuchen? Xia Yuqing was stunned and asked uncertainly, Great Elder, do we really want to kill Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen was the supreme of the Dragon God Temple. Killing him meant starting a war with the Dragon God Temple. Both sides would suffer. The Martial Spirit Temple has already given them a chance. Ignoring the Martial Spirit Temple is equivalent to insulting the Martial Spirit Temple. If they insult the Martial Spirit Temple, they must die. Wu Qi died in the Dragon God realm, so why can't Feng Wuchen die in our profound saint world? Nangong Xian said coldly. Yes. Great Elder. Xia Yuqing said respectfully and immediately set out with a few saint emperors. Nangong Xian had already given the order, so Xia Yuqing didn't dare to question it. Feng Wuchen, since it's the Great Elder's order, I won't be merciful this time. If you kill the Supreme of the Dragon God Temple, Lord Gu Xuanzuan and the Great Elder will definitely reward you heavily. You better be prepared. Xia Yuqing sneered fiercely in his heart and clenched his fists. Last time at the Pill Spirit Tower, it could be said that Xia Yuqing had lost a lot of face and he was still brooding over it. Now that he had the chance to kill Feng Wuchen, Xia Yuqing wouldn't be merciful. An hour later, Xia Yuqing and the three saint emperors arrived at a sacred mountain. Let's wait here. Feng Wuchen will definitely pass by here. Xia Yuqing sneered and looked forward to it. On the way to the Pill Spirit Tower, Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned and looked ahead. Big brother Feng, what's wrong? Qi Xiao asked. Feng Wuchen stopped and said expressionlessly, Since you're coming for me, show yourself. Lord Supreme, we meet again. As soon as Qi Xiao finished speaking, a cold laugh came from the void. That's Xia Yuqing's voice. The genius alchemist of the Martial Spirit Temple. Qi Xiao frowned deeply. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Three figures shot over from a sacred mountain. They were Xia Yuqing and the other two saint emperors. What's the matter? Feng Wuchen glanced at Xia Yuqing and asked. Xia Yuqing crossed his arms and chuckled softly. Originally, it was nothing. But because you trespassed into the profound saint world, something happened. The Martial Spirit Temple saw that you were the supreme of the Dragon God Temple and gave you a chance out of respect for the three ancestors of the Dragon Gods. It's a pity that you didn't listen. Ignoring the Martial Spirit Temple means death. So much nonsense. Aren't you still trying to kill me? Just say it. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. He wasn't worried at all. Xia Yuqing shrugged and sneered contemptuously. Feng Wuchen pointed at Qi Xiao and smiled. Qi Xiao is originally from the profound saint world and not from the Dragon God Temple. Can he leave? Of course. As long as he's not from the Dragon God Temple, the profound saint world will welcome him. Xia Yuqing grinned coldly. His goal was to kill Feng Wuchen. He didn't care about others. Qi Xiao, go to the Pill Spirit Tower and find someone called Gong Sun Wuqing. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Okay. Qi Xiao transmitted his voice and immediately flew away. Wake up, Feng Wuchen. Xia Yuqing sneered and a majestic aura began to spread out. Buzz buzz. The tyrannical power of the seven-star Saint Emperor burst out. Resplendent green light flashed and waves of air spread out like a gale. Wherever the tyrannical power passed, the space trembled. Xia Yuqing, it's been so long since the alchemist conference, but your cultivation hasn't improved at all. Why? Are you bullying me with numbers? Feng Wuchen asked with a playful look. Don't worry. They're just here to watch the show. I alone am enough to deal with you. Feng Wuchen, I won't be merciful this time. Xia Yuqing sneered and his eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yuqing immediately stepped on the void and turned into a green lightning bolt that shot out. He arrived in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc and sneered, Oh? Is that so? You're so confident? End of chapter. Emissary, lend me some power. The power of an 8-star Saint Emperor will do. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice transmission, the emissary immediately lent his power to Feng Wuchen. What? Are you so scared that you don't dare to move? Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't move, the contempt on Xia Yuqing's face increased. Xia Yuqing didn't care about a mere Saint King at all. He could kill him with one palm. Boom! Xia Yuqing ruthlessly slammed his palm on Feng Wuchen's chest without any mercy. Humph! With just you, how is this possible? Xia Yuqing's palm fell, and the contemptuous sneer on his face instantly stiffened, replaced by shock and disbelief. Countless scenes of Feng Wuchen's tragic death appeared in Xia Yuqing's mind, but none of them appeared before his eyes. What's going on? How can Feng Wuchen block Xia Yuqing's power? A Saint Emperor expert said in shock. He didn't even use his power. He completely blocked it with his physical body. Isn't he a Saint King? Another Saint Emperor expert was also shocked, his face full of disbelief. The power of a 7-star Divine Emperor, when the palm fell, couldn't shake Feng Wuchen at all. Was this a Saint King cultivator? Absolutely not. You can't block my power. Absolutely impossible. Xia Yuqing said with a face full of shock, his expression extremely stiff. Feng Wuchen slowly grabbed Xia Yuqing's wrist and sneered, Xia Yuqing, a 7-star Saint Emperor isn't very strong. Do you think you can kill me now after injuring me last time? You underestimate me too much. Ah. As Feng Wuchen spoke, the power of his claw became stronger. Xia Yuqing's face twitched, and finally, he couldn't help but scream. You're clearly a Saint King. It's impossible for you to have this kind of power. Xia Yuqing said in shock. The pain in his wrist made him feel like it was about to break. Feng Wuchen sneered, What, I can't have this kind of power. Stop. Stop it. My hand is about to break. Xia Yuqing cried out in panic. The pain of broken bones spread throughout his body. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Xia Yuqing. The two Saint Emperors turned pale with fright. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Xia Yuqing shouted angrily, cold sweat dripping down his back. Terrifying power erupted as the two Saint Kings immediately took action. Their strength was on par with Xia Yuqing's. In the blink of an eye, one of them flashed above Feng Wuchen, while the other flashed behind Feng Wuchen. Their auras locked onto Feng Wuchen, and at the same time, they launched ferocious attacks. Boom boom. Feng Wuchen coldly snorted. His fist collided with the man's, and he allowed the other man to punch him in the back. How is that possible? The feeling of power has disappeared. The man who attacked Feng Wuchen's back seemed to have punched Feng Wuchen, but he felt his strength disappear instantly, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. What tyrannical power! The man who had collided with Feng Wuchen felt his hand bones shatter. He was terrified. You. What is your cultivation level? You can't have this kind of power. This isn't the power of the dragon gods. Xia Yuqing asked in fright, his voice trembling. Crack. Ah. Feng Wuchen forcefully clenched his fist, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. White bones broke through his flesh, and blood flowed out. Xia Yuqing's face twitched, and he screamed once more. How can trash like you understand my power? Feng Wuchen disdainfully sneered. Coldly glancing at the man above him, Feng Wuchen coldly shouted, Scram! Boom! Pfft! A tyrannical power suddenly erupted from his fist, and with a boom, the man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What kind of power is this? He can injure me with just his physical body. Is he a Saint Emperor? The man was terrified. His entire arm felt like it was crippled. Boom! Pfft! At the same time, Feng Wuchen swept out with his foot. With a boom, the Saint Emperor behind him spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The speed of the attack was so fast that he couldn't even react. He's definitely a Saint Emperor. The man was terrified. At this moment, he felt like his entire body was falling apart. At this moment, Xia Yuqing was so terrified that he couldn't speak. His body was trembling violently. Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength was far beyond his imagination. Xia Yuqing, who sent you? Nangong Xian or Gu Xuanzuan? Feng Wuchen coldly asked. His cold gaze stared at Xia Yuqing as if he was looking at a dead man. Grand Elder sent me, Xia Yuqing replied in terror. Feng Wuchen's terrifying gaze made him feel like he had fallen into hell. So it was that old bastard Nangong Xian. Feng Wuchen coldly smiled and pulled. Crack. Ah. Feng Wuchen forcibly broke Xia Yuqing's arm. Blood wildly gushed out. Xia Yuqing let out a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered. How does it feel? Feng Wuchen coldly smiled and asked. You actually dare to break my arm? Xia Yuqing was terrified and furious. He angrily roared at Feng Wuchen. You asked for it. Why wouldn't I dare? Do you believe that I won't dare to kill you? Feng Wuchen shrugged, as if he wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth. His cold and terrifying gaze made Xia Yuqing's soul tremble. He didn't even dare to speak. Pa. Pfft. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen slapped him. With a crisp sound, Xia Yuqing spat out blood and a few teeth flew out. Do you want that old bastard Nangong Xian to save you? Feng Wuchen coldly smiled and asked. Feng Wuchen's slap directly stunned Xia Yuqing. As a genius alchemist of the martial spirit temple, his status was extraordinary. Who would dare to humiliate him like this? An intense feeling of humiliation instantly spread throughout his body. Xia Yuqing was instantly enraged, and his monstrous rage erupted. Feng Wuchen, if you dare to kill me, don't even think about leaving the profound sage world alive. Xia Yuqing gritted his teeth and said angrily. The anger in his heart almost erupted. Pa. Pfft. Feng Wuchen slapped him again, causing Xia Yuqing to spit out blood again. His face was red and swollen. Feng Wuchen coldly smiled and said, So what if I kill you? Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. A trash like you isn't qualified to die in my hands. Xia Yuqing, I should have killed you. Since that old bastard Nangong Xian sent you, I will spare your life as a gift to Nangong Xian. Help me pass a message to that old bastard. If he wants to kill me, he can come. I am in the profound sage world. Get lost. Feng Wuchen coldly smiled and punched Xia Yuqing's abdomen, sending him flying. The terrifying power heavily injured Xia Yuqing. By the way, let me remind you. Don't provoke me again. Otherwise, I will kill you. I don't put the martial spirit temple in my eyes. Feng Wuchen coldly said and immediately flew away. Feng Wuchen. I will never forgive you. Xia Yuqing gnashed his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent soared to the sky. End of chapter. Pale Soul Tower. Qi Xiao told Gong Sun Wuqing what had happened. Xia Yuqing wants to kill Lord Supreme? Gong Sun Wuqing was stunned at first, then he sneered, if he wants to kill, then let him. As long as Xia Yuqing doesn't regret it, then it's fine. Hearing this, Xiao was stunned and thought to himself, Big Brother Feng can defeat 3 Saint Emperors? Seeing Xiao's worried expression, Gongsun Wuqing patted Xiao's shoulder and smiled faintly, Don't worry, Lord Supreme will be fine. Dragon God Temple won't watch Lord Supreme get killed. There will definitely be experts protecting Lord Supreme in the dark. Hearing this, Xiao felt that Gongsun Wuqing's words made sense. But what they didn't know was that there really was no expert protecting Feng Wuchen in the dark. Let's go, follow me to the Pill Soul Tower. Lord Supreme should be here soon. Gongsun Wuqing smiled faintly and headed to the Pill Soul Tower's main hall. Is Big Brother Feng really fine? Xiao was still worried. Gongsun Wuqing came this time to join the Pill Soul Tower and become one of its elders. Gongsun Wuqing was very confident. Above the Pill Spirit Tower, Feng Wuchen flew over and successfully arrived. The Sky Demon race people who were secretly watching also disappeared after Feng Wuchen defeated Xia Yuqing and the other 2. Greetings, Lord Feng. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear, the guards of the Pill Soul Tower bowed respectfully. They didn't know Feng Wuchen's true identity. They only knew that Feng Wuchen came from Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen's name shook the entire Pill Soul Tower during the Alchemist Convention. All the alchemists of the major factions remembered his name. It was also because of Feng Wuchen that the genius alchemists of Dragon God Temple crushed the genius alchemists of Pill Soul Tower and Martial Soul Temple, obtaining first place in the Alchemist Convention. I'll have to trouble you to bring me to see the Pill Soul Tower's master and elders. Feng Wuchen smiled politely. Whoosh! The moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in a flash. The newcomer was the genius alchemist of the Pill Spirit Tower, Xianxia. Lord Feng, this way please. The pagoda master and the elders are in the main hall. The sect master of the weapon spirit sect, Gongsun Wuqing, is also in the main hall, Xianxia said respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Feng Wuchen nodded and followed Xianxia into the main hall of the Pill Spirit Tower. At this moment, an extremely shocking scene took place in the main hall. The great hall fell into a short period of deathly silence. Xianxia, the elders of the Pill Spirit Tower, and the others were filled with intense shock and disbelief. This was because Gongsun Wuqing had successfully refined a spatial ring with twice the size of a normal spatial ring in front of Xianxia, the 3 elders, and the higher-ups. Spatial magic treasure. Inside the hall, Xianxia and the others exclaimed in unison, all of them staring at the space ring with wide eyes. How is this possible? Gongsun Wuqing can actually refine a spatial magic treasure. Nangongxian was extremely shocked in his heart. His old face was stupefied, and he didn't dare to believe it. A magic treasure with double the space. He only used half a flowing light crystal to refine a magic treasure with twice the size of a normal spatial magic treasure. It can't be wrong. Second Elder Qing Shuzi exclaimed, his old face full of shock. That's right. It is indeed a magic treasure with twice the size of a normal spatial magic treasure. Xianxia said in shock, Sect Master Wuqing's refining method is very magical, and the refining speed is very fast. Even I wouldn't dare to say that I can refine it so easily, let alone succeed in one try. Sect Master Wuqing's refining method is very powerful. Even I couldn't see through the profound meaning behind it, Xianxia said in shock. In the Pill Spirit Tower, other alchemists couldn't refine spatial magic treasures except for Xianxia. Now that Gongsun Wuqing had successfully refined it in one try, how could the others not be shocked? Nangongxian, what do you think? Am I now qualified to be an elder of the Pill Spirit Tower? Gongsun Wuqing asked with a faint smile as he glanced at the shocked Nangongxian. Nangongxian was speechless. Even Xianxia was ashamed of his inferiority, and Nangongxian couldn't refine spatial magic treasures at all, so he had no right to object. As far as I know, Great Elder Nangongxian can't even refine a powerful saint weapon, let alone a spatial magic treasure, Gongsun Wuqing said with a cold smile, not giving Nangongxian any face. You. Nangongxian was furious. His old face was ferocious, but he couldn't say anything. Nangongxian, although I'm only a Saint Emperor alchemist, I can refine a magic treasure with twice the size of a normal spatial magic treasure. According to the agreement, you have no right to object, Gongsun Wuqing said again. he finally had the chance to slap Nan Gongxian in the face. Nan Gongxian's old face was extremely gloomy. "Of course, if you still object, I don't care," Gong Sun Wuching said with a cold smile. He didn't care about the position of an elder of the Pill Spirit Tower at all. Sect Master Wuching, according to the agreement, as long as you can defeat Great Elder, you have the right to be an elder of the Pill Spirit Tower, Tian Xianxia quickly said with a smile. This sentence recognized Gong Sun Wuching as an elder. Gong Sun Wuching could refine a spatial ring with twice the size of a normal spatial magic treasure, but Tian Xianxia couldn't do it. Keeping Gong Sun Wuching would undoubtedly increase the strength of the Pill Spirit Tower. After all, spatial magic treasures were just too rare. I indeed can't refine spatial magic treasures. Since Sect Master Wuching has defeated me, I have nothing to say, Nan Gongxian said coldly, suppressing the anger in his heart. Tower Master, Feng Wuchen from the Dragon God Temple is here, Xianxia reported respectfully. Oh? Feng Wuchen is here? Tian Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others were overjoyed, and their expressions became excited. Big brother Feng is fine, Qi Xiao was completely relieved. Feng Wuchen slowly entered the hall with a harmless smile on his face. Feng Wuchen greets Tower Master and seniors. Big brother Feng, are you all right? Qi Xiao hurriedly asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged, what can happen to me? It's just a group of 3 trash. Feng Wuchen? The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, Nan Gongxian's old face changed greatly, and his face stiffened. Feng Wuchen's appearance in the Pill Spirit Tower meant that Xia Yuqing and the others had failed, but, was this possible? How could a mere Saint King defeat Xia Yuqing and the other 2 Saint Emperors? Could it be that there were experts from the Dragon God Temple secretly protecting them? Xia Yuqing. What happened? Why did Feng Wuchen appear in the Pill Spirit Tower? Nan Gongxian immediately asked through voice transmission. Great Elder, we were hit by Feng Wuchen. He broke one of my hands. He's not a Saint King, he's a Saint Emperor. Xia Yuqing replied in fear. Saint Emperor? Nan Gongxian's face changed greatly. Feng Wuchen had just ascended to the Holy World not long ago. No matter how high his talent was, or how fast his cultivation speed was, it was impossible for him to step into the Saint Emperor realm. Great Elder Nan Gongxian, you don't look good. Did you do something wrong? Feng Wuchen looked at Nan Gongxian and asked with a smile. Tian Xianxia and the others didn't know what Feng Wuchen meant, but they knew about the grudge between the Dragon God Temple and the Martial Spirit Temple. Humph. Nan Gongxian's face turned ugly as he glared at Feng Wuchen. If they weren't in the Pill Spirit Tower, Nan Gongxian would have killed Feng Wuchen with a single palm strike. Nan Gongxian squinted his eyes and snorted, Lord Supreme Master has hidden himself well. Great Elder Nan Gongxian, I have a big gift for you. You will receive it. I hope Great Elder will accept it. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, looking like he was asking for a beating. Humph, I hope your gift can satisfy me. Nan Gongxian said coldly with anger in his voice. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said casually, I can't guarantee that, but I believe it will make Great Elder Nan Gongxian very excited. Feng Wuchen purposely emphasized the word excited. Everyone in the hall could tell that the conversation between the two was filled with a hint of gunpowder. Tian Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other, then at Nan Gongxian. They seemed to have guessed what had happened. It's an honor for Lord Supreme Master to visit the Pill Spirit Tower. Tian Xianxia said happily. With the Pill Spirit Tower's strength, it wasn't difficult to find out Feng Wuchen's identity. After all, Nan Gongxian already knew. Feng Wuchen wasn't surprised at all. Tower Master, I hope I didn't disturb you. Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Tian Xianxia waved his hand and said happily, no, Lord Supreme Master is too polite. Please take a seat. Thank you, Tower Master. Feng Wuchen thanked him politely. Seeing Tian Xianxia being so polite to Feng Wuchen, Nan Gongxian's face turned gloomier, but he didn't say anything. After all, this wasn't the Martial Spirit Temple. Lord Supreme Master, what brings you to the Pill Spirit Tower? Tian Xianxia asked politely with a smile. It's nothing, just some small matters. We'll talk about it later, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Glancing at Gong Sun Wuching, Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, Master Wuching, how is it? Have you become an elder of the Pale Soul Tower? Lord Supreme Being, the position of elder of the Pale Spirit Tower is no longer that important to our sect. Our sect merely wants to let some people know that they should not underestimate anyone, and even more so, should not think that they are all that powerful. Gongsun Wuqing said respectfully. After he was done speaking, he even took a look at Nan Gongxian. The certain people that Gongsun Wuqing spoke of was naturally Nan Gongxian. Supreme Master, Master Wuqing has fulfilled his promise with the Great Elder. Naturally, he is now an elder of the Pale Spirit Tower. Everyone in the Pale Spirit Tower knows about this. Naturally, he will not go back on his word. The Great Elder will not object. From today onwards, Master Wuqing will be an elder of the Pale Spirit Tower, Qingsu quickly explained. Since Qingsu had said it in front of everyone, it was impossible for Nan Gongxian to object even if he wanted to. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded his head and glanced at Nan Gongxian. He smiled and said, Great Elder Nan Gongxian, are you objecting because you are worried that you will lose your position as an elder? Don't be so unconfident. After all, you are a Saint Venerable Realm Alchemist. Master Wuqing is only a Saint Emperor. You. Nan Gongxian exploded with anger. His face was ferocious and filled with rage. Feng Wuchen mocked him frequently and did not put him in his eyes at all. This was the profound saint world, the territory of the martial spirit temple. Feng Wuchen dared to be so presumptuous. Was he not afraid of death, or did he think that the Pale Spirit Tower could protect Feng Wuchen? Looking at Nan Gongxian's ferocious face, Tian Shenzi, Qingsu, and the others became even more anxious and worried. If Nan Gongxian was really angry, Tian Shenzi and the others would not be able to stop him. However, Feng Wuchen ignored Nan Gongxian's anger and even intentionally provoked him. He did not care about the consequences at all. What a bunch of nonsense. I objected because Gongsun Wuqing is not qualified. What are you trying to do by slandering me in front of everyone? Nan Gongxian shouted angrily. I was just saying. Great Elder Nan Gongxian, you don't have to take it seriously. You don't have to be so angry. Be careful that you don't die from anger. When the time comes, I will have to buy a coffin for you. Coffins are very expensive now. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and smiled. Hearing this, the upper echelons of the Pale Spirit Tower were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen was trying to offend Nan Gongxian to death. Feng Wuchen. Nan Gongxian suddenly stood up and slammed the chair. A terrifying murderous aura erupted from him. It's over. Tian Shenzi smiled bitterly in his heart. The smell of gunpowder had already spread. Big Brother Feng is deliberately provoking Nan Gong. Xian. What is Big Brother Feng trying to do? This is the territory of the Martial Spirit Temple. Is Big Brother Feng not afraid at all? Qi Xiao said worriedly. His face was pale. Great Elder Nan Gongxian, calm down. I won't say anything. Why are you being so serious? If you are serious, others will really think that it's true. Great Elder Nan Gongxian, don't stand there. You must be tired. Sit down. I can understand your feelings. However, it's normal to be worried. After all, you, a holy sovereign alchemist, don't even have the ability to create a spatial magic treasure. However, Heartless Sect Master, a Saint Emperor alchemist, can create one. A holy sovereign is inferior to a Saint Emperor. I can understand that. However, if you can't forge it, you can't forge it. This is the truth. You have to admit it, right? You can't just say that you can't forge it. You can't just say that you can forge a spatial treasure, right? Heartless Sect Master has indeed forged it, but you can't. Didn't we agree not to say anything? Why is he getting more and more excited? Nan Gongxian's old face completely darkened. He was overflowing with anger and murderous aura. What is Lord Supreme trying to do? Qin Shuzi smiled bitterly in his heart. Even a fool could see that Feng Wuchen was deliberately angering Nan Gongxian. Moreover, he was angering Nan Gongxian to the point of death. Tian Shenzi, who was at the side, broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly said with a smile, Elder Heartless used a mysterious refining method to forge a spatial ring with twice the size. Even I, the Tower Master, am ashamed of my inferiority. Tower Master, you are exaggerating. Gongsun Wuqing smiled indifferently. He was not worried at all. Unfortunately, Tian Xianzi's words did not change the topic. Tian Xianzi still wanted to say something, but Qing Shuzi stopped him and shook his head, indicating that Tian Xianzi should not interfere. Feng Wuchen, don't forget that this is not only the Pill Spirit Tower, but also the territory of the Martial Spirit Temple. I have already warned you. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are the sovereign of the dragon gods. You dare to insult me again and again. This is a capital offense. Nan Gongxian said coldly. Every word was filled with cold murderous aura. Oh? Is that so? Then try to touch me. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. He even arrogantly stretched out his hand and hooked it. Feng Wuchen, even if the Dragon Soul Killer comes today, it will be useless. Nan Gongxian shouted angrily. His anger completely erupted. Nan Gongxian could no longer bear it. End of chapter. Grand Elder, don't be rash. Seeing that Nan Gongxian was completely enraged, Tian Xianzi hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Tower Master, Second Elder, this has nothing to do with the Pill Spirit Tower. It's a grudge between the Martial Spirit Temple and the Dragon God Temple. Don't interfere. Today, I must kill Feng Wuchen. Nan Gongxian said in a cold voice. Feng Wuchen's every arrogant move was an insult to Nan Gongxian. Grand Elder, please reconsider. If you touch Feng Wuchen, it will definitely lead to a war. Qing Shuzi also tried to persuade him. What if I say it's Gu Xuanzun's idea? Nan Gongxian said in a cold voice. This? Tian Xianzi, Qing Shuzi, and the other higher-ups were completely silent. Tower Master, seniors, you don't have to interfere. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Tian Xianzi, Qing Shuzi, and the others sighed helplessly and finally retreated. Must kill me? Feng Wuchen sneered in disdain. Nan Gongxian, who do you think you are? You want to kill me? Are you worthy? Nan Gongxian, you can't kill me. Even if that old bastard Gu Xuanzun came, he might not be able to kill me. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen's extremely arrogant words were not spoken casually. But to Tian Xianzi and the others, Feng Wuchen was simply courting death. Feng Wuchen, your arrogance ends here. Nan Gongxian said fiercely, his terrifying killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. Grand Elder. At this moment, Xia Yuqing's weak voice came from outside the hall. The Pill Spirit Tower guards helped Xia Yuqing and the others into the hall. Seeing the serious injuries of Xia Yuqing and the others, Qi Xiao was dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen had such strength, he even broke Xia Yuqing's arm. Wasn't that too cruel? Feng Wuchen didn't take the Martial Spirit Temple seriously at all. Xia Yuqing. The faces of Tian Xianzi and the others changed drastically. Xia Yuqing was the genius disciple that Nan Gongxian was most proud of. In the entire profound saint world, who would dare to touch Xia Yuqing? Tian Xianzi hurriedly said, Blue Knight, quickly give them medicinal pills. Xianxia respectfully did as he was told and immediately gave Xia Yuqing and the others healing pills. When Xia Yuqing and the other two saw Feng Wuchen, they trembled in fear. Not bad, you can still come back alive. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Feng Wuchen glanced at the extremely gloomy Nan Gongxian and sneered, on my way here, I met the three of them. They said they wanted to kill me for no reason, so I taught them a lesson. Out of respect for Great Elder Nan Gongxian, I let them live. This is my gift to Great Elder Nan Gongxian. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Are you excited? If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to provoke Nan Gongxian, Feng Wuchen definitely wouldn't have left him alive. Tian Xianzi and the others were completely dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen didn't just want to provoke Nan Gongxian, he wanted to start a war. Feng Wuchen, you've successfully angered me. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my anger. Nan Gongxian roared in a low voice. His old eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly charged forward. Nan Gongxian. You're bullying the weak and juniors. Do you have any shame? Gongsun Wuqing shouted angrily and immediately moved to block him. Sect Master Wuqing, back off. Feng Wuchen hurriedly shouted. He didn't expect Gongsun Wuqing to attack. Elder Wuqing, be careful. Xianxia was shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late. Get lost. Nangongxian had already lost some of his rationality and shouted angrily. Boom. Puff. Nangongxian waved his hand, and a terrifying force shook Gongsun Wuqing, causing him to spit out blood and fly away. With just a wave of his hand, Gongsun Wuqing was seriously injured and fainted on the spot. Nangongxian's attack was extremely fierce. Whoosh! Xianxia immediately flashed out and caught the seriously injured Gongsun Wuqing. At the same time, he fed him a healing pill. Elder Wuqing's injury is very serious. It has already hurt his soul. Qingyi, go and get the clear vitality reincarnation liquid. Xianxia shouted anxiously. At the same time, he channeled his energy into Gongsun Wuqing's body and his vigorous soul power. In the blink of an eye, Nangongxian had grabbed Feng Wuchen by the throat and lifted him up. He said viciously, Feng Wuchen, if I want to kill you, it'll be as simple as crushing an ant. Weren't you very arrogant? What? Is that all you've got? Brother Feng. Xiao turned pale with fright. He was so terrified that his soul almost left his body. Xiao didn't have the strength to fight against such a terrifying expert. Don't attack. Feng Wuchen immediately transmitted a message to Xiao. Xiao was already stunned and couldn't even move. How could he attack? Great Elder, stop. Xianxia tried to dissuade him. They were currently treating Gongsun Wuqing and couldn't stop Nangongxian. Great Elder, kill him. Xia Yuqing shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen almost suffocated. He felt like he was being controlled by the Grim Reaper, but he didn't panic at all. With a thought, the dragon god's breath spread out. The furious Nangongxian's old face suddenly changed. He panicked and immediately let go of his hand. In the next second, wisps of black smoke started to spread out from Nangongxian's body. This is... Xianxia and the others were shocked again. They shouted in horror, run. You guys run. Great Elder's fire poison is about to break out. What? Fire poison? Xia Yuqing and the others were shocked. The powerful alchemists of the Pill Soul Tower quickly left the main hall. Nangongxian's fire poison wasn't something they could withstand. Help Great Elder suppress the fire poison. Quick! Don't let the fire poison break out. Xianxia shouted and immediately flashed away. Nangongxian was also using all his strength to suppress the fire. His old face was full of panic. Great Elder, what's going on? Why did your fire poison suddenly break out? Xianxia asked in a panic. I don't know what's going on either. I can't suppress it anymore. Nangongxian said. Feng Wuchen sneered inwardly. He secretly controlled the fire poison in Nangongxian's body and drew it out. Bang! Even though Nangongxian was suppressing it with all his strength, the fire poison in Nangongxian's body still broke out. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the third elder had no choice but to retreat. Ah! Nangongxian screamed miserably as the fire poison burned him. Great Elder Nangongxian, your fire poison is terrifying. Feng Wuchen sneered at Nangongxian's misfortune and walked over step by step. Lord Supreme, don't go near the fire poison. Xianxia shouted. However, what shocked Xianxia and the others was that Nangongxian's fire poison couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. The fire poison of a holy venerate alchemist is truly terrifying. Without the cultivation of a peak 9-star holy venerate, it is impossible to suppress this fire poison, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. With a thought, the ancestor of all fires was activated. Feng Wuchen crazily devoured the fire poison in Nangongxian's body. Under the shocked gazes of Xianxia and the others, the fire poison weakened. End of chapter. White Flame. It could actually devour Nangongxian's terrifying flame poison. In just a few seconds, Nangongxian's flame poison had weakened by more than half. Xianxia, Qingsu, and the others were completely dumbfounded. Nangongxian's face was also filled with shock and disbelief. He had never seen such a terrifying flame. Moreover, it was a white flame. Feng Wuchen actually saved me? Where did such a terrifying flame come from? Not only did my flame poison not harm him, it could even devour my flame poison. Nangongxian simply couldn't believe it. What kind of flame is this? It's too terrifying. Pagoda Master, quickly sent someone to send Great Elder Nangongxian back to the Martial Spirit Temple. With your cultivation, you won't be able to suppress his flame poison. Only Gu Xuanzuan can suppress it. I can only temporarily suppress the flame poison. Feng Wuchen said indifferently as he retrieved the white flame. Nangongxian wanted to kill Feng Wuchen and even heavily injured Gongsun Wuqing. Yet, Feng Wuchen actually saved Nangongxian. Feng Wuchen should be looking forward to Nangongxian's death. What's going on? Moreover, isn't it too much of a coincidence that the flame poison suddenly flared up? Why would it flare up when Nangongxian wanted to kill Feng Wuchen? Nangongxian himself couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen would save him. What is Feng Wuchen trying to do? Is Feng Wuchen really trying to save Nangongxian? Of course not. Feng Wuchen wouldn't be so kind. Moreover, Nangongxian is an enemy. Why would Feng Wuchen save him? The reason why Feng Wuchen urged the ancestor of all flames to devour Nangongxian's flame poison was to refine pure fire spirit crystals. The pure fire spirit crystals refined from such a terrifying flame poison would definitely be extremely powerful. To Feng Wuchen, it was simply a great supplement that would be beneficial to Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Where could he find such a terrifying flame poison? With such a huge amount of fire poison, I can definitely refine a lot of fire spirit crystals. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. Just thinking about it made him excited. If Nangongxian knew that all this was done by Feng Wuchen to refine the spiritual fire crystal, he would probably die of anger. Second Elder, quickly send the Great Elder to the Martial Spirit Temple. Tian Xianzi hurriedly said. Qing Shuzi didn't dare to tarry and immediately left with Nangongxian. Many thanks, Lord Supreme. Tian Xianzi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, looking very magnanimous. Lord Jizun, what kind of white flame was that just now? The third elder asked curiously. The white flame gave him a very terrifying feeling. It's a type of energy flame. It can be considered an ancient flame, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Tian Xianzi nodded and said, so it's an ancient flame. No wonder it's so terrifying. Even this Pagoda Master's 9 profoundly fire felt strange and uneasy. Pagoda Master, I came to the Pale Spirit Tower this time because I want to regenerate some Saint Xian jades. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, directly changing the topic. Regenerate Saint Xian jades? Tian Xianzi and the third elder were stunned. Regenerate Saint Xian jades were one of the important materials to refine spatial treasures. What did Feng Wuchen want? Could it be that Feng Wuchen also knew how to refine spatial treasures? Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Regenerate Saint Xian jades are rare and precious. I'm afraid only the Pale Spirit Tower has them. The Pale Spirit Tower does have them. What does Lord Supreme want them for? Tian Xianzi probed. Refining spatial treasures. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, not hiding anything. Refining spatial treasures. Tian Xianzi and the third elder exclaimed at the same time. Gongsun Wuqing's ability to refine spatial treasures had already shocked them. Now, Feng Wuchen was also refining spatial treasures. Was it really so easy to refine? One had to know that Tian Xianzi had only succeeded once in so many years. God knows how many times he had failed. The difficulty could be imagined. How many regenerate Saint Xian jades does the Pale Spirit Tower have? Feng Wuchen asked. Tian Xianzi suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, how many does Lord Supreme need? Not many, 500. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. 500? Tian Xianzi and the third elder were shocked. Their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The third elder quickly said, Lord Supreme, refining spatial treasures requires flowing light crystals. Moreover, flowing light crystals are very rare. The older they are, the rarer they are. Lord Supreme needs so many regenerate Saint Xian jades. Where do you get so many flowing light crystals? The Pale Spirit Tower only has a little more than 100 flowing light crystals. Looking at the third elder's nervous appearance, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, Third elder, don't worry. I don't need flowing light crystals. I just want to refine ordinary spatial treasures. Alright, this pagoda master will let Qingyi prepare. Xianxia nodded. Obviously, he didn't believe Feng Wuchen's words. However, he tactfully didn't ask. Regenerate Saint Xian jades are very precious. How much does pagoda master plan to sell them to me? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. He didn't expect Xianxia to agree so readily. Lord Supreme also knows how precious regenerate Saint Xian jades are. This pagoda master can't sell them to you cheaply. After all, the Pale Spirit Tower bought them back at a high price. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, Pagoda master, don't worry. The Pale Spirit Tower will sell them at any price. Xianxia stretched out his index finger and said with a smile, one regenerate Saint Xian jade is 1 billion gold coins. This is the Pale Spirit Tower's price for regenerate Saint Xian jades. 1 regenerate Saint Xian jade is 1 billion gold coins. What does it mean to buy 500 of them? Deal. Feng Wuchen said straightforwardly. As long as it's a treasure that can be bought with gold coins, it doesn't matter how much it costs. After a while, Xianxia entered the hall with a storage ring. Sect Master Wuqing, I'll have to trouble the Pale Spirit Tower to take care of him. After he recovers, tell him to come to the Temple of Rakshasa to find me. Feng Wuchen glanced at the unconscious Gongsun Wuqing and said indifferently. Gongsun Wuqing's injuries were serious and he wouldn't wake up in a short period of time. Feng Wuchen couldn't wait. Lord Supreme, don't worry. Gongsun Wuqing is now an elder of the Pale Spirit Tower. He will recover as soon as possible. The third elder said with a smile. Whether or not they could refine spatial treasures depended on Gongsun Wuqing. After the transaction, Feng Wuchen left with Qi Xiao. He couldn't wait to refine the fire spirit crystal. After returning to the Temple of Rakshasa, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the divine ring. Peng. The ancestor of all fires was activated and wrapped around Nangong Xian's terrifying flame poison. Refining the fire spirit crystal with the help of that old thing's flame poison will be enough to increase my cultivation. Nangong Xian, thank you for your flame poison. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. Refine. Feng Wuchen shouted. The ancestor of all fires began to refine the fire spirit crystal. 1 crystal, 2 crystals, 3 crystals. A total of more than 100 fire spirit crystals were refined. Moreover, each fire spirit crystal contained an incomparably pure and enormous energy. The degree of purity was comparable to heavenly treasures. Feng Wuchen picked up a fire-colored crystal and said excitedly, what an enormous amount of pure energy. It's suitable for saint emperors to cultivate. End of chapter. After refining the spiritual fire crystal, Feng Wuchen could not wait to cultivate. The purer the energy, the easier it was to absorb. Such a pure and huge spiritual fire crystal, it will definitely not disappoint me. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. After putting away the other spiritual fire crystals, Feng Wuchen immediately sat down cross-legged and slowly circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique, entering a state of cultivation. With the help of the primordial spirit avatar, Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was extremely shocking, and his cultivation rose rapidly. After cultivating for a while, Feng Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and was so excited that he almost shouted, what a shocking cultivation speed! Although the spiritual fire crystal was not as good as the heaven-defying divine pearl, it was much more effective than the blood spirit crystal and other treasures. Especially for cultivators of the fire attribute, the spiritual fire crystal was definitely a great supplement. As expected of a pure spiritual fire crystal, I can definitely break through to the 5-star Holy King realm within a month. Feng Wuchen said in ecstasy. If he had enough time to cultivate, Feng Wuchen could definitely break through several stars with the help of the spiritual fire crystal. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen continued to enter a state of cultivation. What Feng Wuchen lacked the most now was time to cultivate. If not for too many things delaying his cultivation, Feng Wuchen's cultivation would have already stepped into the Holy King realm. Martial Spirit Temple. In the temple, under the suppression of Venerable Gu Xian's terrifying power, Nangong Xian's fire poison disappeared. Nangong Xian's face was pale, and he was extremely exhausted. Fortunately, Qin Shuzi brought Nangong Xian back in time, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. The fire poison of an alchemist is indeed terrifying. Even I had to spend a lot of energy to completely suppress the fire poison, Venerable Gu Xian said as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It's all thanks to Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, the great elder's life would be in danger. I have never seen such a terrifying fire poison before. Xianxia sighed and finally felt relieved. Thinking back to the time when he was in the Pill Spirit Tower's main hall, Xianxia was terrified by the terrifying fire poison. Feng Wuchen? Gu Xuanzuan looked at Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia nodded and said, I don't know where Feng Wuchen got his hands on the white flame. It's so terrifying that it can even make me feel fear. The white flame helped Great Elder devour a lot of fire poison. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bring Great Elder back. White flames? It could devour fire poison? Could it be an ancient divine fire? Lord Gu Xuanzuan frowned and guessed. Other than the primordial flame, he could not think of any other flame that could fight against the fire poison. Yes, it shouldn't be wrong. Xianxia nodded, then said, Lord Gu Xuanzuan, this elder will return first. Outside the main hall, when Xia Yuqing saw Xianxia come out, he asked anxiously, Second elder, how is Grand Elder? Has the fire poison been suppressed? Don't worry, the Great Elder is fine now. Go back and treat your injuries. Xianxia smiled faintly and disappeared in a flash. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xia Yuqing finally relaxed. What is that white flame? The fire poison in my body actually disappeared a lot. Nangongxian was extremely shocked. Moreover, the ancestor of all flames' formless pressure made Nangongxian feel extremely afraid. Moreover, it was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Feng Wuchen's flame can devour fire poison. That must be it. His flame can devour fire poison. The more Nangongxian thought, the more shocked he became. Wait, why did my fire poison suddenly flare up? Moreover, the fire poison has never been this terrifying before. What is going on? Nangongxian was extremely puzzled. Great Elder? Lord Gu Xuanzuan called out twice. Only then did Nangongxian come back to his senses. Thank you, Lord Gu Xuanzuan. Nangongxian quickly thanked him. Why did Great Elder's fire poison suddenly flare up? Lord Gu Xuanzuan asked, puzzled. Nangongxian shook his head and said, I don't know what happened to old man. The fire poison flare up very suddenly. It's completely different from before. Moreover, it's even more terrifying than before. Perhaps it's because old man has been refining too much recently and the fire poison is increasing. Great Elder, you must pay more attention. Lord Gu Xuanzuan nodded. Feng Wuchen's flame can devour fire poison. With such a terrifying flame, the fate of all the alchemists in the holy world will be in my hands. I must think of a way to snatch his flame. Nangongxian thought to himself. The depths of his old eyes were filled with greed. Western region, Sky Devil region. In the hall, a Saint Emperor clansman appeared in a flash. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, Patriarch, Elder Wuji, there is news about Feng Wuchen. Elder Wuji said indifferently, speak. The Saint Emperor said respectfully, this subordinate discovered Feng Wuchen in the profound saint world. This person's cultivation is definitely not at the Saint King realm. Xia Yuqing and the other two Saint Emperors were easily injured by Feng Wuchen. Moreover, he relied on the strength of his physical body. From the strength of Feng Wuchen's attacks, his strength should be that of an 8-star Saint Emperor or 9-star Saint Emperor. There are no experts secretly protecting Feng Wuchen. Moreover, Feng Wuchen completely disregards the martial spirit temple, openly becoming enemies with Nangongxian. Zhu Chenxin frowned deeply and said, 8-star Saint Emperor? Just what is this kid's cultivation? This doesn't mean anything. Continue to monitor him. Do not alert him. Do not attack. We must investigate that mysterious power. The martial spirit. Temple wants to deal with Feng Wuchen, so use them to test out Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. Elder Wuji said indifferently. Yes. This subordinate understands. The Saint Emperor respectfully said before disappearing in a flash. Old Patriarch, now that you and Elder Wuji have come out of seclusion, why haven't you done anything? Long Shirhan and the others haven't done anything yet. The martial spirit temple has handed over the 3 traitors because they fear Gu Xuanzuan. If our Sky Demon clan and the martial spirit temple work together, destroying the Dragon God temple will not be a problem. Destroying them earlier will be beneficial to us. Patriarch Zhu Huang asked in confusion. Zhu Tian Emperor shook his head slightly and said, even if we can destroy the Dragon God temple, do you think Gu Xuanzuan won't deal with us? Didn't Gu Xuanzuan cause hundreds of thousands of our Sky Demon clan to die? The 3 traitors of the Dragon Gods are in the martial spirit temple. The Dragon God temple and the martial spirit temple will fight sooner or later. Why should we be in a hurry to interfere? Zhu Tian Demon sneered and said, Elder Wuji is right. The ones who should be anxious are not us, but the Dragon Gods. Let them fight, or we can secretly attack. If they fight, we will benefit the most. Secretly attack? Zhu Chenqin thought, old patriarch means to kill Feng Wuchen and frame the martial spirit temple? Zhu Tian Demon squinted his eyes and said coldly, if Feng Wuchen dies in the profound saint world, Long Shihun will definitely look for the martial spirit temple. It has nothing to do with our Sky Demon clan. However, before we act, we must first investigate the mysterious power on Feng Wuchen. This power is very important to us. End of chapter. 5 days later. Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating in the Divine Ring, had successfully stepped into the realm of 5-star Holy King with the help of the Fire Spirit Crystal. As expected, I broke through in less than a month. With just the pure energy of the Fire Spirit Crystal, I can cultivate at such an astonishing speed without using it. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. This was just the Fire Spirit Crystal. If he added the Blood Lotus Seed, Blood Fiend Spirit Crystal, and other treasures, his cultivation speed would be even faster. After all, the speed of cultivation depended on the amount and strength of cultivation resources. Saint Lord Realm Alchemist, I finally broke through. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. My wife and the others will only arrive in a few days. The journey is long and will take a few days. I can continue cultivating and break through to 6-star Holy King. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. Big brother Feng. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to continue cultivating, Xiaoyan's shout came. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the Divine Ring. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen appeared out of thin air and asked, why are you looking for me? Big brother Feng, I'm not the one looking for you. It's the people from the 9 Prefectures Sacred Pill Pavilion. They're outside. Xiaoyan said hurriedly. Sacred Pill Pavilion? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and walked out of the main hall. Greetings, Lord Supreme. Seeing Feng Wuchen walk out, the person immediately knelt down respectfully. Manager Yang, what's the matter? Have the 4 great forces made a move? Feng Wuchen asked. Yang Fengyu said respectfully, Lord Supreme, it's about the Pavilion Master. I heard that it's her brother or something. This subordinate is not very clear about the details. In short, I heard from Lord Huangfu that it concerns the lives of the Pavilion Master's parents, so Lord Supreme needs to make a trip to the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Shui Yuner? Feng Wuchen frowned and said hurriedly, let's go back immediately. On the way back to the Dragon God realm, Yang Fengyu told Feng Wuchen everything she knew. Only then did Feng Wuchen know that the one who often came to look for Shui Yuner was her brother, Shui Qingshan. Shui Qingshan was adopted and raised. As for Shui Qingshan, he imprisoned Shui Yuner's parents as a threat. Yang Fengyu said respectfully, Lord Supreme Martial Artist, the Great Elder also said that Shui Qingshan planted some kind of spell on the Pavilion Master's parents, and some kind of blood essence. Cast a spell? Blood essence? Feng Wuchen frowned. Yang Fengyu said respectfully, in short, if Shui Qingshan dies, the Pavilion Lord's parents will die too. Lord Supreme, when we came here, the Great Elder said it in a hurry. I don't remember it clearly, but it should be like this. We know that bastard Shui Qingshan is getting more and more arrogant. We all want to kill him. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, catch him and let you kill him. He won't be able to escape. Several days later, Feng Wuchen and Yang Fengyu returned to the 9 Prefectures Sacred Pill Pavilion in the Dragon God realm. Lord Supreme Martial Artist Shui Yuner, Huangfu Kong, and the others saluted respectfully. Glancing at Shui Yuner, Feng Wuchen asked, I already know the gist of the matter. It has already happened, but you can't solve it. Why didn't you say anything? Lord Supreme Martial Artist, I. Shui Yuno lowered her head, not knowing how to explain. I don't need timid people. I know your ability, but your cowardice has disappointed me. You have to know that you are not alone now. You have the support of the dragon gods. No matter what, you must be strong. You are all my people. If there is anything you can't solve, you can tell me. I can help you solve it. Understand? Feng Wuchen said solemnly, with a hint of blame. Understood. Shui Yuner nodded respectfully. She was extremely moved. Where is Shui Qingshan? Feng Wuchen asked. Huang Fukong said respectfully, we have already found Shui Qingshan's residence. We can capture him at any time. Capture him immediately. Feng Wuchen said coldly, this kind of crazy beast has no right to live. Yes. This subordinate will immediately send people to capture him. Huang Fukong said respectfully. The hatred in his heart was vented. If it weren't for Shui Yuner, Huang Fukong and the others would have killed Shui Qingshan long ago. They wouldn't be holding back their anger now. Shui Yuner. Get out here. Shui Yuner. The Sacred Pill Pavilion has gone too far. Get out here. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, we will raze your Sacred Pill Pavilion to the ground. At this moment, angry roars came from outside the Sacred Pill Pavilion. What's going on? Is someone here to cause trouble again? Huang Fukong's old face darkened. The four major forces? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. It shouldn't be the four major forces. For more than 10 days, under the full suppression of our Sacred Pill Pavilion, the four major forces can't even protect themselves. They can't even wait to sell their goods at a low price. It's impossible for them to cause trouble at the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Shui Yuner said respectfully. There are really a lot of people causing trouble, and there are also a lot of people who don't learn from their mistakes. Feng Wuchen took the lead and walked out of the hall. At this moment, the guests in the trading hall have all disappeared. Only the troublemakers are left. Shui Yuner. Get out here. A burly man shouted angrily. His face was ferocious as if he wanted to eat someone. In the trading hall, more than a dozen cultivators are aggressive. Yang Fingyu and the guards of the Sacred Pill Pavilion have already intercepted them. If you dare to shout again, do you believe that I won't cut off your tongue? Yang Fingyu said coldly. He pointed his sword at the burly man. The burly man trembled in fear. He broke out in cold sweat and didn't dare to fart. Yang Fingyu. You're just a mere one-star Saint Emperor. I don't believe that you dare to kill a disciple of my heavenly Yin temple in front of me. A low voice filled with anger sounded. A middle-aged man walked into the hall of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Greetings, Hall Master. The dozen or so cultivators bowed respectfully. Yang Fingyu frowned slightly, Luo Yin. Heavenly Yin Temple has never had any enmity with the Sacred Pill Pavilion, but if Shui Yuner doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation today, even if the Sacred Pill Pavilion has the support of the Heavenly Law Great Emperor, I won't let this go. Luo Yin said with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Yang Fingyu said coldly, Hall Master Luo Yin, I don't know what explanation you want, but you have already seriously affected the business of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Whoever dares to shout again, I guarantee that none of you will be able to leave the Sacred Pill Pavilion alive. If you don't believe me, you can try. I won't talk nonsense with you. Hand over Shui Qingshan. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I will raze your Sacred Pill Pavilion to the ground. Luo Yin shouted angrily. Shui Qingshan? Yang Fingyu was stunned. This time, he knew what was going on. Shui Qingshan caused trouble, and the Sacred Pill Pavilion was the scapegoat. Shui Qingshan has defiled my daughter. I won't forgive him. Luo Yin roared. His monstrous anger erupted. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. He really dared to fight to the death with the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Shui Qingshan really deserves to die. At this time, Feng Wuchen, Shui Yuner, and the others arrived at the Sacred Pill Pavilion's trading hall. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the bar. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme's bar updates the fastest. My lord. Pavilion Master. Yang Fengyu and the guards saluted respectfully. In front of outsiders, they would not reveal Feng Wuchen's true identity. Luoyin sized up Feng Wuchen. He didn't expect that there was a lord behind the Sacred Pill Pavilion, and a young man at that. Who are you? Luoyin asked. Feng Wuchen grinned, didn't you already see it? Sacred Pill Pavilion dares to fight against the four major forces. It seems like it's your idea. Luoyin guessed. You're wrong. This is Shui Yun'er's idea. I'm just respecting her opinion. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. His seemingly casual words gave people a feeling of arrogance. Shui Qingshan is your brother? Luoyin looked at Shui Yun'er and asked with obvious anger in his tone. He used to be, but not now. Shui Yun'er said neither humbly nor overbearingly. Hearing this, Luoyin frowned and said coldly, what? Are you so anxious to cut ties? Or are you worried that it will bring a destructive blow to the Sacred Pill Pavilion? Manager Yang, when will Shui Qingshan arrive? Feng Wuchen asked Yang Fengyu. My lord, he will be captured within half an incense's time. Lord Huangfu gave the order and I immediately sent people out. Yang Fengyu replied respectfully. Hall Master Luoyin, you heard it? Feng Wuchen looked at Luoyin and smiled. Luoyin frowned, not understanding what he meant. Why did Feng Wuchen want to capture Shui Qingshan? Wasn't Shui Qingshan Shui Yun'er's brother? Did the Sacred Pill Pavilion already know that Luo Yin's daughter was defiled by Shui Qingshan? Was that why they sent people to capture Shui Qingshan? Hall Master Luo Yin's daughter was defiled. I sympathize and can understand your feelings. Have a seat and serve tea. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and motioned for Luoyin to sit. A maidservant quickly served tea. Hall Master Luoyin, please. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Sure enough, in less than half an incense's time, the Sacred Pill Pavilion guards captured Shui Qingshan. Let me go. Let me go. What? Shui Yun'er even dares to kill her brother? Shui Qingshan roared again and again. Shui Qingshan. The moment he saw Shui Qingshan, Luo Yin's face instantly became ferocious and murderous. Palace Master Luoyin, after I settle Shui Yun'er's matter, Shui Qingshan will be handed over to you. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Shui Yun'er's matter? Luoyin frowned slightly. This made him even more puzzled. The Sacred Pill Pavilion obviously did not capture Shui Qingshan for Luoyin. Shui Yun'er, you're really something. You captured me and gave me to Luoyin? You'd better think this through carefully. Seeing that Luoyin was present as well, Shui Qingshan showed no signs of fear. Instead, he became even more arrogant. Shui Yun'er's face was cold and she didn't speak. Kneel. Yang Fengyu roared. Who do you think you are? You want me to kneel? Shui Qingshan said disdainfully. Bang, Yang Fengyu swept out with her foot and stomped on Shui Qingshan's calf, forcing him to kneel. Shui Qingshan's face contorted in pain as he glared at Yang Fengyu. Just you wait. I'll definitely kill your entire family. You won't have the chance, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Shut up. Is it your turn to speak? Shui Qingshan glared at Feng Wuchen and roared. Slap him. Huangfu shouted coldly, his old face incomparably gloomy. Slap. Slap. Slap, slap. Yang Fengyu ruthlessly slapped Shui Qingshan a few times. The latter's face was red and swollen, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. A few of his front teeth flew out, and a burning pain spread throughout his body. However, this also made Shui Qingshan even more furious, like a vicious wolf. Shui Qingshan, what should I say about you? Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, I've lived for so many years and have seen too many arrogant people. However, this is the first time I've seen someone like you, a piece of trash who threatened a woman to satisfy his own selfish desires. I'm already thinking too highly of you. I should say that you're worse than a beast. Shouldn't a man be indomitable? Even if you're arrogant and condescending, at least you should have the appearance of a man. However, you're living like a beast. Staring fiercely at Feng Wuchen, Shui Qingshan said gloomily, "Stinking brat, are you done? Where are Shui Yun'er's parents?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly, with an invisible deterrent force. His cold eyes made Shui Qingshan's heart tremble. That terrifying gaze was as if he was facing a devil. Parents? Luo Yin's face changed, finally understanding. Haha. Shui Qingshan then laughed wildly and said with a sinister smile, "I finally understand. Shui Yun'er, are you looking for someone to stand up for you? Let me tell you, don't even think about seeing your parents in this lifetime. Kill me if you have the guts. I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are now." Feng Wuchen sneered. "Yang Fengyu, break his arms and legs first." Feng Wuchen glanced at Yang Fengyu. Bang! 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 Ah! Yang Fengyu attacked mercilessly, directly breaking Shui Qingshan's arms and legs. The latter screamed like a pig being slaughtered and finally lay on the ground like mud. "Stinking brat, I'll never forgive you." Enduring the pain, Shui Qingshan roared. "Break the meridians of his arms and legs." Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. Chi! Chi! Ah! Yang Fengyu did as she was told. The sword in her hand mercilessly cut the meridians of Shui Qingshan's arms and legs. Blood gushed out and Shui Qingshan screamed again and again. "It's just the beginning." Feng Wuchen sneered, "Yang Fengyu, destroy his qi and turn him into a cripple. He'll be a cripple for the rest of his life. A thing worse than a beast should be a cripple." What? Shui Qingshan's face changed greatly. If his qi was destroyed, he would lose his cultivation and be unable to cultivate. He would be a real cripple in the future. "You dare!" Shui Qingshan roared, "Shui Yun'er. If I become a cripple, I guarantee that your parents won't be able to live." However, Shui Yun'er remained silent. Her expression didn't change at all. She chose to believe Feng Wuchen. "If your qi is destroyed, you won't be able to live anymore. It seems that you thought it through. Do it." Feng Wuchen sneered. "You dare!" Shui Qingshan roared at Feng Wuchen. Boom, poof, Yang Fengyu attacked without hesitation. Her fist landed on Shui Qingshan's qi. With a loud bang, the terrifying force destroyed Shui Qingshan's qi. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood. You dare!" Shui Qingshan didn't expect that Feng Wuchen would really dare to destroy his qi. Shui Yun'er's parents were still in his hands. With his qi destroyed, it was too late for regrets. With his qi destroyed, his saint origin power instantly dissipated. Shui Qingshan's cultivation disappeared. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Yang Fengyu, crush the bones of his arms and legs inch by inch. If he doesn't talk, cut them off piece by piece and feed them to the dogs. Finally, break his arms and legs. If you have the guts, kill me." Shui Qingshan roared weakly. "You don't have the qualifications to die in my hands, but Palace Master Luo Yin will be happy to kill you." Feng Wuchen sneered. Crack! Crack! Ah! In the trading hall, Yang Fengyu crushed the bones in Shui Qingshan's hands and feet inch by inch. Blood gushed out as Shui Qingshan screamed. Many people didn't dare to look at this brutal scene. Although Shui Yun'er didn't dare to look, she didn't feel the slightest pity. Instead, she felt relieved. Yang Fengyu had just crushed one of Shui Qingshan's bones when Shui Qingshan fainted because he couldn't bear the pain. Pain can make him faint, but it can also wake him up. Feng Wuchen only said this sentence. Crack! Crack! Ah! Yang Fengyu didn't stop, and the unconscious Shui Qingshan soon woke up. The pain had exceeded his endurance limit. "Shui Qingshan, now that the bones in your hands have been crushed, it's time to break your legs. You're now a cripple. Without your legs, you won't be able to walk." Feng Wuchen sneered and signaled Yang Fengyu to continue. "I can't take it anymore. Stop. Stop it. I'll talk. Seeing that Yang Fengyu was about to attack, Shui Qingshan, who was in extreme pain, hurriedly spoke in horror. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You just had to be stubborn." Feng Wuchen sneered. If he had said so earlier, Shui Qingshan wouldn't have become a cripple, and the bones in his hands wouldn't have been crushed. Shui Qingshan. Where are my parents? Shui Yuner, who was like an ice beauty, finally spoke. She looked nervous and worried. Yang Fengyu shouted angrily, speak. In hell. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Shui Qingshan laughed wildly and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Shui Yuner's pretty face changed greatly. You're courting death. Yang Fengyu was furious and was about to crush the bones in Shui Qingshan's legs. However, she was stopped by Feng Wuchen. Do you think I'm a fool? If I tell you, you might have a chance to save them, but Luoyin won't let me go. As long as I don't tell you, none of you will dare to kill me. Shui Qingshan shouted angrily. You're smart, but do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Then go ahead and kill them. If I die, those two old bastards won't be able to live either. Shui Qingshan shouted angrily, he was sure that Feng Wuchen wouldn't dare to kill him. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. I also want to see your expression of regret and despair. Feng Wuchen said coldly. When Shui Yuner heard this, her pretty face changed drastically, but just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Huangfu. Believe in Lord Supreme. Huangfu transmitted his voice. It's not that Shui Yuner doesn't believe in Feng Wuchen, but she's too worried. After all, if Shui Qingshan is killed, Shui Yuner's parents will also die. Commander, have you found him? Feng Wuchen asked the air. Swish, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the commander of the Divine Shadow Guards. What a terrifying aura. 9-star Saint Emperor. Luoyin was scared out of his wits. His face was filled with terror. Luoyin looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. There was actually a 9-star Saint Emperor behind the Sacred Pill Pavilion, and he actually called the young man in front of him Lord. Who exactly is he? Countless terrifying identities appeared in Luo Yin's mind. However, Shui Qingshan didn't show any fear, as if he didn't see the commander. Lord, they are Shui Yuner's parents, the commander said respectfully. They are Shui Yuner's parents. Well done. Feng Wuchen nodded. The commander disappeared in a flash. How is this possible? Shui Qingshan was dumbfounded when he saw the two elders. Father. Mother. Shui Yuner was stunned at first, then ran over in ecstasy. Tears fell from her beautiful eyes as she cried with joy. Seeing that her parents were still alive, Shui Yuner could no longer control her emotions. Yuner. The two elders were extremely excited and cried tears of joy. They couldn't believe that they could still see their biological daughter. That's great. Mother thought I would never see you again in this life. I thought you were ruined by that bastard Shui Qingshan. Mother Yun cried bitterly. Shui Yuner wiped her tears and cried, Father, Mother, Shui Qingshan has already been punished. He can't harm us anymore. Bastard. You bastard. I'll kill you, you bastard. Father Yun scolded Shui Qingshan. Kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. Shui Qingshan endured the pain and shouted angrily. There was still no regret in his heart. You. Father Yun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Uncle Yun, it'll take a while to kill him. I'll remove the curse in your body first, then extract Shui Qingshan's essence blood. After that, Uncle Yun can kill him however you want. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Father, Mother, this is Lord Feng Wuchen. He was the one who sent people to save you. Shui Yuner quickly explained. Thank you, Lord. The two elders thanked him gratefully. You've given birth to an amazing daughter. I'll remove the curse for you first. Feng Wuchen praised with a smile. Remove the curse? Shui Qingshan said disdainfully, Brat, do you really think it's an ordinary curse? Do you think I can place a curse on them with my ability? After checking, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Clearly, it wasn't an ordinary curse. Glancing coldly at Shui Qingshan, Feng Wuchen said coldly, the curse is indeed extraordinary, and it wasn't set by you. This is a life-soul curse. A life-soul curse that used my essence blood. My life was used in exchange for this. Even Saint Emperors can't remove it, and you want to remove it? What a joke. Shui Qingshan yelled angrily. Life Soul Curse? Life Soul Dark Hall. Huangfu's face changed drastically. It's actually the Life Soul Dark Hall. Luo Yin's face was also filled with horror. Life Soul Dark Hall? Feng Wuchen looked at Huangfu. Huangfu said respectfully, Sir, the Life Soul Dark Hall is a powerful force under the Heaven Demon clan. It's a very terrifying force. They specialize in absorbing people's life source to cultivate, and their cultivation increases at a terrifying rate. It's an evil technique. The Life Soul Dark Hall has spread the news that whoever is willing to provide their life source can receive the help of the Life Soul Dark Hall. No matter what, it can be solved, including killing. Many people in the holy world are willing to exchange their life source for things they need. The stronger the person, the more things they can exchange for, including powerful pills and saint techniques. The reason why the Heaven Demon clan is so powerful is because most of them cultivate with evil techniques. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, I didn't expect such an evil force to exist. That's right. It's the Life Soul Dark Hall. I used all my life source to exchange for the Life Soul Curse and the protection of the Life Soul Dark Hall. I have the Life Talisman in my body. As long as I'm in danger of death, the Life Talisman's power will protect me. You want to kill me? Haha. Shui Qingshan laughed arrogantly. No wonder Shui Qingshan had always been so arrogant. Even though he was only a 3-star Saint King, he felt like he was a Saint Emperor. This was all because of the Life Soul Dark Hall. End of chapter. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Do you really think I'm afraid of that trash Luo Yin? I'm just messing with you. So what if I ruined his daughter? I'm standing right in front of him, and he won't dare to touch me. Brat, didn't you say you wanted to kill me? You don't even know about the Life Spirit Mystic Palace, and you want to kill me? Come on, try to kill me and test the power of the Life Talisman. Shui Qingshan had already fallen into a state of madness as he roared arrogantly. Shui Qingshan's arrogance was even more arrogant than the young masters of large factions. It could be said that it made one's hair stand on end. However, what Shui Qingshan said was true. Luo Yin definitely wouldn't dare to touch him. The power of the Life Talisman was extremely terrifying. If he wanted to kill Shui Qingshan, he would have to be able to withstand the power of the Life Talisman. At this moment, Luo Yin didn't dare to speak at all. Want to avenge his daughter? That was simply courting death. Even the Heavenly Yin Temple had to die. The Life Spirit Curse is one of the more powerful incantations of the Life Spirit Mystic Palace. Pavilion Master's parents' lives have already merged with Shui Qingshan's. Huangfu Kong added. The Great Elder continued, My lord, Shui Qingshan's blood essence can't be extracted. Once it's extracted, Pavilion Master's parents won't be able to live. The Life Spirit Curse will take their lives. Only by removing the Life Spirit Curse can it be done. Old thing, you're quite clear. Shui Qingshan laughed sinisterly, but I can tell you more clearly. As long as I'm willing, the two of them can die at any time. If you touch me again, I'll immediately kill them. What? My lord, what should we do? Shui Yun'er's expression changed drastically when she heard that. She looked at Feng Wuchen in panic and asked. My lord, can't we forcefully remove it? Yang Fengyu asked. Forcefully remove it? Then you can try. Shui Qingshan sneered mockingly. Huangfu Kong shook his head and said, forcefully removing it won't work. Pavilion Master's parents can't withstand the enormous power. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, in that case, we have to find someone from the Life Spirit Mystic Palace to remove the Life Spirit Curse. Others really can't remove it. Find someone from the Life Spirit Mystic Palace to remove it? Who do you think you are? It's just a small sacred dam pavilion. Do you have the qualifications to invite people from the Life Spirit Profound Hall? Do you know how strong the Life Spirit Dark Palace is? Shui Qingshan sneered disdainfully. The Dark Hall of Fate was a great organization under the Heaven Demon clan. It was terrifyingly powerful, possessing Saint Venerates and many Saint Emperors. It could not be compared to any other great organization. Is this very difficult? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Humph. Then you can try. Besides that, all of you better give me healing pills right away. Otherwise, they'll all die within the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Shui Qingshan shouted furiously. Shui Qingshan didn't believe that Feng Wuchen had the ability to invite someone from the Life Spirit Mysterious Hall. Without a certain level of cultivation and status, one was not qualified at all. Unless he used his life origin to exchange for it. Shui Qingshan, I can tell you right now that you no longer have a chance. Feng Wuchen coldly spoke, looking at Shui Qingshan as though he was looking at a dead man. Really? After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, you will know the consequences. Shui Qingshan sneered, as if victory was within his grasp. Looking at Shui Qingshan's confident and arrogant appearance, Huang Fukong and the others shook their heads. The Life Spirit Mysterious Hall was indeed terrifying in everyone's eyes. However, in Feng Wuchen's eyes, they were just ants. Third Ancestor, can you hear me? Feng Wuchen sent a sound transmission. Long Shirtian, who was cultivating, slowly opened his eyes and sent a sound transmission with a smile. What's the matter? I have a friend whose parents have been cursed by the Life Spirit curse. Third Ancestor, please help me. Within the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, let the Life Spirit Mysterious Hall send someone to the 9 Prefectures Sacred Pill Pavilion. If they don't come, Third Ancestor will be able to show off his skills. At that time I will give Third Ancestor an even more powerful technique. I heard that the Heaven Demon Clan's old patriarch and Elder Limitless have come out of seclusion. Feng Wuchen sent a sound transmission with a smile. Haha. It's a deal. Long Shirtian immediately laughed excitedly when he heard that. Xiao. With a teleportation, Long Shirtian arrived in the sky above the western region. Zhu Tianma, Zhu Tiandi, I have nothing to do, so I came to the Heaven Demon Clan's territory for a walk. I'll greet you first, so that you won't say that I'm rude. Long Shirtian laughed arrogantly. In the majestic palace of the Heaven Demon region, Zhu Tianma, Zhu Tiandi, and the other top experts of the Heaven Demon Clan, when they heard Long Shirtian's arrogant laughter, their old faces darkened. Long Shirtian, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Zhu Tianma asked coldly. Xiao. Long Shirtian instantly appeared in the largest and most imposing palace in the Heaven Demon region. Kill me? Humph. I'm right here. Zhu Tianma, come. If you have the guts, then make your move. Long Shirtian laughed arrogantly. His old eyes stared at Zhu Tianma without any fear. Since you want to kill me, then I'll come in front of you and let you kill me. What level of arrogance was this? Long Shirtian. You're courting death. Zhu Huang was furious. Humph. Long Shirtian snorted heavily as an extremely terrifying aura burst out, immediately scaring Zhu Huang to the point that his heart trembled. Long Shirtian actually dared to be so impudent in the main hall of the Heaven Demon region. Is this old thing really not afraid of death? Or does he think that I won't kill him? No, this fighting intent is surging and has a provocative intent. This old thing is purely here to fight, he's not afraid of the old patriarch at all. Elder Limitless Zhu Tiandi frowned and thought. He could feel Long Shirtian's terrifying and confident fighting intent. Long Shirtian, it seems that your strength has improved a lot. Since you've come to court death, then I'll help you. Zhu Tianma said coldly. As the old patriarch of the Heaven Demon Clan, how could he be provoked and looked down upon like this? How could he let others be so rampant in front of him? Old patriarch, Long Shirtian dares to come alone, he must have come prepared. Old man can feel that his fighting intent is extremely terrifying, it's a kind of aura that thirsts for battle, it even has a hint of provocation. In addition, Long Shirtian's fire attribute power is even more tyrannical than before. His strength is much stronger. Elder Limitless said. Hearing Zhu Tiandi's words, Zhu Tianma hesitated. Although Zhu Tianma's strength is not weaker than Long Shihan's, it is impossible for him to kill Long Shirtian. Once the battle begins, it will inevitably attract Long Shirhan and Long Shiryun. Didn't you say that you want to kill me? Why haven't you made your move? I barged into the Heaven Demon region alone and provoked you so savagely, yet you don't dare to make a move? Long Shirtian berated with an unforgiving look. Scram! Zhu Tianma angrily shouted. If you don't dare to make a move, then don't kill me so easily. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Long Shirtian angrily shouted, a terrifying aura burst out, captivating people's souls. I'm going to the Life Spirit Xian Palace now. Whoever dares to make things difficult for me, I'll kill them. Long Shirtian angrily shouted and immediately left. Long Shirtian. Zhu Tianma's face is sinister, his anger soaring to the heavens. Old Patriarch, why didn't you make a move? Long Shirtian, this old bastard, is too savage, he doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Zhu Huang gritted his teeth and said angrily. He really wanted to kill Long Shirtian with a palm strike. End of chapter. Old Patriarch, Elder Limitless, our Heavenly Devil clan has never been so cowardly. Jia Hun said gloomily and angrily. He could not tolerate Long Shirtian acting so presumptuously in the main hall of the Heavenly Devil region. Long Shirtian is not weak. It will not be easy to kill him. Furthermore, it will definitely alarm Long Shirhun and Long Shiryun. If Old Patriarch makes a move, it means war. We are not afraid, it's just that fighting in the Heavenly Devil region is very disadvantageous for us. It's not necessarily bad to endure. Everything will wait until the Dragon Gods and Martial Spirit Temple start fighting. Elder Limitless said indifferently, as if he was in control of everything. Zhu Tianma said in a deep voice, let them be proud for a while. Why is Long Shirtian going to the Life Spirit Profound Palace? Zhu Chenqin frowned and asked doubtfully. Great Elder, go to the Life Spirit Profound Palace and see what Long Shirtian wants to do. Zhu Tianma ordered. Yes. Jia Hun respectfully accepted the order and immediately disappeared. What's going on with Long Shirtian's power? I also felt that tyrannical fire attribute power. Does he really have the confidence to contend against me? He dares to barge into the Heavenly Devil region alone, he is definitely not bluffing. Elder Limitless worries are not groundless. Zhu Tianma frowned and thought. Seeing Zhu Tianma's serious expression, Zhu Tianma said, the feeling that Long Shirtian gives to Old Man is completely different from before. In the past, Old Man did not put him in his eyes, but it was different just now. I hope that Old Man is not mistaken. It is indeed a different feeling. Zhu Tianma nodded slightly. Elder Limitless' senses are extremely terrifying. He definitely won't be wrong. Is Elder Limitless afraid of Long Shirtian? Zhu Huang was extremely shocked. Life Spirit Profound Palace. Long Shirtian appeared out of thin air on the square of the imposing palace. Long Shirtian's appearance did not cause any airflow fluctuations, nor did it cause any movement. It was as if Long Shirtian had always been there. That old thing Zhu Tianma is really useless. I delivered myself to his door and he didn't even dare to make a move. Long Shirtian cursed in a low voice. If not for helping Feng Wuchen, Long Shirtian would have forced Zhu Tianma to make a move. That old thing Zhu Tiandi seems to have sensed something. Long Shirtian slightly sneered. Long Shirtian appeared for a while, but the disciples of the Life Spirit Profound Palace did not notice. However, someone from the Life Spirit Dark Hall still noticed it. So it's the third ancestor of the Dragon Gods. What a rare guest. An aged yet dignified laughter rang out, and a black-robed old man appeared in the square out of thin air. The black-robed old man was Old Ghost Yan Ming, the master of the Life Soul Dark Hall. Old Ghost Yan Ming seemed to have a face full of wrinkles and a head full of white hair, but he gave off an extremely powerful feeling. That ferocious aura was something that no one dared to underestimate. Old Ghost Annihilation had already reached the level of a 6-star Holy Exalt. He was definitely an existence whose name could shake up the entire Saints world. Swish! Swish! Immediately after, several figures appeared in a flash. They were the elders of the Life Spirit Dark Hall. Long Shirtian. Seeing Long Shirtian, the elders' expressions turned grave and their eyes were filled with fear. Old Ghost Yan Ming, immediately send someone to the 9 Prefectures Sacred Pill Pavilion of the Dragon God Realm to find Feng Wuchen, and remove the Life Spirit curse for the 2 of them. Long Shirtian said in a completely commanding tone. Third ancestor, the Life Spirit Profound Palace has its rules. Since others are willing to exchange their life source for it, how can this hall master take it back? Old Ghost Annihilation said with a faint smile. Is that so? Long Shirtian suddenly grabbed at the air and directly washed away Old Ghost Annihilation. Old Ghost Annihilation was completely powerless to resist. Old Ghost Annihilation was incomparably shocked. Long Shirtian's invincible aura made him feel an endless amount of terrifying pressure. Long Shirtian grabbed Old Ghost Annihilation's throat and said coldly, "Back then, when I was sealed, there was also your life spirit profound palace's incantation in the sealing formation. Do you think you can fool me?" An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted, immediately scaring Old Ghost Annihilation so much that his heart trembled and his old face turned pale. Long Shirtian, don't be too arrogant. This is the territory of the Heavenly Devil clan. Zhu Yi's soul appeared in a flash and shouted angrily at Long Shirtian. Old Ghost Annihilation, is your life more important, or is the life-dispelling soul curse more important? Long Shirtian asked coldly, directly ignoring Zhu Yi's soul. Old Ghost Annihilation was terrified. He could see the true killing intent in Long Shirtian's eyes. Long Shirtian was definitely not joking with him. It seems that your choice to die is not a wise choice. Long Shirtian said coldly, and was about to crush Old Ghost Annihilation's throat and send him to the Western Paradise. Wait. Old man, immediately send Azure Protector. Old Ghost Annihilation said in fear. Humph. Long Shirtian coldly snorted, and then let go of his hand. Azure Protector. Immediately head to Dragon God Realm's Sacred Dan Pavilion. Old Ghost Annihilation immediately ordered. Even if Zhu Yi's soul was here, he would not dare to disobey Long Shirtian. Yes sir. Azure Protector immediately rushed over. Whoever dares to be disrespectful to Feng Wuchen, this seat will be the first to kill him. If you are late, this seat will destroy your life spirit profound hall. Long Shirtian said fiercely, his monstrous power ruthlessly suppressing the life spirit profound hall. Long Shirtian, don't be too arrogant. Zhu Yi's soul said gloomily and angrily. He gritted his teeth, wishing that he could tear Long Shirtian apart. Scram. Pfft. Long Shirtian roared angrily, and a burst of invincible and terrifying aura erupted, directly shaking Zhu Yi's soul to the point of vomiting blood. He retreated a few steps and finally sat on the ground. You dare to hurt this elder. Zhu Yi's soul was furious. So what if I hurt you? Who do you think you are? Do you believe that this seat dares to kill you? Long Shirtian shouted angrily, his terrifying killing intent locking onto Zhu Yi's soul. Zhu Tian Devil, look after your dog. If he dares to be disrespectful to this seat again, this seat doesn't mind killing him. Humph. Long Shirtian shouted angrily. This Long Shirtian is really arrogant. Zhu Tian Devil gritted his teeth and said angrily. Humph. You guys better pray for yourselves. Long Shirtian sneered and immediately flew away. 9 Prefecture Sacred Pill Pavilion. Protector Azura had already rushed over. With his 2-star Holy Venerable Cultivation, he could block 9 Prefecture's Sacred Pill Pavilion in a few flashes. Protector Azura looked panicked and rushed into Sacred Pill Pavilion. May I ask who is Lord Feng Wuchen? Protector Azura asked politely when he arrived at the trading hall. Protector Azura's terrifying aura shocked everyone in Sacred Pill Pavilion and made them break out in cold sweat. 2-star Holy Venerable. Seeing Protector Azura appear, Huangfu Kong, Hall Master Luo Yin and the others in the trading hall trembled. They were extremely frightened and could not help but tremble. Holy Venerable Realm, the top expert of the sacred world. I am. Feng Wuchen glanced at Protector Azura indifferently. Protector Azura quickly came to Feng Wuchen's side and respectfully cupped his fists and bowed. My lord, I am here on the orders of the Hall Master to remove the life-soul curse for my lord. Xiao. Protector Azura. Shui Qingshan was stunned and could not believe his eyes. Life-Soul Mysterious Palace's Azura Protector actually came personally and even respectfully addressed Feng Wuchen as Lord. What was Feng Wuchen's background? End of chapter. Shui Qingshan finally panicked. The moment Protector Azura appeared, Shui Qingshan knew that he was dead for sure. Deep regret welled up in his heart. They are under the life spirit curse, release it. Feng Wuchen pointed at Shui Yun'er's parents. Yes. Lord. Protector Azura said respectfully, not daring to be disrespectful. Release. Protector Azura formed a seal with one hand and pointed his sword finger at Mother Yen's body. A purple ripple spread out. Release. The sword finger pointed at Father Yun's body again and another purple ripple spread out. When an expert makes a move, one will know whether or not he is an expert. Protector Azura is very familiar with the life spirit curse, so removing it is as easy as flipping his hand. Lord, the life spirit curse on their bodies has been removed. Do you have any other orders? Protector Azura said respectfully. As a protector of one of the great powers under the heavenly devil race, although he is unwilling in his heart, he does not dare to disobey the order. Protector Azura is very curious. Why did Longsher Tian only send the Great Elder to barge into the Heavenly Devil region? Why didn't the old Patriarch and the others come? If Zhu Tianma personally came, Longsher Tian would definitely not dare to be so rampant. Life Spirit Xian Hall would definitely not lower its head. You can go back, I will protect your life. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes. Lord. Protector Azura said respectfully. He did not know the meaning of Feng Wuchen's words, but he did not ask and left in a flash. Protector Azura will know in the future because he removed the life spirit curse today in exchange for his life in the future. A saint expert is actually so respectful to him. I heard from Shui Qingshan that he is some Protector Azura. A saint realm protector is actually so respectful to him. Who exactly is he? Luo Yin's heart is incomparably shocked, setting off a huge wave. Manager Yang, break Shui Qingshan's hands and feet. Leave him alive and let Palace Master Luo Yin deal with him. Feng Wuchen said coldly, not even looking at Shui Qingshan. Yes. Lord. Yang Fengyu said respectfully. No. No. Lord, I know I was wrong. I am now a cripple. Don't break my hands and feet. No. Shui Qingshan begged for mercy and fear, his face is full of regret and fear. Shui Qingshan, it's too late for you to beg for mercy now. Yang Fengyu sneered with a ferocious expression. Yuner, hurry up and save me. I'm your brother. Father, mother, hurry up and save me. Shui Qingshan cried out. He was truly afraid and regretful. Father Yun yelled angrily, Shui Qingshan, I don't have a son like you. Anyway, you were picked up from the streets. You and I will sever all ties. You can fend for yourself. Father, mother, let's go in. Shui Qingshan deserved it. He's not worth pitying. Shui Yuner said indifferently. She no longer had any familial affection for Shui Qingshan. No. No. Yuner. I was wrong. Plead for me. Shui Qingshan screamed in horror and despair. It's a pity that he can't move, otherwise he would have pounced on Shui Yuner and grabbed her feet to plead. Shui Qingshan, your life has come to an end. Yang Fengyu sneered and attacked without hesitation. Kacha kacha. Ah, Yang Fengyu didn't show any mercy. Even the Sacred Pill Pavilion's guards followed suit. Shui Qingshan's arms and legs were broken in just a few moves. His screams were hair-raising. Shui Qingshan was crippled to the point where he couldn't be any more crippled. The intense pain had already blurred his consciousness. He had nothing left to live for and only wanted to die. This was called retribution. He deserved it. Shui Qingshan, weren't you screaming loudly just now? Why is there no sound? Why don't you scream again? Yang Fengyu sneered. Shui Qingshan only had half a breath left. Manager Yang, Shui Qingshan only has half a breath left. Why don't we just let Palace Master Luo Yin kill him? A guard suggested. That won't do. Milord said to hand him over to Palace Master Luo Yin alive. Yang Fengyu smiled. Palace Master Luo Yin, I'll leave Shui Qingshan to you. Take him away. Milord said that you can decide whether he lives or dies. Yang Fengyu glanced at Luo Yin and smiled. Luo Yin didn't dare to fart and left with his men. Feng Wuchen's identity was too terrifying. Luo Yin was secretly glad that he didn't offend Feng Wuchen. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in front of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Yang Fengyu smiled proudly as he watched Luo Yin leave with his tail between his legs. After Shui Yuner settled her parents down, she came to the main hall. Lord Supreme, can my parents stay in the Sacred Pill Pavilion? Shui Yuner asked respectfully. You're the pavilion master of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. You can let whoever you want stay. What does this have to do with me? Besides, aren't Xiao Wutian's parents here too? It's a good opportunity for them to get to know each other. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Shui Yuner thanked him gratefully. She was overjoyed. Remember, no matter who it is, if they dare to cause trouble in the sacred pill pavilion, teach them a lesson. No matter what it is, if you can't solve it, tell me. You must be ruthless. Otherwise, you'll be easily bullied. If you have time, cultivate well. Feng Wuchen instructed. Yes. Yuner will remember Lord Supreme's teachings. Shui Yuner replied respectfully. If the four factions dare to use force, send someone to the Heavenly Tao Sacred Palace first. The Heavenly Tao Great Emperor will make a move. Feng Wuchen said. Yes. Shui Yuner replied respectfully. These are the heaven-defying divine beads and spatial rings. They are enough to help you step into the saint's realm. Keep them for your own cultivation. As for the other 4 spatial rings, hand them to Huangfu and the others. They can last for a month. Alright, I still have other matters to attend to. Feng Wuchen said indifferently before vanishing. After leaving the sacred pill pavilion, Feng Wuchen didn't return to the temple of Rakshasa. Instead, he headed for the 9 prefectures' Heavenly Tao Sacred Palace. Fuchen and the others had contributed by guarding the palace. Feng Wuchen promised to give them some treasures. How could he go back on his words? Feng Wuchen had become a saint's refiner and refined some saints' heaven-defying divine beads. They were prepared for Fuchen and the others. Swish, above the Heavenly Tao Sacred Palace, Feng Wuchen arrived with a flash. Greetings, Lord Supreme. After seeing that the visitor was Feng Wuchen, the Heavenly Tao Sacred Palace's guards welcomed him respectfully. Greetings, Lord Supreme. Supremacy Fuchen and the others arrived with a flash. Heavenly Tao. Sacred Palace Master Gui Yaofeng, Elder Gao Wuyun, and the others also appeared and knelt down to welcome Feng Wuchen. There is no need for such formalities. Hurry up and get up. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and slowly descended onto the plaza. Gui Yaofeng smiled happily and said, It is rare for Lord Supreme to grace the Heavenly Tao Sacred Palace with your presence. Supremacy Fuchen, I have brought the treasures that I promised you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and waved his hand. Over a dozen heaven-defying divine beads flew out. Many thanks, Lord Supreme. Fuchen and the others expressed their gratitude with excitement. Heavenly Tao Great Emperor, the Sacred Pill Pavilion will have some troubles in the near future. I will have to trouble the Heavenly Tao Great Emperor to take care of it. I am afraid that I will not be able to return for some time. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Lord Supreme doesn't have to worry. Gui Yaofeng smiled respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded with relief and said, The Purple Mystic Saint Hall must have a major faction backing them. Check on them. Old man knows a little about this matter. Lord Supreme Being, please. Gui Yaofeng respectfully welcomed Feng Wuchen into the main hall. Inside the main hall, Feng Wuchen took a sip of tea and said, It seems that Heavenly Law Emperor is very familiar with the matters of the 9 prefectures. Lord Supreme Being, the news of Sacred Pill Pavilion's 3 times price increase and 3 times price decrease has already spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Old man naturally knows about it and has also sent people to secretly investigate. The people behind the 4 great powers of Purple Profound Temple are not from the 9 prefectures. Gui Yaofeng respectfully said, After investigation, we found out that they are from our Dragon God Realm's Yu Province. Yu Province's power? Feng Wuchen slightly frowned and said doubtfully, I have never been to Yu Province, and it is even more impossible for me to offend Yu Province's power. Why would they want to deal with Sacred Pill Pavilion? Dao Wutian slightly shook his head and said seriously, We also do not know why they want to deal with Sacred Pill Pavilion, but this power is under Dragon God Temple. Dragon God Temple's power? Feng Wuchen's face immediately became gloomy and said to himself, As expected, there are still people who oppose me. But what made Feng Wuchen feel strange was, why did they choose to deal with Sacred Pill Pavilion and not directly deal with Feng Wuchen? This made Feng Wuchen somewhat puzzled. Gui Yaofeng said, Yu Province's Jade Void Temple. Jade Void? Feng Wuchen's face became gloomier and gloomier, and his eyes burst out with a terrifying cold light. Jade Void was one of the people who opposed Feng Wuchen's sovereign title. Jade Void Temple was under the control of Elder Xianxia, and at that time, there were many people who opposed it, but now Jade Void was the first to stand out. Lord Supreme Being, do you have any grudges with Jade Void? Guiao Feng asked. He is the one who opposed my sovereign title. Feng Wuchen coldly said, and did not hide it. Opposed the title of sovereign? Guiao Feng and the others turned pale with fright. There was actually someone who dared to oppose it. That was a supreme being that Long Shihun had personally conferred the title of supreme being. Wouldn't opposing it be equivalent to not giving Long Shihun face? However, if the Jade Void Temple wants to deal with me, they shouldn't have dealt with the Sacred Dam Pavilion. Instead, they should have tried their best to deal with me, and not made things difficult for the Sacred Dam Pavilion. This makes me very curious. Feng Wuchen said again. Lord Supreme Being, let's pretend that we don't know about this matter. When they truly make a move, Lord will then take action. The old man will send people to investigate in secret. Guiao Feng said solemnly. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you, Heavenly Emperor. Feng Wuchen nodded. After chatting for a while, Feng Wuchen left and returned to the Temple of Rakshasa in the profound Sage World. Sky Devil Region. In the Shadow Demon Mysterious Palace, there were already dozens of Saint Emperors who were heavily injured and rolling on the ground. Incomparably tragic. Shadow Demon Venerable, after so many years, your strength hasn't improved by much. Old man Yanming is still a bit stronger than you. Long Shitian grinned, his smile made one's scalp tingle. Third Ancestor, none of us are your match. Hurry up and leave. Shadow Demon Venerable said with a bitter smile, as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. After Long Shitian left the Life Spirit Mysterious Palace, he had already received several Heavenly Devil Clan's major forces. Holy Venerables and Holy Emperors were all heavily injured. Finally, he came to the Shadow Devil Mysterious Palace and injured dozens of Holy Emperors without saying a word. Among them, several Holy Venerables were also seriously injured. You haven't used your full strength yet. I've only used 30% of my strength. Long Shitian said with a mocking smile. Third Ancestor, you are bullying the weak. A Saint Elder said with a face full of grievance. What's wrong with bullying the weak? Back then, Zhu Tianma and those old bastards bullied the weak with their numbers. When I went to the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Domain to provoke them, they didn't dare to make a move. My hands are itchy and I want to stretch my muscles and bones, so I can only look for you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Long Shitian immediately reprimanded. Come, use your full strength. Long Shitian shouted, his majestic aura erupted and he immediately rushed out. Shadow Demon Venerable and the others are powerless to resist, they can only take a beating. High up in the sky watching the battle, Sol Juer is so angry that his old face turned green. However, Sol Juer doesn't dare to make a move now. At the same time, in the palace of the Heavenly Demon Domain. Reporting to Old Patriarch, Long Shitian has injured the palace master and elders. Dozens of Saint Emperors in the palace have also been injured. Reporting to Old Patriarch, something has happened. The third ancestor of the dragon god suddenly appeared in our Mo Luo temple. The palace master and the others have been injured and their injuries are very serious. Reporting to Old Patriarch, Long Shitian has made a move. Palace master and elders have been crippled. One after another, they entered the main hall in panic to report. Candle Sky Devil, Elder Limitless and the others' old faces are already gloomy to the extreme. They never expected that Long Shitian would dare to behave atrociously in the territory of the Heavenly Demon Clan and even heavily injure the major powers. Long Shitian. He is going too far. Candle Sky Devil is furious, his killing intent soared to the heavens, he can no longer endure. Old Patriarch, we can no longer endure. Long Shitian is riding on top of our heads to pee. Zhu Huang gritted his teeth and said angrily. His teeth are about to shatter, he is so angry that his entire body is trembling. That's right. We can no longer endure. Otherwise, Long Shitian will think that we are afraid of the dragon gods. Zhu Chenxin shouted angrily, he is also unable to endure. Elder Limitless frowned deeply. He did not expect that Long Shitian would dare to be so rampant. He completely ignored their existence and even heavily injured several major powers of the Heavenly Demon clan. Longsher Tian is forcing old patriarch to make a move. Is he so confident? Elder Limitless is puzzled. Humph. This seat wants to see what kind of ability Longsher Tian has to be so rampant in front of this seat. Candle Sky Devil angrily shouted. His overflowing aura surged and spread out, captivating people's hearts and souls. Inside the Shadow Devil Temple, Longsher Tian, who is currently beating up Shadow Devil Sr., suddenly sensed Candle Sky Devil's surging and vast aura. Finally can't hold it in anymore? This seat has been waiting for you for a long time. Longsher Tian excitedly sneered and waved his hand. Shadow Devil Sr. and the three great elders all spat out blood and flew out. In front of Longsher Tian, Shadow Devil Sr. and the others are just ants. Old Patriarch. Zhu Er's soul immediately became excited and shouted angrily, Longsher Tian. Your arrogance and conceit end here. If Old Patriarch makes a move, he will definitely cripple you. Old Patriarch's aura. Shadow Devil Sr. and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They are all looking forward to Candle Sky Devil teaching the arrogant Longsher Tian a lesson. Longsher Tian. Do you really think that this seat is afraid of you? Since you have repeatedly angered this seat will let you see the gap between us. Candle Sky Devil's angry shout came from the Heavenly Devil domain, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Candle Sky Devil's cultivation has already reached the peak of 9-star Saint Venerable realm. His strength is on par with Longsher Hun and is definitely above Longsher Tian. Where did you get so much nonsense from? So fussy, are you going to fight or not? If you want to make a move, hurry up, this seat is getting impatient. Longsher Tian is not to be outdone and replied in an incomparably domineering manner. Even if Longsher Hun comes today, this seat will also cripple you. Candle Sky Devil is completely enraged. Monstrous killing intent instantly covered the entire western region. It is extremely terrifying. Dragon God Supreme Sovereign will continue to be updated in Green Dough. There are no advertisements in the website, please collect and recommend Green Dough. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please collect. Dragon God Supreme Qing Dough is the fastest to update. Longsher Tian. You still dare to be so arrogant when you are about to die. Don't forget who sealed you back then. It's our old patriarch in Guxuanzuan. Zhu Hun shouted angrily, his face is filled with schadenfreude. Zhu Hun, do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Longsher Tian's cold eyes swept over. The moment he swept over, Longsher Tian suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Hun. His speed is terrifying to the extreme. Zhu Hun, as an 8-star sacred master, did not react at all. Who gave you the courage to expose my scars? Longsher Tian said coldly. His cold tone and demon-like eyes scared Zhu Hun so much that his entire body trembled, as if he had fallen into hell. Longsher Tian. Old Patriarch will come back soon. If you dare to kill this elder, Old Patriarch will never let you go. You can forget about leaving the western region alive. Zhu Hun's expression is extremely frightened, he feels that he is about to suffocate. This is the first time Zhu Hun has seen such a terrifying Longsher Tian. Boom. Pfft. Longsher Tian directly punched out. With a boom, the tyrannical and terrifying power shook Zhu Yi's soul on the spot, causing him to spit out blood. His sternum shattered and his body flew out like a cannonball, piercing through many towering holy mountains. With just one punch, he heavily injured Zhu Hun. Stupid to the extreme. That old bastard Zhu Tianma hasn't come yet and you dare to make a fuss. You are simply courting death. Longsher Tian said disdainfully. Longsher Tian is right. If you want to act cool, wait until Zhu Tianma comes. Do you really think that I am afraid of Zhu Tianma? Longsher Tian's mouth slightly rose into a dangerous arc. Longsher Tian. Far away in the void, an extremely terrifying aura surged over. Zhu Tianma's angry roar resounded through the void, his killing intent soared to the sky. I've been waiting for you for a long time, old thing. Longsher Tian sneered. A strong fighting intent surged out, as if he could not wait to make a move. Longsher Tian. Back then, I and Gu Xuanzuan worked together to seal you. Today, I can also seal you. Zhu Tianma shouted angrily. Anyone who heard his angry roar that was filled with killing intent, they could imagine how furious Zhu Tianma was. Oh? Is that so? Long Shirtian's expression, he still has a sneer. That was a sneer filled with confidence in his own strength. Swish, boom. Buzz. Zhu Tianma transformed into a black lightning and shot over. He punched out, and with a boom, Long Shirtian was directly blown away. The space violently shook and exploded, collapsing layer by layer. The destructive power was terrifying to the extreme. The scene was spectacular and visually impactful. Sending Long Shirtian flying with a single punch, it could be seen how terrifying Zhu Tianma's strength was. Long Shirtian crossed his hands in front of his body, slowly raised his head and said with a sneer, as expected of the strongest existence of the heavenly demon clan, "Your strength is indeed very strong. However, with just this little bit of strength, you can't injure me." The dragon gods originally had super strong physical bodies, not to mention that Long Shirtian was a 9-star saint. His physical body was already terrifying to an unimaginable extent. Swish. Swish. Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang, and the other top experts of the Sky Fiend race arrived in a flash. "Old Patriarch, teach this arrogant old thing a good lesson," Zhu Huang shouted angrily. Elder Wuji waved his hand and set up a heavenly demon enchantment that covered the entire western region. Swish. Boom. In the next second, Zhu Tianma arrived in a flash and punched out again. The power was incomparably ferocious. With a deafening explosion, the huge holy mountain was instantly turned into ashes. However, Zhu Tianma's punch did not hit Long Shirtian. "Zhu Tianma, after so many years of seclusion, your strength has indeed improved a lot." Long Shirtian sneered. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he was not afraid at all. Swish. Zhu Tianma suddenly appeared behind Long Shirtian. His speed was terrifying to the extreme. It was definitely more than 10 times faster than the speed of sound, or even more terrifying. "Your instant transmission is useless in front of me," Zhu Tianma shouted angrily and punched down again with unstoppable momentum. Every attack of Zhu Tianma carried a kind of deterrent power that could destroy the heavens. Boom. Buzz buzz. The terrifying punch came down, and another earth-shattering explosion occurred. Extremely destructive energy swept out, and wherever it passed, a large part of the holy mountain was turned into ashes. The huge heavenly demon enchantment shook violently. "Didn't you say that instant transmission is useless in front of you? Didn't I still dodge it?" Long Shirtian still sneered, his face full of dissatisfaction. It was as if he was playing with Zhu Tianma. "Long Shirtian, didn't you want to fight with me? What kind of ability is hiding here and there?" Zhu Tianma said fiercely and angrily. He stared at Long Shirtian with a fierce and murderous gaze. "Long Shirtian, what happened to your arrogance just now? Where did it go? If you have the guts, fight with our old patriarch head on. Don't be like a coward," Zhu Qianxin shouted angrily. Back then, when he fought with the old patriarch, Long Shirtian did not have such a confident and arrogant expression. Elder Wuji's old face was incomparably solemn. He felt that Long Shirtian was different, but he was unwilling to believe that Long Shirtian had the strength to defeat Zhu Tianma. Because it was impossible. If Long Shirtian had that ability, he would not have been sealed back then. "Zhu Tianma, you can't even touch me, yet you dare to boast shamelessly. What a joke." Long Shirtian sneered disdainfully. Seeing Zhu Tianma's angry appearance, Long Shirtian was extremely happy. Buzz buzz. The power of a peak 9-star saint erupted. His overflowing might rose sharply once again. Zhu Tianma's entire body burst out with dazzling black light, as if he had merged with the darkness of the space. Boom. Zhu Tianma shot out with an intense ear-piercing boom. His speed was even faster than before, his power was even more terrifying and his attack was even more ferocious. "Let's give it a try." The corner of Long Shirtian's mouth slightly raised into a dangerous arc. The unique fire attribute origin power of the dragon gods erupted. An unparalleled aura covered the entire western region, scaring countless people out of their wits. Sensing Long Shirtian's expression, Elder Wuji frowned again. His expression was extremely solemn. Boom. Long Tian suddenly stepped on the void, his figure transformed into a golden lightning, carrying an unparalleled power and explosively shot out. His right hand ignited a flame, pulling a long fire dragon in the void, an even more tyrannical and special aura sword. Humph. I thought you didn't dare. Zhu Tianma sneered. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, Long Tian and Zhu Tianma's palms collided. With a loud explosion, an extremely terrifying collision power rolled out without restraint. The entire western region's space violently shook. The huge heavenly demon barrier began to spread out with cracks. Elder Wuji, Zhu Huang and the others were all forced back by the destructive energy ripples. However, in this terrifying head-on collision, Zhu Tianma was actually forced back a few steps. How is this possible? Zhu Tianma's old face was filled with shock and disbelief. Long Tian was actually able to force him back with one palm. Long Tian sneered, Zhu Tianma, is this your strength? After being in seclusion for so many years, it's not that great. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the website. Please collect and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please collect. Dragon God Supreme's bar updates the fastest. What was that palm just now? It looks like an ordinary palm technique, but its aura and power instantly increased by several times. I have never seen such a tyrannical aura before. What palm technique did Long Tian use? Is it the laws of heaven and earth? Elder Wuji's old face is already filled with shock, his old face is somewhat stiff. Too shocking. The old patriarch was actually pushed back. How is this possible? Zhu Huang is completely dumbfounded. He simply can't believe that Long Tian has such power. Countless images flashed through his mind, but they are all images of Long Tian being beaten up. There is no image of Zhu Tianma being defeated by Long Tian. In that instant, Long Tian's power increased by several times. Did I see wrongly? Zhu Qinxin's old face is filled with fear and shock, he is petrified. Elder Wuji, this can't be real, right? The third elder rubbed his eyes. How is this possible? Shadow Devil Venerable and the other experts are also stunned, they are dumbstruck. They feel that all of this is too unreal and impossible. At this moment, Zhu Xing is completely speechless. Long Tian is so arrogant, it is not without reason. The most shocked person is still Zhu Tianma. In the instant of the collision, he can clearly feel how tyrannical and terrifying Long Tian's power is. It shook his arm to the point that it went numb. Long Tian's palm strike only used 80% of his power and it was able to push back Zhu Tianma, who erupted with close to his full strength. If he used his full strength, it would be enough to injure Zhu Tianma. Zhu Tianma, what's with your expression? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Didn't you just say that you wanted to seal me? Long Tian said with a mocking sneer. Zhu Tianma's old face became gloomy, he frowned and asked, Long Tian, what palm technique did you use just now? To be able to push me back, you are indeed very powerful. No wonder you dared to barge into the heavenly devil region alone and dare to provoke me. It seems that I have underestimated you. Buzz buzz. True power erupted in an instant, Zhu Tianma's aura soared once again. Destructive energy waves swept out, this is the true power of destruction. Long Tian, without the power of your palm technique, you are not my opponent. Zhu Tianma said coldly, his cold killing intent increased by several times. Long Tian's existence made Zhu Tianma feel threatened. Since he had the opportunity today, he would completely eradicate Long Tian. Really? Long Tian coldly smiled. Even though the Candle Sky Devil had unleashed its true power, Long Tian still didn't panic or worry. He was as confident as ever. Buzz. The full power of a 9-star Holy Venerate burst forth. A resplendent golden light soared into the sky. In the dark space, it was like a pillar connecting the heavens. The space of the western domain trembled violently. The flames of the dragon god spread all over Long Tian's body, giving people a completely new feeling. What form is this? I've never seen it before. Zhu Tianma frowned deeply, not daring to underestimate it. Candle Sky Demon, I'll return the humiliation of the past to you today. Long Tian furiously shouted. His old face became extremely ferocious. Soon after, he stepped on the void and burst out with destructive power. Humph! Zhu Tianma snorted coldly and shot out as well. Boom boom boom. Buzz. The two bolts of lightning, golden and black, collided in an instant, followed by a fierce hand-to-hand combat. The two bolts of lightning crazily collided with each other, causing endless explosions that shook the heavens and the earth. Ruthless and gorgeous moves were used one after another. The destructive power of the collision was unimaginable. Everywhere it passed, the holy mountain was turned into ashes. In the western domain, countless palaces shook violently and collapsed. Countless people fell into extreme panic. The power of each attack was enough to kill anyone below the 9-star Holy Venerate. The peak battle of the Holy World's top powerhouses was so terrifying. The two of them were evenly matched in the fierce high-intensity battle. Whether it was strength or speed, Long Tian was not inferior to Zhu Tianma. Long Tian actually has this kind of power to contend with the old patriarch. How did his strength become so powerful? Zhu Er's face was filled with shock. He was unable to accept this fact. The old patriarch is actually unable to suppress Long Tian. This can't be true, right? Zhu Han trembled in fear. How did Long Tian suddenly become so powerful? What happened? Elder Wuji began to worry. He could no longer see through Long Tian. Long Tian was only the third ancestor of the dragon gods. Long Han and Long Yun were not weaker than Long Tian. If this was the case, once the dragon gods took action, the Heavenly Devil clan would definitely be powerless to resist. The more Elder Wuji thought about it, the more worried he became. His old face became pale. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. In the fierce battle, the more Zhu Tianma fought, the more frightened he became. No matter how ruthless his moves were, he couldn't do anything to Long Tian. They were all resolved by Long Tian in a tyrannical way. Heavenly Devil Palm. Zhu Tianma roared and condensed his power on his palm, clashing with Long Tian. Your power is not enough. Are you going to use a technique? A mere Heavenly Devil Palm doesn't have any power. Long Tian sneered, but he still threw out a tyrannical punch. Boom. Buzz buzz. The fierce collision caused the radiance of the collision to illuminate the dusky space. Even after using a technique, Zhu Tianma was only able to force Long Tian to retreat. You have the nerve to use such a trashy technique? Long Tian said disdainfully. What's going on with Long Tian's strength? It's been less than 2 years since he came out of the seal. It's impossible for his strength to become so powerful. Zhu Tianma was shocked in his heart. Not only was he unable to suppress Long Tian in this fierce battle, he even felt that he couldn't resist. This is the suppression of power. Holy technique. Heavenly Devil Saint Mysterious Claw. Zhu Tianma roared again and used a powerful holy technique. A terrifying black energy claw that was 100,000 feet long shot out with the power to destroy the sky. Holy technique. Heaven Flame Destruction Palm. Long Tian shouted loudly. Both of his hands formed a profound seal. An extremely terrifying aura erupted and finally, he threw out a palm attack. What kind of aura is that? Elder Wuji's old face changed greatly as he stared at Long Tian in horror. What kind of technique is this? Just its aura alone can make me feel intense fear. Zhu Huang's old eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? Zhu Er and the others were completely dumbfounded, each and every one of them trembled. Long Tian's technique was actually so terrifying. This is impossible. The aura of the technique made me feel endless pressure. I felt an unparalleled existence. Zhu Tianma's heart was filled with fear. Long Tian's terrifying technique was beyond everyone's imagination. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Two destructive energies collided in an instant and exploded. Destructive energy ripples shook out, as if it was an existence that could destroy all living things, directly engulfing Long Tian and Zhu Tianma. The space of the western region collapsed as if it was the end of the world. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in Green Dough. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend Green Dough. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please collect. Dragon God Supreme Green Doe updates the fastest. Old Patriarch. Elder Limitless, Zhu Huang and the rest shouted in panic, their hearts burning with anxiety. Elder Limitless, what should we do? Can Old Patriarch block it? Zhu Qianxin asked in panic, his old eyes staring at the huge and terrifying energy ripples in the air. How did Long Shurtian's strength become so terrifying? Where did he get such a terrifying technique from? This has already surpassed the existence of the holy technique. Zhu Huang said in panic, his old face pale. At this moment, Elder Limitless was no longer as steady as before, as if he was in control of everything. Boom! Buzz buzz! As the terrifying energy ripples swept out, a deafening explosion suddenly spread out. The terrifying energy produced by the crazy collision dispersed the energy ripples from before. Long Shurtian and Zhu Tianma's figures once again appeared in the eyes of Elder Limitless and the rest. Zhu Tianma had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he was in a slightly sorry state. Long Shurtian was unharmed. Old Patriarch is injured. Zhu Huang exclaimed, the panic in his heart growing stronger. Elder Limitless also exclaimed, Long Shurtian is unharmed. How could this be? Old Patriarch is actually no match for Long Shurtian. Zhu Yao's old face was filled with fear and disbelief, as if the end of the Heavenly Devil clan had arrived. Elder Limitless and the rest were about to collapse. The strongest existence of the Heavenly Devil clan was actually no match for the third ancestor of the dragon gods. The strong contrast made all of them unable to accept it. Zhu Tianma, you don't seem to be able to hold on any longer. Your strength has weakened a lot. Didn't you just say that I am not your opponent? What? Is this all you have? Seeing the blood at the corner of Zhu Tianma's mouth, Long Shurtian sneered. Zhu Tianma's old face turned sinister, his old eyes flashed with scarlet killing intent, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, Long Shurtian. What? Are you angry? In a while I will be gentle, so as to not kill you. Long Shurtian sneered. The resentment that had been suppressed in his heart for many years could finally be vented out today. Preposterous. Zhu Tianma was furious, he suddenly roared towards the sky, Heavenly Devil transformation. Buzz. Zhu Tianmo entered a frenzied state. His eyes flashed with blood-red light and an endless amount of destructive power exploded out. His surging and murderous aura swept out, causing the space to tremble violently once again. The terrifying power was much stronger than before. Good opportunity. Long Shurtian sneered. Swish, with a thought, he used instant transmission. Long Shurtian suddenly appeared behind Zhu Tianma and ruthlessly smashed his fire fist containing tyrannical power. He said to be gentle, but Long Shurtian seemed to be even more ruthless. Boom, Long Shurtian's fist landed, and with a boom, the illuminating sky devil turned into a black lightning bolt and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he was already tens of thousands of meters away. It could be seen that the power of this punch was extremely terrifying. Boom. Long Shurtian. However, in the next second, the Candle Sky Demon suddenly roared and shot back with an ear-piercing boom. Its speed was extremely terrifying, and its power was monstrous. It was unstoppable. Candle Sky Devil, it's over. Long Shurtian's mouth curled into a sneer. He raised his right index finger and flames danced on his fingertip. Holy art! Hellfire storm! Long Shurtian shouted coldly. His monstrous aura instantly increased by several times. The flames dancing on his fingertip instantly erupted into an extremely terrifying firestorm. It was incomparably overbearing. The terrifying firestorm spread crazily at an astonishing speed. Looking at this terrifying scene, it was simply destroying the world. How is this possible? The illuminating sky devil who shot out was completely dumbfounded. His heart surged with intense uneasiness and fear. What kind of technique was this? Apart from the sacred tool, the illuminating sky devil was at his peak combat strength. However, in the face of this terrifying firestorm, he actually felt a strong sense of danger. Zhu Huang, Zhu Erhun and the others were already scared out of their wits. Not good. Let's go. Let's go. Elder Wuji turned pale with fright and roared in panic. The terrifying holy art, the powerless aura and power, all exceeded their imagination. Moreover, it was an existence that they had never seen before. With their strength, they were simply unable to resist. Boom, puff, the firestorm unscrupulously rolled out. The illuminating Sky Devil was the first to bear the brunt. The moment he was hit, the armor on his body shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was forcefully sent flying. What kind of technique is this? How can there be such power? The illuminating Sky Devil's heart was terrified to the extreme. He had never seen a technique before, a power that he had never seen before. In the blink of an eye, within 100,000 feet of the void, it was a sea of fire. It burned the void, it was truly a sea of fire hell. The scene was incomparably spectacular, shocking, and causing one's soul to tremble. What a terrifying technique. This kind of technique doesn't exist in the holy world. It's different when used with full strength. The destructive power is too terrifying. This kind of power, even Gu Xuanzuan can't block it. It's simply unimaginable. Long Shirtian was also shocked in his heart. The technique was so terrifying, and the consumption of power was also huge. Long Shirtian had used two kinds of techniques. In addition, he had merged the technique into his body to fight the illuminating Sky Devil. At this moment, he had almost exhausted his origin power. Old Patriarch, in the distance, Elder Wuji and the others had pale faces and panicked expressions. No one knew whether the illuminating Sky Devil was dead or alive. Everyone in the Shadow Devil Temple was scared into a vegetative state. Many forces under the Sky Devil clan of the western region were all intimidated by the sea of fire hell and the void. The fear that came from the depths of the soul was irresistible. The spreading power of the 100,000 feet sea of fire hell was too terrifying. The Sky Devil barrier that covered the western region, even if it was far away, was now full of cracks and would collapse at any time. Long Shirtian waved his hand, and the 100,000 feet sea of fire slowly disappeared into the air. The extremely destructive power also dissipated. The figure of the illuminating Sky Devil gradually appeared. The illuminating Sky Devil was seriously injured. His old face was pale, and the clothes on his upper body had been burned to ashes. He was in an extremely sorry state. In this battle, the illuminating Sky Devil lost. The illuminating Sky Devil's bloody eyes stared at Long Shirtian. This old thing is really not simple. Such a terrifying power of the holy technique only seriously injured him. If I added the power of the holy artifact, it would be enough to kill him. Long Shirtian thought, but it was already very good. Illuminating Sky Devil, you lost. Long Shirtian sneered. He was ecstatic after defeating the illuminating Sky Devil. Is that so? The illuminating Sky Devil said coldly, have you exhausted your strength? Demonic Saint armor, so that's how it is. No wonder. Long Shirtian sneered. He saw a faintly discernible black armor on the surface of the illuminating Sky Devil's body. The reason why the illuminating Sky Devil was able to survive was entirely because of the demonic Saint armor. Long Shirtian, the one who lost is you. The illuminating Sky Devil endured his serious injuries and angrily shouted. He was about to launch a fierce attack. Let's stop here. Above the void, Long Shihan's indifferent voice sounded. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please collect. Dragon God Supreme's bar updates the fastest. Long Shirhan. Zhu Tianmo's face changed as he looked up at the sky. Long Shirhan is here. Elder Limitless and the rest were shocked as they looked towards the source of the voice. Kacha. The heavenly demon enchantment that covered the western region collapsed as Long Shirhan's figure silently appeared above the Shadow Devil Temple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Elder Limitless and the rest rushed over as they stared at Long Shirhan with a serious expression. Long Shirtian's strength is so terrifying, Long Shirhan is probably stronger than him. Do not act rashly. Elder Limitless frowned as he warned. Zhu Tianmo consumed a healing pill and said seriously, Long Shirhan's energy fluctuation is faintly discernible. Although I cannot see his cultivation, he is much stronger than before. Old Patriarch, I am truly sorry. Third brother did not manage him well and allowed him to sneak out. Did he injure you? Long Shirhan smiled as he looked at Zhu Tianmo and the rest. Are you blind? Can't you tell if I am injured or not? Is there a need to ask? Even an idiot could tell that Long Shirhan was here to laugh at him and mock him a little. Zhu Tianmo's face was extremely gloomy as his lungs were about to explode. Humph. Are you here to die? Long Shirhan glared at Long Shirtian. Long Shirtian chuckled and did not say anything. His heart was already blooming with joy. Long Shirhan's angry roar was just for Zhu Tianmo and the rest to see. Long Shirhan, this old thing is clearly here to make fun of the old clan leader. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Zhu Huang exploded with anger when he heard this. His fierce eyes were like a poisonous snake as he stared at Long Shirhan. Zhu Chen Xian clenched his teeth and said in anger, preposterous. Long Shirhan, that old thing. Elder Limitless suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled, great ancestor, long time no see. How have you been? Long Shirhan smiled, other than my cultivation being strong, everything is good. I am happy wherever I go. Zhu Huang and the rest exploded with anger once again. Long Shirhan was even more arrogant than Long Shirtian. Zhu Tianmo's face could not help but twitch. Old patriarch, your complexions are a little ugly. Are you feeling unwell? Long Shirshan asked with a faint smile. There's no need for you to worry, Zhu Huang shouted angrily. Long Hun ignored Zhu Huang. Old patriarch, if there is nothing else, I will take my third brother back first. I will come back another day as a guest. Long Shirhan said with a faint smile, and was about to turn around and leave with Long Shirtian. Dragon Soul Slaughter. Zhu Tianmo shouted in a gloomy voice. Veins popped out on his old face, making him look terrifying. Old patriarch, is there anything else? Long Shirhan slowly turned around, but in that instant, the look in his eyes changed completely, becoming incomparably fierce and intimidating. Not only that, Long Shihan's aura had also completely changed. In an instant, it erupted and was far above Long Shirtian. In that instant, Zhu Tianma and the others felt as if they were being enveloped by death, almost suffocating them. Zhu Tianma and the others were all greatly shocked. They were stunned on the spot and their faces were filled with fear. A smile appeared on Long Shihan's old face, and soon after, he disappeared with Long Shirtian. That was a contemptuous smile. Zhu Tianma saw it clearly, Elder Wuji and the others also saw it clearly. This was simply the greatest insult to their heavenly devil clan. However, even though they knew that Long Shirhan did not put them in his eyes, they did not dare to challenge Long Shirhan at this moment. They could only suppress their monstrous anger in their hearts. Long Shihan's aura was too terrifying, the space was deathly silent. Zhu Tianma and the others were still filled with fear and shock. After an unknown period of time, Zhu Tianma said, how did Long Shirhan and the others become so powerful? What the hell happened? I have been in seclusion for many years, and my cultivation has been constantly increasing. It is impossible for their cultivation to surpass mine, absolutely impossible. Zhu Tianma could not accept this fact. If Long Shirhan and the others attack us now, we will definitely die. Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Long Shihan's aura is even more terrifying than Long Shirtian's. Could it be that Long Shirhan has already stepped out of that realm? Elder Wuji's voice trembled slightly, and his old eyes were filled with fear. Zhu Tianma shook his head in a daze. Impossible, Long Shirhan can't step out of that realm. I have been cultivating for many years and still have not been able to break through. It is impossible for him. After all, Long Shirhan had only returned to the sacred world for less than 2 years, and Zhu Tianma had been cultivating in the sacred world all this time. His cultivation speed was definitely above Long Shihan's. Old clan leader, Elder Wuji, could Long Shirhan and the others' increase in cultivation be related to Feng Wuchen's mysterious power? Zhu Chenxing guessed in fear. Elder Wuji frowned deeply and said solemnly, it is extremely possible. Continue to send people to keep an eye on Feng Wuchen. Find out what kind of power it is as soon as possible. If you can't find out, capture that brat alive. Zhu Tianma said gloomily. Old clan leader, we can't touch Feng Wuchen at this time. If we anger Long Shirhan and the others, our heavenly devil clan will face a calamity of extermination. Elder Wuji hurriedly said. Preposterous. Zhu Tianma's anger soared to the heavens, he was so angry that his internal organs were rolling. Dragon God's sacred palace. Haha. Long Shirtian laughed crazily in excitement and said, great. So great. Haha. Third brother, how was the battle? Did you defeat Zhu Tianma? Seeing Long Shirtian's excited expression, Long Shiryun asked with a smile. Long Shirtian laughed excitedly, I ruthlessly beat up Zhu Tianma and was injured by my inferno prison storm. If not for that old bastard having the protection of the demonic Dao Saint armor, he would have been heavily injured even if he didn't die. Not only that old bastard Zhu Engun was also heavily injured by me. What old ghost Yan Ming, Shadow Devil Venerable, they were all heavily injured by me. Long Shirtian laughed excitedly, as if he had a sense of accomplishment. With third brother's strength, if he were to use his sacred artifact, Zhu Tianma would definitely be heavily injured. This battle can be considered a warning to the Heavenly Devil clan. If not for those 3 traitors, I would have really planned to exterminate the Heavenly Devil clan. Long Shirhan laughed. In the past, he might not have dared to say these words, but now, Long Shirhan definitely had the ability to say these words. Ever since they had cultivated the technique that Feng Wuchen had given them, Long Shirhan and the other two's cultivation had increased by quite a bit. Exterminating the Heavenly Devil clan was definitely not a problem. Long Shiryun laughed happily, after this battle, the Heavenly Devil clan will definitely not dare to act rashly. We can take care of those 3 traitors. Gu Xuanzuan's strength is on par with Zhu Tianma, he won't be able to stop us. There's no need to rush this matter. Feng Wuchen also said that there are even more powerful techniques for us to cultivate. Although I was able to defeat Zhu Tianma this time, it consumed a lot of my energy. Using the technique 3 times almost exhausted my energy. It must be because our cultivation is insufficient. Long Shirtian said. What? There are even more powerful techniques? Long Shirhan and Long Shiryun were both surprised and happy. That brat promised me. I will personally go to the temple of Rakshasa and ask him for it. Long Shirtian laughed excitedly, his face full of impatience. At the temple of Rakshasa. After returning from the 9 states, Feng Wuchen began to refine the heaven-defying divine pearl and elixirs. I'm almost done. My wife and the others should be here in 2 days. The temple of Rakshasa will be bustling then. Feng Wuchen smiled happily, full of anticipation. There were only 8 people in the huge palace. It was indeed deserted. Lord Feng, Madame Feng, and the others wouldn't be much stronger than us, right? Feng Hunshan asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. To be honest, I don't know their cultivation level either. However, Qingyang's cultivation level was already a 4-star Saint King. With the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl, he's probably an 8-star or 9-star Saint King. My wife might have already become a Saint Lord. 8 or 9-star? Qing Jiaolong's face turned green. They were only 6-star Saint Kings after cultivating with all their might. Feng Hunshan smiled bitterly, isn't that too fast? I'm still a 5-star Saint King. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. Lord Feng, that's because you don't have time to cultivate. Qing Jiaolong smiled bitterly. Oh right, it's been so long. Why haven't the azure-scaled flying python and the people from the space divine world ascended? Feng Wuchen looked at the 2 and asked. Feng Hunshan shook his head, I don't know either. Feng Wuchen sighed softly, I don't know when father and mother will be willing to ascend. With so many people gone, I really miss them. The gate of the holy world has already opened. If Lord Feng wants to go to the divine world, with the strength of the Dragon God Temple, no one will dare to stop him, right? Qing Jiaolong said. Feng Wuchen shook his head, now is not the time. You 2 are also of the fire attribute. I'll give you 2 manuals to cultivate. Also, take these fire spiritual crystals. It should be enough for you to break through to the Saint King realm. Don't use the heaven-defying divine pearl to prevent it from affecting your foundation. Feng Wuchen flicked his finger and 2 rays of golden light entered their foreheads. Then, he gave each of them 5 fire spiritual crystals. Thank you, Lord Feng. Feng Hunshan and Qing Jiaolong expressed their gratitude. How are Senior Annihilator and the others? Feng Wuchen asked casually. Feng Hunshan frowned slightly and said respectfully, it's not going very well. After the incident at the Heaven Battle Sacred Hall, some factions started to make a move again. It's mainly because of the alchemists. Lord Annihilation Spirit and the others are also very helpless. You're courting death. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. The Sovereign Spirit clan had already been established in the North region. The Single-Eyed clan and the Dragon Soul were also in the North region. If any force dared to touch the Holy Tower, Feng Wuchen would not let them off easily. Hualing Tian, arrange for men to be stationed near the Sacred Tower. Kill anyone who dares to make a move. Feng Wuchen ordered telepathically. Yes. Master. Hualing Tian transmitted the message respectfully. With the Dragon Soul experts secretly protecting the Sacred Tower, Feng Wuchen was not worried that anything would happen to the Sacred Tower. Moreover, there was also Yi Qingyun. Lord Feng, I'm afraid that the Temple of Rakshasa will not be too smooth. This is the territory of the Martial Spirit Temple. The relationship between the Martial Spirit Temple and the Dragon God Temple is tense. Our existence is equivalent to monitoring the Martial Spirit Temple. If it were anyone else, they would not agree to it. Qing Jiaolong said solemnly. The Temple of Rakshasa is not a force under the Dragon God Temple. Moreover, the Temple of Rakshasa's temple master is not me. Could it be that the Martial Spirit Temple forbids everyone from the sacred world from coming to the profound sacred world? They can't do anything about it, right? Feng Wuchen said disapprovingly. Strength is respected. If they want to interfere, who dares to say anything? Feng Hunshan said. That's true. If they want to interfere, then let them do it. Feng Wuchen had an indifferent expression. He did not take it to heart. Gu Yuan and Shan Yuan Mos will arrive in 2 days. When the time comes, bring them to the Dragon Soul in the northern region and strengthen the Dragon Soul's strength as soon as possible. Arrange for some people to go to the Temple of Rakshasa. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. When I came, I brought 10 Saint Emperors. They are now understanding the situation of the nearby forces. Hualing Tian transmitted a message respectfully. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the sky above the Temple of Rakshasa, Feng Wuchen, Qi Xiao, and the others had been waiting for a long time. 3 days is enough to reach the Temple of Rakshasa. They should be arriving soon. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He missed Ling Xiaoxiao very much. Swish. Swish, swish. After waiting for a long time, there was finally a sound of breaking through the sky. They are here. My wife's aura. 1-star saint. She indeed broke through. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He had already sensed Ling Xiaoxiao's aura and became even more excited. Ling Xiaoxiao really stepped into the 1-star saint realm. It was just as Feng Wuchen guessed. My wife's aura? So many people? Qi Xiao and the others were shocked. They looked at Feng Wuchen at the same time and asked, Big brother Feng, they are all your wives? Hearing that, Feng Wuchen's expression changed. He gave a fierce glare, scaring Qi Xiao and the others so much that they immediately covered their mouths. Husband. Big brother Feng. Teacher. Master. Alliance leader. Young master. In the sky far away, there was a cry of joy from Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others. Big brother Feng has so many identities? Qi Xiao and the others were stunned again and were dumbfounded. Soon, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and more than 100 people flew over from the sky above the Temple of Rakshasa. They were all smiling happily. The end of the devilish training was a great liberation for them. My wife. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao flying over, Feng Wuchen immediately went out and hugged Ling Xiaoxiao in front of everyone. Alliance leader, we are finally free. Huan Yang said excitedly. Old teacher, Long Qianya is a devil. We thought that we would never see you again in this lifetime. Dong Zhantian complained. Great commander is even scarier than a devil. We don't even know how many times we've died. Long Yun and the others also complained. But Feng Wuchen was busy hugging Ling Xiaoxiao and did not pay attention to their complaints at all. Big brother Feng really doesn't care about our feelings. Qi Xiao and the others narrowed their eyes into a straight line, their faces full of contempt and jealousy. Big brother Feng, we are all here. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and patted Feng Wuchen's shoulder. Ling Xiaoxiao blushed and wanted to let go, but Feng Wuchen did not let go. None of your business. Hurry up and find one too, lest Uncle Lin comes looking for me when he ascends in the future. Feng Wuchen berated and glared fiercely at Lin Yu. So envious. No way, I want to hug too. Qingqing, come, let's hug for them to see too. Lu Qingyang's face was full of envy as he reached out to hug Miao Qingqing. If you dare, I'll chop off your hand. Get lost. Miao Qingqing shouted angrily, scaring Lu Qingyang with a look. Haha. Everyone could not help laughing. Dragon Emperor. Hurry up and find a wife too. Lest your mother finds you a wife all day long. Feng Wuchen berated. Dragon Emperor's face was gloomy as he pursed his lips and said, Brother Feng, this has nothing to do with me, right? Why is it related to me? Teacher, what's your cultivation now? Have you broken through to the Holy Lord realm? Zhang Junlan asked respectfully. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Feng Wuchen. Stop looking. My cultivation is not as high as yours. I'm only a 5-star holy king. Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. 5-star Saint King? Once Feng Wuchen said that, everyone was shocked and widened their eyes. It was unbelievable, Feng Wuchen was such a freak, and his cultivation was only a 5-star Saint King. Lu Qingyang and the rest had reached the realm of 8-star or 9-star Saint King, and Ling Xiaoxiao had even stepped into the realm of 1-star Saint King. They originally thought that Feng Wuchen could also step into the realm of Saint King, but they didn't expect him to only be a 5-star Saint King, even weaker than them. Husband is only a 5-star Saint King, then what was that power? Ling Xiaoxiao was secretly curious. Master, you aren't joking, right? Xianxia asked with her beautiful eyes wide open. Her disciple's cultivation was much higher than her master's. Master, we thought your cultivation was higher than Master's wife. How could you be a 5-star Saint King? Fairy Yu Yan asked in disbelief. Feng Wuchen sighed softly and said helplessly, because there were too many things to do, it delayed my cultivation. Alright, everyone familiarize yourselves with the palace first. In the future, this will be the Rakshasa race. Big brother Feng, I will go and see Senior Su and the rest first, Lu Qingyang quickly said. He couldn't forget the favor of saving his life. Be careful. Feng Wuchen nodded. This palace is so magnificent, much more so than the divine dragon temple in our divine world. Not only that, there are also traces of time. This palace has been here for many years. This Saint Mountain is really not bad. There are so many Saint Mountains around, and there is a huge sea region below. Comfortable. It feels much better than the divine dragon temple. The more they looked, the more they liked it. That was the feeling of freedom. Instantly, there were more than 100 people. The temple of Rakshasa was finally filled with vitality and laughter. Master, who are the 5 of them? Zhang Junlan asked. He could see that Qi Xiao and the rest were alchemists, and their soul power had reached the Saint Emperor realm. We are Big Brother Feng's new underlings. Qi Xiao and the rest said in unison. Then, they gave a long self-introduction. They are the same as Qingyang. Beta Yan and the rest sighed and shook their heads. While the others were looking at the palace, Feng Wuchen led Ancient Abyss and the others into the hall. Feng Wuchen looked at Ancient Abyss and the others and said, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, Shan Yuan, follow Hualing Tian to the north. From today onwards, you belong to the Dragon Soul. You will follow Shan Tong to train. Shan Tong should have told you everything. Yes. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said respectfully. Dragon Soul is a secret force. Without my orders, you cannot act on your own and expose yourself. Hualing Tian is the leader of Dragon Soul. Listen to his orders, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Yes. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others replied respectfully again. Hualing Tian appeared in the hall in a flash. The Dragon Soul is currently growing stronger. Once it reaches a certain level, we'll be able to let the various major powers in the holy world witness the power of the Dragon Soul. I hope that in the future, we'll be able to spread throughout the holy world and even surpass the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen was filled with confidence. Hearing that, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others felt their blood boil. They did not doubt Feng Wuchen's words at all. Instead, they believed him. Following Feng Wuchen all the way, they had seen too many miracles happen to him. This time was no exception. Moreover, becoming an existence that surpassed the Dragon God Temple was not difficult for Feng Wuchen. He just needed some time. Master, how strong is the dragon soul now? Jiang Nan asked curiously. Around 30 people. Their cultivations are at the Holy Emperor and Holy Emperor level. They were chosen by Hualing Tian. You are the weakest, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Master, does the dragon soul have a mission? Fairy Yu Yan asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen smiled, break through to the Holy Monarch realm. Hualing Tian will arrange a mission for you. I will provide you with all the cultivation resources. You have been to the heaven world and God world. You have enough experience. I believe in your abilities. Hualing Tian, take them away, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Yes, master. Hualing Tian said respectfully. He then waved his hand and disappeared with Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others. The dragon soul is strengthening. The Temple of Rakshasa is also strengthening. I hope nothing happens in the near future. I can also increase my cultivation. I can't be left too far behind, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned and said coldly, they are really persistent. Big brother Feng, there are 6 people outside. They say they are from the Martial Spirit Temple. Lin Yu rushed into the hall and said. Temple of Rakshasa's Plaza. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had already surrounded the 6 experts from the Martial Spirit Temple. I say, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. I already warned you to get out of the profound sage world. Not only did you not leave, you even brought more people. You must be tired of living, a man said with a mocking sneer. We gave you a chance and you didn't leave. Don't blame us for being merciless, another man said with a cold smile. Cold killing intent spread out. Ignoring the Martial Spirit Temple is a capital offense, a cold woman said arrogantly. Her beautiful face was filled with viciousness. I want to know what a capital offense looks like. Feng Wuchen's calm laughter sounded as he walked out of the hall. You guys step back first. Feng Wuchen signaled Ling Xiaoxiao and the others to step back. Seeing Feng Wuchen walk out, the man in the lead sneered, Feng Wuchen, no one from the Dragon God Temple can enter the profound sage world without the permission of Venerable Gu Xuanzuan. We warned you last time. Not only did you not listen, you even established a force and brought people from the Dragon Gods. You must be tired of living. Saint Emperor experts, Nangong Xian sent you, right? That old thing really doesn't give up. To think that I saved him. Feng Wuchen smiled casually, the Temple of Rakshasa is not a force of the Dragon God Temple. Why can't I establish a force? I came to the profound sage world. What can you do? What can you do to me? Feng Wuchen crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking fearless. You are courting death. Attack. Don't leave a single one alive. The man in the lead roared. The terrifying power of a 2-star Saint Emperor instantly erupted as he took the lead to attack. The other 5 Saint Emperors also unleashed their full strength and attacked without hesitation. My lord, do you want us to attack? A respectful voice sounded in Feng Wuchen's mind. Leave one alive. I want to give Nangong Xian a big gift. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. A black figure drilled out of the ground in an extremely strange way. In a few flashes, the 5 Saint Emperors were instantly killed and turned into a bloody mist. 5-star Saint Emperor. The face of the man in the lead changed drastically. He never thought that the Temple of Rakshasa would have a 5-star Saint Emperor expert. Boom. Pfft. While the man in the lead was in shock, the Dragon Soul expert had already arrived and punched his abdomen. The terrifying power caused the man to spit out a mouthful of blood and kneel on the spot. Go back and tell Nangong Xian that without the orders of the Temple of Rakshasa, no one or dog related to the Martial Spirit Temple is allowed to trespass. Otherwise, die. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. Dragon God Supreme's latest chapters. Dragon God Supreme's full text reading address /27019 / Dragon God Supreme's TXT download address. Dragon God Supreme's mobile reading address /27019 / For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the collect button below to record this time. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. A Dragon Soul expert? Long Nidian glanced at Feng Wuchen and thought, is young master planning to build a dark force like the divine shadow guards? The sudden scene shocked Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest. The attack of a Saint Emperor expert was indeed different, instantly turning danger into safety and reversing the situation. Feng Wuchen, the profound saint world is the territory of the martial spirit temple. You don't have the final say. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the supreme dragon gods. You're insulting the martial spirit temple. The leading 2-star saint shouted angrily. I have the final say now. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, Scram, I'll spare your life. Remember to go back and tell that old bastard Nangong Xian that I'll be waiting for him at the temple of Rakshasa. You. The man exploded with anger. His face was ferocious as he clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing into his flesh. If you don't scram, I'll kill you too. Do you believe me? Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over. His cold voice made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, incomparably cold. It was a very terrifying gaze, like a demon, causing the man to tremble in fear. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva in fear, the man shouted angrily, Feng Wuchen. Just you wait. The martial spirit temple will never let you go. The dragon soul expert bowed respectfully and was about to disappear. If you dare touch my people, I guarantee that you won't leave here alive. Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned and shouted coldly, as if he had sensed something. Before everyone could understand Feng Wuchen's words, the next scene shocked them. Boom. Pfft. But at this moment, there was a sudden explosion. The dragon soul expert spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball. With just one blow, the 5-star Saint Emperor dragon soul expert was severely injured. The sudden scene caused Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest to turn pale with fright. The strength of the person who attacked was terrifying. They didn't see anything at all and couldn't sense anything. He can instantly severely injure a 5-star holy emperor. This person's strength is extremely terrifying. The Crimson Emperor said gravely, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. Long Qinghun said seriously, most importantly, his speed is extremely terrifying, and he can completely hide his aura. I can't sense anything. Miao Qingqing frowned. Wild Leopard frowned. I can smell it, but I don't know its exact location. Su Qingfeng frowned and guessed, to be able to instantly injure a 5-star Saint Emperor, this person's strength is at least an 8-star Saint Emperor. This person is very strong. Husband, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao warned, her face full of worry. Qi Xiao immediately dashed out to save him. Big brother Feng, his injuries are very serious. Although we managed to save his life, our pills are unable to heal his injuries. Qi Xiao flew back with the Dragon Soul Master. My lord, you must be careful. This person's strength is extremely terrifying. The Dragon Soul expert said weakly. Let me try. The tiger said. The heaven-devouring tiger had a powerful recovery ability. I hope you don't regret it. Whoever dares to touch my people, I will never let them off easily. Feng Wuchen said coldly, his cold-killing intent spreading out. Regret? Feng Wuchen, you are too naive. You killed a disciple of the martial spirit temple. This time, even if Long Shirshir comes, he won't be able to save you. An arrogant sneer suddenly came from the void. Swish, Feng Wuchen pointed at the void, and a golden pillar of light shot out, disappearing in a flash. I know you are there. Show yourself. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The existence of the water flame ancestor allowed Feng Wuchen to sense any enemy hiding nearby. Even a Saint Venerable expert wouldn't be able to hide. You knew of my existence long ago? How is this possible? A cry of disbelief came from the void, and then a figure appeared out of nowhere. Along with the appearance of this figure, an extremely terrifying aura spread out, and the aura enveloped the temple of Rakshasa. 8-star Saint Emperor expert. 8-star Saint Emperor. The young master can sense such a powerful enemy. Even a Saint King alchemist can't do that. Long Nidian was extremely shocked. That was an 8-star Saint Emperor. Brother Feng seems to only be a 5-star Saint King, but he can sense such a terrifying expert. Moreover, this person has completely hidden his aura, but Brother Feng can still sense it. He's not simple. Bailey Yufeng was also shocked. Zhang Junlan and Yi Tianqing looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. What? Is this difficult? Feng Wuchen glared at the white-robed man and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Wei Qing of the Saint Soul sect. The middle-aged man said arrogantly, looking at Feng Wuchen and the others with disdain. The Saint Soul sect again. Feng Wuchen's killing intent grew stronger. He said fiercely, "There is no need for the Saint Soul sect to exist." Haha. Wei Qing couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. He mocked, "Feng Wuchen, oh, Feng Wuchen, I feel so sad for you. It looks like you, Lord Jizun, don't know anything. Your biggest support is the 3 dragon gods alphas." Long Shirhan and the others know that the 3 dragon gods are in the martial spirit temple, but they don't dare do anything. Do you know why? Because the martial spirit temple is stronger than the dragon god temple. The 3 dragon gods alphas can't beat Lord Guxuanzuan. If you want to destroy the Saint Soul sect, you'll have to see if Long Shirhan and the others dare to do anything. In Wei Qing's eyes, the arrogant Feng Wuchen was a joke. This guy is so arrogant. Su Feng gritted his teeth and said angrily. How can an 8-star Saint Emperor not be arrogant? Plus, he has the martial spirit temple behind him. Luanshan gritted his teeth and said angrily. His cold eyes looked at the arrogant Wei Qing. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "You came looking for trouble because you want me to kill a few people so you can have an excuse to kill me, right? In the end, you're just afraid of the Dragon God Temple. If the martial spirit temple has the ability, why would they need to use such shameless methods? I've already killed people and let one go. I told him to go back and tell Nangong Xian and Lord Guxuanzuan that you want to wait for the martial spirit temple's order to do something? You won't live today anyway. No one can save you. Feng Wuchen, I've heard that you are arrogant. Seeing you today, it's true." Wei Qing sneered. But arrogance needs to be backed up. This is not the Dragon God realm. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "I've always been like this to my enemies." Feng Wuchen, you won't be arrogant for long. You don't know how to hide. Sooner or later, you'll die very miserably. But you'll die very soon. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Wei Qing sneered disdainfully. If I want to kill you, it's also as easy as flipping my hand, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The martial spirit temple had already made their move. Feng Wuchen didn't need to be soft. Martial spirit temple. Lord Guxuanzuan. Great Elder. Our men have been killed. It was Feng Wuchen's man who did it. It's at the temple of Rakshasa. The 2-star Saint Emperor expert who came back alive rushed into the main hall to report in panic. In the main hall, Lord Guxuanzuan, Nangong Xian and the other higher-ups had a layer of frost on their faces. At the same time, they sneered. This Feng Wuchen is even more arrogant than I imagined. Lord Guxuanzuan squinted his eyes as a vast aura spread out. Feng Wuchen thinks that the 3 primogenitors of the Dragon God Temple can defeat Lord Guxuanzuan. That's why he dares to be so arrogant and not put our martial spirit temple in his eyes. He doesn't know how stupid his thoughts are. Nangong Xian said coldly. Lord Guxuanzuan ordered coldly, pass down the order. Order the Saint Soul sect to send people to destroy the temple of Rakshasa. Yes. Lord Guxuanzuan. The 2-star Saint Emperor respectfully said and immediately left the main hall. He thought fiercely in his heart, Feng Wuchen, Lord Guxuanzuan has personally given the order. Let's see if you can still survive. Lord Guxuanzuan, we must inform Long Shirhan and the others about this matter. Nangong Xian smiled faintly. Great Elder is right. Lord Guxuanzuan smiled and nodded. Long Shirhan. Lord Guxuanzuan said to the air. In the Dragon God Temple, Long Shirhan slowly opened his eyes as a smile appeared on his old face. Long Shirhan smiled faintly and said, Lord Guxuanzuan, what's the matter? I believe you already know about the Temple of Rakshasa. Lord Guxuanzuan sent a voice transmission. For the sake of the three primogenitors, I've already sent people to ask them to leave the profound saint world. However, not only did the supreme of the dragon gods, Feng Wuchen, not only did he not listen to my advice, he even killed many people of the martial spirit temple. I've already sent people to destroy the temple of Rakshasa, so I've informed the three primogenitors. I see. Thank you for telling me. I have other things to do. Long Shirhan sent a voice transmission with a smile. Humph. And they even sent people to destroy the temple of Rakshasa? Acting recklessly. Long Shirtian sneered in disdain. Long Shiryun smiled indifferently. Senior Gu Xuanzuan deliberately told us, it seems like he wants to take this opportunity to make a move. If they want to court death, we won't stop them. Gu Xuanzuan should soon know how terrifying Desolate Flame Emperor is. Long Hun said with a smile full of anticipation. Pausing for a moment, Long Hun laughed again. Doesn't that brat Feng Wuchen also want to use this opportunity to deal with Martial Spirit Temple? At the same time, in the Martial Spirit Temple, Gu Xuanzuan's old face was a little ugly. From Long Shuluan's attitude just now, it could be seen that Long Shuluan did not take it seriously at all. There was even a sense that he could destroy them if he wanted to. Wasn't Long Hun worried at all? What is the meaning of Dragon Soul Killer? Did I not make myself clear enough? Why is he not worried at all? Gu Xuanzuan simply could not understand. Nan Gongxian and the other elders were also stunned. After a while, Nan Gongxian said, it is impossible for Long Hun to not value Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, he would not have conferred the title of sovereign. They are planning to make a move secretly. They know that their strength is not as good as ours, so they will not dare to fight us head-on. Great Elder's words are very true. Gu Xuanzuan nodded and sneered, I want to see how they will make a move secretly. Then, I will send Qinghong Protector to watch them secretly. Back to the Temple of Rakshasa. After Gu Xuanzuan gave the order, the sect master of Saint Soul sect immediately sent out more than 10 saint emperors. He also ordered Wei Qing to destroy the Temple of Rakshasa. Feng Wuchen, Lord Gu Xuanzuan has already given the order to destroy the Temple of Rakshasa. Your time of death has come. Wei Qing suddenly sneered. Is that so? Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. Seeing Feng Wuchen's arrogant and confident appearance, Wei Qing sneered, Feng Wuchen, I hope you can still be as confident as you are now. Xiao xiao xiao. In the sky above the Temple of Rakshasa, more than 10 saint emperors quickly appeared. A terrifying aura swept out. The formation was powerful and terrifying. Lord Gu Xuanzuan has given the order. Destroy the Temple of Rakshasa. Leave no one alive. Kill. Wei Qing shouted coldly. The arrogant smile on her face became wider. It was as if she could already see the Temple of Rakshasa being destroyed. Xiao xiao xiao. More than 10 saint emperors immediately made a move. They exploded with terrifying power and dove down. Their attacks were fierce. Young master. Long Nidian looked at Feng Wuchen seriously. But Feng Wuchen was not moved. Master, do you want us to make a move? The Dragon Soul expert in the dark asked respectfully. No need. Feng Wuchen replied. There was no need to reveal the existence of the Dragon Soul to deal with these trash. Protector Qinghong, since you're here, then show yourself. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The moment Protector Qinghong arrived at the Azura Hall, Feng Wuchen sensed her. Protector Qinghong? Wei Qing and the others were shocked. Protector Qinghong had also come. She was a Saint Venerable expert. Destroying a small temple of Rakshasa required a Saint Venerable expert to make a move. Oh? You can actually sense me. As expected of the supreme dragon gods. You're not simple. Protector Qinghong's surprised laughter rang out. With that, Protector Qinghong's figure appeared in the sky above the temple of Rakshasa. Protector Qinghong. Wei Qing and the other saint emperors bowed respectfully. Do it. Protector Qinghong said indifferently. The saint emperors dove down again. Feng Wuchen's face was cold as he stared at Protector Qinghong. He said coldly, I don't know when I started to. Like giving my enemies a chance. But those who don't cherish the chance are all dead. That doesn't include me. Protector Qinghong said confidently. Her eyes flashed with contempt. She didn't take Feng Wuchen's words seriously at all. I was planning to destroy the Saint Soul sect, but seeing how confident you are, I've decided to take it slow. I'll kill you one by one. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Feng Wuchen finished speaking, dozens of black figures suddenly appeared and charged at the Saint Emperors of the Saint Soul sect. The battle between the Saint Emperors immediately broke out. Divine Shadow Guards. Long Nidian was shocked. Long Nidian and Long Qinghun had cultivated under the devilish training of the Divine Shadow Guards. They were all too familiar with the Divine Shadow Guards. Divine Shadow Guards? Wei Qing frowned. She didn't notice the existence of the Divine Shadow Guards. I thought Long Xianxia would make a move. Protector Qinghong said coldly, Feng Wuchen, do you know what it means for the Divine Shadow Guards to appear in the profound saint world? It means that the Dragon God Temple is declaring war on the Martial Spirit Temple. So what? Feng Wuchen smirked. Feng Wuchen wanted to declare war. Feng Wuchen killed the people of the Martial Spirit Temple so he could slowly deal with the Martial Spirit Temple. You overestimate yourself. Your arrogance will lead to the destruction of the Dragon God Temple. Protector Qinghong sneered. Protector Qinghong, are you sure you're not being arrogant? Looking down on everyone? In your eyes, the Martial Spirit Temple is indeed strong. But in my eyes, it's not even worth mentioning. Feng Wuchen sneered. Not even worth mentioning? The moment Feng Wuchen said that, the Qinghong protector's face finally darkened. Feng Wuchen's arrogance had already angered the Qinghong protector. Yes, not even worth mentioning. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Boom. 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 The dozen or so Saint Emperors of the Saint Soul sect couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Divine Shadow Guards. In less than a minute, they were all sent flying. Damn it. Wei Qing gritted her teeth, and her expression was savage to the extreme as she clenched her fists tightly. But Wei Qing didn't dare to attack. Because he was only an 8-star Saint Emperor. He couldn't defeat a dozen 7 to 8-star Saint Emperor Divine Shadow Guards. Furthermore, Wei Qing didn't have the chance to attack. Do you see that? Can't even withstand a single blow. Feng Wuchen sneered. Mere Divine Shadow Guards, this protector doesn't even put them in my eyes. To this protector, they can't even withstand a single blow. The Qinghong protector said coldly as a cold-killing intent spread out. Oh? Is that so? You don't even put me in your eyes? The great commander's cold and imposing voice resounded through the air, and an extremely surging aura spread out. 1-star Saint Realm. The Qinghong protector frowned and thought, Xianxia has actually broken through to the Saint Realm. Now that he has entered the Saint Realm, it seems like he has already become a Divine Shadow Protector. Protector General Xianxia. Wei Qing's expression changed as he was immobilized by Xianxia's terrifying aura. His face was pale. Protector General Xianxia has broken through to the Saint Realm. Long Nidian and the others were shocked. Whoosh, Xianxia suddenly appeared above the Qinghong protector and punched down with a ferocious aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the Azure Rainbow Protector snorted coldly, not to be outdone, and met the attack with a punch. With a deafening explosion, the terrifying energy of the collision spread out with an unstoppable force, creating a series of illusory energy ripples. The space within a radius of 100,000 feet shook violently and collapsed. The ferocious collision caused the Qinghong protector to fall a few meters. Divine Shadow should have just broken through to the Holy Light stage not long ago. Why does he possess such tyrannical energy? The Qinghong protector frowned deeply, appearing somewhat unbearable. The protectors of the Holy Soul sect aren't that great. I think they can't even withstand a single blow. Xianxia sneered. The Qinghong protector said coldly, Xianxia, don't be arrogant. He has just become a holy venerate. This protector does not think much of him. That's not right. After all, I put you in my eyes. Divine Shadow sneered mockingly. You're courting death. The Azure Rainbow Protector was enraged. His aura suddenly changed, and an extremely terrifying energy surged out. His aura instantly soared to the level of a 1-star peak holy venerate. Buzz. The space shook violently, and the collapsing space continued to tear and collapse. The terrifying air waves were like a level 12 storm. However, even such a terrifying power and storm could not shake the divine shadow in the slightest. Xianxia sneered contemptuously and said, "Is this all you can do after using your full strength? Who was the one who shamelessly boasted that the divine shadow guards couldn't even withstand a single blow?" The Azure Rainbow Protector's face was extremely gloomy, but he could not refute. "Great Commander, beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy." As a protector of the Holy Soul sect, he probably won't beg for mercy. If he doesn't beg for mercy, beat him to death. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the Azure Rainbow Protector. "Hee hee. I'll follow Lord Supreme's orders." Xianxia sneered mockingly. After breaking through to the Holy Venerate level and cultivating a terrifying technique, Xianxia was worried that he would not have a chance to test it out. Buzz. Xianxia unleashed his full strength, and his aura surged. The terrifying energy was like a giant dragon awakening, and its might was overwhelming. "Azure Rainbow Protector, you should be careful." Xianxia sneered mockingly, looking like he could beat the Azure Rainbow Protector to death at any time. "Humph. How dare you underestimate me," the Azure Rainbow Protector said fiercely. His cold killing intent instantly multiplied. Xianxia could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly launched a fierce and merciless attack. Long Yin shouted excitedly, "Great Commander, beat him until his mother doesn't recognize him. Divine Shadow Guards, listen up. No matter what method you use, beat Wei Qing to death. You're not allowed to use any techniques." Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. When Wei Qing heard that, his expression changed drastically. He was terrified, and all the cells in his body were frightened. Swish. Swish, swish. More than a dozen divine shadow guards shot out at the same time, and a terrifying aura locked onto Wei Qing. Wei Qing shouted in exasperation, "Are you bullying me with numbers? If you can bully the weak, why can't we do the same? It's your honor to be beaten to death by us." The divine shadow guard commander said coldly. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. More than a dozen divine shadow guards attacked and blocked Wei Qing's path of retreat. They went up and beat him violently, regardless of whether he was dead or alive. Wei Qing was unable to resist at all. In an instant, hundreds of punches landed on his body. The feeling was like being hit by a mountain, and Wei Qing kept vomiting blood. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Slap his face. Slap his face. Commander. Beat him to death. You don't have to give me face. If you can't beat him to death, it's on me. Kick his little brother. Make him extinct. Lin Yu and the others shouted shamelessly. Their voices shook the sky, and they seemed to be even more hardworking than the divine shadow guards. In less than half a minute, Wei Qing could no longer hold on. He was beaten black and blue, and his mother would not recognize him. Wei Qing did not even have the chance to ask for help and was beaten to death by the divine shadow guards. At the same time, Qinghong Protector was also suppressed by divine shadow to the point that he could not fight back. Even if he tried his best, he could not block divine shadow's fierce attacks. Boom. Boom, boom. Punch after punch landed on Qinghong Protector's body. He could not dodge at all. Divine shadow did not give Qinghong Protector any chance at all. After a few minutes of intense fighting, Qinghong Protector's face was already red, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Qinghong Protector felt aggrieved. Qinghong Protector, what's wrong with you? Where did your confidence from earlier go? Didn't you say that the divine shadow guards are weak? Why didn't you hit me with a single punch? Divine shadow scolded him mockingly. Qinghong Protector flew into a rage out of humiliation, but there was nothing he could do. You can't even defeat a 7-star holy emperor, Long Xianxia, and you still have the face to be arrogant here? You are just a mere 1-star holy venerate. Do you really think that you are very powerful? Before this protector, you are not even a fart. Divine shadow shouted coldly, not giving any face at all. Boom. Pfft. Qinghong Protector could no longer block the ferocious attacks. In the end, Divine Shadow struck him in the chest. With a loud explosion, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His figure turned into a black line and shot out, forcibly destroying a towering holy mountain. Boom! After sending Qinghong Protector flying with a punch, Divine Shadow stepped on the void. With a loud explosion, his figure turned into a black lightning bolt and shot out. Divine Shadow just broke through to Holy Venerate. How can he have such strength? Qinghong Protector was horrified. Arg! Buzz! Buzz! Xingying's insults made the Qinghong Protector's rage erupt. The humiliation made him roar crazily. He unleashed his power without caring about the consequences. He took out his divine artifact. Horrifying power surged crazily. The Qinghong Protector entered a frenzied state. His face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. His eyes were bloodshot. It was terrifying to look at. What's wrong? Are you angry? Come on, use your power to attack me. Seeing the Qinghong Protector's frenzied state, Xianxia suddenly stopped and sneered. He arrogantly hooked his finger. Do you think I will be afraid of you? The Qinghong Protector roared crazily. His figure turned into a bolt of green lightning and shot out. His aura was even more terrifying than before, and his attacks were even more ferocious. The Qinghong Protector started to fight with his life on the line. In the blink of an eye, the Qinghong Protector shot over and threw a punch at Xianxia. Xianxia squinted his eyes and countered with a punch. Furthermore, the punch was filled with horrifying power. It was definitely an ordinary punch. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the two fists filled with horrifying power clashed. There was a deafening explosion. The horrifying power carried the power to destroy everything. Ripples spread out. Is that all you can do? The power of anger is nothing much. Now do you know how trashy you are? Other than being arrogant, what else can you do? Xianxia mocked with a face full of disdain. Shut up. The Qinghong Protector clenched his teeth and roared. His veins were about to burst. He was already extremely furious. Scram. Trash. Xianxia shouted angrily. An even more horrifying power burst out from his fist and sent the Qinghong Protector flying. Pa. The Qinghong Protector, who was sent flying, clapped his hands together. Green ripples spread out and formed a halo that spun around his hands. The surface of the halo was even covered with electricity. Ancient divine technique. Black Heaven Lightning Halo. The Qinghong Protector roared furiously. Strong winds blew. Dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning and thunder rumbled. Buzz. Buzz, the Azure Rainbow Protector's power began to soar. He instantly reached the level of a 2-star Holy Venerate. The space within tens of thousands of meters was covered by terrifying lightning-attributed power. Borrowing the lightning attribute of heaven and earth to increase one's own strength, this is a very good divine technique. Xianxia grinned coldly. He can even borrow the lightning attribute energy of heaven and earth to increase his battle prowess. What a mystical spell. Beta Yen exclaimed in shock. That's not all. His lightning-attributed power is extremely powerful. He can borrow the power of heaven and earth to improve himself. I've never seen such a spell before, Ling Xiaoxiao said seriously. Big brother Feng, have you seen it before? Miao Qingqing asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head. I've never seen him use it, either. He probably wouldn't have used it if the great commander hadn't infuriated him. Those who cultivate the lightning attribute can snatch the spell. A spell that can increase one's battle prowess is very rare, Long Qinghun said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen nodded. Qinghun is right. If you like it, you can cultivate it after killing him. The Azure Rainbow Protector wasn't dead yet, but Feng Wuchen and the others were already discussing how to snatch it. Xianxia. If I don't kill you today, I'm not human. The Azure Rainbow Protector roared furiously. Xianxia shrugged and sneered. You're not human. You're just a dog. You're courting death. The Azure Rainbow Protector roared furiously. He suddenly stepped on the void and shot out. It was as though a launcher was installed on his butt. His speed instantly increased by several times. After his battle prowess reached 2-star Holy Venerate, the Azure Rainbow Protector's power and speed increased by several times. Although I'm just the great commander of the Divine Shadow Guards and haven't been promoted to Protector, I have the treatment of a Protector. This is the reward given to me by Ancestor Long. Xianxia sneered. The power in his body erupted. Xianxia's aura instantly soared to the peak of 1-star Holy Venerate. Smack, Xianxia put his palms together and pulled them apart. A silver-white spear appeared out of thin air. Sacred artifact, sacred spear. The Divine Shadow Battle Soul Spear personally refined by the First Elder. It can increase one's battle prowess by 2 times. Xianxia shouted. His majestic aura soared wildly, and his power forcefully stepped into the level of 2-star Holy Venerate. Once the sacred spear appeared, who could contend against it? Xianxia danced with the sacred spear. The spear was covered in golden flames, like an undefeatable war god. What a powerful sacred artifact. The great commander's battle prowess has also stepped into 2-star Holy Venerate. Long Yun and the others were full of excitement. Feng Wuchen praised. As expected of the great commander of the Divine Shadow Guards. His strength is indeed powerful. I'm afraid even Big Brother Feng Wuchen can't defeat him. Azure Rainbow Protector, this great commander is starting to get serious. Xianxia shouted furiously. The sacred spear in his hand shot out explosively. The spear pierced out, carrying an aura that could pierce through heaven and earth. Die. The Azure Rainbow Protector roared furiously. A fist wrapped in lightning fiercely punched out. This punch contained the power of the Azure Rainbow Protector's entire body. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the fist and the sacred spear collided violently. With a boom, a terrifying energy ripple swept out wildly, engulfing tens of thousands of meters of the void in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a golden light shot out from the energy ripple. Xianxia pushed the Azure Rainbow Protector out with the sacred spear in his hand. The Azure Rainbow Protector's hands were only grabbing the sharp tip of the spear. His hands were covered in blood, and his strength was completely suppressed by Xianxia. The Azure Rainbow Protector's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Apparently, he was injured in the head-on collision. It's impossible for you to have this kind of power. The Azure Rainbow Protector gritted his teeth and growled. His bloodshot eyes were filled with unwillingness. Scram! Boom! Xianxia roared furiously and swept out with his leg, sending the Azure Rainbow Protector flying. Azure Rainbow Protector. Accept your judgment. Xianxia roared loudly. Terrifying power poured into the War Soul Spear. The resplendent golden light was like a scorching sun, spreading incomparably violent power. Holy art! Undying War Soul Slash! Xianxia roared loudly. Holding the War Soul Spear tightly with both hands, he suddenly jumped up and slashed down fiercely. Swish, buzz. Buzz, the terrifying golden energy slash, tens of thousands of meters in size, shot out with the power to split Mount Hua. The ear-piercing sound of the explosion was ear-piercing. The destructive power made people feel as if the world was about to be destroyed. Holy art! Thunderous force! The Azure Rainbow Protector roared crazily. The terrifying thunder attribute power seemed to burst out uncontrollably. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dim void, and terrifying thunderbolts struck down. Boom! 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 Buzz! Buzz, the destructive thunderbolts continuously struck the golden energy slash. It was earth-shattering, but it couldn't shake the energy slash. How is this possible? The Azure Rainbow Protector's eyes widened. The holy art that he was so proud of was actually so fragile at this moment. Azure Rainbow Protector. Your time of death has come. Xianxia roared loudly. No. I don't believe it. The Azure Rainbow Protector began to panic. He shook his head in a daze. Great Guardian! Save me! Seeing the terrifying energy slash coming, the Qinghong Guardian panicked and shouted at the last moment. Great Guardian? Xianxia frowned. Are you calling for reinforcements? Feng Wuchen sneered, not worried at all. Whoosh, boom, a figure suddenly appeared and punched the huge energy slash. With a deafening explosion, the energy slash was shattered by the terrifying power. One punch was enough to shatter the terrifying energy slash. One could see how powerful this person was. Long Nidian and the others were deeply shocked. That kind of world-destroying aura made them feel like they were mere ants. Lord Supreme, this person is a 5-star sacred master. He is the great guardian of the Saint Soul sect, Shui Wuhan. His strength is second only to the sect master of the Saint Soul sect. Rumor has it that he is hiding his strength. I'm afraid his cultivation is above the sect master of the Saint Soul sect, the Divine Shadow Guard commander said respectfully. No wonder he is so powerful. Feng Wuchen nodded. This person is highly valued by Martial Spirit Temple's Venerable Gu Xian. His position is not lower than the sect master of the Saint Soul sect, the commander added. In the profound sage territory, Shui Wuhan was even known as the strongest guardian because he was very powerful. Thank you, great guardian. The Qinghong guardian heaved a sigh of relief. You have failed twice. The great guardian said coldly. There was a sense of majesty in his words. The Qinghong guardian lowered his head and did not say anything. He was unwilling to give up. However, a loss was a loss. He could only blame himself for not being strong enough. Great guardian Shui Wuhan, your name is well known, Shining said with a smile. There was no contempt, only respect for the strong. Great guardian Xinying's strength is not simple. After today, you should be able to become a divine shadow guard guardian, Shui Wuhan said expressionlessly. He looked calm, but he gave people a sense of majesty. He was indeed the strongest guardian. Shining shook his head helplessly. It's not that easy to become a divine shadow guardian. Shui Wuhan shifted her gaze to Feng Wuchen and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Supreme Sovereign, Protector Qinghong has been defeated, Wei Qing is dead, and the dozen or so Saint Emperors are heavily injured. It's their lack of strength, so I won't pursue the matter. However, I want to protect their lives. What do you think, Supreme Sovereign? Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, this is the bearing that a strong cultivator should have. You are indeed the strongest protector of the profound saint world. No wonder Lord Gu Xuanzuan thinks so highly of you. You are worthy of my respect. Feng Wuchen's calmness in handling matters, as well as his indifferent and unperturbed eyes, made Shui Wuhan unable to resist looking at him for a while longer. This kid is definitely not someone who will stay in a small pond. Shui Wuhan thought. Then, she led Protector Qinghong and the others away. Protector Qinghong, this is the second time you have provoked me. If there is a third time, no one will be able to save you. Don't doubt my words, Feng Wuchen coldly said. Protector Qinghong glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely, wanting to tear Feng Wuchen to pieces. Supreme Sovereign, we will take our leave first, Shining respectfully said. Great Commander, Feng Wuchen hurriedly called out and asked, what's the matter with the Divine Shadow Guardians? The Divine Shadow Guardians are the strongest battle force of the Dragon God Temple. Only Saint Sovereigns have the qualifications to become Divine Shadow Guardians. They only listen to the 3 primogenitors. The great protector of the Divine Shadow Guardians, Ku Weiying, is as strong as Shui Wuhan, Great Commander Shining respectfully said. They shouldn't be in the Dragon God Temple, right? Feng Wuchen asked. After all, Feng Wuchen did not sense their existence at all. No, they only appear when the 3 primogenitors summon them. They have their own missions, Shining respectfully replied. I see. Okay, go back and cultivate. Thank you for your help this time. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled. Lord Supreme Being is too polite. This is what I should do. If it weren't for Lord Supreme Being, I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. That fight just now was too satisfying. Shining smiled excitedly. Then, he left with the Divine Shadow Guards. Long Nidian. You only have 1 month. After 1 month, you must return to the Divine Shadow Guardians. Xinying's voice came from the void. It's over, we won't be able to live. Long Qinghun bitterly smiled. Feng Wuchen glared at Long Qinghun, scaring the latter so much that he immediately became serious. Nidian, you are a genius of the dragon gods. I hope that you can become a real Divine Shadow Guardian as soon as possible, and a Divine Shadow Guardian that belongs to me. Can you do it? Feng Wuchen looked at Long Nidian and asked. I won't disappoint young master. Long Nidian said firmly. He was extremely excited and hot blood flowed through his body. Feng Wuchen was still as confident in him as before. And you guys as well? Feng Wuchen looked at Long Qinghun, Huan Yang, and the others. Yes. Long Qinghun and the others answered respectfully. They were all filled with motivation. You guys go to Spirit Beast Mountain to cultivate this month. After 1 month, I want to see the results of your cultivation. Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. Young master, do you have the heaven-defying divine pearl? Lan Yin asked. Only with the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl could their strength reach a terrifying level. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled and said, not a single one of you will be missing. Little Zhang, Su Feng, Nia Huang, you guys go with Qi Xiao and the others to refine pills, forge weapons, and forge runes. Yang Mei'er, Mu Honglian, Lan Yu, Luan Shen, Crimson Emperor, you guys are in charge of recruiting some maids and Temple of Rakshasa guards. Mad Leopard, Three-Eyed Demon Ape, Heaven-Devouring Tiger, Lin Muching, Blade Soul, you guys are in charge of guarding the temple. Orders were given one after another. Wife, you are now the temple master of the Temple of Rakshasa. The positions are up to you to decide. Feng Wuchen looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and smiled. Ling Xiaoxiao lightly smiled and said, husband, don't worry. Big brother Feng, what about me? Miao Qingqing quickly asked. Go into seclusion and cultivate. You will soon break through to the Saint Lord realm. Feng Wuchen smiled and said. Martial Spirit Temple. Shui Wuhan brought Qinghong Protector into the temple. Greetings, Lord Gu Xian. 3 elders. Shui Wuhan and Qinghong Protector bowed respectfully. Rise. Lord Gu Xian lightly said. Lord Gu Xian, the mission failed. Shining appeared with the divine shadow guards. Qinghong was defeated by Shining. We failed the mission. Please punish us, Lord Gu Xian, Shui Wuhan said respectfully. I already know about this. Although we failed, it is not Qinghong Protector's fault. I did not expect Shining to break through to the Saint Lord realm. It is a pity that Long Shihun and the others did not make a move. Lord Gu Xian said. He did not mean to blame Shui Wuhan. Shui Wuhan, why did you not make a move? Nan Gongxian asked. Shining had already used up a lot of energy in the battle with Qinghong. I did not want to take advantage of the situation. Furthermore, if I made a move, Kuei-ing or the Dragon God Temple's experts would appear. By then, I might not be able to kill Feng Wuchen. Shui Wuhan said respectfully. He was actually worried about triggering a war. It was not a responsibility he could bear. Looks like Long Shihun thought that I wouldn't dare to touch Feng Wuchen, so he didn't take it seriously. But Long Shihun didn't know that I wanted to use this opportunity to attack. Don't think that I'm afraid of them just because I summoned the Dragon God Totem. Long Shihun and the other 2 can't be underestimated, but I'm not weaker than them. Gu Xuanzuan smiled, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Lord Gu Xuanzuan means, to start a war? Shui Wuhan couldn't help but widen her eyes. Nan Gongxian sneered, killing Feng Wuchen is a small matter, but destroying the dragon gods is a real matter. Besides, Feng Wuchen has something I want. I only gave the order to test Long Shihun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent Qinghong Protector. Gu Xuanzuan said, but Long Shihun didn't take it seriously, so he thought I was afraid of him. Gu Xuanzuan had dominated the holy world for many years, and he had never been afraid of anyone. Gu Xuanzuan's words infuriated Qinghong Protector. It was only a test, Qinghong Protector was almost killed, but it was only a test. How could Qinghong Protector accept it? But anger was anger, and Qinghong Protector didn't dare to say anything in front of Gu Xuanzuan. Then why didn't Lord Gu Xuanzuan give the order? Shui Wuhan asked, puzzled. If Gu Xuanzuan gave the order, Shui Wuhan would have attacked without hesitation instead of saving them. Killing Feng Wuchen is as easy as flipping my hand, but man proposes, God disposes. It was a good opportunity, but it suddenly disappeared. Gu Xuanzuan shook his head helplessly. If Gu Xuanzuan really wanted to kill Feng Wuchen, he could have just sent a terrifying expert to do it. But something unexpected happened. Shui Wuhan asked, Lord Gu Xuanzuan, what opportunity? Why did you lose it? Nan Gongxian's old face turned gloomy as he gritted his teeth and said, Lord Gu Xuanzuan has just asked Zhu Tian Mo. The Sky Demon race does not intend to interfere. Otherwise, Lord Gu Xuanzuan would have already given the order. The Sky Demon race does not want to interfere. Obviously, they are still holding a grudge over what happened before. They want to see both sides suffer and take advantage of the situation. Although Lord Gu Xuanzuan is not afraid of the three primogenitors, it will still end with both sides suffering. The Sky Demon race has to be careful. If it weren't for the lack of news about the great elder of the Dead Spirit clan, we wouldn't have to worry about the Heavenly Devil clan. Lord Gu Xuanzuan continued, this is also what I am worried about. I really don't understand. The Sky Demon clan and the Dragon Gods are irreconcilable enemies. Why would they give up on this opportunity? Gu Xuanzuan never thought that the Heaven Devil race would actually give up on the alliance and use Feng Wuchen as the fuse. This was a good opportunity to eliminate the Dragon Gods, but Zhu Tianma suddenly said that he would not interfere. They hadn't touched the Dragon God Temple before because Zhu Tianma and Elder Wuji hadn't come out of seclusion yet. But now that the opportunity had come, the Heaven Fiend race had given it up. If Lord Gu Xuanzuan knew that Longzhi Tian had defeated Zhu Tianma, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Who knew if he could still be as confident as he was now? At the beginning, Lord Gu Xuanzuan indeed wanted to test Longzhi Han and attract the experts of the Dragon Gods. Unfortunately, Zhu Tianma rejected the alliance. With the strength of the Martial Spirit Temple alone, even if they could eliminate the Dragon Gods, they would have to pay a painful price. Of course, this wasn't what Lord Gu Xuanzuan wanted to see. Lord Gu Xuanzuan sighed, Zhu Tianma has disappointed me too much. We can only wait for the news from the Dead Spirit clan. Then, do we still need to touch Feng Wuchen? Qinghong Protector respectfully asked. Since we want to eliminate the Dragon Gods, of course we have to deal with Feng Wuchen. However, we can't kill him yet. Feng Wuchen has a kind of white flame on his body. You guys take back this flame. Once there is news about the great elder of the Dead Spirit clan, immediately declare war. Nan Gongxian fiercely said. Lord Gu Xuanzuan confidently said, if we don't make a move, Longzhi Han and the others won't have the guts to declare war on us. Subordinate understands. Shui Wuhan respectfully said. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the Dead Spirit clan no longer existed. Because they offended Feng Wuchen, they had been eliminated. If Lord Gu Xuanzuan knew that Feng Wuchen had eliminated the Dead Spirit clan, even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to deal with the Dragon Gods. Lord Gu Xuanzuan ordered, you guys go back first. Send people to keep an eye on Feng Wuchen. If there is an opportunity, make a move. Also, send a message to the great elder of the Dead Spirit clan. I hope to receive news from the Dead Spirit clan as soon as possible. Yes. Subordinate will take his leave. Shui Wuhan and Qinghong Protector respectfully left the hall. Great Protector, Feng Wuchen can summon the Divine Shadow Guards at any time. The Temple of Rakshasa also has a Saint Emperor powerhouse guarding it. It won't be easy to deal with Feng Wuchen. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's perception is very strong. He can sense my existence. Qinghong Protector transmitted. If the Martial Spirit Temple send experts, the Dragon God Temple could also send experts. If Shui Wuhan made a move, the Dragon God Temple would definitely send even stronger experts. That's because you gave him a chance. No matter how fast the Divine Shadow Guards are, they still need some time to get here. This is the profound saint world, not the Dragon God realm. The Divine Shadow Guards can't stay in the Temple of Rakshasa forever. If you directly made a move, would they still have a chance? Of course, it won't be easy to deal with him in the Temple of Rakshasa, but Feng Wuchen can't stay in the Temple of Rakshasa forever. A little Saint King. As long as he leaves the Temple of Rakshasa, this is also a chance. You don't need this protector to teach you this. However, you can't underestimate Feng Wuchen. He gives me a very unusual feeling. This protector can't see through him. Shui Wuhan transmitted. Temple of Rakshasa. Lu Qingyang hurriedly flew back, his face full of anxiety. Qingyang, what's the hurry? Seeing Lu Qingyang's anxious face, Beta Yan asked doubtfully. Where's Big Brother Feng? Lu Qingyang asked anxiously. The Alliance Master is in seclusion. I'm afraid he won't come out for a while. Beta Yen said. Oh no. Lu Qingyang was burning with anxiety. What happened? Tell me. Beta Yen asked. Lu Qingyang said anxiously, Senior Su and the others are in trouble. I went to St. Azure City. Tai Hu was seriously injured, and Senior Su and the others were captured. It's been a few days. I don't know how they are now. Tai Hu said that the situation is very serious. Big Brother Nidian and the others are also in seclusion? Lu Qingyang asked again. Beta Yen said, the Alliance Master sent them to Spirit Beast Mountain to cultivate. They have to return to the Divine Shadow Guards in a month. It's over. How am I going to send a message to the Divine Shadow Guards? With my cultivation, it's impossible for me to send a sound transmission. Lu Qingyang was so anxious that he was about to cry. At the crucial moment, Feng Wuchen was in seclusion, and Long Nidian and the others had gone to Spirit Beast Mountain. What happened? Ling Xiaoxiao walked out of the palace. Xiaoxiao, quickly send a sound transmission to Senior Shan Tong. My savior is in trouble. I have to go save them. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao come out, Lu Qingyang was overjoyed, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. I'm not Big Brother Feng. My sound transmission can't reach the Dragon God realm. Ling Xiaoxiao said awkwardly. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were too weak, and the profound Saint realm was too far away from the Dragon God realm, so they couldn't send sound transmissions to the Dragon God realm. Senior Su and the others saved my life, and I haven't repaid them yet. If anything happens to them, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Lu Qingyang said anxiously. Qingyang, don't worry, calm down first. Ling Xiaoxiao said. Xiaoxiao, don't you have the Dragon Soul token? The Dragon Soul token can summon the experts of the Dragon God Temple. Beta Yen suddenly thought of the Dragon Soul token. Yes. The Dragon Soul token. The Dragon Soul token can summon the experts of the Dragon God Temple. Xiaoxiao, give it a try. Lu Qingyang nodded excitedly. He saw a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. All right. I'll give it a try. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly took out the Dragon Soul token and injected her energy into it. The Dragon Soul token suddenly glowed with golden light and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, in the Dragon God Temple, Long Shihun immediately sensed the Dragon Soul token's aura. Did something happen to Xiaoxiao? Long Shihun frowned deeply and immediately sent a sound transmission. Xiaoxiao, did something happen? Great Primogenitor. Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed when she heard Long Shihun's voice. Great! Lu Qingyang was overjoyed. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly sent a sound transmission. Great Primogenitor, Brother Feng is in seclusion, and something has happened to us. Can Great Primogenitor send someone to the Temple of Rakshasa? Alright, don't worry, I'll send someone immediately. Long Shihun said with a smile. Thank you, Great Primogenitor. Ling Xiaoxiao sent a sound transmission to thank him. If there's anything you can't solve in the future, just use the Dragon Soul token to summon me. Long Shihun sent a sound transmission with a smile. With the protection of the Dragon Soul token, it was equivalent to having the Dragon Soul Killer as a bodyguard. Kuei-Ying, make a trip to the Temple of Rakshasa in the profound sacred territory immediately, Long Shihun ordered. Yes. Grand Primogenitor. In the depths of a strange mountain range in the Saint's world, Kuei-Ying slowly opened his eyes and immediately sent a message. Temple of Rakshasa, did something happen to Madame Jizun? Kuei-Ying frowned and disappeared. Kuei-Ying didn't dare to be careless. Xiaoxiao, did the great ancestor say who he would send? When will they arrive? Lu Qingyang asked excitedly. The great primogenitor didn't say. He only said that he would send someone over immediately. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. Greetings, Madame Jizun. As soon as Ling Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a respectful voice suddenly sounded out, and then a figure appeared out of thin air and knelt down on one knee. The sudden voice made Ling Xiaoxiao and the others jump in fright. What a terrifying aura. It's even more terrifying than the great commanders. Beta Yen was extremely frightened and broke out in cold sweat. It must be a Saint Venerable expert. This aura can't be wrong. Lu Qingyang's heart was also in turmoil as he looked at the newcomer in shock. The newcomer was the divine shadow guard's Kuei-ing. The formless and terrifying aura made their hearts tremble. You were sent by the great ancestor? Ling Xiaoxiao sized up Kuei-ing and asked. She had never seen him before. Kuei-ing said respectfully, yes, your subordinate is Kuei-ing, the divine shadow guard's protector. I'm willing to serve Madame Jizun. What? Kuei-ing? The divine shadow guard's great protector. Beida Yan and Lu Qingyang immediately widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison. Xiaoxiao was also stunned. Although they had never seen Kuei-ing before, they had heard Great Commander Divine Shadow say that Kuei-ing was the divine shadow guard's protector, an existence even more terrifying than Divine Shadow, and only took orders from the three great primogenitors. Dragon Soul Killer had actually sent the divine shadow guard's strongest protector. Great protector, there's no need to be so courteous. Please rise. Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly said. She felt very unnatural for such a terrifying expert to kneel before her. Many thanks, Madame Jizun. Kuei-ing said respectfully. The divine shadow guard's great protector, Kuei-ing. In the dark, Qinghong Protector's expression changed greatly. Her eyes were filled with fear, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Kuei-ing frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He glanced behind him and said coldly, Scram. The word scram carried a formless and terrifying aura, and it shook Qinghong Protector so much that she spat out blood. Qinghong Protector was scared out of her wits, and she immediately fled. Kuei-ing's words had scared Qinghong Protector away. It was clear how terrifying Kuei-ing was. Someone is watching us. It must be for my husband. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned, and her expression became serious. Kuei-ing said respectfully, Madame Jizun, don't worry. He's already gone. It's someone from the Holy Soul sect. Beida Yan gritted his teeth and said angrily, preposterous. It's the Holy Soul sect again. How dare they spy on us? That, great protector, can we set off now? Something happened to my savior a few days ago, and I don't know if he's dead or alive. We have to rush over immediately. Lu Qingyang suppressed the shock in his heart and asked anxiously. He couldn't wait any longer. Yes. Kuei-ing nodded. Great protector, please take us to St. Azure City. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly said. Kuei-ing waved his hand, and immediately disappeared with Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and Beida Yan. Teleportation. When Ling Xiaoxiao and the others reappeared, they were already in the sky above St. Azure City. I'll go down and bring someone. Lu Qingyang swooped down to Su Qian's restaurant, and brought the injured Taihu up. Taihu had taken a healing pill, and his injuries had healed a lot. Seeing Lu Qingyang coming to help, Taihu was excited and overjoyed. He cried tears of joy, and thanked Lu Qingyang profusely. Looking at Taihu, Ling Xiaoxiao asked, Qingyang, what happened to Senior Su and the others? I only know the gist of it. Taihu, you tell them, we're going to Inkwind City now. Lu Qingyang looked at Taihu. Taihu sighed helplessly, this happened 2 years ago. Su Yonggu and Su Qian were the Su family's patriarch and young miss. On the way, Taihu explained the matter in detail. 2 years ago, Yi family's young master, Yi Xiaoyun, came to the Su family to propose marriage, but Su Qian refused. Su Yonggu also respected Su Qian's decision, which made Yi Xiaoyun angry. He felt that the Su family had made him lose face. In a fit of anger, Yi Xiaoyun secretly sent people to capture Su Qian. This made Su Yonggu furious, and he immediately led the Su family's experts to the Yi family to rescue Su Qian. The two families fought, and there were heavy casualties. But the Yi family's patriarch was too strong, and Su Yonggu was not his match. In the end, Su Qian's father and 3 elders were sacrificed to save Su Qian. The Su family was swallowed up by the Yi family, and the survivors became the Yi family's slaves. Su Yonggu took Su Qian away for 2 years, but Yi Xiaoyun did not give up. He had been tracking them for 2 years, and only recently found them in St. Azure City, and captured them. The Yi family is too arrogant. If they don't agree, they'll force them to marry? They're simply lawless. Damn it. I'm so angry. After listening, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were furious. Especially Lu Qingyang, he was so angry that his organs were rolling. He gritted his teeth and said, "If anything happens to Senior Su and the others, I'll destroy the Yi family." End of chapter. I'm afraid it's not that easy to destroy the Yi family. The Yi family has a terrifying background with the 9 Nether Saint Palace behind them. The reason why Patriarch Su and the others didn't dare to return is because they were worried that they would enter the tiger's den. They have been in the Saint Azure City for the past 2 years. Taihu smiled bitterly. 9 Nether Saint Palace? Kuei-Ying was slightly surprised. One of the major forces under the Martial Spirit Temple. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and said coldly, "I knew it. I guessed it had something to do with the Martial Spirit Temple. No wonder the Yi family is so arrogant. I wanted Manager Su Qian to ask the Dragon God Temple to help, but Manager Su Qian refused. She was worried that Brother Qingyang would misunderstand, so I didn't dare to mention it." Taihu smiled bitterly. Lu Qingyang heard it and said helplessly, "Manager Su is too much. What's there to misunderstand? Great Guardian, is the 9 Nether Saint Palace very powerful?" Beta Yan asked. "A little weaker than the Saint Soul sect." Kuei-Ying shook his head slightly. Lu Qingyang immediately asked, "Great Guardian, is it difficult to destroy the Yi family?" "Destroying the 9 Nether Saint Palace is just a snap of the finger. What's the Yi family worth mentioning?" His words seemed to be very casual, but they carried an unquestionable majesty, and even more so, an aura of disdain for the world. Kuei-Ying's strength was terrifying. He did have the ability to say that. "That's good." Lu Qingyang squinted his eyes and said fiercely. At the same time, in the Saint Soul sect, Qinghong Protector returned with injuries and entered the hall in a panic. "Sect Master, Elders, Great Guardian, Kuei-Ying has come to the profound saint world. He's at the Temple of Rakshasa," Qinghong Protector said in shock. "Kuei-Ying?" The Saint Soul Sect Master frowned and said doubtfully, "The Great Guardian of the Divine Shadow Guards only listens to the 3 primogenitors. Is it the 3 primogenitors' idea for him to appear at the Temple of Rakshasa?" The Great Elder said solemnly, "Since the Great Protector has appeared, Feng Wuchen is naturally worried that we will attack again. Among the Divine Shadow Guards, only Kuei-Ying can contend against the Great Protector. It is not strange for Long Shirshir to send Kuei-Ying. Kuei-Ying is in the Temple of Rakshasa. It is impossible to capture Feng Wuchen. We can only use other methods," an elder said solemnly. Reporting to Sect Master, it was a woman from the Temple of Rakshasa who summoned the Dragon Soul. She has the Dragon Soul token in her hands. They must have encountered something and asked Long Shirhun for help. That's why Long Shirhun sent Kuei-Ying. The Azure Rainbow Protector hurriedly said. "What? Dragon Soul token?" The Holy Soul Sect Master, Shui Wuhan, and the 3 elders turned pale with fright. "It is indeed the Dragon Soul token. There's absolutely no mistake," Qinghong Protector said with absolute certainty. Shui Wuhan doubtfully said, "The Dragon Soul token is the supreme existence of the Dragon Gods. Seeing the Dragon Soul token is like seeing the ancestor. For this woman to be able to obtain the Dragon Soul token, her identity is definitely not simple. Sect Master, if we capture this person, we can definitely threaten the Dragon Gods," Qinghong Protector hurriedly said. "Absolutely not." The Holy Soul Sect Master immediately broke out in cold sweat and said, "Don't act rashly. First, investigate clearly who this woman is. Kuei-Ying's aura is moving. He is not in the Temple of Rakshasa, but in Inkwind City," Shui Wuhan suddenly said. After carefully sensing, she sensed Kuei-Ying's aura. The Holy Soul Sect Master deeply frowned and said, "Other than during battle, when have you ever sensed Kuei-Ying's aura? This is not his style. This person has always been mysterious. No one knows his whereabouts. Him releasing his aura is undoubtedly a warning to us. His aura has disappeared in Inkwind City. I want to see what Kuei-Ying wants to do. I will go to Inkwind City to take a look." Shui Wuhan said solemnly and immediately disappeared in a flash. Shui Wuhan and Kuei-Ying were old rivals, but the victor had never been decided. Kuei-Ying was very strong, but Shui Wuhan was also very strong. Inkwind City. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had already entered Inkwind City and were rushing towards Yi family. From Taihu's mouth, they found out that Yi family's patriarch had already stepped into the Holy Emperor realm. He was the head of the three great families in Inkwind City and was extremely strong. Yi family mansion. Boom boom. Ah! Lu Qingyang, who was burning with anxiety and anger, directly rushed in. Two Yi family guards smashed the door and flew in. The guards' miserable cries alarmed the Yi family people. Clansmen and guards rushed out one after another. How dare you? Who are you people? How dare you barge into Yi family? You even dare to injure Yi family guards. You are simply courting death. The guard leader angrily shouted at Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. Quickly release Su family's patriarch and the others. Taihu angrily shouted. Taihu? A Yi family clansman recognized Taihu and then sneered contemptuously, so it's you. How dare you bring people to the Yi family to cause trouble? Why? Do you want to save Su Yonggu and Su Qian? With just you few pieces of trash? Haha. With the cultivation of a holy king or holy monarch, you dare to come to the Yi family and ask for them? I think you are here to die. Extremely stupid. Don't you know the strength of my Yi family? Don't you know the great power behind our Yi family? The Yi family was powerful. They did not even put Ling Xiaoxiao and the others in their eyes. Lu Qingyang's face was extremely gloomy. Resisting the urge to kill, he gritted his teeth and angrily said, "What did you do to Senior Su? TSK, why are you so fierce? We didn't do anything to them, but they are half dead." Another Yi family clansman arrogantly sneered, extremely arrogant. You are courting death. Lu Qingyang angrily roared. Attack. Let them know the consequences of barging into Yi family. A clansman angrily shouted. Dozens of Yi family guards rushed up at the same time, looking ferocious. Boom boom boom. However, the moment they charged forward, a terrifying invisible force swept over them, causing them to be thrown off their feet and spit out blood. The person who attacked was Kuei-ing. The sudden scene shocked the Yi family clansmen, causing them to be dumbfounded. The leader of the guards was a Saint Emperor, and many of the guards had stepped into the Saint Monarch realm. Logically speaking, dealing with Ling Xiaoxiao and the others should be easy. But no one expected that the dozens of guards would be sent flying and suffer heavy injuries. What was even more unbelievable was that they did not even see who attacked. That formless and terrifying chi disappeared in an instant. The Yi family courtyard was dead silent. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Their bodies were trembling, and their souls were scared out of their wits. Quick! Quick, report to the patriarch and the elders! A clansman shouted in fear. The Yi family clansmen all woke up. Patriarch! Elders! Not good! Someone is attacking! Someone is attacking! They injured dozens of our guards. A clansman shouted in fear and quickly rushed to a loft in the backyard. In the luxurious loft, Patriarch Yi heard the clansman shouting in fear. He smashed a chair with his palm and angrily said, "Who dares to barge into our Yi family and injure our guards? You are courting death. Who has the guts to touch our Yi clan?" An elder said coldly. His deep old eyes emitted a fierce killing intent. A terrifying murderous aura spread out from the pavilion in the backyard of the Yi clan. A majestic aura enveloped the entire Yi clan. The patriarch and the elders are here. The members of the Yi clan were overjoyed. The fear in their hearts was swept away. Our patriarch has already stepped into the Saint Emperor realm. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Yi clan? Don't even think about leaving alive today. Your time of death has come. How dare you injure so many members of the Yi clan? Our patriarch will not forgive you. Humph. How dare you come to the Yi clan? Bah. The members of the Yi clan cursed wildly. They were all waiting to see the tragic end of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. The arrogance of the Yi clan is even more arrogant than I imagined. A bunch of uneducated dogs. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. Her face turned colder. Beta Yen shook his head and sneered, 1-star Saint Emperors and quite a few Saint Kings. The Yi family is indeed not weak, but it's a pity that they're too arrogant. They think that no one dares to touch them just because they have the 9 Nether Saint Hall behind them. Looking at Lu Qingyang, Beida Yan asked, Qingyang, can you sense Senior Su's aura? I can sense Senior Su's aura, but it's very weak. He must have been beaten up. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. There's also the shopkeeper's aura. He's fine. That's great. Taihu was overjoyed. At least the shopkeeper was still alive. The people locked up in the dungeon should be from the Su clan, Kuei guessed. Great protector, we can't let anyone from the Yi clan go. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. No problem. Kuei nodded. There was no change in his eyes. Shui Wuhan. Kuei smiled. He had already sensed Shui Wuhan's presence. The Yi clan? Shui Wuhan frowned and thought to herself, Kuei is actually helping the insignificant Yi clan, and he's even standing behind this girl. It seems like she has the Dragon Soul Medallion. 1-star saint. She is not a human. This protector has never seen this energy in her body before, but it is somewhat similar to the origin energy of the dragon gods. Who exactly is she? Shui Wuhan frowned and said to herself. She was very curious about Ling Xiaoxiao's background. Shui Wuhan carefully sized up Ling Xiaoxiao, but he still couldn't figure out Ling Xiaoxiao's origin, which also piqued his interest. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Yi clan? Are you tired of living? An angry roar filled with majestic aura suddenly sounded. At this time, in the Yi family, several figures came out from the attic in the backyard. They were like flowing lights, arriving in the blink of an eye. The old man in the lead was the head of the Yi family, Yi Xiong. Behind him were 3 elders and 7 saint emperors. Patriarch, it's them. They are here to save Su Yungu. A clan member pointed at Ling Xiaoxiao's group of 5 and said angrily, they injured our Yi clan's guards. Don't let a single one of them leave. Patriarch, kill them all. Another clan member shouted angrily. Save them? Yi Xiong glared at Ling Xiaoxiao's group and asked gloomily, who are you people? Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, Temple of Rakshasa. Temple of Rakshasa? Very good. I'll kill you first, then destroy your Temple of Rakshasa. Yi Xiong shouted angrily. A terrifying energy began to spread out. Is that so? The Yi clan is really confident. Beida Yan sneered disdainfully. Don't talk nonsense here. Let them go. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and roared, ignoring Yi Xiong's terrifying energy. The great elder said gloomily, coming to the Yi clan to behave atrociously and injuring so many of our people, and you want us to let them go? Do you think you little brats deserve to save them? Today, this elder will let you die without a burial place. Bang! Then, the great elder stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, a spider web-like crack appeared on the ground. His body shot out along the ground at an astonishing speed. His attack was fierce and brutal. Kill! Lu Qingyang shouted coldly. Boom! Buzz buzz! The moment Lu Qingyang finished his words, Kuei took action. As if he had teleported, he appeared in front of Ling Xiaoxiao's group. Then, with a loud bang, the great elder's body smashed into the ground, creating a big hole. The great elder was like a pile of mud, motionless. Blood flowed out. The great elder died on the spot. His method was extremely ruthless. He didn't give anyone a chance. The Yi family was deathly silent. Everyone was stupefied as they stared at the great elder who was in the huge pit. A 9-star saint emperor was killed instantly. The great elder didn't even know how he died. Such a terrifying power, even Yi Xiong was shocked. The great elder was killed, patriarch, the great elder was killed. How is this possible? I didn't see him take action. He is a saint emperor. In the deathly silent Yi family courtyard, after the initial shock, it instantly exploded. Everyone in the Yi clan was extremely frightened. Their faces were pale and cold sweat dripped down. The fear of the strong seemed to be innate. They couldn't resist it. This scene came too suddenly. No one could accept it. Killing a 9-star saint emperor in an instant. Even Yi Xiong, a 1-star saint emperor, didn't dare to say that he could do it. After not seeing him for so many years, Kuei Ying's cultivation has indeed improved a lot. A 6-star Saint Emperor, his battle prowess can definitely reach the 7-star Saint Emperor level. Shui Wuhan thought, looking at Kuei Ying. Although Kuei Ying hadn't used any of his power, Shui Wuhan could clearly sense his strength. Who are you? Yi Xiong's shocked face became completely ferocious. He stared at Kuei Ying fiercely and asked. Yi Xiong couldn't see through Kuei Ying's cultivation. At first, he thought he was just a Saint King Saint Emperor. You don't deserve to know. You don't have the right to know. Kuei Ying said coldly, without a trace of human emotion. Yi Xiong exploded in anger. He gritted his teeth, his face ferocious. Yi Xiong shouted angrily, our Yi clan has the 9 Serenity Temple behind us. You dare to kill our great elder. No matter who you are, you must die. 9 Serenity Temple? Let's see if they have the ability. Even if they come, I dare to kill you. Kuei Ying's mouth curved into a disdainful smile. Humph. Shameless boasting. When the 9 Serenity Temple's experts come, I hope you can still be so arrogant. Yi Xiong shouted and immediately sent the news to the 9 Serenity Temple. The 9 Serenity Temple was one of the major forces under the Martial Spirit Temple. Someone dared to humiliate the 9 Serenity Temple. He was simply seeking his own death. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After a few minutes, 5 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the Yi clan. They were the Saint Emperors of the 9 Serenity Temple. Greetings, 9 Serenity Commander. Yi Xiong and the rest of the Yi clan knelt down respectfully. I've heard that some blind dog is insulting the 9 Nether Temple. I wonder who it is that is so daring. Can you step out and let me take a look? The 9 Nether Commander sneered arrogantly. End of chapter. You don't know life from death. Seeing the 9 Nether Commander being so arrogant, Shui Wuhan couldn't help but curse him. The 9 Nether Commander was a 7-star Saint Emperor. His strength was terrifying, and he had the 9 Nether Temple and the Martial Spirit Temple behind him. What? No one dares to stand out? The 9 Nether Commander sneered. An extremely terrifying aura pressed down. The entire Yi family was terrified. Yi Xiong hurriedly pointed at Kuei Ying and said, 9 Nether Commander, it's him. He not only killed our great elder, but also humiliated the 9 Nether Temple. The second elder also said, 9 Nether Commander, quickly kill him. The 9 Nether Commander looked in the direction Yi Xiong was pointing. It would have been better if he didn't look. He was almost scared to death. Is it him? The 9 Nether Commander was extremely frightened. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. An irresistible fear rose in his heart. It was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Obviously, the 9 Nether Commander had recognized Kuei Ying. He was not the only one. The other 4 Saint Emperors were filled with intense fear as well. They were unable to say anything. What's going on? Why are the 9 Nether Commanders so scared? Is it because of him? Sensing the 9 Nether Commander's terrified expression, Yi Xiong's heart skipped a beat. A feeling of uneasiness swept over him. The Yi family members were confused. The 9 Nether Commander was so arrogant a moment ago. Why did he suddenly become silent? Out of curiosity, they all shook their heads and looked over. They saw the 9 Nether Commander's terrified face. At this moment, everyone in the Yi family began to panic. 9 Nether Commander, what did you just say? Kuei Ying asked indifferently. He shook his head slightly and looked at the 9 Nether Commander in the sky. Kuei Ying's eyes were terrifying. It was as if there was only bloodthirsty killing, like a mad demon. Kuei Ying. Seeing Kuei Ying's face, the 9 Nether Commander and the others were scared out of their wits. It was really Kuei Ying. At this moment, the 9 Nether Commander really wanted to kill Yi Xiong. This was no doubt asking him to court death. No. Nothing. You heard wrong, the 9 Nether Commander answered in fear, his voice trembling. Hearing the 9 Nether Commander's frightened answer, Yi Xiong and the Yi family. Was there still hope? The 9 Underworld's commander was actually so terrified. Who was Kuei Ying? Could his status and strength be more terrifying than that of a 9 Underworld's commander? Seeing Yi Xiong and the others' expressions, Lu Qingyang and the others all showed a gloating smile. TSG. Didn't you say that whoever insulted Nine Nether Saint Hall would come out and let you have a look? What do you want? Kuei asked coldly. His bone-chilling voice made the 9 Nether commanders feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were here, the 9 Underworld's commander said in despair. Really? Why do I feel like this isn't a misunderstanding? Kuei asked coldly. His words were filled with killing intent. Come down, kneel down. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The 9th Hell Commander's face turned gloomy when he heard this, and he said fiercely, Kuei, don't forget that this is the profound saint world. This is Lord Gu Xuanzuan's territory, don't go too far. Pa. Pooh, just as the 9 Nether Commander finished speaking, a crisp sound rang out. The 9 Nether Commander spat out a mouthful of blood as his face swelled up. I told you to kneel. Kuei said coldly. He was ordering the 9 Nether Commander. A devastating presence erupted, scaring the commander so much that he immediately dropped to his knees. The other 4 Saint Emperors all dropped to their knees as well. Seeing this, Yi Xiong and the rest of the Yi family despaired. The backer that he had called over had actually knelt before the enemy. Was Kuei Ying's background really that scary? Who was Kuei Ying? He actually scared the 9 Underworld's commanders into kneeling with just a few words. Tai Hu was extremely shocked, and huge waves of emotion surged in his heart. Yi family head, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were going to kill us? Why are you so scared now? Beta Yen sneered. Lu Qingyang's face was ferocious as he roared, everyone from the Yi family must die. Many of the Yi family members fell to the ground in fear. Kuei Ying, you're playing with fire. Palace Head and the others will not let you go. Lord Gu Xian will not let you go either. I've already sent the news back. Palace Head and the others will definitely report everything to Lord Gu Xian. The 9 Nether Commander gritted his teeth. Pa. Pooh, Kuei Ying slapped him again. The terrifying power made the 9 Nether Commander bleed and his teeth flew out. After 2 slaps, the 9 Nether Commander's face was deformed. His injuries were serious. If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you. Kuei Ying shouted. The 9 Nether Commander shut his mouth. Kuei Ying was not joking. They knew how terrifying Kuei Ying was. Unless the Martial Spirit Temple's experts came, they would not be able to defeat Kuei Ying. 9 Nether Commander. Yi Xiong looked at the 9 Nether Commander in despair. Unfortunately, the 9 Nether Commander did not care about him. Slap him. You can't stop until I tell you to. Kuei Ying shouted. The 9 Nether Commander was furious, but he did not dare to do anything. Die or slap him. Choose one, Kuei Ying said coldly. Pa. Pa. Pa, the 5 9 Nether Commanders began to slap themselves. They did not dare to resist. They could only wait. Kuei Ying glanced at Yi Xiong coldly and asked, do you want to call the 9 Nether Temple's Palace Head? Yi Xiong was speechless. Where is Yi Xiaoyun? Lu Qingyang asked coldly, staring at Yi Xiong like a demon. Yi Xiong did not dare to say anything. If he did, Yi Xiaoyun would die. You don't want to say anything? Don't regret it. Lu Qingyang said coldly. Kuei Ying waved his hand. In front of everyone's terrified eyes, the Yi family's guards turned into dust and dissipated. They turned into ashes. Gulp, Yi Xiong and the other Yi family members were scared out of their wits. They all lay on the ground, paralyzed. Even the 9 Nether Commanders were terrified to the extreme. They were afraid that they would be annihilated as well. They're all dead. They turned into ashes. Master, what should we do? The Yi family members looked at Yi Xiong in panic. They were all out of their wits. Still don't want to say anything? I don't know how long your Yi family can hold on. Lu Qingyang said coldly, without any pity or sympathy. As soon as Lu Qingyang finished, the Yi family members began to turn into ashes one by one. The scene was so scary that no one dared to look at it directly. Family leader, another human being has been turned into ashes. One of the clansmen abruptly screamed out in fear, then crawled backward in fear. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, it's fine if you don't say anything. Yi Xiaoyun ran away. From today on, there is no Yi family in Inkwind City. End of chapter. In the courtyard of the Yi family, the members of the Yi family turned into dust and disappeared. Everyone of the Yi family fell into an endless abyss. Besides fear, there was only despair. In less than a minute, more than 100 people of the Yi family had turned into ashes. The death toll was increasing. 9 Nether Commander. Save the Yi family. Yi Xiong looked at the 9 Nether Commander with fear and despair. The 9 Nether Temple was their only support. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, "Can he save us?" Preposterous. The anger in the 9 Nether Commander's heart almost exploded. He couldn't tolerate this kind of humiliation. Why aren't the Temple Master and the others here yet? The 9 Nether Commander roared in his heart. If Great Elder Nangong Xian can receive the news from the dead spirit race, now is the time to start the war. But even if there is no news from the dead spirit race, the Dragon God Temple won't dare to start the war after killing Kuei Ying, Shui Wuhan thought. The Dragon God Temple dared to kill Wu Qi, but we also dare to kill Kuei Ying. Shui Wuhan's heart was filled with a strong killing intent. Kuei Ying's strength was indeed terrifying, but there were many experts stronger than him in the profound saint world. Killing Kuei Ying would be no problem. Tai Hu, let's go save them first. Lu Qingyang said quickly. The two of them rushed to the Yi family's dungeon. Spring had come for the Su family. The end of the Yi family had come. Kuei Ying. Stop. Just when everyone of the Yi family was in despair, a furious voice came from the sky. An extremely terrifying aura covered the sky, rolling out with a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. All the cultivators in the Inkwind City, and all the forces within tens of thousands of feet, felt as if they had fallen into the 18th layer of hell. This is the 9 Nether Temple Master's voice. What happened? Why is the 9 Serenities Hall Master so angry? 4-star Saint. This pressure is too terrifying. Who is Kuei Ying? What is going on? All the cultivators within tens of thousands of feet were intimidated by the 9 Nether Temple Master's terrifying pressure. That kind of fear was indescribable. That kind of pressure was unimaginable. The Temple Master is here. The 9 Nether Commander was overjoyed, staring at Kuei Ying ferociously. Kuei Ying, your arrogance and conceit ends here. No matter how strong you are, it's impossible for you to leave the profound sage world alive. The commander of the 9 underworlds said fiercely, looking as if he wanted to eat someone. Pa. Pooh. Kuei Ying slapped across the air. The terrifying power sent the 9 underworlds commander flying through the Yi clan's residence. The other 4 Saint Emperors didn't even dare to fart. They continued to kneel in fear. What a terrifying aura, a 4-star holy venerate. Bei Duyan frowned deeply. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at the sky and said, experts of the martial spirit temple? This is the hall master of 9 Serenity Temple, Zhao Yan, Kuei Ying said indifferently without any change in his expression. Because of the presence of Kuei Ying, Ling Xiaoxiao and Bei Duyan were not suppressed by the pressure. Swish, in the sky above Inkwind City, a black-robed old man appeared in a flash, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. This person was the 9 Nether Temple Hall Master, Zhao Yan. Swish. Swish. As soon as Zhao Yan appeared, more than 10 terrifying experts appeared one after another. They were the elders and upper echelons of 9 Serenity Temple. The lineup was terrifying. Waves of terrifying aura swept out, giving people a feeling that the world was about to be destroyed. However, Kuei Ying didn't care about such a terrifying lineup at all. The Yi family members who should have been annihilated were annihilated. They are all experts of 9 Serenity Temple? Bei Duyan was dumbfounded. Kuei Ying said indifferently, experts of 5-star Holy Emperor and above are all here. Great Guardian, can you handle them alone? Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. Bei Duyan also looked at Kuei Ying. Madam Supreme, don't worry. I have also cultivated Lord Supreme's technique. I'm just afraid that they won't dare to attack, Kuei Ying said respectfully with a hint of contempt in his words. This is the profound saint territory. If the experts of the martial spirit temple come, won't it be dangerous? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. It's not dangerous at all. The great primogenitor is just looking for an excuse to start a war. This is also Lord Supreme's intention, Kuei said respectfully. What? Husband's intention? Ling Xiaoxiao turned pale with fright. Beta Yan said in shock, the Alliance Master is really ruthless. No wonder he was so arrogant in the profound saint territory and even dared to kill people of the martial spirit temple. So he wants to start a war. Madam Supreme, don't worry. After cultivating Lord Supreme's technique, the Dragon God Temple's strength has far surpassed the martial spirit temple and the heavenly demon race. We just have one less reason to start a war. We can't let the holy world say that the Dragon God Temple is tyrannical, Kuei said respectfully. I see. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. Kuei Ying's words made Ling Xiaoxiao feel more at ease. Temple Master. The four kneeling holy emperors saw Zhao Yan appear and only dared to stand up. Have you forgotten what I just said? Kuei said coldly, his cold gaze sweeping across the four holy emperors. Zhao Yan immediately shouted, Kuei, don't be too arrogant. This is the profound saint territory. The martial spirit temple's territory. Not your dragon god realm. What? Dragon god realm? Yi Xiong was almost scared to death when he heard this. Boom boom boom. Kuei ignored the existence of Zhao Yan and the others. In a flash, the four holy emperors were turned into a mist of blood. In front of Zhao Yan and the others, he killed the experts of the Nine Nether Temple. If you want to call me arrogant, then I'll show you how arrogant I am. Kuei. Zhao Yan roared, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Am I arrogant? Not necessarily, Kuei said coldly. I'm only here today to save people. The Yi family is relying on the support of the Nine Nether Temple to not let them go. I can't do anything about it. The Nine Nether commander called me a dog, shouldn't I teach him a lesson? They provoked me, so I made them kneel, right? Getting up without my permission is clearly an insult to me. I just said that you can't stop me from destroying the Yi family. That's not an insult, is it? Do you really think the Nine Nether Temple can deal with me? Kuei Ying's cold and bloodthirsty gaze swept across Zhao Yan. Just a glance was enough to make Zhao Yan tremble in fear. What a terrifying look. The Yi family is a subordinate force of the Nine Nether Temple. If you destroy the Yi family, you'll be an enemy of the Nine Nether Temple. Zhao Yan roared. So what? Kuei sneered, his arrogant attitude saying, what can you do to me? You. Zhao Yan exploded in anger, smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices as if he had eaten dynamite. At this time, Lu Qingyang and Tai, who had already rescued Su Yonggu, Su Qian, and the trapped members of the Su family. Fortunately, we made it in time. Lu Qingyang laughed, Senior Su, Shopkeeper Su, take a good look at the fate of the Yi family. Great Protector. Kill. Lu Qingyang roared. Kuei stretched out his hand. Seeing that, Zhao Yan roared, Kuei. How dare you? Nine Nether Temple Master. Help. Yi Xiong cried out in fear. The aura of death suddenly became very clear. Kuei clenched his fist, and everyone of the Yi family turned into ashes. End of chapter. From start to finish, Kuei did not care about Zhao Yan and the rest. If Kuei wanted to destroy the small Yi family, he could do it. Could Nine Nether Temple stop him? Kuei! Zhao Yan roared crazily. His eyes were bloodshot. He could not take it anymore. What? Do you want to fight? You can try. Kuei sneered. Look at how angry you are and how loud you are, but you don't dare to fight. What's the use? What's the difference between you and a coward? How dare you? How dare you insult our temple master as a coward? An elder roared. His face was ferocious like a ferocious beast. Kuei! If all of us attack together, we might be able to defeat you. Another elder roared with killing intent. Kuei shrugged arrogantly and sneered. Then all of you can come at me together. To be honest, I really don't care about your abilities. Attack! Zhao Yan roared furiously. The terrifying power of a 4-star ultimate god erupted. Shockwaves filled the sky. Buzz buzz, the elders and higher-ups all used their full strength. Surging aura surged out. At the same time, they took out all kinds of powerful divine weapons. The terrifying power was like an avalanche. The space shook violently. 5 Saint Venerables attacked at the same time. Swish swish swish, Zhao Yan and the other 4 Saint Venerables flashed around Kuei Ying and launched a ferocious attack. They used all their strength. Boom boom boom, buzz buzz, an intense battle unfolded. However, Kuei Ying just stood there with a cold smile on his face. He easily blocked the fierce attacks of the 5 Saint Venerables. Kuei Ying's speed was terrifying. It gave people the feeling that the 5 Saint Venerables could not break through his defense. What terrifying strength! He can block the attacks of 5 Saint Venerables without moving. Who is he? Brother Qingyang actually knows such a terrifying expert. His cultivation must be above a 5-star Saint Venerable. Is he also an expert from Dragon God Temple? I've never heard of Kuei Ying. Everyone in the Su family was shocked. Even Su Yungu was dumbfounded. Lu Qingyang could actually invite such a terrifying expert. Your strength really doesn't interest me at all. Kuei Ying sneered disdainfully. He did not even use his strength. Preposterous. How dare you look down on us? Zhao Yan and the rest were enraged, their expressions sinister. But even with all his strength, he couldn't even touch the corner of Kuei Ying's clothes. If that's the case, then I'll be a little more serious. Kuei Ying sneered in a mocking manner. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He finally activated his power. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. Right after the burly shadow spoke, it suddenly launched an attack as fast as lightning. The 5 holy venerates vomited blood at the same time as their figures went flying back. The moment Kuei Ying made a move, Zhao Yan and the other 4 suffered heavy injuries. This was already being merciful. How is this possible? He is a 6-star Saint Venerable. Zhao Yan was extremely frightened. He had thought that Kuei Ying was only a 5-star Saint Venerable. Kuei Ying has actually broken through to the Saint Venerable realm. I can't see his attack at all. An elder said in fear. The moment he was hit, he felt like he was about to die. The 5 Saint Venerables tried their best, but they were unable to move the shadow at all. The moment Kuei Ying attacked, he instantly severely injured 5 holy venerates. The difference in strength was terrifying. It's ridiculously powerful. It's unimaginable. Everyone in the Su family was shocked. Kuei Ying's terrifying strength made them feel invincible. 9 Serenity Palace Master, why don't you send a message to the Martial Spirit Temple and ask them to send a 7-star or 8-star Saint Venerable? Perhaps they can really kill me. Kuei Ying said with a cold smile. Kuei Ying is so arrogant. Isn't he afraid of death? Is he really not afraid of attracting the experts of the Martial Spirit Temple? Shui Wuhan frowned deeply. She felt that she couldn't see through Kuei Ying. No, this isn't the Kuei Ying I know. The Kuei Ying I know is cold and emotionless. He doesn't talk much. He wouldn't be so arrogant. Just as the sect master said, he wouldn't release his aura. What is he trying to do? Is it really as simple as destroying the Yi family? Shui Wuhan wondered in her heart. Kuei Ying's abnormal behavior made Shui Wuhan feel very strange. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. Shui Wuhan, you've been watching for so long. Aren't you going to make a move? The Holy Soul Sect and 9 Serenity Palace are both forces under the Martial Spirit Temple. You're much stronger than them. Kuei Ying suddenly looked at the void and laughed. That was where Shui Wuhan was hiding. What? Great Guardian Shui Wuhan? Zhao Yan and the others looked over in shock. You've already sensed my presence. Shui Wuhan's figure appeared out of thin air. She was indeed the strongest guardian in the profound saint world, Shui Wuhan. But if Shui Wuhan was already here, why didn't she make a move? Zhao Yan and the others were both angry and confused. Shui Wuhan's strength was terrifying. It was impossible that she didn't dare to make a move because she was afraid. Kuei Ying sneered, I already knew when you arrived. You deliberately lured me here, didn't you? Kuei Ying, what are you trying to do? Shui Wuhan frowned and asked. She felt that Kuei Ying was different. Shui Wuhan couldn't tell exactly, but she just had that feeling. It was very subtle. Destroying the Yi family is as simple as that. Kuei spoke the truth. Do you think I'll believe you? Shui Wuhan said coldly. Since you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. If you don't want to make a move, we'll leave. Kuei shrugged. Shui Wuhan. Don't let Kuei leave. Zhao Yan shouted angrily. Shui Wuhan ignored him. Qingyang, let's go. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Qingyang and said. Senior Su, let's go. Lu Qingyang smiled as he supported Su Yonggu. Inkwind City's Su family no longer exists. Let's go to St. Azure City. Su Qian led the 100 people of the Su family and flew away. Strongest guardian, farewell. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao and the others fly away, Kuei glanced at Shui Wuhan. Who is she? Shui Wuhan asked. She was very curious about Ling Xiaoxiao's background. Someone you can't afford to offend. Kuei smiled faintly. Just as he was about to leave, he said, Shui Wuhan, since we've been rivals for so many years, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't provoke our Lord Supreme. You can't imagine how terrifying he is. If anything happens to the Su family, I'll be the first to destroy the 9 Nether Saint Palace. With that, Kuei flew away. Shui Wuhan frowned deeply. She didn't stop him, but kept repeating Kuei Ying's words in her mind. Shui Wuhan, why did you let him go? Zhao Yan shouted angrily. His face was full of unwillingness. Shui Wuhan ignored him and thought, if someone else said this, I definitely wouldn't believe it. But for Kuei to take him so seriously, is Feng Wuchen really that terrifying? Shui Wuhan. You've got guts. You actually dare to ignore our palace master. An elder angrily shouted at Shui Wuhan. Lord Gu Xuanzuan, let him go. You can stop him if you want. I don't have the guts to disobey Lord Gu Xuanzuan's orders. Shui Wuhan said coldly. Then she disappeared. Lord Gu Xuanzuan. Zhao Yan and the others were stunned. End of chapter. Holy Soul Sect's main hall. Shui Wuhan appeared with a serious face. Obviously. He was concerned about Kuei Ying's words. Great Guardian, how was it? Do you know Kuei Ying's goal? Asked the Holy Soul Sect's leader. Just to destroy the Yi family under 9 Serenity Temple and help the Temple of Rakshasa, Shui Wuhan said respectfully. However, he didn't say what Kuei Ying had said. After all, in the eyes of others, Kuei Ying was just bluffing. Then why didn't you do anything? Kuei Ying is stronger than you? The great elder asked with a frown. There was a hint of blame in his voice. The great elder didn't think that Shui Wuhan was weaker than Kuei Ying. Shui Wuhan and Kuei Ying had been fighting for so many years, and there was no clear winner. Shui Wuhan said respectfully, Great Elder, it's not that I didn't want to do anything, and it's not that I couldn't defeat Kuei Ying. It's just that Gu Xuanzuan asked me to let Kuei Ying go. Gu Xuanzuan? The Holy Soul Sect's leader and the others were shocked. The Holy Soul Sect's leader frowned and said, Why did Gu Xuanzuan let Kuei Ying go? Didn't he want to start a war with Dragon God Temple? Did something happen? Is he worried about Sky Demon Clan? With our strength, killing Kuei Ying is not difficult. If we kill Kuei Ying, Long Shihun and the others will definitely be furious. It is indeed a good opportunity to start a war. However, I don't know why Gu Xuanzuan ordered Kuei Ying to leave. Gu Xuanzuan must have his reasons. Shui Wuhan shook his head. This subordinate has also seen the woman with the Dragon Soul token. Her aura and power are somewhat special. This subordinate has never seen her before. Furthermore, she is not a human. For the time being, this subordinate does not know her origins, Shui Wuhan added. I've sent Qinghong to investigate. She should be able to find out soon, said the Holy Soul Sect's leader. I'll go to Martial Spirit Temple, said Shui Wuhan respectfully. Holy Blue City's Cloud Pavilion. The rescued Su family members were all arranged to stay in the restaurant. To thank Ling Xiaoxiao and the others for saving his life, Su Yonggu set up a banquet. Master Kuei Ying, little brother Qingyang, Miss Xiaoxiao, I really have to thank you this time. It was you who saved our Su clan. Old man, here's a toast to you. Su Yonggu said gratefully and downed the cup. Spring had arrived in the Su family. Su Yungu cried tears of joy, his old eyes moist. Lu Qingyang, Bai Diyan, and Kuei Ying all raised their glasses. Lu Qingyang smiled happily and said, "Senior Su, you don't have to thank me. You saved my life, and I'm just returning the favor. Besides, this is all thanks to Kuei Ying. I didn't do anything. I didn't help much. You don't have to thank me. If it wasn't for Kuei Ying's help, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Yi clan." Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled. Kuei Ying just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. "I have to thank you all. You are the benefactors of our Su clan. We will always remember this. Let me give you a toast as well." Su Qian thanked happily. She was secretly glad that she saved Lu Qingyang. Otherwise, the Su clan would never be able to rise again. Shopkeeper Su is too polite. Lu Qingyang smiled. The banquet was very lively. There were all kinds of toasts and thanks. The banquet lasted for more than 2 hours. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others returned to the temple of Rakshasa. Protector Kuei Ying, Shui Wuhan is known as the strongest protector in the profound saint world. He is a 5-star Saint Venerable. If I'm not wrong, he should be a 6-star Saint Venerable or even stronger. Why didn't he dare to make a move just now? Bai Diyan asked curiously on the way back. They don't dare to make a move on us. I think they are afraid of starting a war. Lu Qingyang sneered. Kuei Ying thought about it and said, Shui Wuhan is indeed very strong. To be honest, I don't know why he didn't make a move. However, they are not afraid of starting a war. Instead, they want to start a war. They even want to force the ancestor to make a move. You know about what happened before? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. Kuei Ying nodded and said respectfully, Madam Jizun, my mission is to secretly monitor the martial spirit temple and the various forces under it. I have always been in the profound saint world. If I'm not wrong, they did not continue to make a move. Perhaps it has something to do with the Heaven Devil race. Kuei Ying guessed. Heaven Devil race? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others looked at Kuei Ying in confusion. Kuei Ying sternly said, because the Heaven Devil race did not dare to make a move. The third ancestor barged into the Heaven Devil region not long ago and heavily injured many Saint Venerables and Saint Emperors of the Heaven Devil race. He even defeated the old patriarch of the Heaven Devil race, Zhu Tianma. This made the Heaven Devil race very afraid, so they did not dare to make a move. Without the help of the Heaven Devil race, Gu Xuanzuan naturally did not dare to make a move. Kuei Ying's guess was correct. Gu Xuanzuan did not dare to start a war against the Dragon God Temple, but they were not afraid of Feng Wuchen at all. In Gu Xuanzuan's opinion, if the Dragon God Temple and the Martial Spirit Temple fight, both sides will be heavily injured. At that time, the Heaven Devil race will take advantage of the situation and invade. Who can stop them? I see. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. Is the third ancestor that domineering? It seems like the third ancestor has cultivated Big Brother Feng's spell. His cultivation has greatly increased, and his spell is overwhelmingly powerful. That's how he defeated Zhu Tianma. Lu Qingyang excitedly smiled. Protector Kuei Ying's guess should be correct. The Heaven Devil race does not dare to interfere, but the Martial Spirit Temple does not dare to act rashly. Bai Diyan proudly smiled. This is only my guess. Perhaps there are other reasons. The Martial Spirit Temple's strength is not to be underestimated. Madam Jizun, I still have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. If there is anything, please summon me. Kuei Ying respectfully said. All right. Many thanks, Protector Kuei Ying. Ling Xiaoxiao thanked him. Martial Spirit Temple. Gu Xuanzuan, Nangong Xian, and the other higher-ups' faces were very ugly. It seemed like something had happened. Is the news true? Gu Xuanzuan gloomily asked. It is absolutely true. The disappearance of the Blood Soul Pool means that something has happened to the Death Spirit race. No wonder there has been no news of the Death Spirit race's Great Elder for so many days. Nangong Xian solemnly nodded. His old face was very gloomy. Gu Xuanzuan frowned and doubtfully said, the Death Spirit race's strength is very terrifying. The Patriarch is not below me. Who has such terrifying power to deal with them? Moreover, it was done without alerting anyone in the sacred world. Not many people know about the existence of the Death Spirit race. With such terrifying strength, even our martial spirit temple does not dare to say that we can destroy them. There is no news of the Death Spirit race, so it might not be that something has happened. The second elder guessed. Xian shook his head and said, but now there is no news of the patriarch of the Death Spirit race and the other elders. The traces of battle in the Blood Soul pool have already explained everything. The Death Spirit race is very likely to be destroyed. To be able to destroy the Death Spirit race, no matter who or what force it is not something we can contend against. But I hope it is not an enemy. Gu Xuanzuan solemnly said. He could not guess who had such ability. End of chapter. If it was an enemy, the martial spirit temple would definitely be destroyed. Could it be the dragon gods? The third elder guessed. The second elder said solemnly, in the entire holy world, besides the dragon gods, only the heavenly demon race has the power to deal with the undead race. There is no one else or force. Not only the two elders, but the other higher-ups also thought so. Even if the dragon gods and the heavenly demon race have the power, it is impossible for them to eliminate the undead race without us noticing. Although I don't want to believe it, I can't think of anyone with the ability to do so. The protector didn't think so. Kuei-Ying dared to be so rampant in the profound holy world, it must be Long Shihan's idea. The dragon gods might be involved in the undead race's incident. If it is really the dragon gods, it is understandable why Kuei-Ying dared to be so rampant in the profound holy world. Gu Xuanzuan guessed. Old man still doesn't believe the dragon gods have the power, or else they would have taken action long ago. Besides, Long Shihan and the other two might not be Lord Gu Xuanzuan's opponent even if they worked together. Xian didn't want to believe it. This matter can't be confirmed. We must investigate it thoroughly. Gu Xuanzuan said solemnly. He had never looked so serious before. Lord Gu Xuanzuan, Shui Wuhan requests an audience. At this time, a guard entered the hall and reported. Let him in. Gu Xuanzuan said. After a while, Shui Wuhan entered the hall and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Gu Xuanzuan, Protector, and the three elders. Shui Wuhan, there is a mission that must be completed. Your water attribute is special, so only you can complete it. Gu Xuanzuan said solemnly, go to the Blood Soul pool in the northern region immediately and see if you can find any clues. I will do my best. Shui Wuhan said respectfully. He was curious why Gu Xuanzuan suddenly asked him to investigate the Blood Soul pool. A mysterious force has appeared in the Blood Soul pool. See if you can find any clues from the traces of battle and your energy. Xian said solemnly. Lord Gu Xuanzuan didn't touch Kuei-Ying, is it also because of the mysterious force? Shui Wuhan asked curiously. Although I don't want to believe it, we can't rule out the possibility that the mysterious force might be the dragon gods. Go and check it out first. Gu Xuanzuan nodded. If it was really related to the dragon gods, Chief Shadow could not be touched. Once they made a move, the dragon gods would definitely make their move. When that time came, the martial spirit temple would most likely be destroyed. Gu Xuanzuan did not dare to joke about the life and death of the martial spirit temple. Subordinate understands. Shui Wuhan replied respectfully, and immediately disappeared. 7 days later, at the temple of Rakshasa. Within the divine ring, Feng Wuchen was cultivating madly. His cultivation had reached the 6-star Saint King realm, and with the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl, he broke through to the Saint Lord realm and consolidated his cultivation as a 1-star Saint Lord. 7 days in the outside world meant that more than a month had passed in the divine ring. After more than a month of cultivation, his cultivation had finally caught up with Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. The strength of a 1-star Saint Lord is indeed powerful. It is truly an exciting strength. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself with a smile. The heaven-defying divine pearl of the Saint Lord realm should be able to allow me to instantly step into the 4-star Saint Lord realm. It is a pity that I can't increase it too quickly. Feng Wuchen muttered softly. Buzz, buzz, right at this moment, there was a violent tremor in the divine ring space. Feng Wuchen's first reaction was to look at the reincarnation pagoda, His cultivation had reached the 1-star Saint Lord realm, and the reincarnation pagoda was finally moving. Is the 4th layer of the seal about to be unsealed? Feng Wuchen was extremely excited, and his burning gaze stared at the violently trembling reincarnation pagoda. Boom, buzz, buzz, the 4th layer of the huge and majestic reincarnation pagoda suddenly exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying energy ripple spread out, and the power was extremely terrifying. Such a terrifying power, will it shatter my divine ring? Feng Wuchen was frightened and worried. However, Feng Wuchen's worry was obviously unnecessary. There weren't any cracks in the divine ring space, and it wasn't even affected. The terrifying energy came quickly and disappeared quickly as well. It returned to calmness in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, a special power extended out, and the 4th layer was instantly covered by a faint blue light, which made Feng Wuchen feel endless shock. This is soul spirit power. No. It is even more terrifying than soul spirit power. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but exclaim. He had never felt such a terrifying soul spirit power before. What kind of terrifying existence is the 4th layer? Feng Wuchen was extremely expectant as he stared at the 4th layer without blinking. In a short moment, the faint blue light disappeared, and the door to the 4th layer gradually opened. It's here. Feng Wuchen was even more excited and expectant. However, Feng Wuchen didn't know that a white-robed elder had already appeared behind him. The elder also followed Feng Wuchen and looked at the door to the 4th layer. What is going on? Why isn't he coming out? Is he asking me to go in? It doesn't make sense. After being sealed for so many years, who wouldn't want to come out immediately? After waiting for a long time without any movement, Feng Wuchen secretly felt strange. Master. The dragon god sword's trembling voice transmitted. Don't be noisy. Feng Wuchen berated, not allowing anyone to disturb him. What are you looking at? The elder suddenly asked. Didn't I say don't be noisy? Feng Wuchen angrily shouted, don't you see that I'm, however, before he could finish his words, Feng Wuchen's body fiercely shook. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes almost popped out. Finally, he reacted. Senior. Feng Wuchen mechanically turned around and looked behind him. Only then did he discover the white-robed elder behind him. When did this old thing appear? He was simply like a ghost, without any sound at all. Senior, when did you come out? Feng Wuchen nervously asked, cold sweat dripping down. When the door opened, I came out. Didn't you just say it? After being sealed for so many years, of course I wanted to come out immediately. The white-robed elder smiled faintly. The seemingly benevolent smile gave Feng Wuchen a sense of danger. Feng Wuchen was speechless. Don't be nervous, don't be afraid. This seat can't do anything to you. Your name is Feng Wuchen, a Sage Lord Realm Alchemist, 1-star Sage Realm. You just broke through. The white-robed elder smiled faintly. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Feng Wuchen respectfully asked, Senior, how should I address you? Emperor Peerless, unparalleled under the heavens. The white-robed elder smiled proudly. Senior Peerless, what was that soul power just now? It seemed to be soul power, but it didn't feel like it. Isn't soul power invisible? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The first soul power at the beginning of the world is known as the ancestor of soul power. When one's realm reaches a certain level, the soul power of the ancient times will materialize. It's equivalent to a type of power, so it's naturally visible. The ancestor of soul power? Feng Wuchen was greatly shocked. Another existence from the beginning of the world. Emperor Peerless said proudly, this seat is the first alchemist at the beginning of the world. Like you, I'm a 4th-level alchemist. End of chapter, a 4th-level alchemist? Feng Wuchen's eyes widened in shock and ecstasy. Emperor Peerless was a 4th-level alchemist? Didn't that mean that Feng Wuchen would be able to obtain all of Emperor Peerless' inheritance? Emperor Peerless was the first alchemist since the beginning of the world, and the terrifying ancestor of soul force, just the thought of it filled Feng Wuchen with boundless ecstasy. He couldn't wait to receive Emperor Peerless' inheritance. Feng Wuchen, you should be honored that the reincarnation pagoda has chosen you. Emperor Peerless smiled. He could tell what Feng Wuchen was thinking with a single glance. You're right, Senior Peerless. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. His face was full of anticipation for Emperor Peerless' inheritance. Emperor Peerless smiled when he saw Feng Wuchen's impatient look. Feng Wuchen, do you really want my inheritance? Of course. I'm not lying to you, Senior Peerless. If I could beat you, I would have taken it already. The ancestor of fire and the ancestor of soul force is truly unparalleled in the world. It won't be difficult for me to surpass Senior Peerless in the future. Feng Wuchen nodded excitedly. Haha. Emperor Peerless laughed heartily. You sure are confident in yourself, kid. You do have extraordinary comprehension skills in the field of alchemy. There were very few alchemist geniuses like you even back when the heavens and earth were first created. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. My mother gave birth to me. I can't do anything about it. Fine, fine. It's rare to meet a genius alchemist, so I'll pass my inheritance to you. Who told us to place all our hopes on you? Emperor Peerless smiled faintly. Then, he flicked his finger and sent a ray of faint blue light into Feng Wuchen's forehead. A huge amount of information crazily poured into Feng Wuchen's mind. It was so huge that Feng Wuchen's head hurt so much that it felt like it was about to explode. The amount of information far exceeded that of the previous 3 great emperors. After all, it was about the 4th level of alchemy. It was normal for the amount of information to be enormous. Comprehend it well. It might even strengthen your soul and mind. Emperor Peerless smiled faintly. Emperor Peerless' 4th level alchemist domain encompassed countless pills, weapons, forging, and rune refinement methods. His knowledge was superb, and even the theoretical knowledge was very detailed. Moreover, he was a top-notch existence. No one could compare. There were simply too many things that were involved. It took Feng Wuchen an entire day to digest Emperor Peerless' terrifying heritage. It wasn't hard to imagine how much information there was. Is this the inheritance of the first alchemist at the beginning of the world? It's too miraculous. It's an existence that I can't even imagine. Compared to Senior Wushuang, I'm just trash, was Peerless. Emperor Peerless was the Emperor Peerless. With Emperor Peerless' inheritance, Feng Wuchen could do whatever he wanted in the field of alchemy, even in Panga Realm. He could definitely make the best alchemists in Panga Realm kneel before him. With such a terrifying inheritance, Feng Wuchen could easily obtain any pills, treasures, or runes he wanted in the future. Not only that, but my perception has also grown several times stronger after obtaining the Ancestor of Souls. Even my soul power has grown a lot stronger. I'm almost a Saint Emperor alchemist now. Feng Wuchen was even more shocked. Feng Wuchen activated the Ancestor of Souls with a single thought. A faint blue light appeared on his palm, like a blue flame. Is this the Ancestor of Souls? What a domineering soul power. I can even see it. Feng Wuchen's eyes were completely captivated by the Ancestor of Souls. A smug smile appeared on Emperor Peerless' old face when he saw Feng Wuchen's shocked expression. Thank you, Senior Peerless. Feng Wuchen immediately bowed respectfully. This was sincere gratitude. What? Aren't you going to call me master after obtaining my inheritance? Emperor Peerless asked with a smile. Master? Feng Wuchen said without hesitation. How amazing was it to be the disciple of the first alchemist at the beginning of the world. Others dreamed of becoming Emperor Peerless' disciple, but Feng Wuchen wanted Emperor Peerless to say it himself. Haha. Not bad, not bad. Emperor Peerless laughed happily. I didn't think that I would have the opportunity to take in a disciple. From the Emperor's words, it was obvious that he had taken in other disciples before Feng Wuchen. My good disciple, let me give you some treasures. Emperor Peerless smiled happily and handed a storage ring to Feng Wuchen. It was a storage ring that emitted a faint blue halo. Master's storage ring? Feng Wuchen was stunned again. His body couldn't help but tremble. The storage ring of the first alchemist at the beginning of the world. That's right. I have no use for it, but it will be very beneficial to you. Emperor Peerless nodded. Thank you, Master. Feng Wuchen thanked him excitedly. Feng Wuchen almost couldn't bear the wild joy. His heart was beating wildly. Emperor Peerless laughed happily. Cultivate well. Don't disappoint me. Don't worry, master. I won't let you down. I will definitely make you proud. Feng Wuchen said confidently. Who could compete with the inheritance of the first alchemist at the beginning of the world? Oh right, master, will you disappear soon as well? Feng Wuchen asked. Emperor Peerless thought for a moment. I can last for 3 more days with my current strength. That means half a month in the divine ring. Only 3 days? Feng Wuchen was a little disappointed. My good disciple, you are the hope of everyone in the reincarnation pagoda. If you succeed, we may all have a chance to be reborn. Emperor Peerless said seriously. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists and said firmly, I will succeed. Emperor Peerless laughed happily. I also believe in you. Comprehend it well. After chatting for a while, Feng Wuchen left the divine ring. Feng Wuchen was in a great mood after obtaining Emperor Peerless' inheritance and becoming his disciple. Lin Yu was the first to rush over excitedly when he saw Feng Wuchen walk out of the palace. Big brother Feng, you're out of seclusion? How is it? How much has your cultivation improved? Lin Yu asked excitedly. 1-star Saint Monarch. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. What? You broke through to the Saint Monarch realm? Lin Yu's eyes widened and his expression stiffened. Before he went into seclusion, Feng Wuchen was only a 5-star Saint King. 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and Feng Wuchen had reached the Saint Monarch realm. Wasn't this speed a little too terrifying? Even with the help of the heaven-defying divine orb, it shouldn't be possible to improve so much. What? Don't you want me to break through? Feng Wuchen asked in a bad mood. Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. That's not what I meant. I just think that Big Brother Feng's cultivation speed is too terrifying. Are Xiao and the others not here? Feng Wuchen asked. He looked around. Other than the people who came out to guard the palace, everyone else was gone. Xiao and the others went to the Dragon God Realm's 9 states. They also said that they plan to visit Senior Soulslayer and Senior Donghuang in the northern region, Lin Yu said. End of chapter. We should go and take a look. Feng Wuchen nodded. After going through such a devilish cultivation, he really needed to relax. It was not necessarily a good thing to cultivate crazily all the time. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Did anything happen in the past few days? Feng Wuchen asked as he walked towards the Pill Refinery Pavilion. At the same time, Feng Wuchen instinctively sensed the surroundings of the Temple of Rakshasa. The heavenly devil race is really persistent. They are either Zhu Yingkui's men or that old bastard Zhu Chenxing's men. The Holy Soul sect did not give up after their failure last time. Feng Wuchen thought to himself as his lips curled into a dangerous smile. It's nothing much. Something happened to Qingyang's savior and Big Brother Feng happened to be in seclusion, so our sound transmissions could not reach the Dragon God realm. After that, Sister Xiao used the Dragon Soul token to summon the Dragon Ancestor and he sent Protector Kuei-Ying over. The matter was easily resolved. Lin Yu explained simply. Kuei-Ying? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised as he recalled the Divine Shadow Guard that Divine Shadow had told him about. Yes, his strength is terrifying. He instantly injured 5 Saint Venerables of 9 Abyss Temple. I heard from Sister Xiao that Protector Kuei-Ying was a 6-star Saint Venerable. At that time, Shui Wuhan was so scared that she did not dare to attack. Lin Yu became more and more excited as he spoke. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The Divine Shadow Guard is the strongest protector. Of course he is powerful. Oh right, Big Brother Feng, the Wild Leopard, the 3-eyed Demon Ape, the Heaven-devouring Tiger, and the Green Flood Dragon all went to Spirit Beast Mountain. They said that they wanted to see the spirit beasts of the sacred world. Lin Yu added. To them, Spirit Beast Mountain is more suitable for them. Feng Wuchen nodded. He was not worried. After a while, Feng Wuchen and Lin Yu arrived at the Pill Refinery Pavilion. Teacher. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Lord Feng. Zhang Junlan, Nia Huang, and the others bowed respectfully. Feng Wuchen glanced at Zhang Junlan and the other two. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the soul powers of the 3 of them were different colors. I can actually see the existence of soul power. Is this related to the ancestor of soul power? Let's see how powerful the ancestor of soul force is. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. Where are Qi Xiao and the others? Feng Wuchen asked casually. Zhang Junlan said respectfully, they have something to do, so they went out. They left in a hurry. I don't know what happened, Lin Yu added. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled faintly. You've been cultivating all this time, yet you've still managed to step into the Holy Spirit realm. Not bad. Saying so, Feng Wuchen took out 3 soul crystals and handed them to Zhang Junlan, saying, these are soul crystals, similar to heaven-defying divine beads. They can greatly enhance your soul force and help you become Saint King Realm alchemists. Soul crystals? Alchemists who can break through to the Saint King Realm. Zhang Junlan and the other 2 were shocked. There was actually such a powerful treasure. I refined these. Qi Xiao and the others relied on soul crystals to break through to the Saint King Realm, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Junlan thanked him excitedly. Nia Huang and Su Feng were also overjoyed at this moment. Alright, go and cultivate, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Zhang Junlan and the other 2 could not wait to go back and cultivate. They all wanted to step into the Saint King Realm as soon as possible. Big brother Feng, I'm going back too. When big brother Qingyang comes back later, we'll also go to the 9 States Saint Pil Pavilion. Lin Yu did not disturb Feng Wuchen. He bent his hand and a faint blue halo appeared. This was the ancestor of soul force. With a wave of his hand, Feng Wuchen threw the ancestor of soul force into a pill cauldron. Glancing at the herbs, Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of all fires and grabbed at the air. He used his soul force to instantly refine a pill. A Saint Lord Realm 3 Lives Yang Restoration Pill. The quality is extremely high. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction. Feng Wuchen had never been disappointed by the pills he refined. I haven't grasped Master's refining method yet, so I can only try using the pill cauldron. I hope I can grasp Master's terrifying refining method as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen thought to himself and looked at the pill cauldron. Whoosh, with a flick of his finger, Feng Wuchen threw the ancestor of all fires into the pill cauldron. Feng Wuchen had yet to grasp Emperor Peerless' terrifying ancient refining method, so he chose to play it safe and take it one step at a time. With only theoretical knowledge and experience, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to say that he could refine the pill without trying. Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged in front of the pill cauldron and put the herbs he had prepared into the cauldron. He activated the ancestor of soul force and formed seals with his hands. All kinds of mysterious and profound seals appeared. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock. Every seal he formed turned into blue runes and entered the pill cauldron. It can actually transform. Feng Wuchen's eyes widened. This was something he had never seen before. After a moment of shock, Feng Wuchen immediately focused on controlling the fire. He continuously poured the ancestor of soul force into the pill cauldron. So fast. Feng Wuchen was astonished. Dozens of herbs condensed into liquid essence in an instant. Not a single drop of it was lost. What a powerful refining method. It feels like everything is going smoothly. The essence of the herbs seems to come out of their own accord while they are being calcined. It feels like they have come back to life. This is too miraculous. Feng Wuchen was even more shocked. It felt like the herbs had a spirit of their own. He had never felt this way before. Then, with the help of his terrifying experience and theoretical knowledge, Feng Wuchen quickly refined a Sage Lord Realm Triple Yang Restoration Pill. It's also a Sage Lord Realm Triple Yang Restoration Pill, but the quality of this pill is several times better than the one I just refined. My pill is already very powerful. Feng Wuchen couldn't be more shocked when he saw the pill that had just come out of the cauldron. He couldn't imagine how powerful a pill refined using Emperor Peerless refining method would be. My good disciple. You are indeed not simple. You were able to grasp my refining method on your first try. The quality of the pill is just passable. Emperor Peerless' faint laughter rang out. The quality of the pill was just passable? In Emperor Peerless' size, such a terrifying pill was just passable. Then wasn't the pill that Feng Wuchen had refined trash? How shocking was this? Master's refining method and this refining technique is truly terrifying. It's too miraculous and beyond my imagination. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. He had only just grasped the basics, but he was already able to refine a pill to Emperor Peerless' satisfaction. It was obvious how terrifying his refining method were. Emperor Peerless smiled. You'll be able to master it if you refine more in the future. Feng Wuchen then began to refine pills like crazy. The quality of the pills became more and more frightening. This gave Feng Wuchen a new understanding of the higher levels of pill quality. After familiarizing himself with the process, he began to try pill formation with thought. He practiced non-stop and gradually familiarized himself with the process. When he was completely familiar with the process, Feng Wuchen began to refine weapons, forge, and inscribe runes. He didn't miss a single detail. The crazy refinement allowed Feng Wuchen to improve greatly in the field of alchemy. His soul strength had also grown considerably. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen stayed in the alchemy pavilion for 3 whole days. Phew. It wasn't easy at all. I've finally grasped the 4th level of the domain. Although I'm much more familiar with it, I'm still not at the level where I can do as I please. I'll have to continue refining in the future. Feng Wuchen collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to get up. After 3 days of high-intensity refining, Feng Wuchen had already familiarized himself with Emperor Peerless' refining methods. His soul power had also improved a lot, bringing him one step closer to breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm. Not bad, not bad. You've mastered the refining methods of the 4th level of the domain in just 3 days. No other genius alchemist would be able to do this, Emperor Peerless transmitted with a smile. Feng Wuchen said in exhaustion, that's because I have a solid foundation and am a genius alchemist. My good disciple, although you're familiar with the refining methods, you're still just a beginner. After all, your alchemist realm is still too weak. You'll only become stronger as your realm increases, Emperor Peerless transmitted with a smile. Given your current alchemist realm, even the best alchemist in the holy world wouldn't be able to refine a pill of such quality. You have the ancestor of soul force, so it's enough to fight against a Saint Emperor's soul force. However, don't use it unless you have no other choice. Emperor Peerless continued. Emperor Peerless' words excited Feng Wuchen to the extreme. It was already very good that Feng Wuchen could accomplish this in 3 days. I understand. The stronger the refining method, the higher the requirement for one's realm. The only reason I can cultivate them is because of Master's inheritance. No one else would have been able to learn them, Feng Wuchen said weakly, panting heavily. Emperor Peerless smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. A cultivator must not bite off more than they can chew. It's not without reason that the reincarnation pagoda chose you. Master, you're the first alchemist since the beginning of the world. You should have comprehended defying samsara a long time ago. Are there any side effects? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Emperor Peerless transmitted, defying samsara is an act of defiance against the heavens. It's a divine art I created. People can only comprehend it through the great Tao of heaven and earth, but the so-called heavens are only rules set by experts. Defying samsara, on the other hand, is beyond the rules and order. With defying samsara, you're not affected by them. Emperor Peerless. Ants defying samsara. It's defying samsara. 2. Of there are very few people who can comprehend the heaven-defying samsara. You are one of them. The body can be restored? Feng Wuchen's eyes widened in shock. It was a real resurrection. Of course. It's a divine art I created. It's very powerful. You're too weak right now. Don't use it if you can, lest it affects your cultivation in the future. Emperor Peerless transmitted. I understand. Feng Wuchen nodded. I need to cultivate while I'm still weak. I hope I can become a Saint Emperor alchemist as soon as possible. Then, my soul will be stronger, and I'll be able to master more refining arts and techniques. Feng Wuchen struggled to get up. You can't. You haven't gotten used to the ancestor of soul force yet. The ancestor of soul force's strength is beyond your imagination. Rest well first. It's only a matter of time before you break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Your soul force will increase very quickly after you cultivate the arts. Don't cultivate for the next few days. Don't tire yourself out. Emperor Peerless advised. All right. Feng Wuchen smiled wryly. Master, can you tell me what happened back then? Feng Wuchen asked. You're too weak right now. Knowing this won't do you any good. Someone will tell you when your cultivation reaches a certain level. Emperor Peerless transmitted. Master, are the experts sealed in the reincarnation pagoda dead or alive? Feng Wuchen asked again. Although he knew he was the hope of the experts of the reincarnation pagoda, Feng Wuchen didn't know whether they were dead or alive. If you fail, all of our souls will be destroyed. If you succeed, we'll all be resurrected. Emperor Peerless transmitted. Who are the enemies? Is the master of the reincarnation pagoda no match for them? Feng Wuchen asked. They're the ones who created the laws of heaven and earth. Emperor Peerless replied. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Then they're the strongest experts of each realm? They are now, but they may not be in the future. Emperor Peerless smiled faintly. If I want to save you, doesn't that mean I have to defeat them? Feng Wuchen's breathing quickened. His heart was in turmoil. What's wrong? Are you scared? Emperor Peerless asked with a smile. No, it's just that it feels so unreal. Do I really have the ability to defeat such a terrifying expert? Feng Wuchen shook his head. Haha. Emperor Peerless laughed. You have to believe in yourself. After resting for a long time, Feng Wuchen finally recovered. The ancestor of Soul was also slowly recovering. Feng Wuchen had obtained Emperor Peerless' inheritance and mastered it. In the entire holy world, there was no one who could compare to him. Since he couldn't cultivate for a few days, Feng Wuchen decided to go to the Dragon God realm. First, he could see Ling Xiaoxiao. Second, he could check on the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Third, he could see what Jade Void Temple was up to. Outside the Alchemy Pavilion, Zhang Junlan, Nia Huang, and Nia Huang were stunned. Zhang Junlan ran back excitedly after taking the Soul Crystal and breaking through to the Saint King realm. But when he found Feng Wuchen refining pills, the three of them didn't dare to enter. But the terrifying soul power that spread out from the Alchemy Pavilion scared them out of their wits. They were stunned for 3 days straight. After recovering, Feng Wuchen came out of the Alchemy Pavilion. Seeing Zhang Junlan, Nia Huang, and Nia Huang's stunned faces, Feng Wuchen asked, What's wrong? What's the matter? Teacher, was that terrifying soul power just now soul power? Zhang Junlan came back to his senses and asked hurriedly. Nia Huang said excitedly, that soul power is comparable to that of a Saint Emperor alchemist. It's a special kind of soul power, but it's not easy to control. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I'm going back to the Dragon God realm. You guys stay here to cultivate and consolidate your cultivation. When I return, I'll teach you a more powerful refining method. Yes. Zhang Junlan, Nia Huang, and Nia Huang said excitedly. When Yi Tianqing and Bei Duyan return, ask them to find information about flowing light crystals and regeneration Saint Profound Jade. These two are important materials for refining spatial treasures. If you can find them, you can also refine spatial rings. Feng Wuchen said and flew away. Refine spatial rings? Zhang Junlan, Nia Huang, and Nia Huang were stunned. End of chapter. Do I have to defeat him? It's not that I don't believe in myself, but if that terrifying existence knew that the reincarnation pagoda was with me, I'm afraid that he would destroy me before I could become stronger. The person who made the laws of heaven and earth. I can't even imagine how terrifying he is now. Sigh, forget it. It's still far away. There's no use thinking about this. I'd better go find my wife first. Feng Wuchen shook his head and threw these distant matters to the back of his mind. He would think about the future in the future. He had to live in the present. Swish, however, before Feng Wuchen could leave the Temple of Rakshasa for long, a terrifying purple energy suddenly shot out from one of the sacred mountains. It rushed toward Feng Wuchen with a powerful sonic boom. From this energy, it could be seen that the person's cultivation had reached the level of a 3-star saint. I never fight with women. I don't care who sent you. I advise you not to provoke me. I don't have time to waste with you. Feng Wuchen easily dodged and continued to fly. At the same time, he left behind a cold statement. When Feng Wuchen passed by, he had already sensed this person's presence. I don't think it's a waste of time, the woman said coldly. Her words were cold and murderous, causing one's heart to tremble. Feng Wuchen ignored her and didn't even look at her. Feng Wuchen, Lin Yu is one of your people, right? What if I say that your people are in my hands? A bone-chilling voice sounded as a beautiful figure slowly rose into the sky. The woman was wearing a green gauze dress and a black veil over her face. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but her cold, beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. Her entire body exuded a cold, murderous aura that caused one to shudder. That was a cold-blooded and merciless gaze. That was the gaze that an assassin should have. Lin Yu? Feng Wuchen turned cold. His eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the woman. Teleportation. You captured her? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His cold gaze stared at the woman, causing her to tremble in fear as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. What a terrifying gaze. It felt like he wasn't facing Feng Wuchen, but a ferocious demon. The woman could not believe that she had been frightened by Feng Wuchen's gaze. I don't like people threatening me. If you dare to touch my people, even if you are a woman, I will kill you. Feng Wuchen said coldly, his appearance was very scary. Feng Wuchen would never allow anyone to touch his people. The woman calmed herself down and suppressed the shock in her heart. She said coldly, don't forget that your man is in my hands. Come with me, and I guarantee that your man won't die. As she spoke, a thin sword appeared in the woman's hand out of thin air, and she ruthlessly stabbed it towards Feng Wuchen. With a thrust of his sword, Feng Wuchen mysteriously disappeared. Bang! Feng Wuchen instantly appeared on the right side of the woman. At this moment, the woman was still in the state of drawing her sword. Feng Wuchen's palm struck the sword hilt, and the thin sword flew out. So fast. The woman was shocked. She felt that she didn't have any strength to retaliate in front of Feng Wuchen. You are not a match for me. If you were a man, you would have been dead the moment you drew your sword, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The woman snorted and turned around to sweep her leg. She burst out with the power of a 3-star saint and didn't show any mercy. Her attack was extremely sharp. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. His feet tapped on the void and moved back by 1 meter, dodging the woman's sharp kick. After her kick missed, the woman burst out again and blasted a fist at Feng Wuchen. I don't fight with women, but it doesn't mean that I will let you take advantage of me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His eyes flashed with viciousness as he circulated his origin force at full force. Feng Wuchen countered with a fist. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two fists clashed. There was a loud explosion, and the tyrannical and vigorous force forced the woman to retreat over 10 meters. 1-star saint. The woman was shocked again. A 1-star saint could burst out with such tyrannical strength that could even suppress her. How can he be so powerful? The woman couldn't believe it. Zhu Chenxin shouldn't dare to touch me. Are you one of Zhu Yingkui's men? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He could tell from the woman's aura that she was from the Heaven Devil race. That's right. My lord wants to see you, the woman said coldly, but her back was drenched in cold sweat. Who does Zhu Yingkui think he is? He wants me to see him? Is he even worthy? If he wants to see me, come to the temple of Rakshasa, Feng Wuchen said coldly and flew away. Seeing Feng Wuchen fly away, the woman frowned and said coldly, Feng Wuchen. Aren't you afraid that I will kill your men? Go back and tell Zhu Yingkui that if anything happens to my men, I guarantee that the entire western region will disappear from the saints' world within a day. Feng Wuchen's cold and murderous voice echoed. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the woman couldn't help but tremble. How can he have such a terrifying murderous aura? A 1-star saint actually has the combat strength of a 3-star saint. He's basically a monster. The woman shuddered. She had never been so terrified even when she faced saint kings and saint emperors. The terrifying aura made it hard for her to breathe. Swish, not long after Feng Wuchen left, a figure appeared and emitted a terrifying aura. His cultivation was at the level of a 2-star saint emperor. My lord. The woman immediately knelt down respectfully. Failed? The person asked coldly without any human emotions. The information is wrong. Feng Wuchen is a one-star Saint Emperor. His strength is above mine and his strength is extremely tyrannical. This subordinate is not a match for him and has no confidence in killing him. Furthermore, he doesn't feel threatened and isn't afraid of us touching his men. He even said that if we don't release them within a day, I will make the entire western region disappear from the saints' world. The woman replied respectfully. Disappear within a day? Humph. Shameless boasting. Even Long Shihun wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. Who does Feng Wuchen think he is? The middle-aged man said with disdain. If the middle-aged man knew what happened in the Heaven Devil region, would he be scared out of his wits? Seems like my lord has miscalculated. I didn't think that Feng Wuchen wouldn't feel threatened. Isn't he afraid that we will silence him? Where did his confidence come from? A middle-aged man said coldly with a cold and emotionless expression. If my lord made a move, you would definitely be able to kill Feng Wuchen. The woman said respectfully. The man said with cold arrogance, Feng Wuchen isn't qualified for me to make a move. A puny Saint Emperor is nothing. Lord Hall Master, Feng Wuchen won't feel threatened. Should we kill his men and warn him? The man immediately transmitted a message to Zhu Yingkue. Won't feel threatened? In the demonic palace, Zhu Yingkue slowly opened his eyes with an extremely gloomy expression. Zhu Yingkue's eyes narrowed into a straight line and said coldly, bring them to him. If necessary, kill him with your own hands. This Hall Master wants to see if Feng Wuchen won't feel threatened. Immediately send people to stop Feng Wuchen. This Hall Master will personally kill him. Zhu Yingkue ordered. Zhu Yingkue could no longer hold himself back. From the looks of it, he had received some news. If he didn't act now, with Feng Wuchen's terrifying growth speed, he wouldn't have a chance in the future. This subordinate obeys. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. Pass down the order. Immediately send people to stop Feng Wuchen. Lord Hall Master wants to personally kill Feng Wuchen. I'll bring the people over. The man ordered. Yes. This subordinate will do it immediately. The woman respectfully replied before her figure flashed and disappeared. Making the entire western region disappear from the saints' world in a single day? The man sneered in disdain, a mere saint monarch dares to be so arrogant. But it's also true. Who asked him to be the supreme of the dragon gods? 10 minutes after Feng Wuchen flew away, he once again sensed the Heaven Devil clansmen chasing after him. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Zhu Yingkue, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Feng Wuchen sneered without the slightest bit of worry. His pitch-black eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Feng Wuchen slowly stopped and turned around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen Heaven Devil clansmen shot over with a few Saint Emperors. In a few blinks of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Feng Wuchen. Master, it's time to exterminate Zhu Yingkue. Long Xinjian transmitted. I have the same intention. Feng Wuchen sneered. Zhu Yingkue had sent people to kill Feng Wuchen time and time again. Now, he even dared to capture Lin Yu to threaten him. He had already touched Feng Wuchen's bottom line. Feng Wuchen, you won't be going anywhere today. A 3-star Saint Emperor coldly said. You can't stop me from going anywhere. Feng Wuchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered in disdain. He didn't put these small fries in his eyes at all. Really? A mere 1-star saint dares to boast shamelessly in front of us? Why don't you try running? The leading 5-star Saint Emperor grinned malevolently. The viciousness in his eyes was enough to cause fear. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the woman and said, I've already let you off once. This time I won't let you off. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. A mocking sneer came from the void, and then a figure appeared in a flash. It was the 2-star Holy Emperor Zhu Manlu from before. Big brother Feng. Lin Yu cried out excitedly. Lin Yu was currently trapped by Zhu Manlu's terrifying power and was unable to break free. Where's Qingyang? Feng Wuchen asked. He remembered that Lin Yu had said that he had traveled to the Dragon God realm with Lu Qingyang. Qingyang didn't wait for me. He had already left for the 9 states. I had to wait for him for 2 days in vain. When I went there myself, I just so happened to run into these bastards from the Heavenly Fiend clan, Lin Yu complained. Stinking brat, who are you calling a bastard? Do you believe that I won't cut out your tongue? A Saint Emperor shouted angrily at Lin Yu as he glared at him with murderous eyes. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry. You've misunderstood. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that everyone in the Heavenly Fiend clan is a bastard. Stinking brat, I guarantee that you'll die a horrible death. A Saint Emperor roared angrily through gritted teeth. Lin Yu was about to retort, but Zhu Manlu had already grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Lin Yu's face flushed red and he could barely breathe. Feng Wuchen, I heard that if anything happens to your friend, you'll make the entire western region disappear from the sacred realm in a day. Is that true? Zhu Manlu asked playfully. Haha. The dozen or so Heavenly Fiend clan members laughed loudly. Lord Supreme Being is so powerful. I'm so scared. Even Long Shuling doesn't dare to say that he'll make the western region disappear from the sacred realm in a day. Can a puny saint sovereign like you do it? Lord Supreme Being, if 1 day isn't enough, how about I give you 2 days? I hope to see the western region disappear before I die. Haha. What a joke. I've never seen such an arrogant person before. Now that I've seen it today, I'll probably never forget it for the rest of my life. The Heavenly Fiend clan members' faces were filled with mockery, completely treating Feng Wuchen as a clown. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, then you can try. If you want to see the western region disappear, I guarantee that I'll fulfill your wish. Zhu Manlu's right hand condensed a terrifying power as he sneered mockingly, I also want to know if you're really immune to threats. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen's expression turned even colder. His icy killing intent instantly multiplied. Although he had the heaven-defying samsara, he could not just watch as his childhood playmate was killed, right? Kill me. I want to try the feeling of coming back from the dead. Lin Yu sneered indifferently. He was not afraid that Zhu Manlu would kill him at all. Others might not know, but Lin Yu knew very well that with Feng Wuchen's heaven-defying samsara, even if his soul had been scattered, he could still condense a spiritual body. Therefore, even if Zhu Manlu killed Lin Yu could still be resurrected. You reckless fool. You're still so stubborn even in the face of death. I'll send you on your way right now. Zhu Manlu said viciously. Then, he slammed his palm toward Lin Yu's head. The power behind his palm was terrifying. The strength of a 2-star Saint Emperor was enough to turn Lin Yu's head into dust. My good disciple, don't you want to see the power of the Ancestor of Souls? I'll fulfill your wish. Emperor Peerless chuckled faintly. Master, please lend me your power. Feng Wuchen transmitted. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying power instantly filled Feng Wuchen's entire body. It was boundless power. That level of terror was even more terrifying than Emperor Waterflame and the others. I can see that you care a lot about your friend. You can use my power however you want. Don't worry about your body not being able to withstand it. A small matter like this is nothing to me. Emperor Peerless transmitted with a smile. However, just when Zhu Manlu's palm was half a meter away from Lin Yu, an old figure appeared in a flash and blocked Zhu Manlu's path. Kill Feng Wuchen first. The black-robed elder said coldly. Zhuinkue? Seeing the old man, Feng Wuchen was surprised at first. Then, he sneered, I didn't expect you to come in person. You seem to be in a hurry to kill me. This saves me the trouble of going to the western regions to find you. That would have wasted a lot of my time. Master, that old bastard Zhu Inkue has delivered himself to our doorstep. Long Xinjian transmitted. Feng Wuchen himself didn't expect Zhu Inkue to show up in person. Feng Wuchen, Zhu Sha was my most valued disciple. He was like my own son. You shouldn't have killed him. Zhu Inkue said viciously. His cold killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen spread his hands arrogantly and sneered, I've already killed him. What can you do about it? Is that so? Zhu Inkue sneered, Feng Wuchen, don't be too arrogant. There are no experts from the Dragon God Temple protecting you from the shadows. The candlelight moonflower's wind attribute can detect anyone's presence. Moreover, I've already sent 3 elders to greet the temple of Rakshasa before I arrived. The dozen or so heavenly demons suddenly attacked. They looked like they wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. You old bastard, you are truly shameless. Bah. Lin Yu couldn't help but curse. Slap. Pfff. Zhu Yingkui slapped Lin Yu, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as his face instantly swelled up. Watch your mouth. Zhu Yingkui said coldly as he glanced at Lin Yu with a cold and vicious gaze. Zhu Yingkui, I will definitely make you regret this. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word contained a suffocating killing intent. Feng Wuchen, if you dare to move, this hall master will kill him. Don't ever doubt this hall master's words. Zhu Yingkui said coldly. In order to kill Feng Wuchen, he would use all sorts of vicious methods. A Saint Emperor expert is actually using such despicable and shameless methods. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered, Zhu Yingkui, you shouldn't have seen what you look like when you are afraid, right? Bang. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the leading 5-star Saint Emperor clansman had already landed a punch on Feng Wuchen's chest. The man sneered complacently, I will take your life. However, before the man finished speaking, his complacent smile instantly froze. An intense bone-piercing pain instantly spread from his arm to his entire body. Bang bang bang. The other clansmen's attacks also landed on Feng Wuchen's body one after another. How is this possible? We can't even injure him. Zhu Yingkui, didn't you say that he is only a 1-star Saint Emperor? Why are our attacks not effective at all? How can this be? He can't possibly withstand such terrifying power. The dozen Heaven Devil clansmen were all stupefied as bone-piercing pain came from their arms and legs. Zhu Yingkui and Zhu Manlu were also stupefied. This was a 1-star Saint Emperor? A 1-star Saint Emperor could ignore a Saint Emperor's all-out attack? Absolutely impossible. Zhu Yingkui, this is the beginning of your regret and fear. Feng Wuchen sneered. What is your cultivation? You just ascended to the Saint World not long ago. It is impossible for you to be a Saint Emperor. Zhu Yingkui asked with a dark tone. You have no right to know. Feng Wuchen sneered as he slowly activated the Soul Ancestor. Feng Wuchen's right hand glowed with a faint blue light as a terrifying power spread out. What kind of power is this? Zhu Manlu's heart trembled as cold sweat dripped down his back. A strong sense of unease surged into his heart. He could not tell the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation, nor could he tell what kind of power it was. He only knew that it was very terrifying. Feng Wuchen. Lin Yu is still in our hands. Try it and I'll snap his head off immediately. Zhu Manlu immediately grabbed Lin Yu's neck and shouted angrily. Really? Watch carefully. Feng Wuchen sneered. Boom boom boom. Pfff. Pfff. With his mind, Feng Wuchen controlled the ancestor of Soul Force and abruptly clenched its fist, causing a dozen sky demons to vomit blood at the same time, instantly grievously injured. Impossible. What's going on? What kind of power is this? I didn't even sense the attack. We were seriously injured. Did Feng Wuchen attack? He didn't move at all. How could this be? The sky demons were dumbfounded and terrified. They had never seen such a terrifying technique before. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a devil. Only now did they truly realize that Feng Wuchen was very terrifying. He was definitely not as weak as the information they received. They did not understand Feng Wuchen at all. Just now, they were still mocking and insulting Feng Wuchen, thinking that Feng Wuchen was a joke. But they did not know that in Feng Wuchen's eyes, they were also a joke. Swish. Feng Wuchen teleported in front of a Saint Emperor and said coldly, You were laughing very loudly just now. That Saint Emperor was scared out of his wits. His face was pale as his body trembled, unable to say a word. Smack. Pfff. Feng Wuchen slapped him. The Saint King spat out a mouthful of blood and a few teeth flew out. Feng Wuchen's speed was very fast. No one saw Feng Wuchen attack. Laugh again. Feng Wuchen said coldly. That Saint Emperor was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Even if Zhu Yingkui was here, he would not dare to speak. Smack. Pfff. Feng Wuchen gave another slap, causing the man to spit out blood again. His face was deformed as he fainted and fell down. Zhu Yingkui and the rest of the sky demons retreated in extreme fear. Their hands subconsciously covered their faces. Zhu Manlu was completely stunned. As a 2-star Saint Emperor, his strength was terrifying. But he did not see how Feng Wuchen attacked. Didn't you want to kill my people? Why aren't you attacking? Feng Wuchen coldly asked. His terrifying eyes stared at Zhu Manlu like a demon. Staring coldly at Zhu Manlu, Feng Wuchen walked into the void and sneered, "Why don't you show me how you're going to kill?" Kill. Zhu Manlu was extremely terrified. His entire body trembled. How can Feng Wuchen have this kind of strength? Zhu Yingkui began to panic. Zhu Yingkui never thought that Feng Wuchen could suppress so many of them. Zhu Yingkui, are you afraid? Feng Wuchen sneered, "This is the beginning of your nightmare." Preposterous. Zhu Manlu. Kill him. Zhu Yingkui furiously roared. The terrifying strength of a 3-star Saint Emperor erupted. He directly charged at Feng Wuchen and fiercely slammed his palm. Boom. Weng weng. Zhu Yingkui's palm blasted open a huge pitch-black crack in the void. But Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. Teleportation. Zhu Yingkui gritted his teeth and angrily said. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already arrived in front of Zhu Manlu. Zhu Manlu was so frightened that he loosened his grip on Lin Yu's hand and looked like he was about to beg for mercy. The feeling that Feng Wuchen gave him was too terrifying. That kind of invincible aura almost suffocated him. Cough cough. Lin Yu heavily coughed twice. Soon after, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard." Bang bang bang. Slap slap slap. The furious Lin Yu directly started beating Zhu Manlu violently, slapping Zhu Manlu's face. However, with Lin Yu's strength, Zhu Manlu didn't feel anything at all. Damn it, this guy's skin is really thick. Lin Yu angrily cursed. He took out his 40-meter-long saber and wanted to chop down. You really want to see me destroy the western region, don't you? Feng Wuchen coldly asked. Zhu Manlu shook his head in horror like a rattledrum. Slap. Pfft. Feng Wuchen slapped Zhu Manlu. Zhu Manlu actually spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned red and swollen. An intense and fiery pain spread throughout his body. Hiss, seeing this scene, Zhu Yingkui and the others felt their hearts beat wildly. They all gasped in horror. That was a Saint Emperor powerhouse. Feng Wuchen could actually make Zhu Manlu spit out blood with a single slap. How is this possible? Zhu Yingkui was dumbfounded. Zhu Yingkui was only 1 star stronger than Zhu Manlu. If Zhu Manlu couldn't withstand a single slap from Feng Wuchen, how could he, Zhu Yingkui, withstand it? Weren't you very arrogant and proud just now? Have you become mute now? Feng Wuchen coldly asked. End of chapter. Big brother Feng, help me quickly. This bastard's skin is very thick, I can't cut through it. Lin Yu shouted. If he didn't make Zhu Manlu bleed, he wouldn't be able to swallow this resentment. The saber ruthlessly chopped at Zhu Manlu's shoulder. The sharp divine tool saber actually couldn't cut through. Don't worry, I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Whoever bullies you, I guarantee that he will regret being born in this world. Feng Wuchen said with a smile as he slowly raised his palm. Seeing Feng Wuchen's action, Zhu Manlu was so scared that his entire body trembled. A stream of hot liquid flowed out from his crotch, bringing with it a foul smell. Just this action alone made Zhu Manlu pee in fright. Feng Wuchen. Zhu Yingkui roared and ferociously shot over again like a mad dog. Zhu Yingkui, don't worry, it will be your turn later. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He directly waved his hand and Zhu Yingkui, who was shooting over, was instantly unable to move. What's going on? I can't move my body. Zhu Yingkui was greatly shocked. With his cultivation, he was actually unable to break free. What kind of terrifying power was this? Zhu Yingkui's fear became even more intense. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Feng Wuchen was so abnormal, even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Feng Wuchen. He would have definitely given up on the idea of revenge. Unfortunately, it was all too late. After trapping Zhu Yingkui, Feng Wuchen's palm slightly pressed down. Lin Yu's saber that was chopping at Zhu Manlu's shoulder slowly sank into Zhu Manlu's flesh and blood gushed out. Haha. Awesome. Really awesome. Lin Yu laughed excitedly. He felt incomparably relieved. The saber slowly chopped down. Zhu Manlu used all his strength but still couldn't resist. Don't. Don't. Feng Wuchen, stop. Zhu Manlu screamed in fear. So you're not a mute? Feng Wuchen said with a mocking sneer. However, the saber didn't stop slowly chopping down. The saber slowly chopped down. Zhu Manlu's flesh and bones were like tofu that couldn't be blocked at all. The intense pain was simply unimaginable. Gulp, Zhu Yuekui and others were completely terrified. They swallowed their saliva in fear and trembled all over. Ah! The broadsword slowly chopped off Zhu Manlu's shoulder, causing his arm to fall off. The bone-piercing pain caused Zhu Manlu to scream out in pain. Lin Yu, where else do you want to cut? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Lord Supreme Being, please spare my life. Zhu Manlu begged for mercy in fear. He couldn't take it anymore. That won't do. Lin Yu and I grew up together. If you dare to bully him, how can I let you off? Let's be reasonable, Feng Wuchen said. Was kill. Big brother Feng, chop off the other hand as well. Lin Yu shouted, and then swung his saber at Zhu Manlu's other shoulder. Ah. To Zhu to cut. You. Big brother Feng, leave the rest to me. I'll cut off his legs and then kill him. Lin Yu shouted angrily. Don't rush. Let him be terrified for a while. Now, it's Zhu Yingkui's turn. He just slapped you. How do you plan to deal with him? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. His calm words made one's hair stand on end. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen withdrew his time divine power. When Zhu Yingkui heard that, his expression changed. Big brother Feng, I think that since he slapped me, it doesn't mean that I wasn't slapped, right? Lin Yu said with a frown. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, that makes sense. Just give me some compensation. He's dead for sure today. Besides, I don't hit old people. I won't hit him. I want compensation. I'm very easy to talk to, Lin Yu said with a serious expression. This old thing is dead for sure. Do you think he'll compensate you? Feng Wuchen asked. If he doesn't, can't the heavenly fiend race give it to him? Didn't they say that they wanted to see the western region disappear? If they don't want to compensate, then let them see. Lin Yu shrugged and said with a smile. Amen, that makes sense. Feng Wuchen nodded. Lin Yu dared to say that. Feng Wuchen really dared to agree. Lin Yu rubbed his chin and said, let me think about what compensation I want. The other party hadn't agreed yet, was this acting first and reporting later? Zhu Yingkui and the others were petrified. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure appeared in a flash and brought 3 people over. 3 dead people. Elders. Zhu Yingkui's expression changed when he saw the 3 elders. His last hope was completely shattered. He originally wanted to rely on the 3 elders to capture the people of the Temple of Rakshasa alive to threaten them. He didn't expect that the 3 elders would be killed. But when they saw the other person, they fell into despair. Subordinate Kuei-ing greets Lord Supreme. The 3 of them are dead. Kuei-ing respectfully knelt on one knee. That person was Dragon God Temple's Divine Shadow Guard Grand Guardian, Kuei-ing. Feng Wuchen sized Kuei-ing up and said with a smile, well done. Your Grand Guardian Kuei-ing. If Great Commander hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that the Divine Shadow Guard still had Grand Guardians. Yes, I am. Kuei-ing said respectfully. As expected of the Divine Shadow Guard Grand Guardian, a 6-star Holy Venerate. Rise. Feng Wuchen happily said. Many thanks, Lord Supreme. Kuei-ing thanked him respectfully and sized up Feng Wuchen. An unfathomable power is covering the surface of Lord Supreme's body. I can't tell what level this power is at, but I can feel a terrifying pressure coming from it. And this is under the condition that Lord Supreme is not intentionally releasing his power, Kuei-ing thought. Lin Yu, have you thought about it? What compensation do you want? Feng Wuchen looked at Lin Yu and asked. Yes, flowing light crystals and regeneration sacred profound jades. Give me as many as you have. Lin Yu grinned. Good brat, you're really something. I want these 2 treasures. Feng Wuchen looked at Lin Yu in amazement. Lin Yu happily smiled and said, I heard Big Brother Qi Xiao and the others say that Big Brother Feng wants these 2 precious treasures. Zhuyin Kuei, did you hear that? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you kill this palace master, the heavenly devil race will never let you off. Zhuyin Kuei furiously shouted, as if he is not afraid of death. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered and said, I hope you won't be too scared later. Third ancestor. Feng Wuchen shouted towards the void. Hee, brat, what good business do you have now? Long Shirtian's excited laughter came from the void. A dog of the heavenly devil race touched my people. Now, I need the heavenly devil race to compensate me. This dog refused. I'll have to trouble you to call the old patriarch, Elder Limitless, the current patriarch and the 3 great elders of the heavenly devil race to the heavenly devil palace. Let's sit down and talk. Feng Wuchen laughed towards the void. Zhuyin Kuei and the others are dumbfounded. Zhu Manlu instantly forgot about the pain. Kuei-ing also opened his eyes wide and looked at Feng Wuchen. Are there any benefits? Long Shirtian asked excitedly. Of course. We can't just waste the time of the 3rd ancestor, right? Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Haha. Good. Long Shirtian laughed happily. End of chapter. Zhuyin Kuei, I was planning to attack your demonic palace later, but you forced me to do it ahead of time. Feng Wuchen sneered, you better be mentally prepared. Zhuyin Kuei was still dumbfounded. Kuei-ing, bring us to the demonic palace. We need to reason with them and talk about compensation. Feng Wuchen grinned. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Yes. Lord Supreme. Kuei-ing said respectfully. Feng Wuchen, I think you must be crazy. Who do you think you are? You want our old patriarch and elder Wuji to compensate? Zhu Yuekui said. Whether I am crazy or not, you will know in a while. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Good, just the 3 ancestors of the dragon gods. Our old patriarch and elder Wuji don't even put them in their eyes. Don't regret it. A sage emperor sneered. Feng Wuchen, do you really think Long Shirhan and the others can do whatever they want in the holy world? You are too naive. You don't know how terrifying our old patriarch and elder Wuji are. Our old patriarch is even stronger than Long Shirhan. Another clansman shouted. Is it really that scary? Feng Wuchen asked. Very scary. The heavenly devil clansman nodded. Oh. Feng Wuchen said, not taking it seriously. You. More than a dozen heavenly devil clansmen exploded in anger. They were played by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, with your strength and Kuei-ing's help, killing us will be as easy as flipping your hand. However, once we reach the demonic palace, if the old patriarch and the others really come, the one who will die will be you. Or even Long Shirtian's death. Zhuyin Kuei said gloomily, looking at Feng Wuchen like looking at an idiot. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but if you insist on throwing away your life, I won't stop you. Zhuyin Kuei sneered. Feng Wuchen ignored him. Lin Yu frowned slightly and said, Big brother Feng, what will the heaven devil race do if they don't have flowing light crystals and regeneration Saint profound jades? If it's too little, I won't be willing. I was just thinking about where to find these 2 precious treasures, and now someone is ready to give them to us. Kuei-ing, let's go. Go reason with him. Feng Wuchen smiled with anticipation. Was he trying to reason with them? This was simply looting a burning house. Kuei-ing waved his hand and disappeared with Feng Wuchen, Lin Yu, Zhuyin Kuei, and the others. When he reappeared, he was already at the square of the Western region's demonic palace. Aya, the demonic palace is truly imposing. It's a pity that it will cease to exist soon. Feng Wuchen sneered, looking as if he felt pity. Feng Wuchen, you're so proud of yourself. Let's see how you'll cry in a while. A clansman angrily shouted. Returning to his own territory, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. Feng Wuchen, you cut off my arms. I'll definitely make you pay 10 times the price. Zhu Manlu also became spirited. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, all right, if you have the chance, please do so. Feng Wuchen. The appearance of Feng Wuchen's group immediately attracted the attention of the clansmen of the demonic palace. Palace master. The clansmen of the demonic palace rushed over. It had to be said that the scale of the demonic palace wasn't small. There were more than 1,000 of them, and there were also many saint emperors. It could be seen how much importance the demonic palace placed on Zhu Yingkui. No matter what, he was still a meritorious person who ascended from the divine world. Unfortunately, because of Feng Wuchen, Zhu Yingkui lost the importance of the demonic palace, and became a sinner of the demonic palace. Zhu Yingkui couldn't accept this. This was also the real reason why Zhu Yingkui wanted to kill Feng Wuchen, and not to avenge Xu Xia. Feng Wuchen sneered, Kuei-ing, kill whoever dares to make a move. Yes. Supreme Lord. Kuei-ing said respectfully. Everyone retreat. Zhu Yingkui shouted. Everyone of the demonic palace retreated one after another, not daring to move forward. Whoosh. Long Shirtian appeared in a flash. His extremely terrifying aura scared everyone to the point that their liver and gall were torn apart. His terrifying aura caused everyone of the demonic palace to collapse on the ground. Their faces were pale and filled with pain. Greetings, third ancestor. Kuei-ing respectfully knelt down on one knee. Feng brat, I'm here. I'm the best at reasoning. Long Shirtian laughed happily. Lin Yu happily laughed, third ancestor, other than reasoning, we also want compensation. Lin Yu pointed at Zhu Yingkui and said, this old thing slapped me. I feel that there's no point in slapping him back, so it's better to ask for compensation. In any case, he's dead for sure today. Haha. That's simple. Long Shirtian couldn't stop laughing. Long Shirtian. After seeing the person clearly, Zhu Yingkui and the others were extremely frightened. Their souls scattered. It was as if the old man in front of them was the representative of power and terror. Long Shirtian really came. Could it be that Zhu Tianma and the others of the demonic palace would also come? Demonic palace. In the majestic palace hall, Zhu Tianma, Elder Limitless and the others' old faces were incomparably gloomy. Zhu Huang gritted his teeth and said angrily, Zhu Yingkui actually dares to ignore orders. Doesn't he know that he will kill our heavenly devil race? Zhu Yingkui, this old thing. He actually dares to deal with Feng Wuchen without permission. Zhu Tianma gritted his teeth and said angrily. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Don't you know the situation now? You actually dare to provoke Dragon God Temple, simply courting death. After the last battle, Zhu Tianma was truly afraid. Even Long Shirtian was no match for him, not to mention Long Shirhun, who was even more terrifying. Heavenly devil race couldn't afford to offend him. Old Patriarch, Zhu Yingkui and the others don't know what happened before. He and Feng Wuchen are mortal enemies. This can't be entirely blamed on him. Elder Limitless shook his head. Old Patriarch, Elder Limitless, what should we do now? Zhu Yinhun asked in panic. When Long Shirtian was mentioned, he couldn't help but feel fear. The shadow in his heart couldn't be removed. What else can we do? Let's go to Demonic Palace. Zhu Tianma shouted angrily. If he didn't go, he didn't know what the consequences would be. If he angered Long Shirtian again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Limitless said solemnly, from Long Shirtian's tone just now, he didn't have any killing intent. Let's go take a look first. If he really forces us into a corner, we'll form an alliance with Martial Spirit Temple. At most, we'll fight to the death. Elder Limitless is right. Our heavenly devil race is not to be trifled with. Zhu Chenqi nodded. If they really forced the heavenly devil race into a corner and formed an alliance with Martial Spirit Temple, Venerable Gu Xuanzuan would definitely be very happy. Humph. I want to see what Long Shirtian wants. Zhu Tianma said fiercely. He already had the mentality of a life and death struggle. This was the only way to contend against the dragon gods. Heavenly Devil Race waved his hand and immediately disappeared with the upper echelons. In an instant, Zhu Tianma and the others appeared out of thin air in Demonic Palace's square. A terrifying aura swept out. They're here. They're really here. Zhu Yingkui's old face instantly turned green. Greetings, old patriarch. Elder Limitless. Everyone in Demonic Palace knelt down respectfully. Old Patriarch, Elder Limitless and Patriarch really came. Zhu Manlu, Zhu Yuekue and the rest were shocked. Long Shirtian was only the third ancestor. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Zhu Tianma and Elder Limitless to come personally. Long Shirtian, what are you trying to do? Zhu Tianma glared at Long Shirtian and asked. Feng brat, this old thing is Zhu Tianma. The one on the left is Elder Limitless. The one on the right is the current patriarch, Zhu Huang. That is Great Elder Zhu Yunghun. You should know Zhu Chenqin. Long Shirtian happily introduced to Feng Wuchen. With a simple introduction, Feng Wuchen could be considered to know the top experts of Heaven Devil clan. Hee, Feng brat, I am very powerful when it comes to being reasonable. Long Shirtian laughed happily. Third ancestor, let me do it. I know what happened. Feng Wuchen laughed. That's true. Long Shirtian nodded. Old Patriarch, Elder Limitless, he is Feng Wuchen. Zhu Chenqin said gloomily. His fierce eyes stared at Feng Wuchen like a poisonous snake. He is Jizun? Zhu Tianma frowned and sized up Feng Wuchen with his old eyes. Elder Limitless frowned and said to himself, I can't see the depth of this brat's cultivation. I can't feel that mysterious power either. This brat is not simple. Junior Feng Wuchen greets Heaven Devil clan's old patriarch, Elder Limitless, patriarch and the three elders. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists politely. He was neither servile nor overbearing and did not panic at all. Although they were enemies, he could not be lacking in etiquette. He could not let others laugh at the dragon gods for being impolite. Lord Jizun is indeed not simple. Facing Zhu Tianma and Elder Limitless, he can still act as if nothing is wrong. If they really fight, the three ancestors will not be able to protect Lord Jizun. Great Ancestor and the others will not be able to stop them in an instant. Kuei-Ying thought to himself with a serious expression. He was clearly worried. Kuei-Ying did not know of Huan Yan Emperor's existence. Otherwise, he would not be so worried. Humph. Don't give me that. Zhu Chenqin shouted angrily, but his heart was filled with fear. The moment she saw Feng Wuchen, Zhu Chenqin thought of the Death Soul mountain range. Elder Zhu Chenqin, don't say that. We are not here to fight today. Don't be so angry. Didn't the third ancestor tell you that we are here to reason? Feng Wuchen said with a playful smile. Even in the face of the pinnacle experts of the Heavenly Fiend clan, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change at all. Third ancestor, did you tell them? Feng Wuchen looked at Long Shirtian and asked. It's very clear. Long Shirtian happily laughed. Look, the three ancestors have already told you that we're here to reason things out and talk about compensation, said Feng Wuchen with a smile. Elder Wuji smiled faintly and said, then what does Lord Supreme want to talk about? Zhu Yingkue, who was kneeling at the side, said respectfully, Elder Wuji, Zhu Yingkue, you don't have the right to speak now. You'd better shut your mouth or I'll tear it apart. Feng Wuchen immediately interrupted. Lin Yu, you speak. Feng Wuchen looked at Lin Yu and said. Elder Wuji, there are Heavenly Fiend clan members secretly monitoring us in the Temple of Rakshasa. On my way to the Dragon God realm, I was captured by your clansmen. It was them who wanted to use me to threaten Big Brother Feng. After that, Zhu Yingkue slapped me again. I decided to compensate, but he wasn't willing, so I could only look for you. Lin Yu said simply. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhu Yingkue and the rest's faces were extremely gloomy. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They wanted compensation for such a small matter, they even caused trouble in the Heavenly Fiend region. They were simply looking for trouble when they had nothing better to do. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, that's how it is. You captured me first and slapped my friend. It's not too much for us to ask for compensation, is it? Zhu Yingkue, is this true? Zhu Huang asked with a gloomy face. Zhu Yingkue did not say anything, which was equivalent to admitting it. Then what if you cut off my hands? How are you going to compensate me? Zhu Manlu finally could not help but shout angrily. You even injured us. A saint emperor stood out and shouted angrily. That's right. We were all heavily injured. How are we going to compensate you? Are we going to be beaten up for nothing? One by one, they stood out and shouted angrily. Everyone, quiet down. Don't be so agitated. Be reasonable. Feng Wuchen pressed his hand down, indicating for them to quiet down. You have to understand that you were the ones who wanted to kill me and threaten me. Isn't it normal for me to attack? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and asked, if I wanted to kill your old patriarch, do you think he would just stand there and let me kill him? That's impossible, right? Is he that stupid? Zhu Yingkue was instantly infuriated. That's why I said it's normal for you to be injured by me. Who asked you to try to kill me? You're not strong enough, so of course you were heavily injured by me. Can you blame anyone else for that? Feng Wuchen said with a straight face. Lin Yu said seriously, Big Brother Feng has a point. The dozen or so tribesmen fell silent. Let's talk about you first. You captured my friend. I've already reminded you many times to let him go, but you refused to listen. You even wanted to kill my friend. Isn't it normal for you to cut off your arms? Feng Wuchen looked at Zhu Manlu and said. Zhu Manlu was speechless. It seemed to be the case. Zhu Yingkue, you slapped my friend. You didn't ask me before slapping him. You can't deny this, can you? Feng Wuchen smiled at Zhu Yingkue. Zhu Yingkue was speechless. Old Patriarch, Elder Wuji, do you understand now? Does what I said make sense? Is it their fault? It's not too much for us to ask for compensation, right? Feng Wuchen looked at Zhu Tianma and the others with a smile. He looked as if victory was already in his hands. Then what kind of compensation do you want? Zhu Tianma suppressed his rage and asked. He did not want to waste any more time on this. Lin Yu, you tell us, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. I want flowing light crystals and regeneration holy mystic jades. The heavenly devil tribe has to give me as many as you have, Lin Yu immediately demanded an exorbitant price. What? Flowing light crystals? I want as many as you have? When Zhu Qinxin heard this, he was instantly enraged. He shouted angrily, you might as well just rob us. You want flowing light crystals with a slap? Dream on. How was this exorbitant price? This was daylight robbery. Seeing Zhu Qinxin's rage, Zhu Manlu smirked coldly in his heart. Humph. You want compensation? You don't know your place. Elder Zhu Qinxin, you can't say that. A slap is no simple matter. Why don't you return the slap for him? Third ancestor, you'll be the one to return the slap, Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. When Zhu Qinxin heard this, he was so frightened that he staggered and almost fell to the ground. What would happen if he slapped Long Tian? He would lose his life. Come. I'll give you a slap. Haha. Long Tian immediately laughed. He raised his hand and walked over. Long Tian. Since it was Zhu Yingkue who slapped him, then he should be the one to return the slap. Zhu Tianma blocked Long Tian with a gloomy face. Patriarch, that's not right. Zhu Yingkue is a 3-star sacred emperor. My friend is only a 7-star sacred king. My friend's slap did not affect Zhu Yingkue at all. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen paused for a moment and continued, moreover, don't forget that my friend was captured by them and was almost killed. If Elder Zhu Qinxin doesn't agree, then compensate. In any case, you're an alchemist, so you definitely have it. Moreover, you definitely won't be able to use it. With your little strength as an alchemist, you're utterly incapable of refining spatial treasures. You. Zhu Qinxin was furious. His face was ferocious. Elder Zhu Qinxin, don't be unconvinced. If you really can't refine it, then it's useless for you to keep it. Feng Wuchen added insult to injury. He looked as if he would not rest until Zhu Qianxin died from anger. Elder Wuji said indifferently, Your Excellency, how about this? 1 slap for 10 flowing light crystals and 10 regenerated sacred mystic jades? I've already slapped him. Elder Zhu Qianxin said he wanted to slap him, but he didn't agree. The compensation will be up to us. You have no right to bargain. Feng Wuchen grinned. He wanted all the flowing light crystals and regenerated sacred mystic jades anyway. Elder Wuji said indifferently, Your Excellency, you're making things difficult for us. Since we're talking about reason, you can't ask for too much. Haven't we already talked about reason? Now we're talking about compensation. Either the 3 ancestors give Elder Zhu Qianxin a slap or compensate you with all the flowing light crystals and regenerated sacred mystic jades. Feng Wuchen did not back down. Come, Zhu Qianxin, you don't need compensation. I'll give you a slap and settle this. Long Shirtian said with an arrogant look. Long Shirtian. Don't go too far. Zhu Qianxin shouted angrily. His face twitched violently. How am I going too far? Long Shirtian's old face immediately became gloomy, and he angrily shouted, Heavenly Devil Clan sent people to kill Dragon God Temple Sovereign, do you know what crime it is? I haven't settled the score with you guys yet. Now that I'm asking you to compensate me, you're making all sorts of excuses. Is the Dragon God Temple easy to bully? Zhu Chen's heart was about to explode, but he had nothing to say. We are trying to reason with you, talking about compensation, we are already giving you a lot of face, don't force me to take action. Long Shirtian angrily shouted, terrifying killing intent instantly erupted. Third primogenitor, aren't you underestimating our Sky Devil clan too much just by yourself? Our old patriarch alone is enough to kill you. A dog without eyes suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhu Tianmo's old face changed and his heart beat wildly. Oh no. Elder Wuji felt a strong sense of unease. Shut up. Zhu Huang angrily shouted at that person. He shouldn't have touched that pot. Pairs of cannibalistic eyes swept over, scaring the clansman out of his wits. He collapsed to the ground, almost suffocating. If he angered Long Shirtian, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhu Yihun and the others looked at Long Shirtian in horror. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yingkue and others were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Did that clansman say something wrong? Why did Zhu Huang and others have such a big reaction? Even a fool can see that Zhu Huang and others are afraid. They are afraid of Long Shirtian. At this moment, Zhu Yingkue and others finally realized something. The fear in their hearts instantly increased by several times. You are right, your old patriarch is very strong, enough to kill me. I am also looking forward to it. Long Shirtian said with a mocking sneer, looking at Zhu Tianmo with a playful expression. An incomparably terrifying aura has already locked onto Zhu Tianmo, scaring him to the point that he broke out in cold sweat. Zhu Tianmo, come, take out your power to kill me. Long Shirtian said with a mocking sneer, arrogantly beckoning Zhu Tianmo with his finger. If it was before, Zhu Tianmo would not hesitate to attack Long Shirtian's provocative action. But now, Zhu Tianmo doesn't dare to fart. In the last battle, Zhu Tianmo's injuries have not recovered completely. If he fought again, he would not have the power to fight back. He would definitely be crushed by Long Shirtian. Third ancestor, didn't I say just now? We didn't come here to fight today. If we want to fight, we will fight when we can't talk anymore. Isn't that not the time yet? Feng Wuchen said with a smile. His seemingly casual words are filled with endless arrogance and overbearingness. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded like a threat. Feng Wuchen's words made it seem like whether they would fight or not, completely ignoring the feelings of the Heavenly Devil clan and others. As if he could destroy the Heavenly Devil clan at any time. Looking at Zhu Tianmo and others again, Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, Old Patriarch, do you think there is still room for discussion? In the face of Feng Wuchen's indirect threat, Zhu Tianmo did not know how to answer. Seeing that Zhu Tianmo and the others did not speak, Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, looks like there is no room for discussion. Old Patriarch, Elder Wuji, there is one more thing to tell you. Also, I told them before that if anything happens to my friend, I will make the western region disappear from the holy world within a day. My friend was slapped. Everyone can see how serious his injuries are, right? When Feng Wuchen said this, the faces of Zhu Tianmo, Elder Wu Ji, and the others changed drastically. Feng Wuchen looked at Zhu Manlu and the others and asked with a smile, "Did I say that? And I remember that you were laughing at me and said that you wanted to see, right?" Zhu Manlu and the others did not dare to fart. What? The faces of Zhu Tianmo and the others changed drastically again. They were scared out of their wits. These blind dogs actually dared to laugh at Feng Wuchen. What if it was true? Who could stop them? This was not a joke. With the terrifying strength of the dragon gods, they could really make the western region disappear from the holy world. Zhu Tianmo and the others could not wait to tear Zhu Manlu and the others into pieces. "Since you have slapped him and the issue of compensation is not settled, I will show you how the western region will disappear." Feng Wuchen sneered and his eyes turned fierce. Zhu Tianmo and the others were scared out of their wits. The first thing they thought of was Feng Wuchen's mysterious strength. Does Lord Supreme have such ability? Kuei-Ying was shocked. "Third primogenitor, ask the great primogenitor and the others to come over. Since there is no room for discussion and you are not willing to compensate, I can't be bothered to waste my breath. Let's do it. I hope your heaven devil race can stop us." Feng Wuchen shook his head. "Wait." Zhu Tianmo quickly shouted. He was panicking. He believed that Feng Wuchen was not joking. "Second Elder, give him all the flowing light crystals and regeneration Saint Mystic Jades." Zhu Tianmo shouted angrily. "Old clan leader." Zhu Chenxin's old face was extremely gloomy. He was extremely unwilling. "Give it to them." Zhu Tianma roared as he suppressed his anger. Preposterous. Zhu Chenxin was about to explode. His organs were churning violently, as if they would explode at any moment. But was there any other way? No. If they did not compensate, were they supposed to wait for the western region to disappear from the holy world? The dragon gods were terrifyingly powerful. They had seen it for themselves. The Heavenly Fiend clan was powerless against them. Was the survival of the Heavenly Fiend clan more important than the flowing light crystals and regenerated holy mystic jades? "Hand them over." Lin Yu extended his hand with a smug smile. "Humph." Zhu Chenxin harumphed coldly. With a wave of his hand, the flowing light crystals and regenerated holy mystic jades in his storage ring flew out. The young master had dozens of flowing light crystals and over 200 regenerated holy mystic jades. Zhu Chenxin's heart was bleeding. With a wave of his hand, Feng Wuchen kept the flowing light crystals and regenerated holy mystic jades in his storage ring. "Elder Zhu Chenxin, thank you very much." Feng Wuchen smiled happily. "Humph." Zhu Chenxin harumphed coldly. "For the sake of these treasures, I'll overlook my friend's matter. Now, it's my turn." Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. His smile was especially bright. When Zhu Chenxin heard that, he instantly exploded. He could no longer suppress his anger as he roared, "Brat, you tricked us." Zhu Tianma, Elder Wu Ji, and the others' faces were extremely gloomy. They looked as if they wanted to skin Feng Wuchen alive. Feng Wuchen smiled. "Elder Zhu Chenxin, I've made it clear just now. I'm talking about compensation for my friend. Shouldn't we settle things one by one? Let's be reasonable." "Sly brat." Zhu Tianma's anger was ignited again. Seeing the furious expressions of Zhu Tianma and the others, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I don't need compensation. Other than the 2 treasures just now, your Heavenly Fiend clan doesn't have any treasures that I want." "Then what do you want?" Zhu Chenxin roared angrily, as if he was ready to fight to the death. "It's very simple. I have to teach those blind dogs a lesson, right? You always come to provoke me, as if I'm easy to bully." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Kuei-Ying, do it." Swish. Swish. Chi. 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 At Feng Wuchen's command, Kuei-Ying immediately made his move. With a few flashes, Zhu Manlu and the other heavenly devil race's heads flew off. Kuei-Ying's speed was too fast. Zhu Manlu and the others didn't even know how they died. Feng Wuchen dared to give the order to kill the sky devils in front of Zhu Tianma and the others. This was simply looking down on Zhu Tianma and the others. Zhu Yingkui's eyes widened and he was petrified on the spot. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen dared to give the order to kill. Zhu Tianma and Elder Wuji were completely enraged. Their old eyes were bloodshot as a murderous aura burst out of them. This was a disgrace to the Heaven Devil race. Humph. Long Shirtian sneered at the side as he coldly stared at Zhu Tianma and Elder Wuji. He wasn't afraid of their murderous aura. As long as they dared to make a move, Long Shirtian would defeat them without hesitation. Feng Wuchen! Zhu Chenqin furiously roared. Zhi Yahun angrily shouted, "You dare to give the order to kill our clansmen in front of us. Feng Wuchen, do you really think that we are afraid of the dragon gods?" Feng Wuchen sneered, "I didn't say that you are afraid. I'm just telling you that you can kill me, but you must be prepared to be killed by me. You can choose to make your move now, I'm not stopping you." His cold gaze swept towards the frightened and sluggish Zhu Yingkui. Feng Wuchen sneered, "Zhu Yingkui, do you remember what I told you before? Have you seen the fear on your face? You are now, take this fear with you and go on your way." "What?" Zhu Yingkui turned pale with fright, his entire body trembled as he said in fear, "Old Patriarch, quickly save me." "Feng Wuchen, you dare!" Elder Wuji angrily shouted. "Kill him!" Feng Wuchen ordered, ignoring Elder Wuji. Kuei-ing did not hesitate and immediately disappeared. "Kuei-ing! You are courting death!" Zhu Huang angrily roared, wanting to stop Kuei-ing. Boom! Pfft! However, right at that moment, there was a loud explosion that shook heaven and earth. Zhu Huang vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. Zhu Huang was unable to sense it. Zhu Tianma and Elder Wuji were also unable to sense it. Everything happened too suddenly, too quickly. Long Shirtian. Zhu Huang was furious, but Long Shirtian's attack had already seriously injured him. "Whoever interferes, I will kill them." "You can try." Long Shirtian coldly said as an incomparably terrifying aura swept out. Zhu Tianma's face turned sinister as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Long Shirtian! What? Wasn't the lesson last time enough? Do you still want to be beaten up by me?" Long Shirtian disdainfully sneered. "Long Shirtian! If you force us into a corner, at worst we will ally with Martial Spirit Temple and destroy you in one fell swoop." Long Shirtian sneered and said, "Is that so? Then I am looking forward to Heavenly Devil Clan and Martial Spirit Temple taking action." Zhu Tianma and Elder Wuji are trying their best to restrain themselves. Clearly, they don't want to walk on this path. Because they are very clear about the consequences. The most serious one is the destruction of Heavenly Devil Clan. Boom! Pfft! At the same time, Kuei-ying's fist landed on Zhu Yingkui's chest. The terrifying power shook Zhu Yingkui until he vomited blood. His chest caved in and his body turned into a black line and flew out, directly piercing through the huge and imposing main palace. Kuei-ying's fist killed Zhu Yingkui on the spot. "Everyone in Heavenly Devil Palace must die. This is the price for wanting to kill me." Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen wants to let Heavenly Devil Clan know the consequences of wanting to kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen! Zhu Tianma crazily roared, but he still couldn't take that step forward. "Lord Sovereign, are you not worried at all?" Kuei-ing said in his heart, but he didn't dare to hesitate. Xiao xiao xiao. Kuei-ing immediately launched a crazy and merciless massacre. Heavenly Devil Palace's clansmen were killed one after another. Blood flowed like a river. Kuei-ing took action. In less than a minute, thousands of Heavenly Devil Clan's clansmen died miserably. The heavy smell of blood spread throughout Heavenly Devil Palace. "If you want to kill me, you will end up like this. Including you." Feng Wuchen sneered and said. At this moment, seeing Heavenly Devil Palace's clansmen being slaughtered and Feng Wuchen's words, Zhu Tianma and the others were so angry that they lost their minds. Buzz buzz. An unimaginably terrifying power erupted. Along with the overflowing killing intent, the entire western region space violently exploded and collapsed. Heaven and earth changed color. "I will make you pay a painful price." Zhu Tianma roared. "Do you want to start a war? Then come. Dragon Soul Killer." Hearing Dragon Soul Killer's voice, Zhu Huang, Zhu Er, and the others' faces changed. They felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. An irresistible fear welled up in their hearts, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Do we really have to take this step? It's impossible to fight Dragon Soul Killer with just the strength of the Sky Devil race. We have to ally with the Martial Spirit Temple to have a chance. Elder Wuji frowned, his face ugly. Unfortunately, the Sky Devil race had just rejected Gu Xuanzuan not long ago. Now, they suddenly wanted to ally again. He wondered if Gu Xuanzuan would agree. Dragon Soul Killer. The Sky Devil race and the Dragon Gods are irreconcilable. You haven't attacked yet because you want to trample on us. You humiliated our Heaven Devil race. But don't forget, we're demons. Let's end all the grudges of the past. Even if the Sky Devil race can't defeat the Dragon Gods today, we'll make you suffer great losses. The millions of Sky Devil race members will also exhaust you. Zhu Tian Demon, who had lost his mind, roared at the sky. The hatred and anger in Zhu Tianma's heart were completely vented out. The surging, almost tangible, cold-killing intent turned into a wild gust of wind and swept across the area. What a terrifying killing intent. Zhu Tian Demon, if you have the ability, you can try. Dragon Soul Killer smiled faintly. His figure appeared out of thin air as if he had been there all along. Dragon Soul Killer's appearance made Zhu Tian Demon and the others, who were already under great pressure, feel an endless pressure. At that moment, they felt that Dragon Soul Killer's strength was stronger than before. Was this an illusion? Greetings, Great Primogenitor. Kuei-Ying bowed respectfully. Great Primogenitor, why are you here? Third Primogenitor alone should be enough. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I'm just here to take a look. I want to know when the Sky Devil race will start the war and where it will be. Dragon Soul Killer smiled faintly. Dragon Slaughter Soul. Candle Sky Demon roared furiously as he charged forward and threw a punch at Dragon Slaughter Soul. The attack was soul-stirring. It was as if the air in the entire western region had dissipated. It gave off a feeling that it was invincible. However, Dragon Soul Killer's expression didn't change at all. It was as if he didn't even see it. Boom. Buzz. An extremely terrifying punch landed solidly on Long Shihan's chest. With an explosive bang, a terrifying energy instantly erupted, sweeping out in an unbridled manner, causing the space to violently tremble. In the blink of an eye, the demonic palace was reduced to dust, and the towering holy mountain disappeared without a trace. What? When the fist landed, Candle Sky Demon's old face changed greatly. His eyeballs were about to fall out. How is this possible? Elder Wuji was scared out of his wits. His entire body trembled. Zhu Huang, Zhu Er, and the others were petrified. Zhu Tianma's terrifying punch landed on Long Shihan's body. Long Shihan did not move at all. He had withstood Zhu Tianma's terrifying attack with his terrifying physical body alone. Even if his injuries had not healed, the power of the Candle Sky Demon was absolutely terrifying. Without any defense, no one dared to say that they could withstand such power. But Long Hun had done it. Moreover, Feng Wuchen and the others weren't affected by the terrifying energy at all. Just how powerful was the Dragon Slayer? They were both peak 9-star holy venerables, but was the difference so great? He's actually unharmed. Kuei-Ying was shocked and said in shock, the Great Primogenitor's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. I originally planned to destroy the demonic palace, but now we don't have to do it. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled faintly. Big brother Feng, is the Great Primogenitor already so powerful? He's fine even standing there and letting Zhu Tianma hit him. Lin Yu widened his eyes in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the Great Primogenitor's physical body realm has already broken through, and the combat power he brought to himself is immeasurable. He has already surpassed the peak 9-star Holy Venerable's realm. Zhu Tianma's power was not ineffective, but it was forcefully defeated by the Great Primogenitor's physical body. Good eyesight. You saw through it, kid. Long Shirtian laughed. Third Primogenitor, I advanced to the immortal realm earlier than the Great Primogenitor. How can I not see through it? Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. That's true. Long Shirtian laughed dryly. When Feng Wuchen advanced to the immortal realm, Long Shirhan was still in the immortal golden body realm. Now, Long Shirtian was still in the immortal golden body realm. This is impossible. How can your strength become so powerful? Zhu Tianma was frightened and shocked. He couldn't believe it, let alone accept it. If Long Shirhan attacked, it would be fine, but Long Shirhan just stood there and let him hit him, and he was unharmed. Impossible. Impossible. Zhu Tianma retreated a few steps in fear. Zhu Tianma, Elder Wuji, if you want to start a war, the Dragon God clan will be waiting for you at any time. Whether it's the Heavenly Devil clan or the Dragon God realm, it's fine. Once you've thought it through, send someone to deliver the letter of challenge to the Dragon God Sacred Hall. Long Shirshan said with an indifferent smile. Long Shuluan's words caused the hearts of Zhu Tianma and the rest to tremble. Zhu Tianma, you can also ally with the Martial Spirit Temple. It just so happens that I want to deal with the 3 traitors of the Dragon Gods as soon as possible. If you want to fight, do it openly. I'll be waiting for you at the Dragon God Temple. I hope you won't make me wait too long. Long Shirhan continued to smile. Long Shihan's cultivation, could it be that he has already stepped into that realm? The more Elder Wuji thought about it, the more frightened he became. His heart was about to jump out. Let's go. Long Shirhan smiled. With a wave of his hand, he disappeared with Feng Wuchen and the others. The faces of Zhu Tianma, Elder Wuji, and the others were filled with great fear. The space was deathly silent, and the air was filled with the aura of fear. That feeling was too terrifying. Is he really Long Shirhan? Zhu Huang said in a trembling voice, breaking the deathly silence. Old Patriarch, has Long Shirhan broken through the peak of the 9-star Saint Venerable realm? Zhu Chenxin asked in fear, his voice trembling. Zhu Tianma looked at his fist. He had used all his strength in the attack just now. Even if he couldn't reach his peak strength due to his injuries, he was definitely not weak. Has Long Shirhan really stepped into that realm? The more Zhu Tianma thought about it, the more indignant and furious he felt. Long Shihan's strength is so terrifying. If we fight, won't we just be sending ourselves to our deaths? Even if we ally with the Martial Spirit Temple, we'll just be sending ourselves to our deaths. No matter how strong Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan is, he's definitely not Long Shihan's match. Zhu Tianma said in extreme fear, his old face as white as paper. But if they don't fight, the Heavenly Devil clan will forever be trampled under the feet of the Dragon Gods. They will suffer humiliation and never be able to rise again. Martial Spirit Temple. Elder Zhu Chenxin? In the main hall, Venerable Gu frowned slightly. He was curious why Zhu Chenxin would suddenly come to the Martial Spirit Temple. Humph. I'm not seeing him. Nan Gongxian shouted angrily. Thinking about the Heavenly Devil tribe's rejection of the alliance, Nan Gongxian was furious. Third Elder gritted his teeth and said angrily, "What's that old thing doing here?" Great Elder, Elder Zhu Chenxin seems to have something very important. He's very anxious, the disciple said respectfully. Nan Gongxian's face was extremely gloomy. He shouted angrily, "Tell him to get lost." Get lost? Yes. The disciple was so frightened that he immediately left the main hall. Outside the main hall, Zhu Chenxin had already heard Nan Gongxian's angry shout. He could only smile helplessly. Elder Zhu Chenxin, I'm really sorry. Great Elder, The disciple came out and said awkwardly. Zhu Chenxin smiled bitterly. Venerable Gu, Great Elder Nan Gongxian, this concerns the survival of the Heavenly Devil tribe and the Martial Spirit Temple. I won't force you to see him. Life and death? Venerable Gu Xuanzuan frowned deeply and said, Elder Zhu Chenxin, come in. Hearing Venerable Gu's voice, Zhu Chenxin was relieved. In the main hall, Nan Gongxian still did not give him a good look. The other upper echelons were the same. Elder Zhu Chenxin, please take a seat. What happened? Venerable Gu smiled and asked politely. Zhu Chenxin's face was haggard. He sighed and said, there's a reason why the Heavenly Devil tribe rejected the alliance with the Martial Spirit Temple. At the same time, they're saving the Martial Spirit Temple. Nonsense. Nan Gongxian shouted angrily. Does the martial spirit temple need the heavenly devil tribe to save it? Is the heavenly devil tribe that powerful? Hearing Nangongxian's words, Zhu Chenxin was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Nangongxian, if I said that Venerable Gu could not even defeat Longsher Tian, would you still dare to say such arrogant words? Longsher Tian? Venerable Gu frowned. He could not help but think of Feng Wuchen's arrogance in the profound saint world, Kuei Ying's arrogance, and the disappearance of the dead spirit race. Gu seemed to realize something. Zhu Chenxin. You've got guts. How dare you insult Lord Gu Xian Sovereign? The third elder angrily shouted as he fiercely slammed the table and stood up. What kind of thing is Longsher Tian? How could he defeat Lord Gu Xuanzuan? Even Long Shahun doesn't have that ability, a Saint Venerable said disdainfully. Elder Zhu Chenxin, I think you've been scared by the dragon gods. Perhaps Long Shahun and the other two might be able to contend against Lord Gu Xuanzuan if they work together. But one-on-one, other than Long Shahun, Long Shiyun and Long Tian don't have that ability. A 6-star sacred master said arrogantly. Seeing the arrogant faces of these people, Zhu Chenxin sneered, is that so? How strong was the old patriarch of the heaven fiend race? This elder believes that even if we fight to the death, we can still injure Lord Gu Xuanzuan. Don't think that the martial spirit temple is very strong. This elder hopes that you can put away your arrogant faces. Because you don't even know what happened. The more Zhu Chenxin spoke, the more agitated he became. In the end, he could not help but shout. Elder Zhu Chenxin, please don't be agitated. I can tell that something big has happened, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan said solemnly. Nangongxian and the rest also obediently shut their mouths. Their old faces became serious. They understood Zhu Chenxin very well. If something big had not happened, he would not be so angry, much less shout in the martial spirit temple's main hall. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Chenxin suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan, the reason why the heaven fiend race rejected the alliance is because the old patriarch was heavily injured by Longsher Tian. Longsher Tian is unharmed. What? Longsher Tian heavily injured Zhu Qianma? When Zhu Chenxin said this, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan, Nangongxian and the rest of the upper echelons turned pale with fright. They could not help but exclaim. This? How is this possible? Nangongxian and the rest were all dumbfounded. The old patriarch of the heaven fiend race was heavily injured by Longsher Tian. Zhu Chenxin nodded and said, not long ago, Longsher Tian barged into the heaven fiend region alone and heavily injured the life spirit profound hall, Shadow Devil Temple and many other experts. He even went to the Heaven Fiend region's main hall to force the old patriarch to take action. In that battle, Longsher Tian displayed an extremely terrifying strength. He even cultivated an extremely terrifying fire attribute palm technique that instantly increased his strength by several times. Fire attribute palm technique? Instantly increased his strength by several times? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan frowned and said solemnly, previously, when the Holy Soul Sect's Qinghong protector fought with Long Xianxia, she was also defeated by a powerful fire attribute palm technique. At that time, Long Xianxia only had the cultivation of a 7-star holy emperor while Qinghong protector was already a 1-star holy. Venerable. Zhu Chenxin said solemnly, because of this, the heaven fiend race rejected the alliance because they were worried that we would suffer heavy casualties. They do not know how terrifying the dragon gods are now. After the battle, Long Shihun appeared. His aura was even more terrifying than Long Shirtin's. The old patriarch and elder Wuji were both stunned. Does Long Shihun really have such terrifying strength? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan frowned deeply. That's right. If we were to form an alliance and attack the dragon gods, the consequences would be unimaginable. The more Zhu Chenxin spoke, the more panicked he became. Elder Zhu Chenxin, I have wronged you. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Nangongxian immediately apologized. The third elder and the other holy venerates all revealed embarrassed expressions. Long Shihun and the others have become so terrifying without a sound. No one could have predicted this. Zhu Chenxin shook his head. He had no intention of blaming them. Just now, the old patriarch attacked Long Shihun with all his might. Long Shihun did not defend himself at all, nor did he dodge. He blocked the old patriarch's attack with his physical strength alone and remained unscathed. He even said that the Heaven Fiend race and the Martial Spirit Temple had joined forces and could issue a challenge at any time. Zhu Qianxin continued. By the time he finished speaking, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He blocked the old patriarch's attack with his physical body? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan could no longer sit still because he could not do it himself. How is this possible? Nan Gongxian and the others were shocked once again. Their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Zhu Qianxin gritted his teeth and said angrily, if Long Shihun had attacked just now, I'm afraid none of us would have been able to block him. The reason he did not attack is probably because he wants to forever trample the Heaven Fiend race under his feet. He wants to humiliate us. Second Elder Tianshan said in shock, could it be that Long Shihun has already stepped into the true immortal realm? How is this possible? How could he have stepped into the true immortal realm? The true immortal realm. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan shuddered and cold sweat broke out on his back. He said in shock, the Martial Spirit Temple is looking for an excuse to start a war. Long Shihun and the others are doing the same. When he thought of this, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan secretly rejoiced that the Heaven Fiend race had rejected the alliance and avoided the war. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The more Nan Gongxian and the others thought about it, the more afraid they became. They trembled all over. This matter is urgent. We must think of a solution as soon as possible. I can sense that the dragon gods are about to attack. Zhu Qianxin said with a face full of worry. End of chapter. If Long Shihun really has such terrifying strength, we won't be able to stop them if they want to attack. Gu Xuanzuan said seriously, what I don't understand is how Long Shihun and the others' strength increased so much. Where did they get such a powerful technique? I know almost all of the dragon gods' techniques, but I've never seen a technique that can instantly increase one's strength by several times. The Sky Devil clan and the dragon gods have been fighting for many years, but I've never seen it either. Zhu Qianxin shook his head. Gu Xuanzuan frowned and said, if the members of the Dragon God clan all cultivate such a terrifying technique, they will have absolute power. Long Xianxia defeated a 1-star Saint Venerable with the cultivation of a 7-star Saint Emperor. If Kuei-Ying cultivates it, even a 9-star Saint Venerable will not be his match. If every expert cultivates it, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Hearing this, Nan Gongxian and the others were shocked and terrified. Gu Xuanzuan had guessed correctly. However, what Gu Xuanzuan didn't know was that it wasn't just the dragon gods. All the higher-ups of the Dragon God Temple, including Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang, had cultivated terrifying techniques of different attributes. The dragon gods and the other 2 traders are cultivating in our Martial Spirit Temple. If the dragon gods attack for them, how do we deal with them? Tianshan asked seriously. This was what he was most worried about. I'm afraid there's no other way but to fight. Nan Gongxian shook his head and sighed. Is a mere dragon god clan enough to scare you to this extent? An extremely arrogant and egotistical laugh suddenly came from outside the hall. A terrifying aura that was beyond everyone's imagination was faintly discernible. It was as if it existed, but also as if it didn't. It gave people an illusory feeling. For a moment, Gu Xuanzuan and the others in the temple were all petrified. They had never felt such a terrifying aura before, so they didn't know who it was. Whoosh, a black shadow appeared in the Martial Spirit Temple's temple. A terrifying aura enveloped every expert in the temple, scaring them out of their wits and causing them to fall into a state of intense fear. Even Gu Xuanzuan's face was pale with fear. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a gorgeous white brocade. He looked handsome and elegant, and he held a carefree fan in his hand. There was an arrogant smile on his handsome face. His entire body exuded the aura of a king, giving people the feeling that he was an expert. This person was extremely unfamiliar. No one had ever seen him before. Who are you? Lord Gu Xuanzuan asked in shock. His old voice trembled slightly. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that my strength is above yours. I can kill you with a single finger. That's enough, said the man domineeringly. It was as if Gu Xuanzuan and the others were ants in his eyes. Hearing the man's arrogant and domineering words, Gu Xuanzuan and the others did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Because the man really did have that kind of strength. Proudly looking at Gu Xuanzuan and the others, the man asked in a small voice, "Dragon Soul Killer's strength is much stronger than yours. Even if you join hands, you won't be able to defeat him. Do you want to have strength that surpasses the dragon gods?" Gu Xuanzuan frowned slightly. His expression was serious as he thought to himself, this person's background is unknown, but his strength is terrifying. However, he would not help for no reason. Seeing that no one answered, the man sneered, "What? Don't you want to? Or don't you believe what I said? How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Nan Gongxian said solemnly. Gu Xuanzuan said solemnly, "We don't know who you are or what your purpose is. Although your strength is above ours, but," before Gu Xuanzuan could finish, the man interrupted, "I can let you step into the true immortal realm. Defeating Dragon Soul Killer is not a problem." True immortal. The faces of Gu Xuanzuan and the others changed drastically as their eyes widened. Dragon God Temple. In the main hall, Dragon Soul Killer and the others were all smiling happily. Haha. Seeing the angry, fearful and helpless expressions of Candle Sky Demon and the others, it's too satisfying. Long Tian laughed happily. Feng Wuchen laughed happily, "That's why I told you not to do anything before. The enemy will come looking for death. To deal with the enemy, you don't have to kill him immediately. Haha. This time, it's our turn to give the Heaven Devil race a taste of humiliation." Long Tian laughed loudly. Rather than exterminating the Heaven Devil race, it would be better to trample the Heaven Devil race under their feet. Long Han laughed faintly, "This time, they will definitely form an alliance with the Martial Spirit Temple. Gu Xuanzuan will naturally know of our strength." Long Yun nodded and said. With a faint smile, "We, the three traitors of the dragon gods, will not be able to sit peacefully for long. I don't know if Gu Xuanzuan will still dare to protect them. If Gu Xuanzuan obediently hands them over, maybe we don't need to touch the Martial Spirit Temple. If we don't hand them over, so what if we destroy them?" Long Tian said with a fierce expression. "Just wait for their letter of challenge." Long Han smiled indifferently. "Great Ancestor, I won't participate in the war. Anyway, I won't be needed, so you can do whatever you want. Here are 3 more powerful techniques, I'll go find my wife." Feng Wuchen said indifferently, and then handed over the prepared jade slip to Long Han. Seeing the 3 jade slips, Long Han and the other 2 were overjoyed and extremely excited. This was an existence that was even more terrifying and powerful than the techniques they had cultivated before. If he could cultivate it, Long Tian would be able to easily defeat Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan. "Feng Brat, if we really want to fight, with our current strength, we don't have to worry about the Dragon God Temple being in danger. However, you have to be careful. Cultivate well and become stronger as soon as possible." Long Tian laughed happily. "Don't worry, Third Ancestor. I'll be careful. Let's go." Feng Wuchen laughed and walked out of the hall. 3 Ancestors, farewell." Lin Yu cupped his fists and quickly followed Feng Wuchen. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Lin Yu leave, Long Tian laughed happily, "It's all thanks to this brat that our dragon gods have a day where we can hold our heads high. The more I think about it, the happier I am. Feng Wuchen's powerful techniques should all come from the Desolate Flame Emperor. They should be immortal techniques, so their power is much stronger than saint techniques." Long Yun said with a faint smile. "We have to work harder to cultivate. The sacred world is just the beginning. I hope that we can raise our cultivation as soon as possible and ascend to a stronger world." Long Shihan's face was filled with anticipation. The Dragon God Temple was not far from the 9 prefectures. Although it was delayed by the matter of Zhuyin Kuei, it allowed Feng Wuchen to reach the 9 prefectures even faster. According to their original itinerary, they would need a few days to return to the Dragon God realm. Now that they had Long Shihan's help, they arrived in a flash. It would take at most 4 hours to reach the Sacred Pill Pavilion from the Dragon God Temple. End of chapter. 9 Prefecture Sacred Pill Pavilion. As soon as he arrived at the Sacred Pill Pavilion, Feng Wuchen had already sensed the auras of Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang. "Welcome, my lord." Seeing Feng Wuchen arrive, the guards of the Sacred Pill Pavilion immediately greeted him respectfully. "How is the Sacred Pill Pavilion these days?" Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. As the guard led Feng Wuchen in, he said respectfully, "Everything is normal, but the four major forces have suddenly calmed down. There is no movement at all now." "Got it." Feng Wuchen nodded. He immediately guessed that the Jade Void Temple was secretly helping them. As a major force under the Dragon God Temple, the Jade Void Temple has a deep foundation. With the Jade Void Temple secretly supporting them, how could the four major forces collapse so quickly? However, Feng Wuchen didn't take it to heart. Arriving at the palace hall behind the Sacred Pill Pavilion, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others rushed out when they saw Feng Wuchen. "Husband, you've come out of seclusion?" Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen happily hugged Ling Xiaoxiao in his arms and said with a smile, "Lin, you said you were in the 9 prefectures, so I rushed over as soon as I came out of seclusion. How was it? Were you happy in the Sacred Pill Pavilion these days?" Yuner took us to many places." Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. "Greetings, Lord Supreme." Shui Yuner, Huangfu, Kong, and the others bowed respectfully. "You really broke through to the Sage Monarch realm." "Not bad." Feng Wuchen glanced at Shui Yuner and didn't see any panic. He nodded slightly. "It's all thanks to Lord's treasure." Shui Yuner thanked him gratefully. "Big brother Feng, how was it? Did you break through to the Sage Monarch realm?" Lu Qingyang quickly asked. Feng Wuchen smiled proudly and said, "It's just the Sage Monarch realm. Isn't it easy to break through? Since the Alliance Master has become a Saint Monarch, we have to speed up. Otherwise, the gap between us and the Alliance Master will widen again," Yi Tianqing said hurriedly. He looked like he couldn't wait to go back and cultivate. "After we return, we will immediately enter seclusion and break through to the Saint Lord realm as soon as possible," Lu Qingyang said excitedly. "Lord Supreme, please have some tea." A maid respectfully brought over a cup of hot tea. After thanking him, Feng Wuchen took a sip and asked, "How is the situation in the Sacred Dam Pavilion?" Shui Yuner said solemnly, "A few days ago, the four major forces were still crazily selling their goods at low prices. But in the past few days, there has been no movement. I'm guessing that the forces behind them are helping them. Otherwise, the four major forces wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. The four major forces are now the same as us. They raised the price by 3 times and lowered it by 3 times, causing our Sacred Dam Pavilion's business to plummet. The people behind the four major forces have never been found out. They are very well hidden. It might not be something we can find out." Huangfu Kong added. "I don't think there's a need to investigate. It's just a waste of time. As long as we keep wasting time, we'll just have to wait until their tails are exposed. Lord Feng doesn't lack gold coins. No matter how strong the forces behind them are, no matter how deep their foundation is, they can't compare to Lord Feng. Yuner also told us before that the Sacred Dam Pavilion isn't doing this to earn gold coins, but to use this opportunity to buy in large quantities." Mu Honglian chuckled softly. "Alliance Master, Miss Mu is right. The forces behind them can't support the four major forces for a lifetime." Bai Duyan agreed. "Miss Mu is very capable in this aspect. It seems like we'll have to wait for you to stay in the Sacred Dam Pavilion for a while and help Shui Yuner defeat the four major forces and the forces behind them. Once they're forced to take action, we'll kill them with lightning-fast methods." Feng Wuchen laughed. Mu Honglian chuckled, "I have no problem. Great. With Big Sister Mu's help, I have the confidence to defeat them." Shui Yuner was immediately overjoyed. Yi Tianqing, Bai Duyan, Mo Xiantian, Lin Yu, Qingyang, you guys stay behind and help as well." Feng Wuchen continued. "No problem." Lin Yu and the others laughed happily. Feng Wuchen knew who the person behind them was, but he didn't say it out loud. This was because Feng Wuchen wasn't sure why the Jade Void Temple wanted to deal with the small Sacred Dam Pavilion. The people of the Sacred Dam Pavilion were still unable to reach that level, so it was impossible for them to find out. They could only wait for news from the Heavenly Law Temple. Once they found out the real reason, Feng Wuchen would then take action. "My good disciple, I have bad news for you. At this moment, Emperor Peerless' voice suddenly sounded. Bad news? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He transmitted, is Master going to disappear in advance? That's not it. A powerful person has appeared in the sacred world. He's even stronger than the great progenitor of the dragon gods. He's in the true immortal realm. Emperor Peerless transmitted. What? Stronger than the great progenitor? True immortal realm? Feng Wuchen was greatly shocked. That's right. Above the Saint Venerate realm is the true immortal realm. Above the true immortal realm is the ancient immortal realm. That brat Long Shihun hasn't stepped into the true immortal realm yet, so he's much weaker. Moreover, this person has appeared in the martial spirit temple. I'm afraid he'll become your enemy. Emperor Peerless transmitted. If that's the case, then this person is from the sacred world? Could he be an expert from different realms? Feng Wuchen guessed. I'm not familiar with the sacred world, but it's not as simple as you think. You have to warn Long Shihun and the others. Emperor Peerless transmitted. I knew that the sacred world wasn't simple from the beginning. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Anyway, you need to increase your cultivation as soon as possible. You have a spatial ring that's 5 times larger than usual. Emperor Peerless transmitted. I understand. Feng Wuchen transmitted. True immortal realm. Feng Wuchen was secretly curious. Who could it be? There aren't many Saint Venerables in the sacred world, let alone true immortals. Even the great progenitor hasn't stepped into the true immortal realm for 100,000 years. If it's an enemy, the Dragon God Temple will be in danger once the Martial Spirit Temple issues a challenge. Feng Wuchen was secretly worried. He immediately transmitted the news to Long Shihun and the others. Feng Wuchen didn't expect that an expert even more terrifying than Long Shihun would appear after the Dragon God Temple crushed all the major factions in the sacred world. With this person's support, the Martial Spirit Temple and the Heavenly Devil Clan would join hands and defeat the Dragon God Temple without a doubt. Long Shihun and the other 2 who received the news were shocked. True immortal realm expert? Doesn't that have something to do with the experts who divided the different worlds? Could it be them? Long Shihun was extremely shocked. Long Shitian frowned deeply and said, I didn't expect the sacred world to really have true immortal realm experts. It hadn't even been a few days since the Heavenly Devil Clan was trampled under their feet, and such a terrifying expert had appeared. Big brother Feng, when are we going to the northern region to see Senior Hun and the others? Lu Qingyang asked with a look of anticipation and excitement. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, we're planning to go to the northern region. Husband, let's go together. The Sacred Pill Pavilion is fine now. Let's go now. I heard something happened to Senior Hun and the others. Let's go take a look first. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. After leaving the Sacred Pill Pavilion, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao rushed to the northern region's northern profound world. End of chapter. Dragon God Temple. In the main hall, Long Shihun and the other higher-ups of the Dragon God Temple had all gathered. Because a true immortal had appeared in the holy world. Long Shihun frowned and kept guessing in his mind, true immortal, who could it be? Even stronger than the great primogenitor, could it be that this person also has a terrifying technique? Long Xiaoyang frowned and said with a serious face. Impossible, they definitely don't have it. Chu Tianshu was very sure, after all, the powerful techniques they cultivated were all from Huangyan Emperor. We still don't know the identity of this person, but it's very likely that he's one of the experts who divided the worlds back then. After disappearing for so many years, they might still be in the holy world. Their cultivation has indeed reached the legendary true immortal realm, which is very terrifying. Even if we cultivate immortal techniques, we can't defeat them. Long Shihun guessed. Xingying's face was full of shock. There's actually someone more terrifying than the Holy Master? True immortal realm, I've never heard of it, is Lord Supreme Master wrong? Long Shiyun shook his head and said seriously, Feng Wuchen won't joke about this, I just hope it's not an enemy, otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Because of the strength of the dragon gods, the Almighty who divided the worlds back then were indeed very dissatisfied with us, so they secretly supported the Heavenly Demon Clan to destroy us, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many forces who joined the Heavenly Demon Clan back then. Long Shitian said. If it's not them, I can't think of anyone else. No one in the ancient times was stronger than us. Long Shirhan shook his head. Protector Jing Wushuang nodded and said, Great Primogenitor is right, other than them, I can't think of anyone else. But what made Long Shirhan feel relieved was that Feng Wuchen gave them even more powerful techniques. If they succeeded, they might have the strength to fight with the experts who divided the worlds. I hope Feng Wuchen's techniques can compete with the true immortal realm. Long Shirhan thought, but he didn't have much hope. After all, the true immortal realm was too terrifying, the gap was too big, and there was no way to make up for it. Not to mention that 100,000 years ago, the Almighty who divided the worlds were already in the true immortal realm. The strength of this kind of old true immortal was not something that ordinary true immortals could compete with. Kuei Ying, observe from the shadows. Divine Shadow Guards, be on guard. Long Shirshan ordered. Yes, Great Primogenitor. Kuei Ying's respectful voice came from the hall. All major forces, prepare for battle, Long Shirhan ordered. Yes, Great Primogenitor. The experts from the various forces replied respectfully. The crisis that the dragon gods faced this time was much more terrifying than the sky demons back then. Martial Spirit Temple. The appearance of the mysterious expert made Zhu Tianma and Elder Wuji rush over immediately. They had never seen this middle-aged man before. Therefore, it was entirely possible to eliminate the possibility of experts who were not divided into different realms. How is it? Have you thought it through? The current dragon gods are much stronger than you, and they even forced you to start a war. How can you bear such humiliation? Once the battle starts, the ones who will die will be you. The middle-aged man smiled elegantly, looking very patient. What are your conditions? Zhu Tianmo asked with a frown. He did not believe that a true immortal expert would help them for no reason. I only want the dragon god totem. The mysterious expert did not hide anything. The dragon god totem can allow me to gather the essence blood of all the dragon gods and refine the ancient essence blood. You only need to defeat the dragon gods, and leave the dragon god totem to me. It was a very good deal, and they did not lose anything. Moreover, they did not need the dragon god totem. But what did the mysterious expert want the dragon god totem for? To refine the ancient essence blood. What was the use of that little bit of essence blood power of the dragon gods? The mysterious expert was a true immortal expert. If he wanted to increase his cultivation, he did not need to refine the ancient essence blood of the dragon gods. Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan looked at each other. They seemed to be tempted and did not have any doubts. How will you help us break through to the true immortal realm? Elder Wuji asked. After 100,000 years of hard work, he had not even touched the true immortal realm. It was very difficult. Even for a peak 9-star Saint Venerable, it was very difficult to increase one's cultivation. There was almost no improvement. At your current cultivation level, if you want to increase it, even if you are given another 100,000 years, it is impossible, because it is already the limit. However, it is not the limit of the holy world, but your limit. The mysterious expert smiled. Our limit? Gu Xuanzuan and Zhu Tianma could not understand. The mysterious expert said, the so-called limit is not your talent, but the spiritual chi of this world. It is no longer enough for your cultivation level to increase. No matter how much you cultivate, it is useless. The spiritual chi of this world is too damaged, and it is also limited. Gu Xuanzuan and the others were more and more confused. They had no idea what the mysterious expert was talking about. The mysterious expert shook his head helplessly. He then took out 2 pills and said, this is a type of ancient immortal pill. It is more powerful than any of your pills. In half a month, you can easily step into the true immortal realm. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, dealing with the dragon gods will be a piece of cake. Alright, you can deal with the rest yourselves. The mysterious expert smiled and disappeared without a trace. I have never seen such a unique pill. It looks very ordinary, but it contains a terrifying amount of energy. It is beyond imagination. Nan Gongxian's face was filled with shock. Zhu Qinqin's old face was stunned. He said in shock, this pill is very scary. It is much more powerful than a Saint Venerable realm pill. The true immortal realm. I have been looking forward to it for 100,000 years. I finally have the chance to step into the legendary realm. Gu Xuanzuan was filled with anticipation. Looking at the pill in his hand, Zhu Tianma's old eyes were filled with passion. He gritted his teeth and said, Longsher Tian. Just you wait for this seat. The humiliation you have brought to me, I will make you pay it back 100 times. Old patriarch, you must make them suffer a fate worse than death. Especially that brat Feng Wuchen. Zhu Chenxing gritted his teeth and said angrily. Don't let a single one of them go. Zhu Tianma said fiercely. Thinking back to the humiliation he had suffered, Zhu Tianma was furious. Recently, the forces under the Dragon God's Temple, the Sacred Tao Pavilion, the Undying Temple, the Xianding Holy Sect, and the Saint Royal Tribe, had been rather arrogant in the southern region. Let's start with them. Gu Xuanzuan laughed coldly. Pass down the order. Immediately let the forces under the southern region attack the 4 forces of the Saint Royal Tribe. Nan Gongxian immediately ordered. Zhu Tianma laughed fiercely and said, Count the Sky Devil Tribe as well. Since Long Shirhan and the others plan to humiliate us slowly, we will take care of them slowly. Great Elder, immediately send a letter of challenge to the Dragon Gods. Write that we will fight to the death. Zhu Tianma said fiercely. End of chapter. The Sky Devil clan issued the challenge. The Sky Devil clan and Martial Spirit Temple under the southern region immediately began to suppress the 4 major forces of the Saint Royal clan upon receiving the order. The horn of war had sounded. Reporting to Great Primogenitor. The Sky Devil clan issued the challenge. Great Commander Xianxia entered the hall and reported respectfully. They sent the challenge so quickly? Zhu Tianshu frowned. Long Shirshan opened the letter and saw only 4 words, fight to the death. Long Shirshan frowned, fight to the death? That true immortal expert is indeed an enemy. Without his support, the Sky Devil clan would not dare to issue the challenge. Long Shiryun said solemnly. Long Shirshuan's old eyes flashed and he said coldly, the Dragon Gods have never been afraid of any enemy. If they could survive 100,000 years ago, they can still survive 100,000 years later. The aura of looking down on the world exploded, giving people a feeling of being above all things. At this time, Yang Qingkue entered the hall and said respectfully, reporting to the 3 great primogenitors, the Saint Royal clan has sent news that the Sky Devil clan and Martial Spirit Temple have launched an attack on the 4 major forces of the Saint Royal clan. Long Qianya, Long Tianzhong, Gu Qingjue, Yang Xilan, Xiaoyao Jinyuan, Niao Wufeng, go to the southern region immediately. Long Shirshan ordered coldly. Yes, great primogenitor. Long Qianya and the rest replied respectfully and immediately set off for the southern region. Since ascending to the holy world, Long Qianya and the rest's cultivation had increased a lot, and they were not far from breaking through to the Saint Sovereign realm. Especially Niao Wufeng, who was already at the peak of the 9-star Saint Sovereign realm and was only half a step away from becoming a 1-star Saint Sovereign. They issued the challenge but attacked the Saint Royal clan first. It seems like Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan are also planning to play with us and slowly push us to a dead end. Long Shirtian said coldly. His old eyes narrowed and flashed with ruthless killing intent. The Sky Devil clan and Martial Spirit Temple are nothing to fear. I am only worried about that true immortal. Long Shirshan frowned. Great primogenitor, the Sky Devil clan and Martial Spirit Temple have many Saint Sovereign experts in the southern region. Long Qianya and the rest may not be able to handle them. Elder Yang Xianyi said worriedly. Long Shirhan sneered, Xianying has always been in the southern region. With Xianying's strength, those forces in the southern region can't do anything to him. Guardian Xianying. Xianying was shocked. Xianying was a protector of the Divine Shadow Guard. His strength was second only to Kuei-ing. Fight to the death? Humph. I've never been afraid. Long Shirhan said fiercely. Northern region, northern profound world. Alchemist Sacred Tower. The Holy Tower was still the same, suppressed by many forces in the mysterious North world, unable to develop. Fortunately, with the help of Feng Wuchen, his cultivation had stepped into the Saint King realm. In the pavilion, Annihilation Soul and the East Royal Emperor were happily chatting with Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others. Brother Feng, the Sky Demon race has already issued a declaration of war. It should be that mysterious true immortal expert backing them. Moreover, the Sky Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple's major powers in the southern region have already begun to move against the sacred royal tribe. Protector Xianxia and the others are already rushing over. Shan Tong's voice suddenly arrived. Have they made a move? Feng Wuchen grinned and transmitted his voice, I know. I'm in the Holy Tower now, so I don't have time to go over. Brother Feng, I'm just letting you know the news. There's no need for you to go over. The second guardian of the Divine Shadow Guards, Xianxia, is in the southern region. Nothing will happen. Shan Tong transmitted his voice with a smile. Since they made the first move, then it's easy. Make a trip to the southern region and pass down the order to kill without mercy. The more ruthless, the better. It's a good opportunity to wipe out the Sky Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple's forces in the southern region and turn the southern region into the Dragon God Temple's territory. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. I'll go to the southern region now. Receiving Feng Wuchen's transmission, Shan Tong teleported to the sacred royal tribe. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. This was a large-scale battle that shook the heavens and the earth. Deafening explosions rang out one after another. Extremely terrifying energy ripples swept out in succession. Violent gales swept across the battlefield. The experts of the Immortal Temple, the mysterious Tripod Holy Sect, and the Sacred Tao Pavilion had already joined the battle. The battle is intense. Looking at the large-scale battle, Shan Tong grinned. This kind of small battle was nothing to Shan Tong. Lord Supreme has given the order. The Sky Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple's forces in the southern region are to kill without mercy. The more ruthless, the better. Shan Tong suddenly unleashed the power of a 5-star Holy Emperor and roared at the battlefield. His voice instantly swept across the battlefield. Kill without mercy? That's easy. It's a good opportunity to test the power of other skills. Long Qianya laughed excitedly as he suddenly unleashed his full strength. It's time to show you our true strength. Ever since I started cultivating, I haven't used it. Nie Wufeng said excitedly as his majestic aura and killing intent swept across the battlefield. It was as if he had become a completely different person, giving off a sense of oppression. Long Tianzhong stared fiercely at his opponent and sneered. Since Brother Feng has given the order, I will let you know how much trash your so-called 1-star Saint Venerate is in front of me. Kill without mercy? With just you guys? An enemy 5-star Holy Emperor said with disdain. A confident sneer appeared on Holy Shadow's old face as he said coldly, you'll know in a while. Xianxia unleashed his full strength as his aura surged. He roared, kill. Kill without mercy. Holy Shadow roared as his aura surged. His monstrous killing intent rolled out like an avalanche. Xiaoyao Mia, Gai Jun, Xingyu, and the other holy venerables unleashed their full strength as they formed mysterious seals and began to use the terrifying skills that Feng Wuchen had taught them. Kill. The 4 forces roared as their morale soared. Their aura shook the heavens. Xianxia Guardian. Attack. Shan Tong roared. Swish, swish. Swish. Swish, the moment Shan Tong's words fell, a black shadow rushed out from the darkness as fast as lightning. It was like a ghost in the darkness. Wherever it passed, the experts of the Sky Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple fell one after another. Be it holy emperors or holy venerables, they had no reaction in front of Xianxia. The second guardian of the Divine Shadow Guard is here. Holy Shadow and the others were overjoyed. Long Qianya laughed excitedly. You're all finished. The second guardian of the Divine Shadow Guard, Xianxia. The experts of the enemy forces were all shocked and extremely terrified. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, at the same time, Holy Shadow, Long Qianya, and the others used their terrifying skills to severely injure their opponents. In less than half a minute, the battle had turned around. The Sky Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple were in a panic. Report to Lord Gu Xuanzuan immediately. Quick. Report to the old patriarch. Send experts to reinforce him immediately. The experts of the Sky Demon clan and the Martial Spirit Temple roared in panic. End of chapter. What kind of skill did Holy Shadow and Xianmu use? The hall master and the others had the upper hand just now. How could they be seriously injured in the blink of an eye? How is this possible? The East Flame Palace Master was seriously injured by Holy Shadow. A 5-star Holy Venerate is no match for a 4-star Holy Venerate? The experts of the various factions were all dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. The East Flame Palace Master and the other hall masters were in disbelief. Their expressions were stiff. Holy Shadow, what kind of skill did you use? The East Flame Palace Master suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. The moment they clashed, he felt intense fear. You don't have the right to know. Holy Shadow sneered. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. At the same time, Xianxia had started a one-sided massacre. Blood rained down from the dark void as corpses fell from the sky one after another. The scene was bloody and brutal. There were many casualties. Leave them to me. You go and kill the others. Xianxia said coldly. His cold words made one's hair stand on end. You're on your own. Xianmu sneered, taking pleasure in their misfortune. Holy Shadow, Xianmu, and the other holy venerates also started a merciless massacre. Xianxia. You despicable man. How dare you take advantage of the situation? The East Flame Palace Master was furious and shouted. The Divine Shadow Guards only look at the results when they kill. Don't you know that? Xianxing's voice was bone-chilling. Every word carried a chilling murderous aura. Swish, a black shadow flashed and the East Flame Palace Master's head flew off. Blood spurted out. The East Flame Palace Master was seriously injured and could not fight back against Xianxia. Xianxia. Are you tired of living? If the experts of the Martial Spirit Temple come, you won't live either. A hall master shouted at Xianxia in horror. You talk too much. Xianxing's cold voice sounded from the left side of the hall master. Swish, Xianxia waved his hand and the hall master's head flew off. Another holy venerate expert had died. Why aren't the experts of the Martial Spirit Temple here yet? Don't they care about our lives? Damn it. Why hasn't the elder sent his men? Seeing Xianxing's cold-blooded killing, the experts of the Heavenly Demon Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple's forces were panicked. They even felt despair. The cowardly ones began to flee for their lives. The experts of the Martial Spirit Temple and the Sky Demon race had yet to appear. Looking at the merciless battlefield, Shan Tong shook his head and smiled. Reinforcements haven't arrived yet? Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan are kind enough to let us have the southern region. Brother Feng, the southern region has already taken control of the battle. The Skyfiend clan and the Martial Spirit Temple have yet to send reinforcements, Shan Tong said telepathically. Then kill them slowly. Feng Wuchen's voice sounded, neither salty nor indifferent. Kill slower? Shan Tong stared blankly. Could it be that Feng Wuchen wanted to wait for the Heaven Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple's experts to come to their aid? Brother Feng, are you serious? Shan Tong asked uncertainly. The letter of challenge has already been issued, and they were the ones who made the first move. Is there a need to give them face? I'll kill whoever comes. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice domineeringly. Dan Tong was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Lord Supreme has given the order. Kill slowly. Shan Tong immediately roared towards the battlefield. Kill slowly? Xianxia stared blankly. Just as he was about to kill the 6th Saint Venerable, he said coldly, I'll let you live for a while and have a good rest. We'll kill later. Brother Feng, what are you trying to do? Long Chenya was stunned and puzzled. Shan Tong, what do you mean by kill slowly? Are you sure Brother Feng said that? Nie Wufeng asked in astonishment, looking a little confused. Lord Supreme wants us to kill slowly? Xingying and the others were also dumbfounded. Slower than killing the enemy? The cultivators of the Sky Demon Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple all widened their eyes in bewilderment. This was an insult to the Sky Fiend Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple. Looking at everyone's shocked expression, Shan Tong smiled awkwardly and said, That's right, kill slowly. Bastard. When the experts of our Sky Fiend Clan arrive, we'll tear you all to pieces. The experts of the Sky Fiend Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple were furious. Brother Feng means to wait for the experts of the Sky Fiend clan and the Martial Spirit Temple's experts to arrive before killing, Shan Tong continued. I see. Alright, we'll wait for your reinforcements to arrive before killing. You guys go back first. Long Xianxia smiled generously and waved his hand to signal the enemy to retreat. Go back. I'll kill you later. Long Xianxia sneered mockingly. Then, he threw a Saint Emperor expert away like he was throwing trash. Hurry up and ask your experts to come over. I haven't killed to my heart's content yet. Long Xianxia shouted as if he was invincible. The experts of the enemy forces were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Their faces were ferocious as they gritted their teeth. For a moment, both sides stopped fighting. Oh right, Brother Feng, what's up with that true immortal expert? How do you know of his existence? Shan Tong asked curiously. Huang Yan Emperor told me. There are many things that you won't understand even if I tell you now. This mysterious true immortal expert might be one of the people who divided the realms back then, or one of the defeated ones. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Defeated ones? Shan Tong didn't understand. I'll tell you later. I still have to deal with the sacred tower. Oh right, ask Li Moyang and the others to come to the sacred tower immediately. I have something to discuss with them. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. What true immortal expert? Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. I've already sent them a message. Shan Tong transmitted his voice. My good disciple. How do you know about the defeated ones? Did Empress Waterflame and the others tell you? Emperor Peerless transmitted his voice. The emissary of Heavenly Order told me. I'm now the master of Heavenly Order and the emissary of Heavenly Order. They have to listen to my orders. It was Empress Waterflame who helped me. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. I see. This person has the aura of the ancient immortal world. He should be one of the defeated ones. Emperor Peerless transmitted his voice. As expected. Feng Wuchen nodded his head secretly. Husband, how do you plan to deal with them? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. That's easy. I just need to defeat them. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and smiled. It wasn't difficult at all. Soul Destroyer frowned and shook his head. Brother Feng, they have several Saint Emperor realm alchemists. Moreover, they have participated in the Alchemist Conference. They are considered genius alchemists in the northern profound world. It won't be easy to defeat them. Not only that, they also have a Saint Emperor realm alchemist behind them. He's quite famous in the northern profound world. Soul Destroyer said solemnly. No problem. Spread the news that the Sacred Tower wants to challenge them. It's best to spread the news throughout the northern profound world. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Big Brother Feng, are you that confident? You're just a Saint Monarch realm alchemist. Can you defeat a Saint Emperor realm alchemist? Lu Qingyang asked in disbelief. Did I say that I'm going to compete with them? They aren't qualified. Feng Wuchen grinned. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen had obtained Emperor Peerless 4th layer alchemist domain inheritance, and his alchemist domain had improved tremendously. Even if he was only a Saint Monarch realm alchemist, Feng Wuchen was definitely more proficient than the top alchemists in the Holy World. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, a mere Saint Emperor realm alchemist was not qualified to compete. Big Brother Feng, if you don't compete, who will? Among us, Big Brother Feng's alchemist realm is the highest. Lin Yu asked. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The 3 genius alchemists from the Dragon God Temple, the champion of the Alchemist Convention. Do you think we will lose if they compete? Oh? Big Brother Feng wants them to compete? Lu Qingyang's expression became excited. They are the champion of the Alchemist Convention. They are now the top alchemists of the Holy World. This is going to be a good show. Yi Tianqing laughed happily. Ling Xiaoxiao heard and guessed what Feng Wuchen wanted to do. Husband, if you let the 3 genius alchemists from the Dragon God Temple take action, not only will they be able to crush their opponents, but it will also let the North Mysterious World's alchemists know that the Holy Tower is backed by the Dragon God Temple. At that time, who in the North Mysterious World would dare to cause trouble in the Holy Tower? My wife is so smart. Li Moyang and the others are already on their way. With their cultivation, I believe they will arrive soon. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Champion of the Alchemist Convention? They are the top alchemists of the Holy World. I heard that they are about to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. The East Royal Emperor smiled excitedly. Feng Wuchen smiled, Senior Dong Huang is right. However, it is not that easy to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. They still need some time. Great! With their help, the Holy Tower's problem will be solved. Many thanks, Brother Feng. Miahun was overjoyed. With their help, the Holy Tower would be able to overcome this crisis smoothly. Feng Wuchen smiled, Senior Miahun is too polite. This is what I should do. No matter what, I am still a guest elder of the Holy Tower. How can I stand by and watch when the Holy Tower is in trouble? Haha. Miahun laughed happily. Lord Miahun, Gui Nu, and I will spread the news. News. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better it will help the Holy Tower's strength. Soul Destroyer nodded and said, yes, be careful. Lin Yu, Big Dipper Yen, let's go and help as well. Let's spread the news as soon as possible, Lu Qingyang said with a smile. Senior Soul Destroyer, let's get ready. Once the news gets out, I'm sure they'll be here soon. Feng Wuchen smiled. Sure enough, the news spread in the city, and the entire city was in an uproar. What? The Holy Tower is challenge. I heard it hun that Mia hun. Lord God. Ines and Enes. Master hun he. Inen. Hun country. How dare you challenge an alchemist from the North Profound World? You're simply seeking death. As soon as the news spread, the cultivators in the Holy Tower were filled with disdain and ridicule. They were all too familiar with the Holy Tower of Alchemists. With the destruction of the Heaven Battle Sacred Hall, the Holy Tower had lost its backing. Who would put them in their eyes? The Holy Tower of Alchemists is challenging the Holy Tower of Alchemists? Who is this Holy Tower? Do they have the ability? Humph. How dare the Holy Tower of Alchemists challenge the Holy Tower of Alchemists? I'd like to see what they're capable of. Holy Spirit Realm Alchemists don't deserve to be called a Holy Tower. This is a good opportunity to destroy them. Challenge the Holy Tower of Alchemists? What a joke. I was worried that the Holy Tower had a backer, but now it's a good opportunity. When the news spread to other cities and forces, many alchemists were dissatisfied, especially those who opposed the Holy Tower of Alchemists. They even threatened to make the Holy Tower disappear from the Northern Mysterious World. For a time, many Northern Mysterious World alchemists and cultivators rushed to the Holy Tower of Alchemists in Xianxia City. Of course, most of them came with the mentality of watching a good show. Only the alchemists from the forces around Xianxia City came for the Holy Tower of Alchemists. In less than half an hour, the nearby cultivators and alchemists had arrived at Xianxia City. Shoo shoo shoo. A series of air-rending sounds rang out in the sky above Xianxia City as a large number of cultivators and alchemists arrived. There were Holy Spirit Realm, Saint King Realm, Saint Monarch Realm, and Saint Emperor Realm alchemists. They came from various forces in the Northern Mysterious World. I heard that the Holy Tower of Alchemists wants to challenge the Holy Tower of Alchemists from the Northern Mysterious World. I wonder if it's true. A Holy Spirit Realm alchemist dares to challenge the Holy Tower of Alchemists from the Northern Mysterious World? How arrogant. A Holy Spirit Realm alchemist is not worthy of the Holy Tower. You are insulting the Holy Tower of Alchemists. Since the Holy Tower wants to challenge the Holy Tower of Alchemists from the Northern Mysterious World, if you lose, get out of the Northern Mysterious World. What an arrogant Holy Spirit Realm alchemist. If you lose, just kill him. Many alchemists stood out and ridiculed the Holy Tower of Alchemists. Hearing the arrogant faces of these alchemists, Ling Xiaoxiao exploded in anger. She coldly said, arrogant, conceited, and condescending. They are simply the scum of the alchemists. They think that they are great just because they have a little bit of ability. Little do they know that they are the worst kind of trash. Mu Honglian couldn't help but scold. Lan Yu shook her head and said, alchemists should respect each other. But these alchemists find joy in ridiculing others. They are the shame of the alchemists. Whether the Holy Tower of Alchemists existed or not, it had nothing to do with them. The reason why they stood out against the Holy Tower of Alchemists was to let the people of the northern mysterious world know how great their profession was and how high their status was. To put it bluntly, it was to satisfy their vanity. Regarding the ridicule and disdain, Mia Hun and Donghuang Wuji were obviously used to it. Isn't the Holy Tower of Alchemists challenging the northern mysterious world's alchemists? Where are they? Why aren't you coming out? Shouted a Saint King alchemist arrogantly. He was filled with disdain. The news of challenging the northern mysterious world's alchemists spread so quickly. We are here, but you don't dare to come out. How shameful. Another Saint Emperor Realm alchemist sneered. Old Mia Hun. Come out now. Many alchemists shouted arrogantly. Let's go. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen and his group walked out of the Holy Tower of Alchemists and slowly floated to the sky above Profound Heaven City. All around Profound Heaven City, there was a sea of people. Their gazes all fell on Feng Wuchen and his group. Heavens, I didn't expect the Holy Tower of Alchemists to have so many beauties. Who are they? I have never seen them before in the Holy Tower of Alchemists. It's him. The young man who restored the Holy Tower of Alchemists. He seems to be an alchemist too. Among the large crowd, most of the people's attention was attracted by Ling Xiaoxiao and Lan Yu. There were also many people who were sizing up Feng Wuchen. However, in Profound Heaven City, many people recognized Feng Wuchen. End of chapter. The more I look at the four beauties, the more beautiful they are. I'm so envious of this kid. How nice it would be to give one of them to me. This brat really has good luck with women. Who are they? With so few people, I can tell that they are from a third-rate force. They actually dare to challenge the North Mysterious World's alchemists. That kid is not an alchemist. He doesn't have any soul power fluctuations. Everyone was discussing in low voices. Brotherly, they are sending us beauties. A Saint Emperor Realm alchemist rubbed his hands and laughed, saliva almost flowing out of his mouth. It's really a pie in the sky. For beauties, I only want one. Brotherly said excitedly, his eyes staring straight at Ling Xiaoxiao. He completely ignored Feng Wuchen's feelings. Looking at the dozen alchemists, Feng Wuchen had never seen any of them before. Didn't they say that they had participated in the alchemist convention? How could Feng Wuchen not have seen them before? Old man Soul Destroyer, don't tell me that you are the one who wants to challenge the North Mysterious World's alchemists. A puny Saint Spirit Realm alchemist, I advise you to quickly admit defeat and not waste everyone's time. Brotherly sneered proudly, his chin almost reaching the sky. Humph. Soul Destroyer snorted coldly, too lazy to care. Stinking brat, who are you? I'll say the ugly words first, you better not interfere. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear. A Saint Monarch Realm alchemist said coldly. I am a guest elder of the Alchemist Holy Tower. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. What? Guest elder? Haha. The dozen alchemists were stunned at first, then they all laughed at the same time. He laughed without a care in the world, laughing as he did whatever he wanted. What a joke, a puny alchemist Holy Tower actually has a guest elder? Haha. Bah. Guest elder? Holy Tower is a fart. Haha. Kid, do you want me to confer you the title of Supreme? The dozen alchemists laughed crazily, and in the large crowd, many cultivators also laughed. On the other hand, the people of Xianxia City who recognized Feng Wuchen had expressions of 3 parts fear, 2 parts curiosity, and 5 parts anticipation. There's no need for that. I'm already a sovereign. There's no need to confer any more titles. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Haha. Was this kid stupid? I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Brotherly couldn't hold back his laughter. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change as he swept his gaze across the crowd and asked, there are quite a few alchemists present. The Alchemist Holy Tower is challenging the North Sealed World's alchemists to target the Holy Tower. I wonder if there are any other alchemists who are dissatisfied with the Holy Tower. Anyone can step forward. Stinking brat, what are you being so arrogant for? Who do you think you are? Do you believe that I won't cripple you? Hearing Feng Wuchen's arrogant words, a Saint Realm refiner couldn't help but shout angrily. Feng Wuchen directly ignored the threat of a Saint Monarch Realm alchemist. Because in Feng Wuchen's eyes, he was already a dead man. Anyone who threatened Feng Wuchen could forget about leaving alive. This brat is very arrogant. Looking at how calm he is, he seems to be very confident. A Saint Emperor Realm alchemist frowned. So what? Who does he think he is? Challenging the North Sealed World's alchemists is courting death. Brotherly sneered disdainfully. Brotherly is right. Yang Mubai is our northern region's genius alchemist and a genius disciple of the Pill Spirit Tower. There aren't many who can defeat him. Another Saint Emperor Realm alchemist sneered proudly. If Yang Mubai was here, Feng Wuchen would definitely recognize him. Since the establishment of the Alchemist Holy Tower, we have never provoked or offended anyone. However, someone just had to target the Alchemist Holy Tower. In order to solve this matter, I issued a challenge. Any alchemist or cultivator who doesn't like the Holy Tower can challenge us. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Isn't this brat looking down on us too much? He clearly doesn't put us in his eyes. Preposterous. I just wanted to come and take a look. I didn't expect to meet such an arrogant person. Too arrogant. Listening to his tone, it's as if none of us can do anything to him. I want to see what kind of background this holy tower has. It's actually so arrogant. Feng Wuchen's words immediately aroused the anger of the crowd. Many alchemists and cultivators stood out. Idiot. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had aroused the anger of the crowd, Brotherly scolded disdainfully. You're courting death. Another Saint Emperor Realm alchemist took pleasure in the other's misfortune and sneered with ridicule. Looking at the furious crowd, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, everyone, don't be anxious. Everyone has a chance, but you need to come one by one. There must be order. Brother Feng, isn't this a little too arrogant? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Mia Hun couldn't help but jump in fright. Feng Wuchen actually dared to challenge everyone present. Most of the cultivators present were from the various major powers of the Northern Sealed World. There were many Saint Monarchs and Saint Emperors present. There were even Saint Emperors who came to watch. This wasn't just arrogance, it was simply too arrogant. Brother Mia Hun, have you forgotten that Brother Feng is the supreme of the dragon gods? Dong Huang Wuji reminded in a low voice. Mia Hun was stunned. Only then did he react. The worry on his old face instantly disappeared. Senior Mia Hun, with Brother Feng here, you can rest assured. Ling Xiaoxiao laughed softly. She was full of confidence in Feng Wuchen. The reason why Feng Wuchen was so arrogant was because he wanted to completely resolve the matter of the Holy Tower and teach everyone present a lesson. Stinking brat, so you are also an alchemist? Let me try. A Saint King Realm alchemist shouted angrily and immediately flew out. You can't. No need to try. Get lost. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Overbearing and vigorous soul force burst out. Boom. Pooh. In an instant, the Saint King Realm alchemist who flew over vomited blood and was sent flying. Saint Monarch Realm alchemist. Feeling Feng Wuchen's soul force, the alchemists present exclaimed one after another. This sudden scene caused many people present to obediently shut their mouths. His soul force is very overbearing. This brat is not simple. A Saint King Realm alchemist frowned and said. Just a Saint King. He can't cause any trouble. Brotherly still had a face of disdain. I thought he was very powerful. It turns out that he is just a Saint King Realm alchemist. Another Saint King Realm alchemist sneered. He still didn't put Feng Wuchen in his eyes. Did you just say that you want to cripple me? Feng Wuchen coldly said as he swept his cold gaze towards the Saint King Realm alchemist. Overbearing and vigorous soul force burst out again. Boom. Pooh. That Saint King Realm alchemist vomited a mouthful of blood. Even if he circulated his soul force, he couldn't withstand it. How is this possible? That Saint King Realm alchemist's face was filled with horror and disbelief. Sweeping his cold gaze across everyone, Feng Wuchen said coldly, who else? you don't have to be an alchemist. As long as you don't like the holy tower, you can step forward. End of chapter. Rascal, I might not dislike the sacred tower, but I do not like how arrogant you are. Let me see what capabilities you have to be so arrogant. A 3-star saint yelled out and burst out with lightning speed. He was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain with ferocious attacks. Feng Wuchen stared at the burly Khan with cold eyes. He circulated the creation divine force and sovereign physique's third-rank power at the same time. He then said coldly, "You are too slow." In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's Ji presence rose to the level of a 2-star saint. His Ji presence was overbearing and filled with oppression. Swish, boom. Pfff. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, his body flashed and there was a loud explosion. The burly Khan vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. How can a 1-star saint defeat me? The burly Khan was shocked and unresigned. After seeing the burly Khan being defeated, many people revealed shocked expressions. So powerful. Luckily, I didn't make a move. I didn't expect him to be a saint. He is very strong. A 3-star saint was defeated by a single fist. A regular 1-star saint would never be able to do it. There are only a few individuals in the sacred world that can do it. This kid is not simple. The crowd was in a clamor as they were all shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. After all, Feng Wuchen was able to defeat a 3-star saint with a 1-star saint's cultivation. Of course, to the saint emperors and saint emperors, this bit of strength wasn't enough to enter their eyes. They were merely shocked by Feng Wuchen's burst of combat strength. A 1-star saint with the strength of a 2-star saint but can defeat a 3-star saint. He is quite capable. Brother Li sneered with disdain and crossed his arms in front of his chest with an arrogant expression. A 1-star saint is able to defeat a 3-star saint. He is indeed not weak, but it is a pity that he is only in the saint realm. Another saint emperor sneered. Kid, can you stop a 5-star saint? A saint emperor realm alchemist asked with a sneer. In response, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, I already said that everyone here has a chance. Anyone who wants to make a move can do so. Presumptuous. It's just defeating a 3-star saint. What's so great about that? Someone sneered with disdain. Let's do it. Brother Li coldly laughed. He walked out of the air and stared at Feng Wuchen with disdain. Brat, let me compete with you. I can concoct pills or forge weapons. You can choose one. Naturally, you can also choose to fight with me. I, a 2-star sacred emperor, might not be your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Li unscrupulously glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao. He swallowed his saliva and sneered, if you lose, the beauty behind you will be mine. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's face turned completely cold, and an imperceptible killing intent flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Annihilation Soul, who was at the side, cursed, You're worse than pigs and dogs. Shameless bastard. You are a disgrace to all alchemists. Shameless bastard. Ling Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth and cursed. A cold murderous aura swept out. Big brother Feng. Kill him. Lu Qingyang clenched his teeth and roared. He clenched his fists and his killing intent soared. How dare you insult our alliance leader's wife? You're courting death. Beta Yan's face was malevolent. He wished he could tear Brother Li into pieces. Everyone present was also discussing softly. Clearly, they despised Brother Li's words. Among all these people, not everyone was targeting the sacred tower. They were only here to watch. There was no lack of righteous people among them. They naturally felt disgusted by Brother Li's actions. He is a disgrace to all alchemists. Many alchemists secretly shook their heads, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Li Zhan, I don't care what grudges you have. If you dare to take advantage of others, I will not forgive you. Even if your master comes, he won't be able to save you. A sacred emperor coldly said. The person who spoke was an old man. He was imposing without being angry. His aura was restrained, and if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see his cultivation. Fire Cloud Hall Master. It's really the Fire Cloud Hall Master. Heavens! The Fire Cloud Hall Master is actually here. Hearing this dignified voice, the crowd instantly boiled over. Hearing this, Li Zhan's body trembled. He immediately smiled and said, "Fire Cloud Hall Master, I was just casually saying it. I just wanted this kid to back off. Everyone, don't take it seriously." Humph. The Fire Cloud Hall Master coldly snorted. The Fire Cloud Hall Master was an 8-star sacred emperor. The Fire Cloud Hall Master's strength was extremely terrifying. He was quite famous in the northern mysterious world. Li Zhan did not have the guts to provoke him. However, the words he said had already insulted Ling Xiaoxiao. Anyone who dared to insult Ling Xiaoxiao, no matter who it was, had to die. Ling Xiaoxiao was Feng Wuchen's reverse scale. Anyone who touched it would die. You are not qualified to compare with me. Because you will die soon. Feng Wuchen coldly said as he stared at Brotherly. Sensing Feng Wuchen's terrifying gaze, Brotherly was so frightened that his body trembled. He even broke out in cold sweat. What kind of terrifying gaze was that? Li Zhan quickly regained his senses and could not help but laugh. Die? Haha. Did everyone hear that? He actually said that I will die soon. Haha. Haha. Interesting. Truly interesting. I haven't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. A Saint Emperor Realm Alchemist. Laughed loudly. Li Zhan is a Saint Emperor Realm Alchemist and a 2-star Saint Emperor. To say such arrogant words in front of so many people, isn't he afraid of being laughed at? Young people are still too arrogant and impulsive. But Mia Hun and the rest are fooling around. Sigh. Li Zhan's master is a Saint Emperor Realm Alchemist. The northern mysterious world's genius alchemist, Yang Mubai, is considered his senior brother. Wanting to kill him is simply courting death. Does he think he is the Fire Cloud Hall Master? Arrogant to the point of lawlessness, incurable. The crowd of onlookers shook their heads in disappointment. Kid, do you plan on using the strength of a 1-star Saint Emperor to kill me or your Saint Emperor Realm Soul Force to kill me? Li Zhan asked with a sneer. He looked extremely arrogant. At the same time, Li Zhan had already circulated his violent soul force and attacked without hesitation. Stinking brat, you are only qualified to compete with me if you can block my soul force. Li Zhan instantly turned vicious as his eyes narrowed into a straight line. Many alchemists had gloating smiles on their faces. In their opinion, Feng Wuchen was dead for sure. When Li Zhan attacked, he would definitely not show mercy. Brother Feng, be careful. Mia Hun quickly shouted. Feng Wuchen did not move at all as though he did not feel the soul force attack. But when Li Zhan's soul force landed on Feng Wuchen, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reaction. The soul force had strangely disappeared. What? How is this possible? Li Zhan's eyes widened. What is going on? This kid is actually unharmed. Li Zhan's soul force has also disappeared. The alchemists were all shocked. End of chapter. What the hell happened? Li Zhan's soul power clearly hit that kid, but why did it disappear? Can that kid absorb soul power? But can he withstand such a powerful soul power? Isn't this too strange? His soul power disappeared for no reason. No one could tell what had happened, nor did they know what the situation was. The alchemists were stunned. They had never encountered such a strange thing before. Li Zhan's soul power was not absorbed by Feng Wuchen, but forcefully dispersed by the ancestor of soul power. In front of the ancestor of soul power, any soul power was trash. Is a Saint Emperor alchemist very impressive? Feng Wuchen said coldly, his cold-killing intent becoming more terrifying, and locked onto Li Zhan. Li Zhan dared to insult Ling Xiaoxiao in public. Even if the Heavenly King came today, he could not save Li Zhan. If I say you die, you die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Activating the ancestor of soul power, Feng Wuchen snorted fiercely. Pfft. Under the incomparably domineering ancient soul power's bombardment, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned pale. In just a blink of an eye, Li Zhan's soul body was severely injured. This is impossible. How can he hurt me? What's with that power just now? Is it soul power? How can it heavily injure my soul body? Li Zhan was incomparably shocked, not knowing what was going on. Brotherly. A few Saint Emperor alchemists were shocked. Hiss. Everyone present jumped in fright and sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with shock and horror. This scene happened too quickly and suddenly. No one knew what was going on. This kid is not simple. How did he attack just now? Is it soul power? But he's a Saint Lord alchemist, how can he heavily injure Li Jian in an instant? Fire Cloud Hall Master was also very puzzled. He was not an alchemist, so even if he was a Saint Emperor expert, he could not tell. Feng Wuchen suddenly flashed in front of Li Jian and said coldly, "You insulted my wife in public. No one can save you today. Big brother Feng, don't waste words with him. Kill him." Lin Yu yelled furiously. "This bastard deserves to die." Lu Qingyang shouted angrily. "My master is Zhao Qing. A Saint Emperor level alchemist. He even knows the Pill Spirit Tower's elder and tower master. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my master won't spare you." Li Jian started to panic, looking at Feng Wuchen with a face full of terror. "So what?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. There was no change in his expression, nor was he threatened. "Brother Zhang, come save me." Li Jian panicked. But now, no one dared to help him. He had instantly injured a Saint Emperor realm alchemist. Who else would dare to help? Even if some of the onlookers didn't like Feng Wuchen, they didn't dare to make a move. Even a fool could tell that Feng Wuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. They didn't want to get into trouble. Moreover, Li Jian had only himself to blame for insulting someone else's wife. Don't kill me, I know I was wrong." Li Jian was completely panicking and begging for mercy. Boom. PFFF. Feng Wuchen's palm landed on Li Jian's head. With a loud bang, the domineering force caused Li Jian to vomit blood and die on the spot. Hiss. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air in horror. Feng Wuchen really dared to kill. Li Jian himself couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen dared to kill him. Well done. Lu Qingyang and the others roared, venting their anger. Serves him right. Mu Honglian said coldly. Tianqian City was dead silent. Everyone looked at Li Jian's body in horror. Brother Feng, the Heaven Devil Race and Martial Spirit Temple have sent experts. The battle has begun. Do you want to come and take a look? Shan Tong's voice came. I'm killing. Feng Wuchen transmitted. I'll go take a look. Shan Tong transmitted and immediately went to the North Mysterious World. Swish. Swish. Swish, the deathly silent space was suddenly broken by three air-piercing sounds as three silhouettes shot over like lightning. They were Li Moyang and the other two, Dragon God Temple's top three alchemist geniuses. First place in the alchemist convention, Li Moyang and the other two were now top genius alchemists whose names shook the holy world. Their future was limitless. Lord. The three alchemists came to Feng Wuchen and saluted respectfully. Senior Annihilator, Senior Dong Huang, they are the Dragon God Temple's genius alchemists. Feng Wuchen introduced. Greetings, Senior Annihilator. Senior Dong Huang. Li Moyang and the other two saluted respectfully. Annihilator smiled happily and said, many thanks for coming to help. Li Moyang and the other two's appearance naturally attracted everyone's attention. The alchemists could see that the three of them were Saint Emperor realm alchemists. Moreover, their soul force was terrifying, close to breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm. Among all the alchemists present, Li Moyang and the other two were the strongest. Who else wants to compete against the Holy Tower's alchemists? Alchemy, smithing, forging runes, anything is fine. Feng Wuchen looked at the crowd and asked. You killed Li Jian, and you still dare to challenge the mysterious Northworld's alchemists? I think you're tired of living. A Saint Emperor realm alchemist pointed at Feng Wuchen and scolded. What? You're not convinced? Why don't we compete? Li Moyang shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at the Saint Emperor realm alchemist. I remember that Yang Mubai is from the mysterious North World, why don't I see him? Is he too scared to come? Zhao Wuya asked doubtfully. You dare to insult Yang Mubai? Do you know who he is? Pil Soul Tower's genius disciple. A Saint Emperor realm alchemist shouted. Pilsol Tower's genius, is he very powerful? Why don't you ask him to compete with me? Li Moyang sneered. What Yang Mubai? Li Moyang didn't put him in his eyes. He's Li Moyang. At this time, someone recognized Li Moyang and shouted. What? Li Moyang? First place in the alchemist convention? That's right. It's really Li Moyang. And Zhao Wuya and Gafeng. Dragon God Temples. Genius Alchemist. Dragon God Temple. The crowd was in an uproar, each face was filled with shock and fear. The Holy Tower actually has the Dragon God Temple's backing. Is that kid from the Dragon God Temple? A Saint Emperor Realm alchemist exclaimed in fear. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed, scared out of their wits. They were completely stunned. They actually dared to provoke someone from the Dragon God Temple. No one will accept? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, didn't you say that we're not worthy of being called the Holy Tower? Didn't you think you're very powerful? Why don't you accept the challenge? No one dared to accept the challenge, no one dared to make a move. You don't even dare to accept the challenge, yet you dare to mock the Holy Tower? Who do you think you are? Are you qualified? You've thrown away the face of all alchemists. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. From today onwards, if anyone doesn't like the Holy Tower, feel free to make a move. Feng Wuchen said coldly. End of this chapter. Xianxia City was dead silent. Those alchemists who were against the alchemist Holy Tower were all silent. Those who were unhappy with Feng Wuchen's arrogance were all silent. The mockery, contempt, and disdain were all gone. There was only fear. Feng Wuchen killed Li Zhan coldly, and with the 3 genius alchemists from the Dragon God Temple, no one dared to provoke him. Seeing that no one was speaking, Feng Wuchen continued, it seems like only you 17 alchemists are dissatisfied with the Holy Tower. The 17 alchemists were trembling in fear, cold sweat dripping down their backs. You still have a chance today, and it's just a competition. If anyone dares to cause trouble at the Holy Tower after today, it won't be as simple as a competition anymore. Feng Wuchen said coldly, his cold gaze made everyone tremble. Feng Wuchen appeared in front of a Saint Emperor alchemist and asked coldly, did the Holy Tower offend you? Or did it offend the faction behind you? No, no. The Saint Emperor alchemist replied in fear. Pa. Feng Wuchen slapped him. With a crisp slap, the Saint King Realm alchemist's face was left with a burning handprint. Why are you targeting the Holy Tower? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Alchemists are too weak, not worthy of the Holy Tower title. The Saint Emperor alchemist said in a trembling voice. Pa. Pfff. Feng Wuchen slapped him again. The force was so strong that the Saint Emperor alchemist vomited blood and was sent flying several meters away. Who do you think you are? Worthy or not? You have the final say? Are you qualified? Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. He was so angry that his internal organs were churning. The Saint Emperor alchemist covered his face. Although he was furious, he did not dare to fart. Who in the North mysterious world said that alchemists are not worthy of the Holy Tower title if they are weak? Feng Wuchen looked at the crowd and asked. Are you the one who said it or you? Or you? Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across the dozen or so alchemists, scaring them into lowering their heads. No one dared to admit it. They were not qualified to do so. To put it bluntly, they just couldn't bear to see others doing well. If he couldn't get it, no one else could either. The Sacred Tower has never offended anyone, yet you people are using your power to bully others. What bullshit insulting alchemists. The ones who are truly insulting alchemists are trash like you. You people have completely disgraced the Northern Mysterious World's alchemists, yet you still have the face to strut around here. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. The 17 alchemists did not dare to fart. Li Moyang said coldly, I finally understand. You people really think too highly of yourselves. You don't have the ability, but you still want to meddle in other people's affairs. So what if it's the alchemist's sanctum? Did I offend you? Is it because Senior Soul Destroyer's cultivation base is low that he should be humiliated and humiliated by you? Because my cultivation level is low, it is an insult to the alchemists of the North Profound World, right? If that's the case, can I insult you too? Trample you under my feet? Can I say that because your cultivation level is low, you don't have the right to live? Can I kill you? Li Moyang asked coldly. I'd like to see if all the Northern Mysterious World's alchemists are so powerful, but you trash can't represent the Northern Mysterious World's alchemists. You people can only use your power to bully others and strut around. Do you think you are invincible just because you have some ability? Which force do you belong to? Zhao Wuya asked coldly. No one dared to answer. Not only did they not dare to answer, but they became more and more afraid and even desperate. The onlookers, those who ridiculed Feng Wuchen before, fled in fear at this moment. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. You people are so arrogant, using your power to bully others. I think the force behind you must support you to do so. Since that's the case, we can ask them if they can represent the Northern Mysterious World. If they can't and let you people behave atrociously, the consequences will be very serious. Gufeng sneered. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer today, the 17 of you, including the force behind you, don't need to exist anymore. Li Moyang said coldly. Hearing this, the 17 alchemists were scared out of their wits, trembling all over. At this moment, their intestines turned green with regret. They never thought that the Holy Tower would have the support of the Dragon God Temple. If they had known about this earlier, they wouldn't have dared to behave atrociously even if they had 10,000 guts. Lord, please spare our lives. We shouldn't have bullied others. We shouldn't have come to the Holy Tower to behave atrociously. We know we are wrong. Please forgive us. We just wanted to show off in front of everyone. Regardless of the force behind us, we are the scum of the alchemists. We are a disgrace to the alchemists. Please spare our lives. Lord, this has nothing to do with me. I came here because I heard that the Holy Tower is challenging the Northern Mysterious World's alchemists. I didn't humiliate the Holy Tower. Please forgive us. More than a dozen alchemists knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. Li Zhan and the others were too arrogant. They thought they could do whatever they wanted just because they were alchemists. They deserved to be killed. I thought it was a competition between alchemists. You made me come all the way here. Li Zhan and the others were too arrogant. They reaped what they sowed. You reap what you sow. You offended someone you shouldn't have offended. This is the result of your arrogance. The crowd shook their heads. They already knew the ins and outs of the matter. Who said the Holy Tower was an insult to the Northern Mysterious World's alchemists? If you don't find this person, none of you will live. I want to see if the person who said this is more powerful than the Pill Spirit Tower. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The 17 alchemists were in despair. Who dared to say such a thing? They couldn't find this person at all. This was just a groundless accusation that they forced on Mia Hun. The most famous alchemists in the Northern Mysterious World are only Zhao Qing and Wan Wufeng. The two of them are brothers. Wan Wufeng is Yang Mubai's master. A faint voice sounded. Greetings, young Lord Di Tong. Li Moyang and the other two immediately bowed respectfully. Young Lord Di Tong of the Sovereign Spirit Clan. Everyone was shocked. Then it's easy. Feng Wuchen sneered. Who killed old man's disciple? At this moment, a furious roar came from the sky, filled with murderous intent. A surging aura rolled over like an avalanche. Zhao Qing. Fire Cloud Palace Master frowned slightly. 5-star Holy Emperor Realm Alchemist. My lord, this person is Zhao Qing. He was also present during the Alchemist Conference. Li Moyang said respectfully. Shan Tong, ask Wan Wufeng to come over as well. I want to ask them face to face. I want to see who said such arrogant words. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Who is it? Who is so bold? Who dares to kill my disciple? A black-robed old man flashed over and roared at the crowd in Tianqian City. End of chapter. Seeing Zhao Qing's furious and crazy appearance, the surrounding crowd was scared out of their wits. Gao Yuanshou. Who killed Li Zhan? Zhao Qing looked at a Saint Emperor Realm alchemist who was kneeling in the air and asked. I killed Li Zhan. Feng Wuchen said indifferently as he looked at the furious Zhao Qing expressionlessly. The moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, Zhao Qing's murderous gaze swept over as he roared, "Stinking brat, you dare to kill my disciple, you're tired of living." Boom. Buzz buzz. As he spoke, Zhao Qing had already shot out ferociously. With a strong ear-piercing rumble, the space shook violently and exploded. The terrifying power of a 5-star Saint Emperor condensed on his fist as he wanted to kill Feng Wuchen with a punch. But when Zhao Qing's ferocious gaze saw Feng Wuchen clearly, his heart suddenly trembled. "Zhao Qing, how dare you?" Shan Tong's cold voice sounded. Zhao Qing's expression changed drastically once again. The fist that he had thrown out instantly stopped as he looked at Feng Wuchen with incomparable shock. Ma. 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 Zhao Qing was stupefied. The one who killed Li Zhan was actually the Lord of the Dragon Gods. Zhao Qing had long heard of Feng Wuchen's identity from the Pill Soul Tower. Is Zhao Qing afraid? Shan Tong called him Brother Feng, and he can even order Shan Tong around. Who is he? Fire Cloud Palace Master frowned deeply as he was very curious about Feng Wuchen's background. You must be Zhao Qing. You came at the right time. I have something to talk to you about. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes, Lord. Zhao Qing's face was filled with panic as if he had already guessed something. Seeing Zhao Qing instantly become fearful and respectful, the many spectating cultivators were all stunned. What was going on? Zhao Qing instantly became fearful and respectful. Just who was this young man? I feel that there is a need to explain to you. Your disciple insulted my wife in front of everyone. Should I kill him? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. It should be. Zhao Qing spoke in panic, and his aged face was exceedingly pale. The violent rage and terrifying killing intent from before had already vanished into thin air. Did he dare to say that he shouldn't? Zhao Qing didn't dare. As a Saint Emperor alchemist, he was an ant in front of Chu Tianshu. That's good, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Swish, just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a figure appeared in a flash. It was an old man in a white robe. It was the Saint Emperor Realm alchemist, Wan Wufeng. With the appearance of the two strongest alchemists in the mysterious North World, Gao Yuanxiu and the other 17 alchemists fell into complete despair. That kind of intense fear made them feel as if they had fallen into a dark hell. Greetings, my lord. Wan Wufeng respectfully bowed towards Feng Wuchen. Wan Wufeng was also present during the alchemist convention, so he was naturally clear about Feng Wuchen's identity. Wan Wufeng's respect once again made everyone's heart tremble, and they were dumbfounded. Which one of you said that building a holy tower is an insult to alchemists because their realm is low? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. No. The two shook their heads at the same time. Really? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. My lord, it's absolutely true. We wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words, Wan Wufeng said respectfully. His cold gaze swept towards Gao Yuanxiu and the rest. Feng Wuchen said, did you all hear that? Gao Yuanxiu and the other alchemists didn't dare to fart or raise their heads. Kill them. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes. Li Moyang said respectfully, and attacked without hesitation. My lord, please spare us. My lord, please spare us. We know we're wrong. Gao Yuanxiu and the rest begged for mercy, and kowtowed madly. You're a disgrace to alchemists. You don't deserve to live. Li Moyang said coldly, revealing a fierce killing intent. No. Don't kill me. Li Moyang, don't kill me. I beg you, I don't want to die yet. Gao Yuanxiu screamed in horror. Li Moyang said ruthlessly, don't you think it's too late? Shoo shoo shoo. TSK TSK TSK. Li Moyang flashed out, and a dozen dazzling sword shadows flashed. Gao Yuanxiu and the rest of the 17 alchemists died on the spot, and their bodies fell to the ground. It was too late to regret. Gulp, seeing the 17 alchemists die in an instant, the spectating cultivators swallowed their saliva in fright. They were extremely terrified. None of them dared to offend the Dragon God Temple. Fortunately, I didn't stand out. This kid's identity is not simple, no wonder he's so arrogant. Even Saint Emperor Realm alchemists can't do anything to him, not to mention Li Moyang and the rest. Fortunately, we didn't defend the holy tower, or we'd be dead for sure. Zhao Qing and Wan Wufeng are so respectful to him, and even young Master Di Tong has to listen to his orders. He must be the Dragon God Temple's young master. The onlookers were secretly glad that they didn't defend the holy tower, and Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, the consequences would be the same as the 17 alchemists. Feng Wuchen looked at Li Moyang and said, "Find out who's behind them. I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes, Lord," Li Moyang said respectfully. "Senior Annihilator, Senior Dong Huang, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Feng Wuchen looked at Annihilator with a smile. "Many thanks for Brother Feng's help." Annihilator expressed his gratitude again. "Senior Annihilator is too polite, I'm a guest elder of the Holy Tower." Feng Wuchen smiled. "Haha." Annihilator laughed happily. "Big Brother Feng, we'll go too." Lu Qingyang hurriedly said, his face full of anticipation. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said solemnly, "You won't be of much help even if you go. I can't do anything myself, I'm just going to take a look." Feng Wuchen looked at the onlookers and said, "If anyone has any opinions about the Holy Tower, you're welcome at any time. I'll entertain you well." The onlookers shuddered. Just the thought of it was terrifying. "Wife, you've just arrived at the northern mysterious world, so stay here for a few days. I'll pick you up after I'm done with my matters." Feng Wuchen looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and smiled. All right." Ling Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Husband, you must be careful. Shan Tong, let's go." Feng Wuchen smiled gently and looked at Shan Tong. Shan Tong waved her hand and immediately disappeared with Feng Wuchen. When they reappeared, Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong had arrived at the sacred royal clan. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. An intense battle of life and death shook the heavens and the earth. Terrifying energy surged without restraint, and the space within a radius of several 100,000 feet was shaking. It was already dark. The Heavenly Demon Race and Martial Spirit Temple have sent experts from the major forces. There are 18 Saint Venerables and over 100 Saint Emperors. Protector Xianxia and the others can't deal with so many people. The experts from the major forces under Dragon God Temple have also arrived. The battle has just begun, Shan Tong said. Looking at the intense battle, Feng Wuchen said, "If this continues, both sides will suffer. Since their reinforcements have arrived, let's get rid of them as soon as possible." 9 Heavens Divine Emperor at your fastest speed? Shan Tong looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Although there were many experts under the Dragon God Temple, their numbers could not compare to the Sky Devil Race and Martial Spirit Temple. Looking at the current situation, it was already not easy for the Dragon God Temple's experts to contend with the enemy. The two slowly descended to the top of the Saint Emperor Palace. Feng Wuchen's appearance was noticed by Xianxia and the rest, and an inexplicable confidence exploded in their hearts. "Brother Feng, why are you here? Didn't you say you won't participate in the battle?" Long Qianye glanced at Feng Wuchen and asked with a smile while fighting the enemy. "I'm just here to take a look. You don't have to worry about me. Continue to kill, no need to show mercy." Feng Wuchen smiled lightly without any worry on his face. "We have to go all out. I can also use this battle to break through to 1-star Saint Venerable." Nia Wufeng laughed happily. His overflowing aura gave people a feeling of dominating the world. Long Tianzhong shouted, "Let them see the strength of our Dragon God Temple." Their aura soared to the sky like a pack of fierce wolves. "Feng Wuchen. The old patriarch has ordered. Kill Feng Wuchen on sight. Whoever kills Feng Wuchen will be heavily rewarded." A Saint Venerable of the Sky Devil race roared. "Kill." More than a dozen Saint Emperors of the Sky Devil race suddenly charged at Feng Wuchen with murderous intent. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen rubbed his nose and smiled. "Is there a need to be so ruthless? I'm just here to take a look." A Saint Emperor roared, "Cut the crap. Hand over your life." Shan Tong glanced at the dozen Saint Emperors charging at him without any change in expression, as if he did not see them. Feng Wuchen was not worried, so there was no need for Shan Tong. Shan Tong said with a calm expression, "Little brother Feng, the major factions under the Dragon God Temple have already sent more than half of their 4-star holy emperors to 5-star holy venerates. This is to deal with the experts sent by the Heaven Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple. Boom. Pooh. As soon as Shan Tong finished speaking, a 5-star Saint Emperor at the front was suddenly shaken by an invisible and terrifying qi, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. What kind of power is this? Why isn't there any energy aura? The Saint Emperor was extremely terrified. The moment he was struck, he felt like his body was about to fall apart. He was seriously injured on the spot. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. What was going on? The Saint Emperor was still 3 meters away from Feng Wuchen when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. None of the people present could sense any power. As expected, an attack without any warning. This is the power of the desolate Flame Emperor. Shan Tong was both shocked and overjoyed. Only Huang Yan Emperor could do such a terrifying thing. Of course, this was not the desolate Flame Emperor, but Feng Wuchen's master, Emperor Peerless. The Sky Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple dealt with the Saint Emperor race first. It's obvious that they want to slowly exhaust our strength before giving us a final blow. Since that's the case, why should we show mercy? Feng Wuchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and didn't even look at the Saint Emperor who was sent flying. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, "Look again. There are so many experts under the Sky Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple. If all of them die, their strength will be greatly reduced, right?" Boom. 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 Pft. 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 More than a dozen Saint Emperors were sent flying one after another by the terrifying invisible qi. There seemed to be an invisible qi wall there that prevented them from getting close to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong acted as if nothing had happened when the Saint Emperors were heavily injured. There was no change in their eyes. Feng Wuchen and Shan Tong's conversation never stopped. What happened just now? I didn't sense anything. Since when did Shan Tong have such means? With Shan Tong's cultivation, it's impossible for me not to see through it. Shui Wuhan frowned in the dark. He didn't see what had happened at all. He was heavily injured when he got close. No wonder he's the young master of the Sovereign Spirit clan. His strength is not simple. Even I couldn't see through it. Hidden in the dark, an expert from the Sky Devil race was surprised. Another Saint Master from the Sky Devil race frowned and said, "Shan Tong shouldn't be able to do that. Don't forget that the second elder said that Feng Wuchen has a mysterious power." Not only them, but the experts from the Sky Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple were also shocked by this scene. Among the dozen Saint Emperors, 2 of them were 5-star Saint Emperors. Their cultivation was similar to Shan Tong's, but they were heavily injured in an instant. Be that as it may, the Sky Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple also have experts watching the battle in the dark. Once they see that the situation is not right, they will immediately make a move or send more powerful experts. Their numbers are far above ours, and many people will definitely die, Shan Tong said seriously. Shui Wuhan is hiding in the dark. He's probably waiting for Kuei Ying to take action. That guy probably doesn't know that Kuei Ying's strength is far above his. Many Saint Masters from the Sky Devil race are also hiding in the dark, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Brother Feng, you can sense their presence? Shan Tong asked in shock. His eyeballs almost fell out. I'm an alchemist. Feng Wuchen grinned. The experts hiding in the dark are all 5-star Saint Masters to 7-star Saint Masters. If it's a sneak attack, we can definitely heavily injure them. Then, we'll send out the Divine Shadow Guards. The Sky Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly as if his evil plan had succeeded. Sneak attack? Shan Tong's expression changed. He said in astonishment, "That's not very good, is it? If this gets out, won't it be a disgrace to our Dragon God Temple?" Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, "They're hiding in the dark. Who knows if they're also planning a sneak attack? What if they launch a sneak attack? How can I regret it? Moreover, the people from the Sky Devil race are probably watching me. Plus, this is a good opportunity." That's true. Shan Tong nodded. More than a dozen Saint Emperors were heavily injured. This strange situation made the others afraid to take action. Even Saint Masters did not dare to take action rashly. No one knew if that mysterious and invisible force could also heavily injure them. Kuei-ing. Feng Wuchen summoned him through voice transmission. I'm here. Kuei-ing replied respectfully through voice transmission. How many Saint Masters are there in the Divine Shadow Guards? What's their cultivation level? Feng Wuchen asked. Including Xianxia, there are 7 of them. Moing and Aning are 4-star Saint Masters and 2 are 3-star Ultimate Gods. Xianxia has just become a 1-star Saint Master. Kuei-ing replied respectfully through voice transmission. You should be able to sense Shui Wuhan's presence. Launch a sneak attack on him later. You should be able to heavily injure him. Feng Wuchen said through voice transmission. Sneak attack? Kuei-ing was stunned. He could not believe his ears. As the great guardian of the Divine Shadow Guards, wasn't it too despicable to launch a sneak attack on the enemy? It's not considered a sneak attack. It should be enough to heavily injure him. With your speed, it shouldn't be a problem. Call the Divine Shadow Guards over. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. End of chapter. Lord Supreme, do you want to catch them all in one fell swoop? End the battle as soon as possible? Kuei-ing asked. End? Why should we end it? Didn't we just start? If we don't kill them, how will the Sky Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple know the strength of our dragon gods? How will they send out stronger people? Feng Wuchen asked. I understand. Kuei-ing replied respectfully and immediately ordered the Divine Shadow Guards to move out. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the large-scale battle caused destructive energy ripples to spread out. There were many casualties. Everyone in the Saint Royal Palace was injured. As time passed, the battle had become a life-and-death battle between Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables. The Saint Emperors had already retreated. Among the Saint Emperors, Nia Wufeng and Long Xianxia were invincible. With their terrifying techniques, many Saint Emperors had died in their hands. The most terrifying one was Nia Wufeng. No matter how many Saint Emperors came, they would all die. Is this all the Saint Emperors of the Sky Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple have? It's not enough for this protector to enjoy. And there's a 1-star Saint Venerable battle? Nia Wufeng roared. The Sky Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple had sent a total of 18 Saint Venerables. Unfortunately, they had been intercepted by the Saint Venerables of the Dragon God Temple and Xianxia. Where's the Qinghong protector? Don't you dare to fight? This protector will kill him today. Long Xianxia roared. His unparalleled aura caused people's hearts to tremble. Come and fight. Give me more. Long Xianxia roared. Like a battle maniac, he charged into the crowd of Saint Emperors and launched a crazy attack. The Dragon God Temple's experts were crazy and powerful, causing the Sky Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple's experts to be filled with fear. Among the Saint Venerables, Xianxing's strength was extremely terrifying. Even though he was ranked 5th, he still had the upper hand and suppressed the enemy. The intensity of the battle was indescribable. The scene was extremely spectacular and visually shocking. Xianxing's strength is definitely not inferior to a 6-star Saint Venerable. What technique did he cultivate? How can he erupt with such terrifying strength? Shui Wuhan felt a trace of fear towards Xianxia. The Holy Soul Sect Master frowned and said, Xianxia and Nia Wufeng's strength has increased too much. Looks like we have to take action in advance. The experts of the Martial Spirit Temple, including Shui Wuhan and the experts of the Sky Demon Clan, who were hiding in the dark, were all shocked by Xianxing's strength. It's a pity that I haven't become a Saint Emperor, or I'd want to go kill some people as well. Feng Wuchen sighed and shook his head. Brother Feng, isn't it just a matter of time if you want to attack? Shantong grinned and asked, Brother Feng, how do you plan to sneak attack? Feng Wuchen sneered, you'll know in a while. Big Brother Xiaoyang. Feng Wuchen immediately summoned Long Xiaoyang. Brother Feng, what's the matter? Long Xiaoyang slowly opened his eyes. He was cultivating. Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission with a smile. I'll have to trouble Big Brother Xiaoyang to send a few 6-star Holy Venerables over. Is the southern mountain range unable to hold on? Do you want me to go over? Long Xiaoyang asked with a frown. There's no need for now. It's just a small fight. It won't be too late for Big Brother Xiaoyang to take action after I lure out more powerful experts, Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission with a smile. Haha. I'm also looking forward to the experts of the Sky Demon Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple taking action. I'll send Long Qi and the others over now, Long Xiaoyang sent a voice transmission with a smile. Looks like Big Brother Long Qi has already become a 6-star Holy Venerate, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. After Long Xiaoyang gave the order, Long Qi immediately set off with 4 6-star Holy Venerables. In the blink of an eye, Long Qi and the others arrived at the southern mountain range. Brother Feng, we're here. We've already sensed the experts of the Sky Demon Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple hidden in the dark. We can't wait to take action. Long Qi sent a voice transmission with a smile. Big Brother Long Qi, Big Brother Tai Yi, don't kill them. Take action and give them a surprise, Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission with a smile and a look of anticipation. The experts of the Sky Demon Clan hidden in the dark were the Life Spirit Mystic Palace's Palace Master Yan Ming and the 3 Elders, as well as the Shadow Demon Temple's Palace Master Shadow Demon Supremacy and the 3 Elders. The strength of the 8 Holy Venerables was definitely terrifying. The forces under the Martial Spirit Temple were the Saint Soul Sect and the 9 Nether Temple's Palace Master, as well as the other Holy Venerables. They were definitely the strongest generals under the Sky Demon Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple. As long as they were severely injured, the Sky Demon Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple would definitely be weakened. As long as they were severely injured, they could lure out the top experts of the Sky Demon Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple. Feng Wuchen saw this point and planned to severely injure them. As soon as Feng Wuchen gave the order, Long Qi and the others in the dark immediately took action. Kuei-ing also took action. Shadow Demon Supremacy. A sinister voice that sounded like a demon's voice rang in the ears of the Shadow Demon Supremacy. The expression of the Shadow Demon Supremacy changed drastically. Long Qi. Watch out. The Grand Elder shouted. Boom, poof, before the Shadow Demon Supremacy could react, Long Qi had already struck him with his palm. With a loud boom, the Shadow Demon Supremacy, who was unable to react in time, was hit in the chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The terrifying palm had severely injured the Shadow Demon Supremacy. Long Qi. You bastard. The Shadow Demon Supremacy roared in rage. Boom. Boom. Boom, poof. Poof, Long Qi struck again. The 3 elders of the Shadow Demon Temple were severely injured by Long Qi at almost the same time. Their bodies were sent flying like cannonballs, destroying the huge sacred mountains around them. Was I too fast? You guys didn't do anything at all. Long Qi's lips curled into a dangerous smile. At the same time, the Life Spirit Mystic Palace's Palace Master Yan Ming and the 3 elders were also hit by the sudden attack. They were all severely injured and spitting out blood. Long Xianfeng. How dare you ambush us? Yan Ming was furious. You guys are hiding in the dark. Aren't you trying to ambush us as well? I think you guys are the dragon gods, aren't you? Long Xianfeng sneered. You guys are so weak. Your reaction is too slow. The elites of the Sky Demon tribe are just SOSO. Long Tai sneered. Long Qi and Long Xuanfeng's ambush had attracted the attention of the Holy Soul Sect's sect master and Shui Wuhan. The Dragon God's temple didn't just send these people. It's time for us to strike. The Holy Soul Sect's sect master said coldly. He had been waiting in the dark for a chance to strike. Shui Wuhan ordered, strike. Shui Wuhan. Just as Shui Wuhan gave the order, a cold voice was heard. An extremely terrifying aura was locked on to Shui Wuhan. In an instant, Kuei-ing appeared on the left side of Shui Wuhan. Shui Wuhan's face changed. Kuei-ing. Great Guardian, watch out. The Holy Soul Sect's sect master shouted. He immediately channeled all his strength and struck Kuei-ing with his palm. End of chapter. This aura is Venerable Long Qi. Long Qianya's expression changed drastically. Venerable Long Xianfeng. Venerable Long Tai. They are all here. Nie Wufeng and the rest were shocked and overjoyed. Xiaoyao Jinyuan sneered, Skyfiend clan indeed has experts hiding in the dark. Martial Spirit Temple definitely has one too. I'm afraid it's Saint Soul Sect. Venerable Long Qi and the rest are here. Xianning was shocked. Venerable Dragon Gods. The experts from Sky Fiend Clan and Martial Spirit Temple were scared out of their wits. Boom. Pfft. At the same time, there was a sudden explosion on the other side of the void. Shui Wuhan spat out blood as her body turned into a black line and shot out. Teleportation. Saint Soul Sect Master's face changed drastically as his ferocious attack missed. What palm technique did Kuei-Ying use? The power of the ice attribute is so overbearing that it instantly broke through my defense. How did he become so powerful? Shui Wuhan was shocked. Kuei-Ying's palm made Shui Wuhan feel immense pressure. It was an irresistible force. Strictly speaking, Kuei-Ying did not sneak an attack. After all, he had already warned Shui Wuhan. It was just that Shui Wuhan was unable to avoid it immediately. For so many years, Shui Wuhan and Kuei-Ying's cultivation were on par. They were both 5-star Saint Venerables. Their battle had never been decided. But now that he could injure Shui Wuhan with just one palm, the strong contrast made it hard for Saint Soul Sect Master and the rest to accept. Shui Wuhan could not accept it. Boom boom boom. When Shui Wuhan was injured, the 3 elders of Saint Soul Sect and 9 Nether Temple Master were also injured by Moying and Dark Shadow. The attack was very sudden and they did not expect it at all. Moreover, they were completely distracted by Kuei-Ying, so they did not notice the attack at all. Really weak. Moying shook his head slightly with a disappointed look. It was not that 9 Nether Temple Master and the rest were weak. It was just that Moying and the rest were too powerful. After all, they had cultivated the terrifying skill that Feng Wuchen had given them. The explosive power was not something that 9 Nether Temple Master and the rest could withstand. Great Guardian. Elder. Saint Soul Sect Master had a huge shock. He had not expected Kuei-Ying to be able to injure Shui Wuhan with a single palm strike. What's more, he had not expected Moying and the rest to make a move as well. In the blink of an eye, the experts of the Saint Soul Sect and 9 Nether Temple, as well as Old Devil Feng Ming of the Heavenly Fiend Clan, were all injured. It's just as I imagined, Feng Wuchen grinned. Shan Tong's eyes widened as he asked in astonishment, Old Brother Feng, you were the one who got Venerable Dragon Rising and the others to come? Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile, I just want to see how much their strength has increased. There's no need for Venerable Dragon Rise to launch a sneak attack, right? Old Geezer Yan Ming and the others wouldn't be able to withstand a direct attack. Shan Tong had a bitter smile on his face. The 6 venerables of the Dragon Gods were very powerful. Their cultivations were all 6-star Holy Venerables, and their strength could rival 7-star Holy Venerables. They were very fierce. If he cultivated Feng Wuchen's cultivation technique, his battle prowess would definitely be comparable to an 8-star Holy Venerate. Kuei-Ying. Saint Soul Sect Master was enraged as he roared at Kuei-Ying. The terrifying power of a 6-star Holy Venerate gushed out like a volcanic eruption and shot out wildly. Buzz buzz. The terrifying power covered hundreds of thousands of feet in the void. Violent winds blew and the aura was monstrous. Kuei-Ying looked at Saint Soul Sect Master calmly and said coldly, Saint Soul Sect Master, you are not my match. Kuei-Ying. Moying. Xianying's shocked gaze swept over. Great Guardian Kuei-Ying is here too. Saint Shadow, Gai Jun, and the others were ecstatic. The fact that the Dragon Gods had sent out their Saint Venerables and Divine Shadow Guards was enough to show the importance that the Dragon Gods' temple placed on the Saint Sovereign tribe. The appearance of the Venerables and Divine Shadow Guards was a symbol of victory. Buzz buzz. Terrifying ice attribute energy was activated and the destructive cold air swept out wildly. Everywhere it passed, the space was frozen. In the blink of an eye, Kuei-Ying's aura had soared to the peak of 6-star Holy Venerate Realm and almost broke through to 7-star Holy Venerate Realm. Kuei-Ying's cultivation has increased by so much. The heavily injured Shui Wuhan looked at Kuei-Ying in shock. Holy Art. Sky Destroyer. Saint Soul Sect Master arrived in the blink of an eye and roared furiously as he attacked Kuei-Ying fiercely with his palm. This was Saint Soul Sect Master's strongest holy art and its power was fierce and violent. Holy Art. Ice soul-breaking universe. Kuei-ing formed a seal with one hand and attacked with an ordinary palm. Boom. Buzz buzz. Puff. In the blink of an eye, the two palms collided with a loud boom that shook the heavens and earth. The destructive energy from the collision swept out wildly and had the power to destroy everything. But this collision made Saint Soul Sect Master spit out a mouthful of blood. The fierce power was dissolved by Kuei-ying's ice attribute energy, and even his entire arm lost feeling. How is this possible? What kind of art is this? Saint Soul Sect Master was stunned and his pale face was filled with horror. Saint Soul Sect Master could not believe that Kuei-ing had such power that he could not resist. Kuei-ing slowly retracted his arm, and Saint Soul Sect Master's frozen arm exploded. Saint Soul Sect Master, I told you that you are no match for me. Kuei-ing said coldly. Dealing with Saint Soul Sect Master was as easy as flipping his hand. Seeing this scene, Shui Wuhan and the other experts present couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was too terrifying. How could Kuei-ing have such a terrifying magic art? Shui Wuhan was dumbfounded. Her eyes were filled with dread. Shadow Demon Sect Master gritted his teeth and said angrily, Kuei-ing is here too. How dare you trick us? Long Qi. Kuei-ing. You bastards. How dare you sneak attack us? Old Ghost Yan Ming roared crazily as his murderous aura surged out like a tsunami. Long Qi crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a faint smile, You can't say that. Our Dragon God clan sovereign is here. We must eliminate all threats. Besides, aren't you hiding in the dark looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack? How can I let such a disadvantageous factor exist? Long Qi. I will not forgive you. Shadow Demon Sect Master roared. His old face was terrifying. I haven't fought in a long time, and my strength has increased recently. I wanted to try it out, so I used a little more force. I didn't expect that your cultivation would not improve at all after all these years. Long Qi laughed mockingly. Long Tai sneered. We will go easy on you later. Old Ghost Yanming roared, Long Tai. Today, either you die or I die. You're the one who said it. A vicious sneer appeared on Long Tai's face. Let's do it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Divine Shadow Guards, hear my order. Kill without mercy. Kuei-ing ordered. Whoosh. Whoosh. End of chapter 1. The battle erupted once again. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. That's the commander of the whoosh. 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 Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Send reinforcements. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 The divine shadow guardians and the venerables of the dragon gods had already made their move. They were the strongest fighting force of the dragon god temple, and they had also cultivated terrifying spells. The Holy Soul Sect Master and Old Ghost Yanming were also injured, so there was no way they could fight back. Whoosh. Whoosh. Let's fight. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Long Tai stepped into the air, and with a strong ear-piercing boom, his body turned into a bolt of golden lightning, exploding with a surging aura. Seal. Whoosh. 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 Old Ghost Yanming roared furiously as he leaped up high into the air, and then a Lord Guan's blade appeared in his hand before he slashed down fiercely from above. His attack was ferocious and unstoppable. The corners of Long Tai's lips curled up slightly. He did not look worried or panicked at all. Whoosh. Whoosh, old ghost Yan Ming had originally thought that he would be able to cleave Long Tai in half with his saber, but Long Tai suddenly made a move. His claw met the attack head-on, and with a muffled bang, a terrifying power rolled out without restraint. Who? Who? Long. Who? Who? The indestructible gold body. Old ghost Yan Ming's face turned grim, and his expression stiffened as he spoke with disbelief. How can you still move? Whoosh. 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 Whoosh, don't get cocky. Do you think you can defeat me just because you've injured me? Shadow Devil Sr.'s figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Long Qi in the blink of an eye. He punched Long Qi's head. Shadow Devil Venerable was known for his speed. His speed was extremely terrifying, comparable to teleportation. However, Long Qi's speed was also very terrifying. The moment he dodged, his figure strangely appeared on the right side of the Shadow Devil Lord and quickly threw a punch. Humph. This Palace Master's speed isn't any lower than yours. Shadow Demon Venerable said viciously. His old eyes narrowed into a straight line as he met the attack with a punch. Boom. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided with a deafening explosion. The terrifying energy ripples from the collision swept out in all directions like a tsunami. Despite being injured, the Shadow Demon sect was still able to withstand Long Qi's domineering attack. This showed how strong the Shadow Demon sect was. What? Is that all you've got? The Shadow Demon sect's leader said viciously with a look of disdain. Demon Shadow Venerable, this isn't the first day you've met me. Don't you know how strong I am? Don't worry, you'll know the consequences very soon. I hope you don't regret it. Long Qi sneered, his face filled with danger. Long Qi was a 6-star Saint Venerable. The power that he could unleash was definitely stronger than a 7-star Saint Venerable. Moreover, he had cultivated Feng Wuchen's terrifying skill. Even an 8-star Saint Venerable would not be his match. You're the one who will regret it. Shadow Demon Venerable roared and launched another attack. Oh? Is that so? Long Qi sneered. At the same time, Long Xianfeng and the others also launched an attack. They used their teleportation skills and their figures flashed continuously. Shui Wuhan, all of you come at me together. Kuei-Ying said coldly. He was a completely different person from the arrogant Kuei-Ying from before. Kuei-Ying. Shui Wuhan gritted her teeth. Even if she was injured, she could not wait to fight Kuei-Ying. Attack. Holy Soul Sect Master gritted his teeth and roared. He would not let the grudge of losing his arm go so easily. Moing, Shadow, just watch. Or you can fight alongside Xianxia. Kuei-Ying looked at Moing and the others. Yes. Moing and the others replied respectfully and immediately went to support Xianxia. Nine Serenity's Palace Master was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and roared, Kuei-Ying. How dare you look down on us? Kuei-Ying said coldly, your injuries are not light. Is it difficult for me to fight against the 9 of you? I don't think so. Outrageous. Holy Soul Sect Master and the others were so angry that they rushed forward madly. Boom. Kuei-Ying stepped on the void and turned into a black lightning. Terrifying ice attribute energy spread out crazily. Wherever it passed, the space was frozen. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Kuei-Ying was fighting against the 9 of them. His strength was extremely fierce and he was not suppressed at all. An intense battle between Saint Venerables broke out. An even more terrifying collision force swept out wildly. End of chapter. Martial Spirit Sacred Palace. Reporting to Grand Elder, Protector Qinghong has sent news that the Saint Soul Sect Master, Protector Shui Wuhan, and the Sky Devil Race's Shadow Devil Sovereign have been ambushed and injured. The Dragon God Sacred Palace has sent out 6 sovereigns, 7 divine shadow protectors, and hundreds of Saint Emperors. In the main hall, an expert appeared in a flash and reported respectfully. Oh? The 6 sovereigns have also moved out? You're even faster than this elder imagined. Nan Gongxian was slightly surprised as he sneered. Second Elder Xianxia smiled indifferently. The Dragon God Sacred Palace doesn't have many factions. In terms of numbers, we and the Sky Devil race have the advantage. Under such circumstances, they can only send out 6 sovereigns and divine shadow protectors. They are the strongest fighting force of the Dragon God Sacred Palace. Once they fall, it will be Long Xiaoyang and the 3 primogenitors' turn. Third Elder stroked his beard and sneered. Reporting to Grand Elder, the Saint Soul Sect Master and the others can't hold on much longer. Should we send out reinforcements? That expert asked respectfully. Nangong Xian sneered, since the battle has already begun, we will naturally send reinforcements. The 6 sovereigns and divine shadow protectors have already moved out. This is the moment I have been waiting for. Since the 6 sovereigns have already moved out, it seems like this protector should go and meet them. I want to see how much Long Qi and the others have improved. A slightly arrogant voice sounded in the palace. Protector, please wait. Nangong Xian smiled indifferently. Protector Ni Feng, your opponent is Long Xiaoyang. This person's strength is not below this elder's. You can fight against him. Once Long Xiaoyang makes his move, you will hold him back. Long Xiaoyang? All right. Protector Ni Feng laughed confidently. Grand Elder Nangong Xian. At this moment, Zhu Huang's voice sounded. Seems like Patriarch Zhu Huang has also received the news. Nangong Xian smiled. That's right. This is a good opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Dragon God Sacred Palace. This Patriarch has already sent out 10 demon sovereigns of the Sky Devil race. Grand Elder, please send out reinforcements as soon as possible. We have the advantage in numbers and can eliminate the 6 sovereigns and divine shadow protectors. Zhu Huang transmitted a message. Clan leader Zhu Huang, don't worry. I'll send the 10 holy venerables from the Martial Spirit Temple right away, Nangong Xian said with a smile. Then, he immediately gave the order. A total of 20 Saint Venerates from the Sky Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple immediately rushed to the southern battlefield. On the battlefield above the Saint Emperor clan, the several hundred Saint Emperors of the Divine Shadow Guard moved out. Every single one of them used extremely terrifying techniques. Whether it was opponents of the same level or Saint Emperors who surpassed them by 1 or 2 stars, they were all heavily injured and mercilessly slaughtered by the Divine Shadow Guard. The crazy and merciless slaughter had turned the tide of the battle. The experts of the Sky Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple had suffered heavy casualties. Moing, Dark Shadow and Annihilation Shadow, the 3 Divine Shadow Guardians struck out and inflicted heavy injuries on the enemy's Saint Venerables. In just a few minutes, the Sky Demons and the Martial Spirit Temple had suffered a crushing defeat. There were only 5 Saint Venerables left who could still fight. Only a few dozen Saint Emperors remained out of the hundreds. What a satisfying kill. Long Tianzhong roared excitedly. Sect Master of the Holy Soul Sect, are you not willing to send the Saint Emperors of the Holy Soul Sect to their deaths? Nie Wufeng shouted, as if he was not satisfied yet. Are there only these few people left? Where are the Saint Emperors of the Sky Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple? Are reinforcements not here yet? Long Xianxia shouted as well. He was extremely excited. Long Xianxia and the others were in the limelight. Who knew how many Saint Emperors they had killed? Looking at how arrogant Long Xianxia and the others were, the remaining 5 Saint Venerables and dozens of Saint Emperors were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Why aren't reinforcements here yet? Are they just going to watch us die? A heavily injured 3-star Saint Venerable roared furiously. A 5-star Saint Venerable roared, Nangong Xian. You old bastard. We have risked our lives. Hurry up and send reinforcements. What's wrong with the Patriarch and the elders? If they don't send reinforcements, we will all die. A Sky Demon Saint Venerable gritted his teeth and said angrily. Seeing how their subordinates were being slaughtered one after another and how reinforcements had yet to arrive, the 5 Saint Venerables were terrified and furious. They felt as if they had been abandoned. It seems like no one is coming to save you. I thought that the Sky Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple would send more powerful Saint Venerables, at least 5-star Saint Venerables. Unfortunately, we have waited for so long and they still haven't arrived. It's time to send you all on your way, Xianning said coldly. His figure suddenly appeared in front of a 4-star Saint Venerable. Boom. Pfft. Xianxia punched out. With a boom, the 4-star Saint Venerable instantly bent like a shrimp and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bastard. The 4-star Saint Venerable gritted his teeth and cursed. At that moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. Xianxia, I'll leave them to you, Moing said with a faint smile. Protector Xianxia, I'll leave these Saint Emperors to you. Xianxia had already lost interest in the Saint Emperors. At the same time, the Saint Soul Sect Master, Shui Wuhan, and the other Saint Venerables were all heavily injured by Kuei-ing. The elders of the two major forces were mercilessly killed. The experts of the Shadow Demon Temple and the Life Spirit Dark Palace were either dead or injured. The terrifying Shadow Demon Lord and Old Ghost Yanming were also heavily injured at this moment. On the other hand, Long Qi and the other Venerables were unscathed. Are the Heavenly Devil Clan's experts not here yet? We can't hold on any longer, the Great Elder of the Shadow Demon Temple said anxiously. Our Temple Master's injuries are severe. Long Swamping's strength is too terrifying. He can fight against an 8-star Saint Venerable. The Life Spirit Dark Palace Protector said angrily. Old Ghost Yanming's pale face was extremely solemn. He said gloomily, the Heavenly Devil Clan leader has sent news that the Heavenly Devil Clan's experts are on the move. They will be here soon. The 6 Venerables of the Dragon Gods were not just for show. Shadow Demon Lord, how was it? I didn't disappoint you, did I? Long Tai laughed softly. After an intense battle, Long Tai's aura did not weaken at all. The Shadow Demon Lord glared at Long Tai as if he wanted to eat him up. Old Ghost Yanming, your strength is very average. I haven't even used my full strength, and you're already at your limit. Long Xianfeng laughed mockingly. They're not strong enough. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Lord Supreme, the Heavenly Devil Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple's forces have all been killed. A Saint Emperor of the Saint Royal tribe reported respectfully. Well done. Pass down my order. Take the enemy's storage rings and treasures and distribute them to the 4 forces. Feng Wuchen laughed. Yes. Lord Supreme Being. The Saint Emperor's face was filled with excitement and joy. Sacred Shadow Tribe leader, all of you can leave now. Heal your injuries and restore your Saint Qi. The battle has only just begun. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. They're here. Feng Wuchen suddenly smiled. I can feel it too. The Heavenly Devil Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple's experts are here. 20 Saint Venerables. 5 to 7-star Saint Venerable Realm. Shan Tong frowned deeply. This is the strongest force of the Heavenly Devil Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple. Feng Wuchen sneered. The 10 demon sovereigns of the Sky Demon Clan and the 10 saint sovereigns of the Martial Spirit Temple had arrived. At that moment, the sky and earth in the southern region changed color. Wave after wave of peerless aura spread out from the sky. Everywhere it passed, countless forces in the southern territory were scared out of their wits. The destructive energy from the battle in the southern region had scared countless forces out of their wits. 20 Saint Sovereigns was a terrifying lineup. Just their aura alone was enough to make the space in the southern region tremble. They're here. The 4-star Saint Sovereign of the Sky Demon Clan was overjoyed, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. They can't save you even if they're here. Xianxing's cold and murderous voice rang in his ears. Xianxia! How dare you? The 4-star Saint Sovereign was shocked. Boom. Pfft. Xianxia didn't hesitate or worry. He punched through the 4-star Saint Sovereign's chest, and he couldn't be more dead. You're so stupid. The battle has already begun. What else do I not dare to do? You deserve to die. Xianxia shook his head. How did such an idiot cultivate to the Saint Sovereign realm? I don't understand. Niang looked as if he couldn't bear to watch. This aura belongs to the 10 demon sovereigns. Moing frowned. The remaining 3 Saint Sovereigns and dozens of Saint Emperors all retreated in fear. Kuei-ing frowned and looked at the source of the terrifying aura. The true experts of the Sky Demon Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple are here, especially the 10 demon sovereigns of the Sky Demon Clan. It's said that they've all cultivated the ancient Saint Arts and can unleash the power of the Saint Arts to the maximum. Their battle strength is terrifying. Kuei-ing, your death is here. The Saint Soul Sect Master smiled maliciously. Why do you say that? Kuei-ing glanced at the Saint Soul Sect Master coldly. Who doesn't know the 10 demon sovereigns? The Saint Sovereigns sent by the Martial Spirit Temple are all top experts nurtured by Great Elder Nangong Xian, Shui Wuhan said coldly. Is that so? How are they compared to the 6 sovereigns of the Dragon Gods? Kuei-ing asked. Shui Wuhan sneered. Kuei-ing, the 6 sovereigns and the 7 of you can't win against 20 Saint Sovereigns. Kuei-ing smiled but didn't say anything. The Heaven Devil race's experts are here. Shadow Devil Supremacy's heart was completely at ease as he sensed a large amount of terrifying aura appearing in the southern region. Long Qi, can you sense it? 20 Saint Venerates, 8 7-star Saint Venerates, 6 6-star Saint Venerates, and 6 5-star Saint Venerates, Old Ghost Yan Ming said with a smug sneer. Demon Sovereign Zhu Yan. Long Qi grinned and said, Shadow Devil Exalt, Old Ghost Yan Ming, the 2 of you can retreat and recuperate. You might be able to continue fighting. He's not simple. Zhu Xinghuan has almost broken through to the 8-star Holy Venerate level. It's a good opportunity to test his strength. Long Jianfeng's face was filled with anticipation. His battle intent had been ignited. I'm so excited. It's finally here. Long Xianfeng was getting more and more excited. He could not help but unleash his full power to fight. On the square of the Sacred Royal Palace, Xing, Xian Mu, and the other experts of the Dragon God Temple all wore solemn expressions. Heaven Devil race's 10 great devil venerables. Their strength is getting more and more terrifying. Even Zhu Sun, a 5-star Saint Venerate, can easily defeat Old Man a 5-star Saint Venerate expert said solemnly. The Jade Void Palace Master frowned and said, the 10 Saint Venerates of the Martial Spirit Temple are also very terrifying. I wonder if Sovereign Long Qi and Kuei-ing can contend against them. Isn't Lord Supreme worried at all? A Palace Master frowned deeply. He seemed to be dissatisfied with Feng Wuchen's nonchalant expression. Humph. Lord Supreme? Is he worthy? What's there to be worried about? Other than using the title of Supreme to show off, what else can he do? A 6-star Saint Venerate said with dissatisfaction. Xing, Xian Mu, and the others' faces turned extremely gloomy. However, they did not say anything. The experts of the Dragon God Temple were clearly dissatisfied with Feng Wuchen's title of Supreme. Shu, above the Sacred Royal Tribe, 20 Saint Venerables appeared at the same time. A terrifying aura that seemed to be above all things spread out. They are all Saint Venerates. Looks like we won't have a chance to fight. I can't be bothered to kill the remaining Saint Emperors. Long Xianxia shook his head. He was not strong enough to fight against such terrifying Saint Venerates. Nie Wufeng shrugged and glanced at the 20 Saint Venerates. He smiled and said, let's watch the show. Let's see the true strength of Long Qi and the others. Let's enjoy it. Brother Long Jianfeng's strength should be able to fight against a 9-star Saint Venerate. I'm afraid none of the 10 demon Venerates are his match. Yang Xilan said softly. There's nothing else for us to do. Let's go back. The battle has consumed a lot of energy. Gu Qingjue smiled faintly. Divine Shadow Guards, stand down. Shining ordered and the hundreds of Divine Shadow Guards retreated. You guys stand down too. A Demon Venerate waved his hand and signaled for Shadow Demon Venerate and the others to stand down. It's been a long time since I came out. It feels good. A Demon Venerate stretched his back. Confidence, arrogance, and arrogance were written all over his face. 6 Venerates of the Dragon Gods and Divine Shadow Guards. It's been a long time. A 7-star Saint Venerate from the Martial Spirit Temple smiled proudly and crossed his arms in front of his chest. What a strong battle intent. Long Xianfeng, why don't we fight one-on-one? A 7-star Saint Venerate from the Martial Spirit Temple stared at Long Xianfeng. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Long Xianfeng smiled and said. Long Jianfeng, looks like your cultivation has increased a lot. Shadow Demon Venerate, Yan Ming Old Ghost, and the Saint Soul Sect Master have all been defeated. You guys are unharmed. A middle-aged man said indifferently. His aura was the most terrifying. He was Zhu Xinghuan, a 7-star Saint Venerate. Long Jianfeng curled his finger and said, "Do you want to test my strength? Bring it on." Zhu Xinghuan burst out with a terrifying battle intent and said with a smile, "I can try." Zhu Yan glanced at them and sneered, "The 6 of you plus Kuei Ying, Xianing, Moing, and Dark Shadow are just 10 Saint Venerates. Do you think the 2 of us can fight one?" Zhu Yan's words showed that he did not care about the rest of them. "Damn it. How dare you look down on me?" The 6-star Saint Venerate Palace Master gritted his teeth and said angrily. Jade Voidchild's face was also gloomy and he clenched his fists tightly. "You are indeed not a match for any of them," Xingying said coldly. "What do you mean? How dare you look down on me?" The Palace Master said angrily. Xingying said coldly, "Old man is telling the truth." "You." The Palace Master was furious. At this moment, Kuei Ying's cold eyes swept across them and they were so frightened that they shut their mouths. Long Qi touched his chin and said with a smile, "Actually, you guys can take turns to fight." Long Qi's words made the 20 Saint Venerates' faces turn cold. End of chapter. Brother Feng, what do you think? Do Long Qi and the others have a chance of winning? Long Xianxia asked as he looked at the 20 Saint Sovereigns at the top of the palace. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. "I don't know how strong the experts of the Sky Demon Race and Martial Spirit Temple are. I'll know after watching them." Nia Wufeng said solemnly, "They are very strong. If Long Qi and the others don't cultivate the cultivation art you gave them, they might not win in a battle of the same level. The 10 demon sovereigns of the Sky Demon Race cultivate the ancient saint arts and can unleash the power of the saint arts to the extreme," said Long Tianzhong. "They are indeed not simple." Feng Wuchen nodded. Long Tianzhong sighed. "It's a pity that we are still far from the saint sovereign level. We can only watch Long Qi and the others show off their might." Gu Qingjue smiled. "It's not that easy to break through to the saint sovereign level. Every star in the saint sovereign level is extremely difficult. You guys should pray that Brother Feng becomes a Saint Emperor alchemist as soon as possible. At that time, a Saint Emperor heaven-defying divine pearl will help you break through to the saint sovereign level." Shan Tong raised his eyebrows at Long Qianxia and the others. "Old Brother Feng, is this true? Does the heaven-defying divine pearl really have such a terrifying effect?" Long Tianzhong asked excitedly. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes at Shan Tong and said, "It does have a powerful effect, but I've just become a Saint Lord alchemist. I'm still far from the Saint Emperor level. By the time I break through, you guys might have already stepped into the Saint Sovereign level." "That's true." Long Qianxia smiled helplessly. Chu Tianchu's Saint Emperor pills were enough to help them raise their cultivation. What are they doing? Can't they see the 20 terrifying enemies? A 5-star Saint Palace Master said angrily. Feng Wuchen and the others were still chatting happily in front of 20 Saint Sovereigns. The experts of the Dragon God Temple were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They glared at Feng Wuchen viciously. However, they didn't dare do anything in front of the 6 Sovereigns and the Divine Shadow Guardians. "Demon Venerable Zhu Xinghun, don't fight them one-on-one, let's kill them together. We were all injured by Long Qi's sneak attack." Shadow Devil Sr. furiously roared. "Sneak attack?" Zhu Yan was startled. He immediately laughed coldly, "Did I hear wrongly? The 6 Venerables are actually using such petty tricks like sneak attacks? Haha. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I feel embarrassed for all of you." Zhu Sun could not help but laugh loudly, his face full of contempt. "A holy master from the Martial Spirit Temple mocked, this really surprises us. Long Jianfeng, is this your strength?" Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered, "This is not a sneak attack. You are not strong enough, yet you are full of excuses to cover up your failure. This is the definition of a weakling. You are 5-star Holy Venerables and 6-star Holy Venerables. You can't even detect the enemy, and you still have the face to call it a sneak attack." When Feng Wuchen said this, Zhu Xinghuan and the others turned to look at Feng Wuchen. He is Feng Wuchen. Supreme Dragon Gods. The Holy Soul Sect Master clenched his teeth in anger. "Oh? This lad is Supreme Dragon Gods?" The Sky Demon Senior and the Martial Spirit Temple's experts were surprised. So your excellency is the Lord, Supreme of the Dragon Gods. Zhu Xinghuan smiled faintly. Supreme Lord is right. This is not a sneak attack, but a lack of strength. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Long Qi's suggestion is not bad. You can take turns to fight one-on-one. Supreme Lord, do you also look down on our strength? Man Chuan, the Martial Spirit Temple's 7-star Holy Venerables, asked coldly as he stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. That's not it. I am just speaking the truth. If you don't like it, you can choose not to listen. Feng Wuchen smiled, ignoring Man Chuan's cold gaze. Long Jianfeng, let me test your strength. Zhu Xinghuan released a terrifying aura that made people feel pressured. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on them, making them unable to breathe. Weng, the strength of a 7-star Holy Venerable surged out, causing the space within 100,000 feet to tremble violently. His combat strength broke through the 8-star Holy Venerable's realm, and his strength soared until it was close to the peak 8-star Holy Venerable's realm. If Zhu Xinghuan used a sacred artifact, he might be able to break through the peak 8-star Holy Venerable's realm. Moreover, this was only his own strength. If he used a sacred art, the power would be even more terrifying. After not seeing you for so many years, your strength has indeed improved. Long Jianfeng smiled faintly without much change in his expression. As expected of the Sky Demon Senior. His bloodline power is very strong. With such strength, he can fight Zhu Chenxin. Feng Wuchen praised, acknowledging Zhu Xinghuan's strength. He is indeed very scary. However, compared to Long Jianfeng, he is still much weaker. Long Xianxia smiled. He is too strong. Even an opponent of the same level would not be a match for Zhu Xinghuan. Shui Wuhan was horrified as her body trembled uncontrollably. The Shadow Demon Senior and the rest were horrified, including the experts under the Dragon God Temple. Their faces were filled with fear. Buzz. Buzz, as the origin energy was activated, Long Jianfeng's aura exploded. The overbearing and terrifying power was like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the 8-star Holy Venerable's realm. The space shook violently once again. Let's fight. Zhu Xinghuan sneered, looking eager to fight. Boom, Long Jianfeng grinned as he stepped on the void and shot out. Along with an ear-piercing boom, his speed was more than 10 times faster than the speed of sound. Zhu Xinghuan did not want to be outdone and shot out as well. Long Xianfeng, let's begin. I can't wait to rip your head off. Man Chuan stared at Long Xianfeng and sneered. The power of a 7-star Holy Venerables erupted as he shot out without hesitation. Is that so? Then you can try. Long Xianfeng was in high spirits as he roared towards the sky. The dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Leave Long Tai to me. A 6-star Holy Venerables from the Martial Spirit Temple sneered confidently. His ferocious aura surged as his power exploded. Long Tai looked indifferent. Long Qi, do you dare to fight with me? Another 6-star Holy Venerables from the Martial Spirit Temple asked with an evil smile as he activated his power with all his might. Long Qi spread out his hands and curled his lips. Since you are begging me, I will reluctantly agree. Kuei-Ying, how about fighting with me? Let me see the strength of the Divine Shadow Guards. Zhu Sun asked with disdain. You can't. Kuei-Ying said coldly. What did you say? Zhu Sun's face instantly turned gloomy as she clenched her fists. Her terrifying power erupted like a flood as she gritted her teeth and shouted, You said I can't? You don't believe me? Kuei-Ying's lips curled into a dangerous arc, shameless boasting. Zhu Sun rushed out ferociously like a crazy bitch. Watch me destroy you with one palm. Zhu Sun shouted furiously as she gathered a terrifying power in her right hand and blasted it towards Kuei-Ying. End of chapter 2603. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.